Part 2. Ancient Greek Epic. The Argonauts. The myths of the expedition of the Argonauts are told mainly according to the poem of Apollonius Rhodius Argonautica, Phrixus and Helle. In ancient Minyan, Archimedes in Buea ruled the son of the god of the wind Aeolus, King Athamas. He had 2 children by the goddess of the clouds, Nephele, a son Phrixus, and a daughter Helle. Athamas was unfaithful to Nephele and married the daughter of Cadmus, Ino. Ino hated the children of her husband's first marriage and resolved to destroy them. She persuaded the women of Orchomenus to dry the seeds prepared for sowing. The men of Orchomenus sowed their fields with the dried seeds, but nothing sprang up upon their always fertile fields. Famine threatened the men of Orchomenus. Then Athamas resolved to send an embassy to sacred Delphi to question the oracle of the far-shooting Apollo concerning the cause of the barrenness of the fields. The crafty Ino bribed the envoys, and they, returning from Delphi, brought a false answer of the oracle. This is the answer the prophetess the Pythia gave. The bribed envoys said to Athamas, "Offer your son Phrixus in sacrifice to the gods, and the gods will restore fertility to the fields." Athamas, to avoid the great disaster that threatened Orchomenus, resolved to sacrifice his beloved son. Ino triumphed. Her plan to destroy Phrixus had succeeded. All was already ready for the sacrifice. Young Phrixus was about to fall under the knife of the priest, but suddenly a golden-fleeced ram appeared, the gift of the god Hermes. The mother of Phrixus, the goddess Nephele, had sent the ram to save her children. Phrixus, with his sister Helle, sat upon the golden-fleeced ram, and the ram bore them through the air far to the north. Swiftly the ram raced. Far below fields and forests stretched, and rivers wound like silver between them. Higher than the mountains the ram races. Now the sea. The ram races over the sea. Helle was frightened. From fear she cannot hold herself upon the ram. Helle fell into the sea, and the ever-roaring sea waves swallowed her. Phrixus could not save his sister. She perished. From that time the sea where Helle perished began to be called the Hellespont, the Sea of Helle, the modern strait of the Dardanelles. Ever farther and farther the ram with Phrixus raced, and at last descended upon the banks of the Phasis in distant Colchis, where the son of the god Helios, the sorcerer Aeetes, ruled. Aeetes reared Phrixus, and when he came to manhood married him to his daughter Chalciope. The golden ram that had saved Phrixus was offered in sacrifice to the great cloud-gatherer Zeus. The golden fleece of the ram Aeetes hung in the sacred grove of the god of war Ares. A terrible dragon that breathed forth flame and never closed its eyes in sleep was to guard the fleece. The rumor of this golden fleece spread throughout all Greece. The descendants of Athamas, the father of Phrixus, knew that the salvation and prosperity of their race depended upon the possession of the fleece, and they wished at any cost to obtain it. The birth and rearing of Jason. Upon the shore of a blue sea gulf in Thessaly, the brother of King Athamas, Cretheus, built the city of Iolcus. The city of Iolcus grew. The fertility of its fields, trade and seafaring gave it wealth. When Cretheus died, his son Aeson began to rule in Iolcus, but his brother by the mother, the son of Poseidon, Pelias, took power from him, and Aeson had to live in the city as a simple citizen. Soon a son, a fair boy, was born to Aeson. Aeson feared that the haughty and cruel Pelias would kill his son, to whom by right power over Iolcus belonged, and resolved to hide him. He announced that the infant had died immediately after birth, and even celebrated splendid funeral rites for him. He himself carried his son to the slopes of Mount Pelion to the wisest of the centaurs, Chiron. There in the forest in a cave the boy grew up, reared by Chiron, his mother Philyra, and the wife Chariclo. Wise Chiron gave him the name Jason. Chiron taught Jason everything, to handle sword and spear, to shoot from a taut bow, music, and all that he himself knew. No one equaled Jason in skill, strength, and courage, and in beauty he was equal to the dwellers in heaven. Until the age of 20, Jason lived with Chiron. At last he resolved to leave the solitary slopes of Pelion, go to Iolcus, and demand of Pelias that he restore to him power over Iolcus. Jason in Iolcus. When Jason came to Iolcus, he went straight to the square where all the inhabitants had gathered. With wonder, the inhabitants of Iolcus looked upon the fair youth. They thought that this was either Apollo or Hermes, so fair was he. He was dressed not like all the inhabitants of Iolcus. Upon his shoulders a spotted panther skin was thrown, and only the right foot was shod in a sandal. The luxuriant curls of Jason fell upon his shoulders. All of him shone with the beauty and strength of a young god. Calmly he stood amid the throng of citizens who admired him, leaning upon 2 spears. At this time, upon a rich chariot, Pelias also arrived at the square. He looked upon the youth and shuddered, noticing that the youth had only 1 foot shod. Pelias was frightened, for an oracle had once revealed to him that destruction threatened him from a man who would come to Iolcus from the mountains and would be shod upon 1 foot. This man, the son of Aeson, was to destroy Pelias by force or by craft, and the destruction was to be inevitable. Pelias hid his fear and haughtily asked the unknown youth, "Whence are you by birth, youth? To what tribe do you belong? But only answer the truth. Do not pollute yourself with a lie. I am the enemy of hateful falsehood." Calmly Jason answered Pelias, "Wise Chiron taught me only truth and honesty, and I am always faithful to his instructions. For full 20 years I lived in the cave of Chiron, and never once violated truth or was guilty of anything. I have returned home here, to my native Iolcus, to my father Aeson. I wish to demand that power over Iolcus be restored to me. As I have heard, crafty Pelias took it from my father. Citizens, lead me to the house of my great ancestors. I am not a stranger to you. I was born here in Iolcus. I am Jason, the son of Aeson." The inhabitants of Iolcus showed Jason the house of his father. When Jason entered, his father at once recognized his son. Tears of joy came to the eyes of old Aeson. He rejoiced, seeing that his son had become a mighty and fair youth. Swiftly, the news of the return of Jason reached the brothers of Aeson, Pheres, the king of Phere, and Amythion from Messenia. Soon they arrived at Aeson's with their sons Admetus and Melampus. For 5 days and nights, Aeson and his son Jason honored them with feasts. In conversation, Jason revealed to them his desire to restore power over Iolcus. They approved the desire of Jason, and with him went to Pelias. Jason demanded that Pelias restore power to him, and promised to leave him all the riches which he had taken from Aeson. Pelias feared to refuse Jason. "Very well, I agree," answered Pelias, "but only one condition will I set you. You must first propitiate the underworld gods." The shade of Phrixus, who died in distant Colchis, begs that men set out for Colchis and take possession of the golden fleece. The shade of Phrixus revealed this to me in a dream. At Delphi, the far-shooting Apollo himself commanded me to set out for Colchis. I am old and cannot resolve upon such a great deed. You are young and full of strength. Accomplish this deed, and I will restore to you power over Iolcus." Thus Pelias answered Jason, hiding malice in his heart. He believed that Jason would perish if he resolved to set out for the golden fleece to Colchis. Jason gathers companions and prepares for the expedition to Colchis. Immediately after the conversation with Pelias, Jason began to prepare for the expedition to Colchis. He traveled through all the countries of Greece, and everywhere called heroes famous for their deeds to the expedition to Colchis for the golden fleece. All the great heroes responded to his call. The greatest of heroes himself, the son of Zeus Heracles, agreed to take part in the expedition. All the heroes gathered in Iolcus. Who was not among them? Here were the pride of Athens, mighty Theseus, and the sons of Zeus and Leda, Castor and Polydeuces with their friends Idas and Lynceus, and the winged heroes Calais and Zetes, the sons of Boreas and Erythea, and Meleager from Calydon, and mighty Ancaeus and Admetus and Telamon and many others. Among the heroes was also the singer Orpheus. Never yet had Greece seen such a gathering of heroes. Mighty, fair as gods, they drew the enraptured glances of all the inhabitants of Iolcus. What obstacles could stop them? Who could resist them? What could frighten them? The ship for the heroes was also ready. The son of Arestor, Argus, built this ship. The goddess Athena herself helped him. She set into the stern a piece of the sacred oak from the grove of the oracle of Zeus at Dodona. Fair was this 50-oared ship, named the Argo. It was light and swift. Like a seagull, it raced over the waves of the sea. From the name of the ship Argo, the heroes who took part in the expedition were also called Argonauts, sailors of the Argo. Not Athena alone protected the Argonauts. Hera also took them under her protection. She burned with hatred for Pelias because he did not offer her sacrifices. Jason enjoyed the special favor of Hera. Thus one day, to test the young hero, she appeared to him in the form of a decrepit old woman upon the bank of a mountain river, and with tears begged him to carry her to the other bank. Carefully the hero raised the old woman upon his shoulders and carried her across the stormy river. Only a sandal from the left foot did Jason lose crossing the river. From that time, Hera loved Jason and helped him in all things. The far-shooting Apollo also protected the Argonauts, for he had urged the heroes to undertake the expedition, and he also prophesied to them happiness and success. Having gathered in Iolcus, the heroes wished to choose as their leader the great Heracles, but he refused and proposed that Jason be chosen. As steersman upon the Argo, Tiphys was chosen, and upon the prow of the ship stood Lynceus, from whose glance nothing could hide either upon the earth or even under the earth. All was ready for the departure. The Argo, launched into the water, already quietly rocked upon the waves. Stores of food and fresh water were already loaded. The last sacrifices to Apollo and all the gods had been offered. Happy omens the sacrifice gave. A merry feast was also celebrated in the evening. It was time for the long voyage full of dangers. No sooner had the edge of the sky begun to glow with the purple light of the morning dawn than the steersman Tiphys awoke the Argonauts. The Argonauts mounted the ship and sat at the oars, two upon each bench. United, the mighty rowers leaned upon the oars. Proudly the Argo sailed out of the harbor into the open sea. The sailors raised the snow-white sail. A favorable wind filled the sail, and the light ship swiftly raced over the kindly murmuring waves. Now upon a chariot drawn by snow-white horses, the radiant god of the sun Helios rose into the sky. With rose light, the sail of the Argo was colored, and the waves of the sea glittered in the morning rays of the sun. Orpheus struck the strings of the golden cithara, and his wondrous song spread over the expanse of the sea. The heroes listened to the song. And from the depths of the sea, fishes and swift dolphins swam forth. Enchanted by the singing of Orpheus, they swam after the Argo that swiftly cleaved the waves, like a flock that, heeding the sweet sounds of the pipe, follows the shepherd. The Argonauts upon Lemnos. After a short happy voyage, the Argonauts arrived at the flowering island of Lemnos. There, the young queen Hypsipyle ruled. Not a single man was upon Lemnos. All their husbands, the women of Lemnos, had slain for their unfaithfulness. Only King Thoas, the father of Hypsipyle, escaped death. His daughter saved him. When the Argonauts put in to the shore of Lemnos and sent a messenger into the city, the women of Lemnos gathered in council upon the city square, and the young Hypsipyle advised them not to admit the Argonauts into the city. She feared that the heroes would learn of the crime which the women of Lemnos had committed. But old Phelixo began to object to the queen. She insisted that the Argonauts must be admitted into the city. "Who will defend you," said Phelixo, "if enemies attack Lemnos? Who will care for you when you grow old if you remain alone? No, admit the strangers into the city. Let them remain here." The women of Lemnos heeded old Phelixo. At once they sent one of the women of Lemnos with the messenger who had come from the Argo to the heroes to beg them to enter the city. Jason put on a luxurious purple garment woven for him by Athena Pallas herself and went into the city. With honor, Hypsipyle received him and proposed that he settle with her in the palace. The remaining Argonauts also came into the city. Only a few men with Heracles remained upon the Argo. Merriment and joy reigned upon the island. Everywhere upon pyres, sacrifices to the gods were burned. Festivals succeeded festivals. Feasts succeeded feasts. It seemed that the heroes had forgotten the great deed that awaited them. Carelessly, they feasted upon rich Lemnos. At last, Heracles secretly summoned the Argonauts to the shore of the sea where the Argo stood. Angrily, the greatest of heroes reproached them for having, for the sake of pleasure, for the sake of a merry and carefree life, forgotten deeds. Ashamed, the heroes stood, heeding the deserved reproaches. They resolved immediately to leave Lemnos. At once, the Argo was equipped for the journey. Already the heroes were ready to mount the ship and sit at the oars when in a throng the women of Lemnos came to the shore. They begged the heroes not to leave them, to remain with them. But inflexible were the heroes. With tears, the women of Lemnos parted from them. The heroes mounted the Argo. United, they leaned upon the oars. The waves foamed under the stroke of the oars of the mighty rowers, and like a bird the Argo raced into the expanse of the sea. The Argonauts upon the peninsula of Cyzicus. When the Argonauts sailed through the Propontis, on the way they put in to the peninsula of Cyzicus. There lived the Doliones, descendants of Poseidon. Over them ruled King Cyzicus. Not far from Cyzicus was Bear Mountain, upon which 6-armed giants lived. Only thanks to the protection of Poseidon could the Doliones live in safety beside such neighbors. With honor, King Cyzicus received the Argonauts, and a whole day they spent with him at a merry feast. No sooner had dawn begun to break than the Argonauts prepared for the journey. They had already mounted the Argo, when suddenly upon the opposite shore of the gulf, the 6-armed giants appeared. They began to throw vast stones into the sea. They tore off whole rocks and piled them one upon another to bar the Argonauts the exit from the gulf into the open sea. Heracles seized his taut bow, and one after another began to send his deadly arrows at the giants. Covered by shields, with spears in their hands, the Argonauts flung themselves upon the giants. Not long did the battle last. One after another the giants fell to the earth and into the sea. All of them were slain. Not one of them escaped. The Argonauts set out upon the journey. A favorable wind filled the sail, and a whole day calmly the Argo raced over the waves. Evening came. The god of the sun Helios descended from the sky. Night wrapped sky and earth in darkness. The wind changed and already carries the Argo back to those shores which it had so recently left. In the darkness of night, the Argonauts put in to Cyzicus. The inhabitants of Cyzicus did not recognize them. They took them for sea robbers and attacked them, headed by their young king. A terrible night battle crashed. In complete darkness, the heroes fight with their recent friends. With a sharp spear, mighty Jason struck the young king Cyzicus in the breast, and with a groan he fell to the earth. But now the rays of the goddess of dawn, Eos, colored the east with scarlet light. Morning comes. The fighters recognize one another and are seized with horror. Friends fought with friends. For 3 days, the Argonauts and the inhabitants of Cyzicus celebrated the funeral games for the slain. For 3 days they mourned the slain young king. His wife, the fair Cleite, daughter of Merops, could not bear the death of her husband. She herself pierced her breast with a sharp sword. The Argonauts in Mysia. After a short voyage, the Argonauts reached the shores of Mysia. There they put into the shore to store water and food. Mighty Heracles went into the forest that grew not far from the shore to make himself a new oar in place of the broken one. He found a high fir, clasped it with his mighty arms, and tore it up by the roots. The mighty hero threw the fir upon his shoulder and went to the shore. Suddenly toward him runs his friend Polyphemus, and tells that he has just heard the cry of young Hylas who called them. Heracles flung himself to seek Hylas, but nowhere could he find him. Heracles was grieved. Together with Polyphemus, he seeks Hylas everywhere, but all in vain. And the Argonauts, no sooner had the radiant morning star risen into the sky, announcing the soon coming of morning, set out upon the journey, not noticing in the pre-dawn twilight that neither Heracles nor Polyphemus was among them. The heroes were grieved, seeing, when morning came, that two of the most glorious comrades were not among them. Bowing his head, Jason sat in grief. He seemed not to hear the lamentations of his companions, seemed not to notice the absence of Heracles and Polyphemus. The faithful friend of Heracles, Telamon, approached Jason and, overwhelming him with reproaches, said, "You alone sit so calmly. You may now rejoice. Heracles is not among us, and there is no one to overshadow your glory now. No, I will not go with you if you do not return and seek Heracles and Polyphemus." Telamon flung himself upon the steersman Tiphys and wished to force him to turn the Argo back. In vain the Boreads tried to calm him. Angry Telamon would listen to no one. He blamed all that they had intentionally left Heracles and Polyphemus in Mysia. Suddenly from the waves of the sea appeared the head of the prophetic sea god Colchis, covered with seaweed. He seized the Argo by the keel with his hand, stopped it, and said, "By the will of the great thunderer Zeus, Heracles and Polyphemus remained in Mysia. Heracles must return to Greece, and in the service of Eurystheus, accomplish 12 great labors. To Polyphemus it is allotted to found in the land of the Chalybes the glorious city of Ceos. The heroes remained in Mysia, because they seek the fair Hylas carried off by the nymphs." Having said this, Colchis again plunged into the sea and vanished from the eyes of the Argonauts. The heroes were calmed. Telamon was reconciled with Jason. The heroes sat at the oars, and swiftly the Argo raced over the sea, driven by the united strokes of the mighty rowers. The Argonauts in Bithynia. On the following day in the morning, the Argonauts put in to the shore of Bithynia. They were not received there so hospitably as in Cyzicus. In Bithynia, upon the shore of the sea, lived the Bebryces. Over them ruled King Amycus. He prided himself upon his gigantic strength and the fame of an invincible fist-fighter. All strangers the cruel king forced to fight with him, and without mercy killed them with a mighty blow of the fist. With mockery, Amycus met the Argonauts. He called the great heroes vagabonds and challenged the strongest of them to battle if only one of them dared to measure his strength with him. The heroes grew angry. From their midst stepped the young son of Zeus and Leda, Polydeuces. Calmly he accepted the challenge of the king of the Bebryces. Like the dread Typhon, Amycus stood in his black cloak and with a vast club upon his shoulders before Polydeuces. With a gloomy glance he measured Polydeuces, and the latter stood before Amycus, shining like a star with his beauty. The fighters prepared for the fight. Amycus threw the boxing thongs upon the ground. Without choosing, Polydeuces raised the nearest thongs and bound his hand. The fight began. Like an enraged bull, the king of the Bebryces flung himself upon Polydeuces. Skillfully Polydeuces repelled his blows, not yielding a step under the onset of Amycus. For a moment the fight was interrupted so that the fighters might recover their breath. Now again they fight, and blows fall one after another. Amycus swung and was already about to deal Polydeuces a terrible blow upon the head, but the young hero ducked and dealt Amycus such a blow upon the ear that he shattered his skull bone. In the convulsions of death, Amycus fell to the earth. With loud cries, the Argonauts greeted the victor Polydeuces. When the Bebryces saw that their king was killed, they attacked Polydeuces. The first two Polydeuces himself overthrew to the earth with blows of the fist. The Argonauts seized their weapons and flung themselves into battle with the Bebryces. Like a whirlwind, the heavy axe of Ancaeus whistled in the ranks of the Bebryces. One after another, Castor strikes them with his flashing sword. Like lions, the heroes fight. The Bebryces turn to flight. Long the heroes pursued them. With rich booty they returned to the shore of the sea. All night the victors feasted upon the shore, and loudly the victory song of Orpheus sounded. To the sounds of his golden cithara he praised the young victor over the king of the Bebryces, Amycus, the fair Polydeuces, the son of Zeus the Thunderer. The Argonauts with Phineus. In the morning of the following day, the Argonauts set out upon the further journey. Soon they arrived at the shores of Thrace. The heroes went ashore to replenish their stores. Upon the seashore they saw a house and went to it. Toward the Argonauts from the house came a blind elder. He scarcely held himself upon his feet and trembled with his whole body from weakness. Reaching the threshold of his house, the elder sank to the earth in exhaustion. The Argonauts raised him, and a feeling of pity took possession of them. From the words of the elder they learned that this was Phineus, the son of Agenor, who had formerly been king of Thrace. Apollo had not punished Phineus for having abused the gift of prophecy received from Apollo and revealed to men the secrets of Zeus. Apollo struck Phineus with blindness, and the gods sent upon Phineus the Harpies, half maidens, half birds, who flying into his house devoured all the food and spread throughout the house a terrible stench. The gods revealed to Phineus that he would be delivered from this punishment of the gods only when the Argonauts arrived to him, among whom would be 2 winged sons of Boreas, Zetes, and Calais. Phineus began to beg the heroes to free him from the disaster. He begged the Boreads to drive out the Harpies, for he was not a stranger to the Boreads. He was married to their sister Cleopatra. The heroes agreed to help Phineus. They prepared a rich meal, but no sooner had Phineus reclined at the table to satisfy his hunger than the Harpies flew up and, paying no attention to the cries of the Argonauts, devoured all the dishes, spreading throughout the whole house a terrible stench. Then the Harpies rose and raced from the house of Phineus. Upon their mighty wings the Boreads pursued them. Long they pursued the Harpies, and at last overtook them at the Plocian Islands. The Boreads drew their swords, and were already about to strike the Harpies, when suddenly upon her rainbow wings from high Olympus the messenger of the gods Iris raced. She stopped the Boreads and said that the gods commanded the Harpies not to return any more to Phineus. The Boreads flew back to Thrace. From that time the Plocian rocks began to be called the Strophades, that is, the Islands of Return. No sooner had the Harpies, pursued by the Boreads, flown away than the Argonauts prepared a new meal for Phineus, and the elder could at last satisfy his terrible hunger. During the meal, Phineus revealed to the Argonauts what further dangers awaited them upon the path to Colchis, and gave them counsel how to overcome them. Phineus also advised the heroes upon arrival in Colchis to invoke to their aid golden Aphrodite, for only she can help Jason obtain the golden fleece. With attention the Argonauts listened to the prophetic elder, trying to remember all that he said to them. Soon the Boreads also returned, and told how they had pursued the Harpies. The aged Phineus rejoiced learning that forever he was delivered from the appearance of the Harpies. The Symplegades. Not long did the Argonauts remain with Phineus. They hastened farther. Swiftly the Argo raced over the waves of the sea. Suddenly in front a distant noise was heard. Ever clearer and louder this noise. It resembles the roar of an approaching storm, at times drowned by what seemed the rolls of thunder. Now the Symplegades rocks appeared. The heroes saw how the rocks part, and again with a terrible crash strike one against the other. The sea around them boiled, spray flew high at each collision of the rocks. When the rocks again parted, the waves between them raced and whirled in a furious whirlpool. The heroes remembered the counsel of Phineus to send a dove forward between the rocks. If the dove flies through, then the Argo also will sail unharmed past the Symplegades. The Argonauts leaned upon the oars. Now they are already at the very rocks. With a thunder the rocks collided and again part. Then the hero Euphemus released a dove. Like an arrow the dove flies between the rocks. Now again the rocks closed with such a thunder that it seemed the sky shuddered. Salt spray drenched the Argonauts, and the Argo whirled amid the waves as if caught by a whirlwind. Unharmed, the dove flew between the rocks. Only the tip of the tail, the colliding rocks, tore from it. Joyfully, the Argonauts cried out and united leaned upon the oars. The rocks parted. A vast wave with a foaming crest caught the Argo and threw it into the strait. Toward it races another wave. It threw the Argo back. The waves boil and seethe around. The oars bend. The Argo creaks as if it groans from the pressure of the waves. Now still another wave rose, high like a mountain. It crashed upon the Argo, and it whirled like a frail boat. Already the rocks approach. Now they will collide. Destruction is inevitable. Then the beloved daughter of Zeus herself, Athena Pallas, came to the aid of the Argonauts. With a mighty hand she held one of the rocks, and with the other with such force she pushed the Argo that like an arrow it raced out of the strait. Only the end of the rudder the closed rocks shattered. Again the rocks parted and stopped, forever motionless, upon the sides of the strait. The decree of fate was fulfilled, that only then would the Symplegades be motionless when a ship sailed between them. The Argonauts rejoiced. They had escaped the most terrible danger. Now they could be sure that they would happily end their expedition. The island of Ares and the arrival in Colchis. Long the Argonauts sailed along the shores of the Euxine Pontus. Many countries they passed, many peoples they saw. At last, in the distance, an island appeared. The Argo swiftly approached the island. The shore was not far. Suddenly from the island rose, glittering in the rays of the sun with its wings, a large bird. It flew over the Argo and dropped its feather upon one of the heroes, Olympus. Like an arrow the feather sank into the shoulder of Olympus. Blood poured from the wound, and the oar fell from the hands of the wounded hero. The comrades of Olympus drew the feather from his wound. With wonder the Argonauts look upon the feather and see that it is bronze and sharp as an arrow. Now over the island another bird rose and flew toward the Argo, but the hero Clytius already awaited it with a bow in his hands. No sooner had the bird flown up to the Argo than Clytius sent an arrow at it, and the killed bird fell into the sea. Seeing this bird covered with bronze feathers, the Argonauts understood that these were the Stymphalian birds, and the island where they live is Ares Island. Amphidamas advised the heroes to put on armor and cover themselves with shields. Before putting in to the shore, the Argonauts began to cry out, "Strike the shields with spears and swords." In a vast flock, the birds rose over the island. They flew high over the Argo, and a whole rain of feather arrows poured upon the heroes. From these arrows, the heroes covered themselves with shields. The birds, having described a circle over the Argo, soon vanished far beyond the horizon. The Argonauts went ashore upon Ares Island and were already about to settle for rest when toward them came 4 youths. The youths were terribly emaciated. Clothing hung in rags upon them, scarcely covering their bodies. These were the sons of Phrixus. They had left Colchis to return to Orchomenus, but on the way they suffered shipwreck in a stormy night, and only thanks to a happy chance the waves threw them upon Ares Island, where the Argonauts found them. The heroes rejoiced at this meeting. Especially glad was Jason, for the youths were kin to him. The Argonauts fed the youths, gave them new clothing, and told that they were going to the kingdom of Aeetes for the golden fleece. The eldest of the youths, Argus, promised to help the Argonauts, but warned them that King Aeetes, the son of Helios, is mighty and cruel and gives no one quarter. But nothing could hold the Argonauts from the fulfillment of the decision once taken to obtain the golden fleece. On the following morning, the Argonauts set out upon the further journey. Long they sailed. At last in the distance, like clouds gathered upon the horizon, the summits of the Caucasus grew blue. Now Colchis was not far. Swiftly the Argo, driven by the even strokes of the oars, races. Already the sun hides, descending into the sea. Evening shadows ran over the waves. High over the Argo, the beating of wings was heard. This was a vast eagle flying to that rock to which the Titan Prometheus was chained. A wind rose upon the sea from the beating of the huge wings of the eagle. It vanished in the distance, and sorrowfully the heavy groans of Prometheus reached the Argonauts. From afar they came, at times drowned by the strokes of the oars. The shore is not far. Now is the mouth of the Phasis. The Argonauts upon the oars ascended the current and anchored in a gulf of the river overgrown with dense reeds. Jason offered a thanksgiving libation to the gods and invoked the gods of Colchis and the souls of the dead heroes to help him in his dangerous deed. Calmly the heroes slept upon the Argo. Their goal was attained. They were in Colchis by the capital of King Aeetes, but many dangers still lay ahead. Hera and Athena with Aphrodite. When the Argonauts arrived in Colchis, the great goddess Hera and the goddess Athena counseled upon high Olympus how to help Jason obtain the golden fleece. At last, the goddesses resolved to go to the goddess of love, Aphrodite, and beg her to command her son Eros to pierce with a golden arrow the heart of Medea, the daughter of Aeetes, and inspire in her love for Jason. The goddesses knew that only the sorceress Medea alone can help Jason in his dangerous deed. When both goddesses came to Aphrodite, she was alone at home. Aphrodite sat upon a rich golden throne and with a golden comb combed her luxuriant curls. Seeing the entering goddesses, Aphrodite rose to meet them and graciously greeted them. Seating the goddesses upon golden benches forged by Hephaestus himself, the goddess of love asked them the reason for their coming. The goddesses told her how they wished to help the hero Jason and begged Aphrodite to command Eros to pierce the heart of Medea. Aphrodite agreed. The goddesses parted from Aphrodite, and she went to seek her playful son. Eros at that time was playing with Ganymede at dice. Crafty Eros had beaten simple-hearted Ganymede and loudly laughed at him. At that time, Aphrodite approached them. She embraced her son and said to him, "Listen, rogue, I wish to charge you with one matter. Take more quickly your bow and arrows and fly to the earth. There in Colchis pierce with an arrow the heart of the daughter of King Aeetes, Medea. Let her love the hero Jason. If you fulfill this, I will give you that toy which once Adrastea made for little Zeus. Only fly at once. This must be done more quickly." Eros begged his mother to give him the toy at once, but the mother, knowing the crafty boy, did not agree to give him the toy before he fulfilled her charge. Convinced that he would receive nothing from his mother before he performed the charge, Eros seized his bow and arrows and swiftly raced from high Olympus to the earth to Colchis, glittering in the rays of the sun with his golden wings. Jason with Aeetes. Early in the morning, the Argonauts awoke. In council, they decided that Jason must go with the sons of Phrixus to King Aeetes and beg him to give the fleece to the Argonauts. Only if the proud king refused, then to resort to force. With a staff of peace, Jason set out to the palace of Aeetes. With a dense cloud, the goddess Hera covered Jason and his companions so that the inhabitants of Colchis might not insult the heroes. When the heroes approached the palace of Aeetes, the cloud parted, and they saw the palace of Aeetes. Majestic was this palace. High were its walls, with a multitude of towers rising into the sky. Wide gates adorned with marble led into the palace. Rows of white columns glittered in the sun, forming a portico. All that was in the palace of Aeetes, all the rich adornment, Hephaestus had made for him in gratitude for the fact that the father of Aeetes, the god of the sun Helios, had carried the exhausted in battle with the giants Hephaestus from the Phlegrean fields in his golden chariot. Many halls surrounded the court. In the most luxurious lived King Aeetes with his wife, in another his son Absyrtus. For beauty the Colchians called Absyrtus Phaethon, the Shining One. In the remaining halls lived the daughter of Aeetes Chalciope, the wife of the dead Phrixus, and the younger daughter of Aeetes Medea, the great sorceress. the servant of the goddess Hecate. When Jason, with his companions, entered the court of the palace of Aeetes, from her halls Medea came out. She was going to visit Chalciope. Medea cried out in amazement, seeing the strangers. At her cry, Chalciope came out and saw her sons. Rejoicing at their return, Chalciope ran to them. She embraces, kisses her sons, with whom she had not thought to see again. At the noise, Aeetes also came out. He calls the strangers to himself into the palace and commands his servants to prepare a luxurious feast. At the time when Jason exchanged greetings with Oedipus, from high Olympus upon his golden wings Eros descended. Hidden behind a column, he drew the string of his bow and took out a golden arrow. Then, invisible to all, Eros stood behind the back of Jason and sent his arrow straight into the heart of Medea. The arrow pierced her heart, and at once she felt love for Jason. Jason went with his companions into the palace of Aeetes. There, the king of Colchis invited them to recline at the banquet table. During the feast, Argus told Aeetes how he with his brothers had suffered shipwreck, how the stormy waves had thrown them upon the island of Ares, and how the Argonauts had found them there dying of hunger. Argus also said why Jason with the heroes had come to Colchis. No sooner did Aeetes hear that Jason wished to obtain the golden fleece than with anger his eyes flashed, and sternly he knitted his brows. Aeetes does not believe that the heroes have sailed for the golden fleece. He thinks, have not the sons of Phrixus resolved to take possession of power over all Colchis, and for that purpose brought with them Greek heroes? Aeetes overwhelms Jason with reproaches. He wishes to drive him from the palace and threatens him with execution. Angry speeches were already ready to fly from the lips of Telamon in answer to the threats of the king, but Jason stopped him. He tries to calm Aeetes, assures him that only for the fleece have they sailed to Colchis, and promises the king to perform any service, fulfill any charge, if as a reward the king gives him the golden fleece. Aeetes pondered. At last, resolving to destroy Jason, he said to him, "Very well, you will receive the fleece, but first fulfill the following charge of mine. Plow the field dedicated to Ares with my iron plow, and to the plow yoke the bronze-footed fire-breathing bulls. Sow this field with the teeth of a dragon, and when from the teeth of the dragon warriors locked in armor grow, fight with them and slay them. If you fulfill this, you will receive the fleece." Jason did not at once answer Aeetes. At last he said, "I agree, Aeetes, but you also fulfill the given promise, for you know that I cannot refuse the fulfillment of my charge, once by the will of the fates I have arrived here in Colchis." Having said this, Jason left with his companions. The Argonauts turned to Medea for help. When Jason returned to the Argo, he told his comrades what had happened in the palace of Aeetes and what charge the king had given him. The Argonauts pondered. How were they to act? How to fulfill the charge of Aeetes? At last Argus said, "Friends, in the palace of Aeetes lives his daughter Medea. She is a great sorceress and alone can help us. I will go to beg my mother to persuade Medea to render us help. If Medea helps, then no dangers will be terrible to us." No sooner had Argus said this, than over the Argo a white dove flew, pursued by a hawk. The dove flew up to Jason and hid in the folds of his cloak, and the hawk fell upon the Argo. "This is a happy omen of the gods," cried the seer Mopsus. "The gods themselves command us to ask help of Medea. Look, the bird dedicated to Aphrodite has saved itself upon the breast of Jason. Remember what Phineus said. Did he not advise us to entreat the help of Aphrodite? Entreat then the goddess, she will help us. Let Argus go more quickly to his mother. She will persuade Medea to render us help." The Argonauts heeded the prophetic Mopsus. They offered sacrifice to Aphrodite, and Argus swiftly directed himself to the palace of Aeetes to his mother. Meanwhile Aeetes gathered upon the square all the Colchians. He told the people of the arrival of the strangers and commanded to guard the Argo so that none of the Argonauts could escape by flight. Aeetes resolved to burn the Argo with all the heroes after Jason perished upon the field dedicated to Ares. The sons of Phrixus he resolved to subject to a tormenting execution. Night came. The capital of Aeetes was plunged in sleep. Peace reigned everywhere, only there is none in the halls of Medea. Over her head in a line dreams fly, one more anxious than another. Now it seems to Medea that Jason struggles with the bulls, and the reward for victory is to be the hero Medea herself. Now it seems to her that she herself enters into struggle with the fire-breathing bulls and easily conquers them. Now she sees how the parents refuse to give her as wife to Jason, for he did not conquer the bulls. A dispute flares between Jason and Aeetes. Medea herself must decide this dispute. When she decided the dispute in favor of Jason, she angered her father, and sternly he cried at her. Medea awoke all in tears. She wishes to run to Chalciope, but is ashamed to go to her. 3 times already she has taken hold of the handle of the door, but each time returned back. Medea fell upon the couch and began to weep. One of the slave women of Medea heard her weeping and told this to Chalciope. Chalciope hastens to her sister and sees how Medea lies, weeping upon her couch. "Oh, my sister," says Chalciope, "of what do you weep? Is it not of the fate of my sons that you shed tears? Have you not learned that our father wishes to destroy them?" Not a word did Medea utter in answer to Chalciope, for not of her sons did she weep, but at last she said, "Ill-omened dreams came to me, sister. Destruction threatens your sons, and the stranger with whom they returned. Oh, if the gods gave me strength to help them." Chalciope shuddered with horror, hearing the words of Medea. Embracing her, she begs for help. Chalciope knows that Medea can help Jason with her charms. And Medea said to Chalciope, "Listen, sister, I will help the stranger. Let him come in the morning to the temple of Hecate. I will give him a talisman that will help him accomplish the deed. Only promise me to keep all in secret, otherwise our father will destroy us all." Chalciope left. Medea remained alone. Opposite feelings struggled in her breast. Now she feared to go against the will of her father. Now again she resolved to help Jason, whom she so loved. She even wished to end her life by taking poison. Medea had already taken the casket with poison, opened it, but the goddess Hera inspired in her an irresistible thirst for life. Medea thrust away the casket with poison, forgot all her doubts. Only of Jason she thought and resolved to help him. No sooner had dawn broken, and with rose light, the distant snowy summits of the Caucasus began to be colored, than Argus came to the Argonauts and announced to them that Medea had agreed to help Jason, and begs Jason to come to the temple of Hecate. When the sun rose, Jason set out with Argus and the seer Mopsus to the temple of Hecate. The goddess Hera made Jason so fair that even the Argonauts admired looking upon him. Medea, meanwhile, rising early in the morning, took the casket with magic ointments and drew from it an ointment which was called the oil of Prometheus. It was prepared from the juice of the roots of a plant that had grown from the blood of Prometheus. Anyone who rubbed himself with this ointment became invulnerable neither to iron nor to bronze nor to fire. Invincible strength he acquired, and for a day became unconquerable. This ointment Medea resolved to give to Jason. Medea called the slave women and went to the temple of Hecate. Joyfully was it in the heart of Medea. She forgot all her anxieties and thought only of the meeting with Jason. Now is the temple of Hecate. Medea entered it. Jason was not yet there. Soon Jason also came. Medea looked upon him, and strongly the heart beat in her breast. Medea cannot utter a word. Long Jason and Medea stood silent. At last the hero broke the silence. He took Medea by the hand and said, "Fair maiden, why have you lowered your eyes to the earth? Why do you fear me? Do you think that I hide an evil design? No, not with evil intentions have I come hither. I have come to entreat you for protection. Only I entreat you, tell me the truth. Remember that Hecate will not endure falsehood in her sanctuary. Zeus, the protector of all who entreat help, will not endure it either. Tell, will you help me? If you help, then throughout all Greece the great heroes who have come with me hither to Colchis will glorify your name. Remember how great is the fame of the daughter of Minos, Ariadne, who helped the great Theseus." Medea was silent and only looked upon Jason with eyes full of love. Fair was she in her confusion. With a trembling hand, she took the prepared magic ointment from behind her girdle and gave it to Jason. In a scarcely audible voice, Medea said to him, "Listen, Jason, in this will my help consist. At night, wash yourself in the river, putting on black garments, dig a deep pit upon the bank, and over it offer to Hecate and sacrifice a black ewe, pouring honey over it. Then go to your ship, but look, do not turn around. You will hear voices and the furious barking of dogs, but go straight and do not fear. When morning comes, rub your body, spear, shield, and sword with this ointment. Invincible strength the ointment will give you, and you will fulfill the charge of Aeetes. Only remember, when the warriors grow from the earth, throw a stone among them, and they will begin to fight with one another, then attack them. Take then the ointment. With its help you will obtain the fleece. Carry the fleece then where you will." Medea fell silent. Sorrowfully, her eyes clouded at the mere thought of separation from Jason. Bowing her head, Medea stood, full of sadness, and at last said, "You will go, Jason, to your homeland, but do not forget me, at least rarely remember Medea, for I have saved you." Medea asked whence Jason was by birth. Jason told her of Iolcus, of the flowering valley where it stands. He called Medea to go with him to Greece. He promised her great honor. He promised that they would honor her as a goddess in Iolcus. "Oh, if Aeetes agreed to conclude with me a bond of friendship," cried Jason. "Oh, if he released you with me to my homeland." "No, this is not to be." With a sigh full of sorrow, Medea said, "Harsh and inexorable is my father. Return alone to the homeland, only do not forget me. Oh, how glad I would be if a stormy wind bore me upon its wings to Iolcus, that I might remind you of myself when you forget me, when you forget that I saved you." Tears came to the eyes of Medea. Jason looks upon her, and love for Medea takes possession of him. He begs her secretly to leave the house of her father and flee with him to Iolcus. Medea is ready to leave Colchis. Separation from Jason frightens her. She fears that she will not bear this separation. Medea weeps at the mere thought of separation from Jason. Hera inspired in her the desire to follow Jason everywhere. The goddess wishes that Medea go to Iolcus. There, with her help, Hera resolved to destroy the hated Pelias. Medea parted from Jason. He promised her to come again to the temple of Hecate to meet her once more and decide what they should do. Merrily Medea rode home upon her chariot. She knew that Jason loved her. Jason fulfills the charge of Hades. Night came. Clothed in black garments, Jason went to the bank of the Phasis, and there in the dead of night washed himself in its swift waves. Then he dug a deep pit, and over it, as Medea had commanded him, offered sacrifice to Hecate. No sooner was the sacrifice offered than the earth shuddered, and the great Hecate appeared with smoking torches in her hands. Terrible monsters and fire-breathing dragons surrounded Hecate. Around her barked and howled the terrible hellish dogs. The surrounding nymphs, with a loud cry, fled, seeing Hecate. Horror seized Jason, but, remembering the words of Medea, without turning he went to the Argo, where his friends awaited him. No sooner did morning come than the Argonauts sent Telamon and Meleager for the teeth of the dragon to Aeetes. Aeetes gave them the teeth of the dragon killed by Cadmus, and began to prepare to go to the field of Ares, to look how Jason would fulfill his charge. Aeetes put on his armor, covered his head with a helmet that shone like the sun, took in his hands a spear and shield which for their weight were fit only for Heracles, and mounted the chariot. It was driven by his son Absyrtus. The Argonauts also gathered to set out for the field of Ares. Jason rubbed the spear, sword, and shield with the magic ointment, and then rubbed himself with it also. Terrible strength he felt then in his whole body. As if of steel his muscles became, his body became such as if it were forged of iron. When the Argonauts upon their swift Argo sailed to the field of Ares, Aeetes already awaited them, and around the field upon the slopes of the mountains, the Colchians thronged. Jason went ashore, glittering like a radiant star with his armor. Jason went over the field, found upon the field an iron plow and a bronze yoke, and, covered by the shield, went to seek the fire-breathing bulls. Suddenly both bulls leapt from a cave, and with a furious roar flung themselves upon the hero. Clouds of fire flew from their mouths. Covered by the shield, the hero awaits them. Now the bulls rushed upon him and with terrible force struck with their horns against the shield of the hero. Not a man would have withstood this blow, but unshakable like a rock Jason stood. Again and again with a roar the bulls rush upon him, raising clouds of dust. One after another Jason seized with his mighty arms the bulls by the horns and drew them to the plow. The bulls strain. They scorch Jason with fire, but he is unharmed, and the furious bulls cannot tear themselves from his arms. Jason yoked them to the plow with the help of Castor and Polydeuces. Driving the bulls with the spear, Jason plowed the whole field of Ares, sowed it with the teeth of the dragon. Having finished the sowing, Jason unyoked the bulls, sternly cried, and struck them with his spear. Like mad, the bulls raced and hid in a deep cave. The first half of the work was finished. Now it is necessary to wait until the warriors grow upon the field. Jason went to the bank of the Phasis, scooped water with his helmet, and quenched his thirst. But short was the rest of Jason. Now upon the field from the earth the point of a spear appeared, after it another, still more, and the whole field was covered as with bronze bristles. Now as if the earth stirred, and from it the helmets and heads of warriors appeared. Now the whole field was covered with warriors in shining armor. Remembering the words of Medea, Jason seized a vast stone. 4 of the strongest heroes would not have been able to move it, but Jason raised it with one hand and far threw it into the throng of the warriors, born from the teeth of the dragon. The warriors seized their weapons, and a bloody battle began among them. With a sword, Jason flung himself upon the warriors. One after another he struck them, and soon the whole field was covered with the slain warriors. Not one of them remained alive. All fell by the mighty hand of Jason. The whole field they covered like ears of corn cut by a sharp sickle covering the fertile earth. The deed was finished. In amazement, Aeetes looked upon Jason, marveling at his superhuman strength. Sternly the king knitted his brows. Anger flashed in his eyes. Without uttering a word, he raced upon his chariot into the city, thinking only of one thing, how to destroy the wondrous stranger. Jason, returning to the Argo, rested in the circle of his friends who praised his great deed. Medea helps Jason to carry off the golden fleece. Returning to the palace, Aeetes summoned to council the noblest inhabitants of Colchis. Far past midnight, the king counseled with them how to destroy the Argonauts. Aeetes guessed that only with the help of Medea could Jason have accomplished the deed. Medea felt that great danger threatened both her and Jason. She could not find rest in her luxurious halls. Sleep fled from her eyes. She rose at night from her couch and quietly left the palace of Aeetes. By paths known only to her, she goes to the bank of the Phasis, there where a bright fire burned, kindled by the Argonauts. Approaching the fire, she called Jason and the younger son of Phrixus, Phrontis. Medea told Jason what evil presentiments troubled her and persuaded him immediately to go with her for the fleece. Jason put on his armor and went into the sacred grove of Ares. All around was wrapped in darkness. Only in the grove the fleece hanging upon the sacred tree glittered with golden brilliance. When Medea with Jason entered the grove, the terrible dragon rose, breathing forth flame. Medea invoked the mighty god of sleep Hypnos. Terrible incantations she whispers and pours upon the earth magic potions. The dragon fell to the earth. Still it raises its weakened head, but Medea sprinkled it with a soporific potion, its mouth closed, the eyes flashing with fire closed, and seized by sleep, it stretched out by the tree upon which the golden fleece hung. Jason took the fleece. He hastened more quickly to return to the Argo. In wonder, the heroes thronged around Jason and Medea, examining the golden fleece. But there was no time to delay. It was necessary to leave Colchis before Aeetes learned of the carrying off of the fleece. Jason cut the cables with which the Argo was tied to the shore. The heroes seized the oars, and like an arrow the Argo raced down the current of the Phasis to the sea. Now is the sea. The heroes lean upon the oars. Like a bird the Argo races over the waves, ever farther and farther Colchis. Early in the morning Aeetes learned of the carrying off of the golden fleece, and that Medea had fled together with the Argonauts. Into a furious rage Aeetes fell. He summoned the Colchians to the shore of the sea. But far already is the Argo. It is not to be seen among the waves of the sea. Aeetes commanded the Colchians to gather in pursuit. He threatens them with death if they do not overtake the Argonauts. The Colchians launched ships, and, headed by the son of Aeetes Absyrtus, set out in pursuit of the Argonauts. The return of the Argonauts. When the Argo went out into the open sea, a favorable wind blew. The heroes spread the sails, and the Argo swiftly raced over the waves of the Euxine Pontus. For 3 days the heroes sailed. At last, in the distance, the shores of Scythia appeared. The Argonauts resolved to sail up the current of the Ister, so that afterwards they might descend by one of its arms into the Adriatic Sea. When the Argonauts sailed to the mouth of the Ister, they saw that the whole mouth of it and all the islands were occupied by the army of the Colchians, who had sailed thither by the shortest path. Seeing the numerous army of the Colchians, the heroes were convinced that they could not conquer it. They were too few to resolve upon a battle with thousands of excellently armed warlike Colchians. The Argonauts resolved to resort to craft. They entered into negotiations with the leader of the enemy army Absyrtus, and promised him to shut Medea in a temple and surrender her if the king of the neighboring city decided that Medea must return to Colchis. The golden fleece was to remain with the Argonauts, for Jason had exactly fulfilled the deed for which Aeetes had promised to give him the fleece. But all these negotiations were conducted only to gain time. Medea promised Jason to lure Absyrtus to one of the islands into a temple. Jason sent to Absyrtus, as if from Medea, rich gifts, and commanded to beg him to come to a solitary temple to meet there with Medea. Absyrtus came to the temple, but no sooner did he appear in the doors of the temple than with drawn sword Jason flung himself upon him, and Absyrtus fell to the earth, struck to death. A terrible crime Jason and Medea committed. They killed the unarmed Absyrtus in a temple. Having cut the body of Absyrtus into pieces, Jason threw it into the waves of the Ister. Horror seized the Colchians. They flung themselves to gather the parts of the body of their leader. The Argonauts swiftly sailed up the Ister. Long the Argonauts sailed. At last, by an arm of the Ister, they descended into the Adriatic Sea to the shores of Illyria. There a terrible storm rose. Like mountains, foam-covered rollers rise. The winds, as if broken from chains, race over the sea and tear the sail from the Argo. The Argo groans under the pressure of the waves. Its sides bend. The oars break in the hands of the mighty rowers. Like a chip, the waves carry the Argo. Destruction threatens the Argonauts. Then a voice rang out from the stern. It came from the piece of the sacred oak that grew in Dodona, set into the stern of the Argo. The voice commanded the Argonauts to go to the sorceress Circe that she might purify Jason and Medea from the stain of the killing of Absyrtus. No sooner did the Argonauts turn the Argo to the north than the storm quieted, and all understood that this was the will of the gods. Through the Eridanus and then by the Rhodanus, the Argonauts descended into the Tyrrhenian Sea and long sailed over it until at last they sailed to the magic island of Circe, the sister of Aeetes. Circe purified Medea and Jason from the stain of the killing. She offered sacrifice to Zeus, who purifies from the stain of killing, poured sacrificial blood over the hands of Jason, and adjured at the altar the Erinyes not to pursue with their anger the killers. Circe did not refuse Medea purification from the terrible crime, for by the brilliance of her eyes the sorceress recognized that Medea, like herself, comes from the race of the god of the sun Helios. The Argonauts set out upon the further journey. Many dangers still they had to overcome. They sailed between Scylla and Charybdis, where certain destruction would have awaited them if the great wife of Zeus, Hera, had not helped them. They sailed also past the island of the Sirens and heard their alluring singing, which with invincible force drew them to the Sirens. But the singer Orpheus struck the strings of the golden cithara, and his song conquered the charms of the songs of the Sirens. At last the Argonauts sailed to the Planctae, a narrow strait over which, like a vault, vast rocks rose. The sea beat between the rocks. The waves whirled under the vault in a terrible whirlpool, at times rising to the very top of the vault. Even the doves that brought ambrosia to Zeus did not fly unharmed under this vault, and every day one of them perished. But here Hera helped the Argonauts. She begged Amphitrite to calm the waves at the Planctae, and the Argonauts unharmed passed them. After a long journey, the Argonauts arrived at the island of the Phaeacians. There King Alcinous hospitably received them. The Argonauts could rest from the dangers of the path, but they had not remained a day with the Phaeacians when the fleet of the Colchians appeared by the island, and they demanded that Medea be surrendered to them. A bloody battle would have begun if Alcinous had not separated the enemies. Alcinous decided that Medea must be surrendered to the Colchians if she is not the wife of Jason. At night the wife of Alcinous, Arete, sent a messenger to Jason so that the messenger might announce to him the decision of Alcinous. That same night, the wedding rites of Jason and Medea were performed, and on the following day Jason gave before the gathered Phaeacians and Colchians a solemn oath that Medea is his wife. Then Alcinous decided that Medea must remain with her husband, and the Colchians had to return to Aeetes without having taken possession of Medea. Having rested with the hospitable Phaeacians, the Argonauts set out farther. Long they sailed prosperously. Now already in the blue distance of the sea the shores of the Peloponnese appeared. Suddenly a terrible whirlwind rose and drove the Argo into the sea. Long the whirlwind carried the Argo over the boundless sea, and at last threw the Argo upon a deserted shore. Deep the Argo stuck in the slime of a gulf entirely covered with seaweed. Despair seized the Argonauts. The steersman Lynceus, bowing his head, sat upon the stern, having lost hope of return to Greece. The Argonauts, sorrowful, wandered over the shore as if having lost all strength, all courage. All saw before their face destruction. To the aid of Jason the nymphs came. They revealed to Jason that the whirlwind had carried the Argo to Libya, and that the Argonauts must upon their shoulders carry the Argo across the Libyan desert, raising it from the slime when Amphitrite unyokes the horses from her chariot. But when does Amphitrite unyoke the horses from her chariot? This the Argonauts did not know. Suddenly they saw how from the sea a snow-white horse ran out and swiftly raced across the desert. The Argonauts understood that this is the horse of Amphitrite. The Argonauts raised the Argo upon their shoulders and for 12 days carried it across the desert, exhausted by heat and thirst. At last they reached the land of the Hesperides. There the Hesperides showed them a spring struck from a rock by Heracles. The heroes quenched their thirst, stored water, and set out upon the journey to the homeland. But the Argonauts could in no way find the exit into the sea. They were not in the sea, but in the lake of Triton. By the counsel of Orpheus they dedicated a tripod to the god of the lake. Before the Argonauts a fair youth appeared. He gave the hero Euphemus a clod of earth as a sign of hospitality and showed the Argonauts the exit into the sea. The Argonauts offered a ram in sacrifice. Before the Argo, the god Triton himself appeared and led the Argo past the white rocks, through the whirlpool into the open sea. From the lake of Triton, the Argonauts sailed to the island of Crete and wished to store water there for the further voyage. But the bronze giant Talos, given to Minos by Zeus the Thunderer himself, would not admit them to the shore of Crete. Talos guarded the domains of Minos, running around the whole island. But Medea, with her charms, put Talos to sleep. Talos fell to the earth, and from him fell out the bronze nail that closed the only vein through which the blood of Talos flowed. Upon the earth, the blood of Talos poured like molten lead, and the giant died. The Argonauts could now, without hindrance, put in to the shore and store water. On the way from Crete to Greece, the hero Euphemus dropped the clod of earth given him by Triton into the sea, and from this mass an island was formed which the Argonauts named Caliste. This island afterwards the descendants of Euphemus settled, and it began to be called Thera. After this, a storm overtook the Argonauts in the sea. In a dark night the storm raged. The Argonauts feared every moment to strike upon a submerged rock or to be smashed against coastal cliffs. Suddenly, with bright light, a golden arrow flashed over the sea and illuminated all around. After it another flashed, a third. This was the god Apollo illuminating with his arrows the path for the Argonauts. They put in to the island of Anaphe and waited out the storm. At last the storm quieted, the waves of the sea calmed, and a favorable wind blew. The Argo calmly raced over the azure of the sea. No more did the Argonauts meet dangers upon their path, and soon arrived at the desired harbor of Iolcus. When the Argonauts arrived in Iolcus, they offered a rich sacrifice to the gods who had helped during the dangerous voyage. All in Iolcus rejoiced and celebrated the return of the Argonauts. All praised the great heroes and their leader Jason, who had obtained the golden fleece. Jason and Medea in Iolcus. The death of Pelias. Crafty Pelias did not keep his word. He did not restore to Jason the power of his ancestors. Jason hid the insult and resolved cruelly to avenge Pelias. And here Medea came to his aid. Soon, an occasion for vengeance also presented itself. The aged father of Jason, Aeson, learning that Medea is a great sorceress, wished that she restore youth to him. Jason himself begged Medea to make his father younger. Medea promised to fulfill this request if only Hecate helped her. When the full moon came at midnight, Medea left the house in dark garments, barefoot, with loosed hair. All around was plunged in deep sleep. Everywhere mute silence reigned. Silently Medea goes, flooded with the light of the moon. Medea stopped where three roads meet, raised her hands, and thrice loudly cried out. She sank upon her knees and began to whisper an incantation. She adjured the night, the heavenly lights, the moon, the earth, the winds, the mountains, and the rivers. She invoked the gods of the forests and of the night to appear to her. She prayed the great Hecate to hear her and help her. Hecate heard her, and before Medea, a chariot drawn by winged dragons appeared. For 9 days and 9 nights Medea gathered upon this chariot magic herbs and roots in the mountains, in the forests, upon the banks of rivers and of the sea. When she returned to the house of Aeson, she set 2 altars, one to Hecate, the other to the goddess of youth. She dug before the altars 2 pits, and over them offered in sacrifice to the gloomy goddess of darkness and of sorcery Hecate black ewes, performing for her libations of honey and milk. Medea invoked the underworld gods, Hades and Persephone, and prayed them not to take from old Aeson his life. Then she commanded that Aeson be led. With her charms she put him to sleep and laid Aeson upon magic herbs. In a bronze cauldron, Medea boiled a magic potion. The potion boiled and was covered with white foam. With a dry branch from an age-old tree, Medea stirred the potion. And the branch grew green, was covered with leaves, and green fruits appeared upon it. Everywhere where only the foam of the potion dropped, flowers and herbs grew. Seeing that the potion was ready, Medea with a sword cut the throat of old Aeson and let out his old blood. Through the wide wound she poured into the veins of Aeson the magic potion. And oh wonder! The hair of the old man, formerly white as snow, grew dark. The wrinkles and the old thinness vanished. Upon the cheeks again a flush appeared. Aeson awoke and again saw himself young, strong, and vigorous. After Medea had succeeded in restoring youth to Aeson, she resolved, having formed a crafty plan, to avenge old Pelias for the fact that he had deceived Jason and had not restored to him power over Iolcus. Medea persuaded the daughters of Pelias to restore youth to their father, and that still more strongly they might believe in her charms, she brought a ram, killed it, and threw it into a cauldron with the potion. No sooner had the killed ram plunged into the cauldron than at once a lively lamb leapt from the cauldron. The daughters of Pelias marveled at this wonder and agreed to attempt to restore youth to their father. Medea prepared a potion, but not such as she had prepared to restore youth to the father of Jason. There was no magic force in this potion. With her incantations, Medea put Pelias to sleep, led his daughters into his bedchamber, and commanded them to cut the throat of their father. But the daughters did not resolve. "Faint-hearted ones," cried Medea, "more quickly bear the sword. Let out from the veins of your father his old blood, and I will pour into him young." The daughters of Pelias do not resolve to deal the sleeping father a mortal blow. At last, turning away, one after another, the daughters began to deal their father blows with the sword. Pelias awoke, mortally wounded. He raised himself upon the couch and, stretching out his weakening arms to the daughters with a groan, cried out, "Oh, daughters, what are you doing? What has forced you to raise a hand against your father?" From horror, the arms of the daughters of Pelias sank. Pale they stand, consciousness leaves them. Medea ran to the couch of Pelias, drove her knife into his throat, cut his body into pieces, and threw them into the boiling cauldron. In the bedchamber of Pelias, a chariot drawn by winged dragons appeared, and upon it Medea vanished from the eyes of the daughters of Pelias, mad with horror. The son of Pelias, Acastus, arranged a splendid funeral for his father, and after the funeral games in honor of the perished. In them the greatest heroes of Greece took part. The judge at the games was Hermes himself. Castor, Polydeuces, and Euphemus contended in the race of chariots, Admetus and Mopsus in the fist fight, Atalanta with Pelias in wrestling. In the race, Iphiclus conquered all, but Jason did not succeed in obtaining power over Iolcus. Acastus did not allow him to remain in Iolcus. He drove him from Iolcus for the killing by his wife Medea of Pelias. Jason left the homeland and withdrew with Medea to Corinth. Jason and Medea in Corinth. The death of Jason. After the killing of Pelias, driven from Iolcus, Jason and Medea settled with King Creon in Corinth. 2 sons were born to Medea. It seemed that even in a foreign land, Jason and Medea ought to have been happy. But fate did not allot happiness, either to Jason or to Medea. Jason, captivated by the beauty of the daughter of Creon Glauce, broke the oaths given in Colchis to Medea. Still, then, when he received from her the magic ointment, he was unfaithful to her, with whose help he had accomplished the great deed. He resolved to marry Glauce, and King Creon agreed to give his daughter as wife to the famous hero. When Medea learned of the unfaithfulness of Jason, despair took possession of her. As before, Medea loved Jason. As if turned into a soulless stone, Medea sat, plunged in sorrow. She did not eat, did not drink, did not listen to words of consolation. Gradually, a furious anger took possession of Medea. The untamable spirit of Medea cannot submit. Can she, the daughter of the king of Colchis, the son of the radiant Helios, endure that her enemies triumph over her, that they mock her? No, terrible is Medea in anger. Her vengeance must be terrible in its cruelty. Oh, Medea will avenge both Jason and Glauce and her father Creon. All Medea curses in furious anger. She curses her children. She curses Jason. Medea suffers and prays the gods that with a blow of lightning they at once take life from her. What, besides vengeance, remains to her in life? Death Medea calls. This will be the end of her torments. Death will free her from grief. For what so cruelly has Jason acted with her who saved him, helped putting the dragon to sleep, to obtain the golden fleece, who for the sake of his salvation lured her brother into an ambush and killed for Jason's sake Pelias. Medea invokes Zeus and the goddess of justice Themis to be witnesses of how unjustly Jason has acted with her. Ever stronger and stronger, the resolve of Medea to avenge Jason. But now Creon comes. He announces to Medea that she must immediately leave Corinth. Creon fears Medea. He knows how terrible Medea is in anger. He knows how mighty are her charms, for she can destroy both his daughter and himself. Medea, to gain time for vengeance, pretends that she submits to Creon, that she acknowledges his right to drive her out, but begs him only for one thing, to permit her to remain still one day in Corinth. Creon agreed, not suspecting that by this he himself doomed himself to destruction, but he threatens Medea that he will deliver to execution both her and her sons if the rays of the rising sun find Medea in Corinth. Medea knows that she has nothing to fear from execution. Sooner will Creon perish. Not in vain has she sworn by the pale-faced goddess Selene and her protectress Hecate to destroy her enemies. No, not she, but they will not escape execution. Will she, the granddaughter of the god Helios, become the laughing-stock of the descendants of Sisyphus and of the bride of Jason? In vain Jason says to Medea that for her good and for the good of the children he marries Glauce, that his sons will find support in their future brothers if the gods send him children from the new marriage. Medea cannot believe the sincerity of the words of Jason. She reproaches Jason with unfaithfulness and threatens him with the anger of the gods. She will not listen to him. Now Jason is hateful to her whom once she so loved, for whom she forgot father, mother, brother, and homeland. Angry Jason leaves, and after him the mockeries and threats of Medea fly. At this time Aegeus, the king of Athens, comes to Corinth on the way from Delphi to Troezen. Friendly he greets Medea and asks her of what she is sorrowful. Medea tells of her grief and begs the king of Athens to give her, an exile, forgotten by her husband, shelter in Athens. She promises Aegeus to help with her charms. She promises that he will have a numerous offspring, will not remain childless as until now, if only he gives her shelter. Aegeus swears to give shelter to Medea. He swears by the goddess of the earth Gaia, by Helios, the grandfather of Medea, by all the gods of Olympus, not to surrender Medea to her enemies. Only one condition he sets Medea. She herself must without his help come to Athens, for Aegeus does not wish to quarrel with the king of Corinth. Having secured shelter for herself, Medea proceeds to the fulfillment of the planned vengeance. She resolves not only to destroy Creon and his daughter Glauce, but also to kill her children, the children of Jason. She sends her servant for Jason. Jason comes. Submissive Medea pretends. She makes it appear that she has been reconciled with her fate and with the decision of Jason, and begs him only for one thing, that he persuade Creon to leave her sons in Corinth. The children also come. Seeing them, Medea weeps. She embraces, kisses her sons. She loves them, but the thirst for vengeance is stronger than love for the children. But how to destroy Glauce and Creon? And so, under the pretext that she strives to incline Glauce to leave her children in the new house of Jason, Medea sends Glauce as a gift, a precious garment, and a golden crown. This gift carries with it destruction. No sooner had Glauce put on the garment and the crown sent by Medea than the poison with which they were steeped penetrated into her body. Like a bronze hoop, the crown compresses her head. The garment burns with fire her body. In terrible torments, Glauce dies. Her father hastens to her aid. He embraces the unhappy daughter, but the garment sticks also to him. He tries to tear this garment from the body, but with it he tears also pieces of his body. And Creon perished from the gift of Medea. With triumph, Medea, standing by her palace, hears of the destruction of Creon and Glauce, but their destruction has not quenched the thirst for vengeance of Medea, for she has resolved to kill her children that still more strongly she may force Jason to suffer. Now the resolve of Medea to decide upon this killing is urged also by the fact that she knows what fate threatens her sons when the kinsmen of Creon will avenge upon them the crimes of their mother. Hastily Medea went into the palace, and at once cries and groans of her sons rang out there. The native mother has killed them. Jason, when Creon and his daughter Glauce perished by the hand of his wife Medea, in fear that the kinsmen of Creon from vengeance will destroy his sons, hastens to his palace. The door into the palace is locked. Jason wishes to break it. Suddenly in the air, upon a chariot drawn by dragons sent by the god Helios, Medea appears. At her feet lie the sons killed by her. In horror, Jason. He begs Medea to leave him at least the bodies of his sons, that he himself may bury them. But even this consolation Medea does not give him, and swiftly races away upon the wondrous chariot. Joyless was all the further life of Jason. Nowhere did he find shelter for long. One day he passed through the isthmus, past the place where the ship Argo drawn up upon the shore stood, dedicated by the Argonauts to the god of the sea Poseidon. Tired Jason lay down in the shade of the Argo under its stern to rest and fell asleep. When Jason calmly slept, the stern of the Argo that had fallen into decay collapsed and buried under its fragments the sleeping Jason. The Trojan Cycle. The myths of the Trojan cycle are told according to Homer's poem The Iliad, the tragedies of Sophocles' Ajax the Scourge-bearer and Philoctetes, of Euripides' Iphigenia in Aulis, Andromache and Hecuba, the poems of Virgil the Aeneid, of Ovid the Heroines, and fragments of a number of other works. Helen, daughter of Zeus and Leda. Once the glorious hero Tyndareus was driven from his kingdom by Hippocune. After long wanderings, he found shelter with the king of Aetolia, Thestius. King Thestius loved the hero and gave him as wife his daughter Leda, fair as a goddess. When the great son of Zeus, Heracles, conquered Hippocune and killed him and all his sons, Tyndareus returned with his fair wife to Sparta and began to rule there. 4 children Leda had. Fair Helen and Polydeuces were the children of Leda and Zeus the Thunderer, while Clytemnestra and Castor were the children of Leda and Tyndareus. Fair was Helen. No mortal woman could equal her in beauty. Even the goddesses envied her. Throughout all Greece the fame of Helen rang. Knowing of her divine beauty, the great hero of Attica, Theseus, carried her off from Tyndareus, but the brothers of Helen, Polydeuces and Castor, freed their sister and restored her to her father's house. One after another suitors came to the palace of Tyndareus to seek the fair Helen in marriage. Each wished to call her, the fairest of women, his wife. Tyndareus dared not give Helen as wife to any of the heroes who came to him. He feared that the other heroes, from envy of the fortunate one, would begin a struggle with him, and a great strife would arise. At last, the crafty hero Odysseus gave Tyndareus this counsel: "Let fair-haired Helen herself decide whose wife she wishes to become. And let all the suitors give an oath that never will they raise arms against him whom Helen chooses as husband, but will with all their strength help him if he calls them to aid in time of trouble." Tyndareus heeded the counsel of Odysseus. All the suitors gave the oath, and Helen chose from among them one, and that chosen one was the fair son of Atreus, Menelaus. Menelaus married the fair Helen. After the death of Tyndareus, he became king of Sparta. Calmly he lived in the palace of Tyndareus, not suspecting how many troubles his marriage with the fair Helen would bring him. Pelias and Thetis. The famous hero Pelias was the son of wise Apacus, the son of Zeus, and of the daughter of the river god Olympus, Aegina. The brother of Pelias was the hero Telamon, the friend of the greatest of heroes, Heracles. Pelias and Telamon had to flee from their homeland, for they had killed from envy their half-brother. Pelias withdrew to rich Phthia. There the hero Euryson received him and gave him a third part of his domains, and as wife he gave him his daughter Antigone. But not long did Pelias remain in Phthia. During the Caledonian hunt, he accidentally killed Eurytion. Grieved by this misfortune, Pelias left Phthia and went to Iolcus. And in Iolcus, misfortune awaited Pelias. In Iolcus, the wife of King Acastus was captivated by him and sought to make him forget his friendship for Acastus. Pelias rejected the wife of his friend, and she, avenging him, slandered him before her husband. Acastus believed his wife and resolved to destroy Pelias. One day during a hunt upon the wooded slopes of Pelion, when Pelias, wearied by the hunt, fell asleep, Acastus hid the wondrous sword of Pelias which the gods had given him. No one could withstand Pelias when he fought with this sword. Acastus was sure that, deprived of his wondrous sword, Pelias would perish, torn by the wild centaurs. But to the aid of Pelias came the wise centaur Chiron. He helped the hero find the wondrous sword. The wild centaurs flung themselves upon Pelias, ready to tear him, but he easily repelled them with his wondrous sword. Pelias escaped inevitable destruction. Pelias also avenged the traitor Acastus. With the help of the Dioscuri, Castor, and Polydeuces, he took rich Iolcus and killed Acastus and his wife. When the Titan Prometheus revealed the great secret that from the marriage of Zeus with the goddess Thetis a son must be born who would be mightier than the father and would overthrow him from the throne, he advised the gods to give Thetis as wife to Pelias, for from this marriage a great hero would be born. So the gods resolved to act. One condition only the gods set: Pelias must conquer the goddess in single combat. When the god Hephaestus announced the will of the gods to Pelias, Pelias went to that grotto in which Thetis often rested, rising from the depths of the sea. Pelias hid in the grotto and began to wait. Now Thetis rose from the sea and entered the grotto. Pelias flung himself upon her and clasped her with his mighty arms. Thetis tried to tear herself free. She took the form of a lioness, of a serpent. She turned into water, but Pelias did not release her. Thetis was conquered. Now she must become the wife of Pelias. In the vast cave of the centaur Chiron, the gods celebrated the wedding of Pelias with Thetis. Luxurious was the wedding feast. All the gods of Olympus took part in it. Loudly the golden cithara of Apollo sounded. To its sounds the muses sang of the great glory that would be the lot of the son of Pelias and the goddess Thetis. The gods feasted. The hours and the graces led a dance to the singing of the muses and the playing of Apollo, and among them stood out by their majestic beauty the warrior goddess Athena and the young goddess Artemis, but all the goddesses the ever-young goddess Aphrodite surpassed in beauty. In the dance also took part the swift as thought messenger of the gods Hermes, and the furious god of war Ares, who had forgotten the bloody battles. Richly the gods gifted the newly wedded. To Pelias, Chiron gave his spear, the shaft of which was made of the hard as iron ash that grew upon Mount Pelion. The lord Poseidon gave him horses, and the remaining gods wondrous armor. The gods made merry. Only the goddess of strife Eris did not take part in the wedding feast. Alone she wandered about the cave of Chiron, deeply hiding in her heart the offense that she had not been invited to the feast. At last the goddess Eris devised how to avenge the gods, how to stir strife among them. She took a golden apple from the distant gardens of the Hesperides. One word only was written upon this apple: to the fairest. Quietly Eris approached the banquet table and, invisible to all, threw the golden apple upon the table. The gods saw the apple, raised it, and read the inscription upon it. But which of the goddesses is the fairest? At once a dispute arose among three goddesses: the wife of Zeus, Hera, the the warrior Athena, and the goddess of love golden Aphrodite. Each of them wished to receive this apple. None of them wished to yield it to another. The goddesses turned to the king of gods and men Zeus and demanded that he decide their dispute. Zeus refused to be the judge. He took the apple, gave it to Hermes, and commanded him to lead the goddesses to the neighborhood of Troy, to the slopes of high Ida. There, the fair son of the king of Troy Priam, Paris, was to decide to which of the goddesses the apple should belong, which of all is the fairest. Thus ended the wedding feast of Pelias with the strife of the goddesses. Many troubles this dispute of the three goddesses was to bring upon men. The judgment of Paris. Swiftly Hermes and the three goddesses raced to the slopes of Ida to Paris. Paris, the son of Priam, was at that time pasturing flocks. Before the birth of Paris, his mother Hecuba had seen a terrible dream. She saw how a fire threatened to destroy all Troy. Hecuba was frightened. She told her dream to her husband. Priam turned to a seer, and he said to him that a son would be born to Hecuba who would be the cause of the destruction of Troy. Therefore Priam, when a son was born to Hecuba, commanded his servant Agelaus to carry him to high Ida and leave him there in a forest thicket. But the son of Priam did not perish. A she-bear nourished him. After a year, Agelaus found him and reared him as his own son, naming him Paris. Paris grew up among the shepherds and became an extraordinarily fair youth. He stood out among his companions by his strength. Often he saved not only the flocks but also his comrades from the attack of wild beasts and robbers, and so he became famous among them for his strength and courage that they named him Alexander, the manslayer. Calmly Paris lived among the forests of Ida. He was fully content with his lot. To this Paris, the goddesses with Hermes appeared. Paris was frightened, seeing the goddesses and Hermes. He wished to flee from them, but could he escape by flight from Hermes, swift as thought? Hermes stopped Paris and spoke kindly with him, holding out the apple to him. "Take this apple, Paris," said Hermes. "You see, before you stand three goddesses. Give the apple to that one of them who is the fairest. Zeus has commanded you to be the judge in the dispute of the goddesses." Paris was confused. He looks upon the goddesses and cannot decide which of them is fairer. Then each of the goddesses began to persuade the youth to give the apple to her. They promised Paris great rewards. Hera promised him power over all Asia, Athena military glory and victories, while Aphrodite promised him his wife, the fairest of mortal women, Helen, the daughter of Zeus the Thunderer and Leda. Not long did Paris think, hearing the promise of Aphrodite, he gave the apple to her. Thus, the fairest of the goddesses was acknowledged by Paris to be Aphrodite. From that time, Paris became the favorite of Aphrodite, and she began to help him in all things, whatever he undertook. And Hera and Athena hated Paris. They hated Troy and all the Trojans, and resolved to destroy the city and the whole people. Paris returns to Troy. After the meeting with the goddesses, Paris did not long remain in the forests of Ida. Priam, seeing that his wife Hecuba could not be consoled and still grieved for the lost son, arranged rich games in honor of the perished as he thought son. As a reward to the victor, the best bull from the herd of King Priam was appointed. This bull was just in the herd that Paris pastured. Paris was reluctant to part with the bull which he greatly loved, and he himself led it into the city. In Troy, Paris saw the contests of the heroes. In his heart the thirst for victory flared. He took part in the contests and conquered all, even mighty Hector. The sons of Priam grew angry that some shepherd had conquered them. The son of Priam, Deiphobus, drew his sword and wished to kill Paris. In fear, Paris flung himself to the altar of Zeus and sought salvation by it. At the altar, the prophetic daughter of Priam, Cassandra, saw him. At once she recognized who the shepherd was. Priam and Hecuba rejoiced that they had found the lost son, and with great triumph they led him into the palace. In vain Cassandra warned Priam. In vain she reminded him that by fate it was predetermined that Paris be the cause of the destruction of Troy. No one heeded the words of prophetic Cassandra. For the god Apollo had doomed Cassandra to a sorrowful lot. No one believed her prophecies, although all that she prophesied came to pass. Paris carries off Helen. Many days passed after Paris returned to the house of his father Priam. It seemed that the change which had taken place in his life had made him forget the gift promised him by Aphrodite for the golden apple. Now he was a prince, and not a simple, unknown shepherd. But Aphrodite herself reminded him of the fair Helen and helped her favorite to build a magnificent ship, and he prepared to sail to Sparta where Helen lived. In vain the prophetic son of Priam Helenus began to warn him. He prophesied destruction to Paris. Nothing would Paris hear. He mounted the ship and set out upon the long path over the boundless expanse of the sea. Despair seized Cassandra when she saw how the swift ship of Paris drew away from the native shores. Stretching out her arms to the sky, prophetic Cassandra cried out, "Oh, woe, woe to great Troy and to all of us! I see. Sacred Ilium is seized by flame, covered with blood, its sons lie overthrown in the dust. I see. The foreigners lead into slavery the weeping Trojan wives and maidens." Thus Cassandra cried out, but no one heeded her prophecy. No one stopped Paris. And he sailed ever farther and farther. The terrible storm rose upon the sea. Even it did not stop Paris. He passed rich Phthia, Salamis, and Mycenae, where his future enemies lived, and arrived at last at the shores of Laconia. Paris put in at the mouth of the Eurotas and went ashore with his friend Aeneas. With him he set out to the king as a guest who planned nothing evil. Menelaus hospitably received Paris and Aeneas. In honor of the guests, he prepared a rich meal. During this meal, Paris for the first time saw the fair Helen. Full of rapture he looked upon her, admiring her unearthly beauty. Helen also was captivated by the beauty of Paris. He was fair in his rich eastern garments. Several days passed. It was necessary for Menelaus to go to Crete. Leaving, he begged Helen to care for the guests so that they might lack nothing. Menelaus did not suspect what insult these guests would inflict upon him. When Menelaus departed, Paris at once resolved to make use of his departure. With the help of Aphrodite, he persuaded with tender speeches the fair Helen to leave the house of her husband and flee with him to Troy. Helen yielded to the prayers of Paris. Secretly, Paris led the fair Helen to his ship. He carried off from Menelaus his wife, and with her also his treasures. Helen forgot all, her husband, native Sparta, and her daughter Hermione, she forgot for the sake of love for Paris. The ship of Paris left the mouth of the Eurotas, carrying away with it rich booty. Swiftly the ship raced over the sea waves back to the Trojan shores. Paris rejoiced. With him was the fairest of mortal women, Helen. Suddenly, when the ship sailed far from the shores in the open sea, the mighty god of the sea Nereus stopped it. He rose from the depths of the sea and prophesied destruction both to Paris and to all Troy. Paris and Helen were troubled. But Aphrodite calmed them and made them forget this dread prophecy. For 3 days the ship, guarded by Aphrodite, sailed over the calm sea. Swiftly a favorable wind drove it. Safely it arrived at the Trojan shores. Menelaus prepares for war against Troy. No sooner had the fair Helen left with the faithless Paris the palace of Menelaus than the gods sent the messenger of the gods Iris to Menelaus in Crete. Swiftly upon her rainbow wings Iris raced from Olympus. In an instant she stood before Menelaus and announced to him the misfortune that had befallen him. At once Menelaus set out upon the return path. Swiftly he reached Sparta. Into a terrible anger he fell, seeing that Helen had deceived him, and that his treasures had been carried off. At once Menelaus went to his brother Agamemnon to counsel with him how to avenge Paris for his faithlessness. Agamemnon, with full sympathy, received his brother and advised him at once to gather all those heroes who had once given the oath with all their strength to help him in misfortune. With these heroes and their armies, Agamemnon advised him to go to war against Troy. Menelaus accepted the counsel of Agamemnon, and with him set out first of all to the aged king Nestor in Pylos. One of the wisest of the Greeks was the elder Nestor. Many heroes he had seen in his long life. In many glorious deeds he himself had taken part. Great was the experience of Nestor in the art of war. Already the third generation of heroes Nestor saw. Hospitably Nestor received Menelaus and Agamemnon. Terribly the old Nestor grew indignant at Paris. He himself resolved to take part in the expedition against Troy, and resolved to take with him his sons Thrasymedes and Antilochus. Nestor agreed to travel together with the Atridae also to the heroes of Greece to urge them all to take part in the expedition. Many heroes resolved to take part in the expedition. Some of them took part because the given oath obligated them to do this. Others took part because great was their thirst for military deeds. They resolved to set out against Troy, the king of Argos Diomedes, the son of the great Tydeus, equal in strength to the god Ares, the wise son of the king of Euboea Palamedes, the mighty grandson of Minos, the king of Crete Idomeneus, the friend of Heracles Philoctetes. To him Heracles before his death gave his arrows. Without these arrows, as the oracle prophesied, Troy could not be taken. 2 Ajaxes also took part in the expedition, the mighty son of the friend of Heracles, Telamon, Ajax, the king of Salamis. Equal to him in strength, there was no one among the heroes, and the son of the hero Oileus, Ajax from Locris. Many other heroes also took part. It was necessary to force the king of Ithaca, the crafty Odysseus, the son of Laertes, also to set out upon the expedition. Odysseus was reluctant to leave Ithaca, for he had only recently married the fair Penelope, and he had just had born to him his first son, Telemachus. Must he leave the peaceful life and the passionately loved wife and son, sail far under the walls of Troy, perhaps even never to return to the homeland? Therefore, when Odysseus learned that Menelaus with Agamemnon, Nestor, and Palamedes had arrived in Ithaca, he resolved to deceive them. Pretending to be mad, he began to plow his fields, having yoked to the plow an ox and an ass, and he sowed the field with salt. First of all, Palamedes understood the craft of Odysseus, and resolved to force Odysseus to acknowledge it. He took Telemachus wrapped in swaddling clothes, and laid him upon the furrow along which Odysseus was going. Odysseus stopped. However great was his desire to remain in Ithaca, he could not, for the sake of this, destroy his only son. Thus Palamedes discovered the pretense of Odysseus, and Odysseus had to leave native Ithaca, wife and son, and go for long years under the walls of Troy. From that time, Odysseus hated Palamedes, and resolved to avenge him for having forced him to take part in the expedition. Achilles. Still one more hero the heroes had to draw to participation in the expedition. This was the young Achilles, the son of King Pelias and the goddess Thetis. The seer Colchis prophesied to the Atridae that only in that case would they take great Troy if Achilles took part in the expedition. Immortal glory fate promised Achilles. He was to be the greatest of the heroes who would fight under Troy. Great would be the deeds of Achilles. But he would not return alive from under the walls of Troy. He would perish in the flower of his strength, struck by an arrow. The goddess Thetis knew what fate promised her son. With all her strength, she tried to avert the dread destiny. When Achilles was still an infant, she rubbed his body with ambrosia and held him in the fire to make her son invulnerable and thus give him immortality. But one night, when Thetis laid the infant Achilles in the fire, Pelias awoke. He was horrified seeing his son in the fire. Drawing his sword, he flung himself upon Thetis. The goddess was frightened. She fled in fear from the palace of Pelias and hid in the depths of the sea in the halls of her father Nereus. Achilles Pelias gave to be reared by his friend, the centaur Chiron. Chiron nourished Achilles with the marrow of bears and the liver of lions. Achilles grew into a mighty hero. Being only 6 years of age, he killed fierce lions and boars, and without dogs overtook deer, so swift and light was the running of Achilles. No one equaled Achilles in the skill of handling weapons. Chiron also taught him to play upon the sweet-sounding cithara and to sing. Thetis also did not forget her son. Often she rose from the depths of the sea to see her son. Everywhere, always, Thetis cared for her son. When Achilles grew up and became a fair youth, throughout all Greece the news spread that Menelaus was gathering heroes for an expedition against Troy. Thetis, knowing what fate threatened Achilles, hid him upon the island of Skyros, in the palace of King Lycomedes. There, among the royal daughters, Achilles lived, dressed in women's garments. No one knew where Achilles was hidden, but the seer Colchis revealed his refuge to Menelaus. At once, Odysseus with Diomedes prepared for the journey. Odysseus devised the following craft. Under the guise of merchants, Diomedes and Odysseus arrived at Skyros and went into the palace of Lycomedes. They laid out before the princesses their goods, luxurious fabrics, golden necklaces, bracelets, earrings, coverings woven with gold, and among them they laid a sword, a helmet, a shield, greaves, and a breastplate. The princesses with rapture examined the golden ornaments and rich fabrics, while Achilles, standing among them, looked only at the weapons. Suddenly, by the palace, military cries rang out, trumpets sounded, and weapons clashed. This the companions of Diomedes and Odysseus struck with swords upon the shields and raised the war cry. In fear the princesses scattered, while Achilles, seizing sword and shield, flung himself to meet the enemies. He thought that an attack had been made upon the palace of Lycomedes. Thus Odysseus and Diomedes recognized Achilles. With great joy, Achilles agreed to take part in the expedition against Troy. With him set out his faithful friend Patroclus and the wise elder Phoenix. Pelias gave his son those arms which he had once received as a gift from the gods at his wedding with the goddess Thetis. He gave him also the spear gifted him by Chiron and the horses received from Poseidon. Troy. Great and mighty was Troy, against which the heroes of Greece had gathered to set out. Troy was founded by Iülus, the great-grandson of the son of Zeus Dardanus and of the Pleiad Electra. Dardanus came from Arcadia to King Teucer. Teucer gave Dardanus his daughter as wife, and as a dowry he gave him a part of his land, upon which the city of Dardania was founded. The grandson of Dardanus was Tros, and his son was Iülus. Once in Phrygia he took part in a contest of heroes, and soon conquered them one after another. As a reward for this victory he received 50 maidens and 50 youths. The king of Phrygia also gave him a spotted cow and said that he should follow the cow, and there, where the cow stopped, found a city. Great glory, the oracle, according to the words of the king of Phrygia, promised this city. Iülus acted as the king of Phrygia had said to him. He went after the cow, and she stopped just upon the hill of the goddess Ate. Upon this hill Iülus began the building of the city. He raised his arms to the sky and prayed Zeus to send him a sign that the thunderer had blessed his work. In the morning, coming out of his tent, Iülus saw before him an image of Athena Palace carved from wood. This was that palladium which was to guard the new city. During the reign of Iülus, only that part of Troy was surrounded by a wall which was upon the hill. The part of the city at the foot of the hill was unprotected. The wall around this part of the city Poseidon and Apollo built, who by the command of the gods had to serve with the king of Troy Laomedon, the son of Iülus. An impregnable wall Poseidon and Apollo built around Troy. Only in one place could the wall be destroyed, there where the hero Aeacus worked, helping the gods in the labor. At the time when the heroes of Greece were gathering for the expedition against Troy, in it ruled the grandson of Ilus Priam. He alone remained alive of the children of King Laomedon after the son of Zeus Heracles had taken Troy. Rich was Priam. Luxurious and majestic was his palace in which he lived with his wife Hecuba. Together with Priam lived also his 50 sons and daughters. Among the sons of Priam, especially famous for his courage and strength, was the noble Hector. Mighty was Troy. Great difficulties awaited the Greek heroes in their struggle with the warlike Trojans, but in return great glory and the richest booty awaited those who would conquer the Trojans and take possession of Troy. The heroes of Greece in Mysia. All the heroes and their armies gathered in the harbor of Aulis to sail from there to the shores of Troy. A vast army gathered upon the seashore. 100,000 armed warriors were in this army. Upon 1,186 ships, it was to sail under Troy. Before the departure, all the leaders of the armies, the great heroes, gathered under the shade of a century-old plane tree by the altars to offer sacrifices to the gods and pray them for a happy voyage. Suddenly, from under one of the altars, a terrible serpent crawled out, red as blood. Twisting its vast body in coils, the serpent swiftly crawled up the plane tree, almost to the very summit. There was a nest with 8 nestlings and the mother bird. The red serpent swallowed both the mother bird and the nestlings, and itself turned into stone. Struck, the heroes stood under the plane tree. They could not understand what this sign of the gods meant. But the prophetic seer Colchis revealed to them the meaning of this sign. He said to the heroes that for 9 years they would have to besiege Troy, for 9 birds the serpent had swallowed. Only in the 10th year after heavy labors would they take great Troy. The words of Colchis rejoiced the Greeks. Full of hope for a successful outcome of the expedition they had undertaken, they launched their ships. One after another the ships sailed from the harbor of Aulis. United, the rowers leaned upon the oars, and swiftly the vast fleet of the Greeks sailed to the shores of Asia. After a short voyage, the Greeks put in to the shores of Mysia. Here ruled the son of Heracles, the hero Telephus. To his domains the Greeks put in. They were sure that they had reached the shores of Troy and began to lay waste the domains of Telephus. Telephus gathered an army and moved at its head to the defense of his domains. A bloody battle began. Into the battle entered Achilles with his faithful friend Patroclus. Patroclus was wounded, but, paying no attention to the wound, he fought courageously beside Achilles. At last, with great difficulty, Achilles turned Telephus to flight. The coming night gave Telephus the possibility of fleeing into his city and shutting himself in it. Early in the morning, the Greeks began to gather the bodies of the fallen warriors, and here suddenly learned that they had not fought with the Trojans but with the Mysians and their king Telephus, the son of Heracles. The Greeks were grieved. They had fought with their ally and not with the enemy. The Greeks concluded peace with Telephus, and he promised to help them. Only to set out with them upon the expedition against Troy, Telephus refused. He was married to the daughter of Priam and did not wish to fight against the father of his wife. Having buried those who had fallen in the battle, the Greeks left Mysia and sailed farther to the shores of Troy. In the open sea, a terrible storm overtook the fleet of the Greeks. Like mountains, the dread waves rose upon the sea. Like light chips, the storm scattered the ships of the Greeks. They lost their way. Long the Greeks wandered over the sea and at last returned to Aulis. One after another, the ships of the Greeks sailed into that harbor which they had so recently left to sail to great Troy. In failure ended their first setting out upon the expedition. Greeks in Aulis. When all the ships of the Greeks had gathered again in Aulis, the Greeks drew their ships up upon the shore. Upon the shore, a vast military camp was formed. Many heroes did not remain in Aulis. They returned home. The leader of the whole army, King Agamemnon, also left Aulis. No one knew when it would be possible again to set out upon the expedition against Troy. But what were the Greeks to do? A guide was needed who would show them the path to the shores of Troy. This path only Telephus could show them, with whom the Greeks had only recently fought. During the battle, Telephus had been wounded by Achilles in the thigh. However, Telephus treated his wound. Nothing helped. The wound hurt ever more strongly. The pain became unbearable. At last, tormented by sufferings, Telephus set out to Delphi, and there questioned Apollo how to heal his wound. The Pythia gave answer that only he who had wounded him could heal Telephus. Clothed in rags, upon crutches, under the guise of a beggar, Telephus came to Mycenae to the palace of Agamemnon. He resolved to beg the king of Mycenae that he persuade Achilles to heal the wound. First, the wife of Agamemnon, Clytemnestra, saw Telephus. He revealed to her who he was. Clytemnestra gave counsel to Telephus, when Agamemnon entered, to take from the cradle the infant Orestes, the son of Agamemnon, run to the altar, and threaten that he would smash the head of Orestes against the altar if Agamemnon refused to help him heal from the wound. Telephus acted as Clytemnestra commanded him. Agamemnon was frightened that Telephus would kill his son. He agreed to help him and did this willingly, knowing that only Telephus could show the Greeks the path to Troy. Agamemnon sent envoys for Achilles. Achilles was surprised. He could not understand how he, not knowing the art of healing, could heal the wound of Telephus. But the wisest of the heroes, Odysseus, said to Achilles that Achilles need not be a physician, that with the iron from the point of the spear with which the wound was inflicted upon Telephus, Achilles would heal the wound. At once they scraped iron from the spear of Achilles, sprinkled the wound of Telephus, and the wound healed. Telephus rejoiced. He agreed as a reward for the healing to lead the fleet of the Greeks to the Trojan shores, from which earlier he had so stubbornly refused. Now a guide was found, but still the Greeks could not sail from Aulis. Upon the sea all the time there was a contrary wind. This wind the goddess Artemis had sent, angry with Agamemnon because he had killed her sacred hind. In vain the heroes waited that the wind would change. It, without weakening, blew all the time in the former direction. The gathered heroes were bored in inactivity. In the camp diseases began. A murmur rose among the warriors. They even feared their uprising. At last the seer Colchis announced to the leaders of the Greeks, "Only then will the goddess Artemis be merciful to the Greeks, when they offer in sacrifice to her the fair daughter of Agamemnon, Iphigenia." Agamemnon was grieved when he learned of this, having returned to Aulis. He was ready even completely to refuse the expedition under Troy, if only to preserve the life of his daughter. Long Menelaus persuaded him to submit to the will of Artemis. At last Agamemnon yielded to the prayers of his brother and sent to Mycenae to Clytemnestra a messenger who was to announce to her, hiding the true reason, the command of Agamemnon to bring Iphigenia to Aulis. Achilles supposedly wished, before setting out upon the expedition, to betroth himself to Iphigenia. Agamemnon sent the messenger to Mycenae, and still more strongly pity for his daughter took possession of him. Secretly from all he sent another messenger, whom he commanded to announce to Clytemnestra that she should not bring Iphigenia to Aulis. But this second messenger Menelaus intercepted. In anger he reproached Agamemnon for acting as only he can act who betrays the common cause. Long Menelaus reproached Agamemnon. A heated dispute arose between the brothers. This dispute a messenger who came interrupted, announcing that just now Clytemnestra with Iphigenia and little Orestes had arrived at the camp of the Greeks and stopped by a spring at the very camp. Despair seized Agamemnon. Was it allotted to him by fate to lose his tenderly loved daughter Iphigenia? Must he himself lead her to death, to the slaughter at the altar of Artemis? Seeing the grief of his brother, even Menelaus is ready to refuse such a sacrifice on the part of his brother. But Agamemnon knows that Colchis will announce the will of the goddess Artemis to the whole army, and then they will force him to offer Iphigenia in sacrifice. Even if Colchis does not announce the will of the goddess, Odysseus will tell all of it, for he also knows the will of the goddess. Full of deep sorrow, Agamemnon went to meet his wife and daughter. He tried to seem calm and merry, but this he did not succeed in. At once Iphigenia saw that her father was deeply grieved by something. She began to question her father, but he said nothing to her. Nothing did Agamemnon say also to his wife. He only persuaded her to go away to Mycenae. Agamemnon did not wish that Clytemnestra be a witness of the death of her daughter. At last Agamemnon left his wife and daughter and went to Colchis. He wished to ask him whether it was somehow possible to save his daughter. No sooner had Agamemnon left the tent than Achilles came. He wished to see the king of Mycenae to demand of him an immediate setting out against Troy. Achilles was tired of sitting idle in Aulis, and his Myrmidons also were restless, and demanded that they either be led upon the expedition or released home. When Clytemnestra learned who this hero was who was asking for Agamemnon, she turned to Achilles and greeted him as the bridegroom of her daughter. Achilles was surprised, for he had never spoken to Agamemnon of wishing to take his daughter as wife. Clytemnestra was confused, learning that Achilles had never thought of marriage with Iphigenia, and did not know what to say to Achilles. But here that same slave came whom Agamemnon had sent with the second message to Mycenae. He revealed to Clytemnestra why Agamemnon had summoned her with Iphigenia to Aulis. Horror seized Clytemnestra. She was about to lose her daughter. With whom was she to seek protection? She fell upon her knees before Achilles. Weeping, she embraced his knees and begged him for protection, adjuring him by his mother, the great daughter of Nereus, Thetis. Achilles swore, seeing the despair of Clytemnestra, by the prophetic sea elder, the god Nereus, to help her. He swore that he would not allow anyone even to touch Iphigenia. Swiftly Achilles left the tent of Agamemnon to put on armor. When Agamemnon returned to the tent, Clytemnestra began with anger to reproach him for having resolved to destroy his own daughter. What could Agamemnon answer her? For not by his own will had he resolved to offer in sacrifice to the goddess Artemis his native daughter. He was not able to act otherwise. He could only say that even if he yielded to the prayers of his wife and daughter, the angry Greeks would kill both him and all his near ones. For the good of all Greece they offer Iphigenia in sacrifice. In the camp already a strong disturbance had begun. The Myrmidons almost stoned Achilles when he announced that he would not allow that one to be offered in sacrifice who was promised to him as spouse. All the warriors, led by Odysseus with weapons in their hands, flung themselves to the tent of Agamemnon. Achilles, with a sword in his hands, covered by a shield, stood at the entrance to the tent, ready to the last drop of blood to defend Iphigenia. But here Iphigenia stopped all who were already ready to begin a bloody fight. Loudly she announced that she herself was ready voluntarily to go under the sacrificial knife for the common cause. She does not wish to resist the will of the great daughter of Zeus, Artemis. Let them offer her in sacrifice. An eternal monument to her will be the ruins of Troy when the Greeks take it. She persuaded the hero Achilles not to defend her, not to begin an internecine battle. Achilles submitted to the will of Iphigenia, although he was sorry for the fair maiden whom he had loved for her great resolve to sacrifice herself for the common good. Calmly Iphigenia went there where an altar had been erected in honor of the goddess Artemis. Fair and majestic, she passed among the countless ranks of warriors Iphigenia and stood by the altar. Agamemnon wept looking upon his young daughter and, that he might not see her death, covered his head with his broad cloak. Calmly Iphigenia stood by the altar. All kept, by the command of the herald Talthybius, deep silence. The prophetic Colchis drew from its sheath the sacrificial knife and laid it in a golden basket. Upon the head of the maiden he set a wreath, as upon a sacrifice which they lead to the altar. Achilles came out from the ranks of the warriors. He took a vessel with sacred water and sacrificial flour with salt, sprinkled Iphigenia and the altar with water, sprinkled the head of the maiden with flour, and loudly invoked the goddess Artemis, praying her to send the army a prosperous voyage to the Trojan shores and victory over the enemies. Colchis took in his hand the sacrificial knife. All froze. Now he raised the knife to strike Iphigenia with it. Now the knife already touched the maiden, but Iphigenia did not fall with a dying groan by the altar. A great wonder was accomplished. The goddess Artemis carried off Iphigenia, and in her place by the altar, staining it with blood, a hind struggled in the convulsions of death, struck by the knife of Colchis. Struck by the wonder, as one man all the warriors cried out. Loudly and joyfully the prophetic Colchis also cried out, "This is the sacrifice which the great daughter of Zeus the thunderer Artemis demanded. Rejoice, Greeks! The goddess promises us a happy voyage and victory over Troy." And indeed, the hind sent by Artemis had not yet been burned upon the altar, when already the wind changed and became favorable. Hastily the Greeks began to gather for the long expedition. All in the camp rejoiced. Agamemnon hastened to his tent to announce to Clytemnestra what had happened by the altar and to urge her to return to Mycenae. The goddess Artemis, having carried off Iphigenia from the altar, transferred her to the shores of the Euxine Pontus, to distant Taurus. There the fair daughter of Agamemnon, Iphigenia, became the priestess of the goddess. The voyage of the Greeks to the shores of Troy. Philoctetes. Calm was the voyage of the Greeks to the shores of Troy. All the time a favorable wind blew. Swiftly the ships cleaved the sea waves. Already the shores of the island of Lemnos were visible. Here, not far from Lemnos, was the deserted island of Chryse. Upon it was an altar set up in honor of the protectress of the island, the nymph Chryse. The Greeks had to find this altar and offer upon it a sacrifice to the nymph, for it had been prophesied to them that only in that case would they take Troy if on the way they put in to the shore of Chryse and offered a sacrifice upon it. The altar upon this island the great hero Jason had still set up when he sailed with his companions the Argonauts to distant Colchis for the golden fleece. Upon this altar the great son of Zeus, Heracles, also offered a sacrifice when he undertook an expedition against Troy to avenge the insult to King Laomedon. The friend of Heracles, Philoctetes, knew where the altar was. He offered to show it to the heroes. The leaders of the Greeks went after Philoctetes. Deserted was the island. All of it was overgrown with low bushes. Now at last the altar is visible, already half fallen into ruin. The heroes approached it. Suddenly from the bushes, a large serpent crawled out that guarded the altar and stung the hero Philoctetes in the foot. Philoctetes cried out and fell to the earth. The heroes ran up to him, but it was already late. The poison of the serpent penetrated into the wound. Terribly it began to hurt. Abundant pus flowed from the wound, infecting the air with a terrible stench. Unbearable were the sufferings of Philoctetes. Without ceasing he groaned both by day and by night. The groans of the unhappy Philoctetes gave the Greeks no rest. The warriors began to murmur. They could not bear the stench which the wound of Philoctetes spread. At last the leaders of the Greeks resolved, by the counsel of Odysseus, to leave the unhappy friend of Heracles somewhere upon the shore. During the voyage past the island of Lemnos, the leaders commanded that the sleeping Philoctetes be carried to the deserted shore. There among the rocks they laid him, leaving him his bow and arrows, clothing and food. Thus the Greeks left that hero without whose arrows it was not allotted to them to take Troy. For 9 years Philoctetes had to languish upon the deserted shore. But the time came when the Greeks themselves had to send for Philoctetes and beg his help. This happened in the 10th year of the siege of Troy. Having left Philoctetes, the Greeks set out upon the further path, and at last approached the Trojan shores, where so many labors, dangers, and great deeds awaited them. The first 10 years of the siege of Troy. The episode of the destruction of Palamedes is told according to Ovid's poem, Metamorphoses. The Greeks rejoiced that their long voyage had ended. But when they sailed nearer to the shores, they saw that already a strong army of Trojans awaited them under the leadership of Hector, the mighty son of the aged king of Troy Priam. How were the Greeks to put in to the shore, how to land? All the heroes saw that he would perish who first stepped upon the Trojan shore. Long the Greeks hesitated. Among them was also the hero Protesilaus. He thirsted for deeds and was ready first to leap upon the shore and begin the battle with the Trojans. He did not resolve because he knew the prophecy, he of the Greeks must perish, who first touches with his foot the Trojan earth. Odysseus also knew this prophecy. And so, to draw the heroes after him, but himself not to perish, Odysseus threw his shield upon the shore, and skillfully leapt upon it from the ship. Protesilaus saw that Odysseus had leapt upon the shore, but he did not see that Odysseus had leapt not upon the Trojan earth, but upon his shield. Protesilaus decided that one of the Greeks had already first touched the Trojan earth. The thirst for deeds took possession of Protesilaus. He forgot all. He forgot the homeland. He forgot also his fair wife, the young Laodamia. He leapt from the ship upon the shore, and with drawn sword flung himself upon the enemies. The great Hector shook his heavy spear and struck the young Protesilaus to death. Dead he fell upon the shore. He first stained with his blood the Trojan earth. United the Greeks flung themselves from the ships upon the enemies. A bloody battle boiled. The Trojans wavered, turned to flight, and hid behind the impregnable walls of Troy. On the following day a truce was concluded between the Greeks and the Trojans to pick up the fallen warriors and commit them to burial. Having committed to the earth all the killed, the Greeks proceeded to the arrangement of a fortified camp. They drew their ships up upon the shore and settled in a large camp along the shore of the sea, from the mountains of Sigeum to the mountains of Retium. On the site of Troy, they protected their camp with a high rampart and a ditch. Upon the two opposite ends of the camp, Achilles and Ajax the Telamonian pitched their tents to watch the Trojans and not allow them unexpectedly to attack the Greeks. In the middle of the camp rose the luxurious tent of King Agamemnon, chosen by the Greeks as leader of the whole army. Here, by the tent of Agamemnon, was also the square for the assemblies of the people. Wise Odysseus pitched his tent by the square of the assemblies of the people, so that at any time he might be able to go out to those gathered, and so that he might always know what was happening in the camp. He, despite the fact that earlier he so did not wish to take part in the expedition, now became a fierce enemy of the Trojans, and demanded that the Greeks at any cost take and destroy Troy. When the camp of the Greeks was arranged and fortified, the Greeks sent into Troy King Menelaus and the crafty Odysseus for negotiations with the Trojans. The Greek envoys were received in his house by wise Antenor, and he arranged for them a luxurious feast. With all his soul, Antenor wished that peace be concluded and the lawful demands of Menelaus be satisfied. Learning of the arrival of the envoys, Priam summoned an assembly of the people to secure the demand of Menelaus. To the assembly of the Trojans, Menelaus and Odysseus also came. Menelaus, in a short, strong speech, demanded that the Trojans restore his wife Helen and the treasures carried off by Paris. After Menelaus, Odysseus spoke. The Trojans listened to the wondrous speech of the wise king of Ithaca. He persuaded the Trojans to satisfy the demands of Menelaus. The Trojan people were already ready to agree to accept all the conditions of Menelaus. For already the fair Helen herself had repented of her rash act and regretted that she had left the house of the hero husband for the sake of Paris. And Antenor persuaded the people to fulfill the demands of Menelaus. He saw how many troubles the war of the Trojans and the Greeks would bring. But the sons of Priam did not wish peace with the Greeks, and first of all, of course, Paris. Would they force him to surrender Helen? Would they take from him all his booty? He did not wish to submit to the decision of the people, and his brothers supported him in this. Bribed by Paris, Antimachus even demanded that the Trojans seize King Menelaus and kill him. But this Priam and Hector did not allow. They did not permit the envoys who were under the protection of Zeus the Thunderer to be insulted. The assembly of the people wavered. It did not know what final decision to take. Here the Trojan seer Helenus, the son of Priam, rose and said that the Trojans should not fear war with the Greeks. The gods promised Troy their help. The Trojans believed Helenus. They refused to satisfy the demand of Menelaus. The envoys of the Greeks were forced to leave Troy with nothing. Now a bloody struggle of the Trojans with the Greeks was to begin. The Trojans shut themselves in impregnable Troy. Even Hector did not dare to leave Troy. The Greeks began the siege. 3 times they tried to take Troy by storm, but this they did not succeed in. Then the Greeks began to lay waste the neighborhood of Troy and to conquer all the cities that were in alliance with Troy. The Greeks undertook against them expeditions by land and by sea. In all these expeditions, the great Achilles especially distinguished himself. The Greeks took possession of the islands of Tenedos, Lesbos, the cities of Pydessus, Lyrnessus, and others. Many cities they destroyed within the country. They took possession also of the city of Thebes, where the father of the wife of Hector Andromache, Ision, ruled. In one day, Achilles killed 7 brothers of Andromache. Her father also perished. But Achilles did not deliver the body of Eetion to outrage. Fearing the anger of the gods, he committed it to burial. The mother of Andromache was led away as a captive into the camp of the Greeks. Rich booty Achilles seized in Thebes. He took captive the fair daughter of the priest of Apollo Chryseis, and the fair Briseis. Chryseis was given by the Greeks to King Agamemnon. All around Troy the Greeks laid waste. The Trojans did not dare to show themselves beyond the walls of Troy, for death or cruel captivity and sale into slavery threatened each. Much grief the inhabitants of Troy had to endure during the 9 years of the siege of Troy. Many heroes who had fallen in battle they had to mourn. But the heaviest, the 10th year, was ahead. Ahead was also the greatest grief, the fall of Troy. Much the Greeks also endured during the 9 years of the war. Many of them also were killed. Many heroes perished by the hand of enemies. The wise hero Palamedes also perished, but not by the hand of an enemy. From hatred and envy, the crafty Odysseus destroyed him. Many reasonable counsels Palamedes gave the Greeks. More than once he rendered them invaluable services. With healing herbs he healed wounds and diseases. He arranged a lighthouse for the Greeks so that those who sailed from the camp might know where to put in on a dark night. The Greeks honored the hero Palamedes and willingly heeded his counsels. For this, Odysseus hated him. He saw that the Greeks listened to Palamedes more willingly than to him. Odysseus remembered also how Palamedes had revealed his craft when he pretended to be mad, so as not to go under Troy. This recollection still more strengthened his hatred of Palamedes. Long Odysseus pondered how to destroy Palamedes. At last he made use of the fact that Palamedes began to advise the Greeks to end the war and return to the homeland. Odysseus devised a crafty plan. At night he hid in the tent of Palamedes a bag of gold and began to assure all that not without reason does Palamedes advise ending the siege of Troy, that he gives these counsels to the Greeks only because he has been bribed by Priam. There were not a few discontented with Palamedes also among the Greeks. For if the Greeks heeded the counsels of Palamedes, they would be deprived of the rich booty which they would take possession of taking Troy. All these discontented willingly believed the slander of Odysseus. Seeing that already many Greeks were beginning to believe in the treachery of Palamedes, Odysseus, to convince all that Priam had indeed bribed Palamedes, announced to Agamemnon that Palamedes communicates with Priam through a captive Phrygian, and that this Phrygian, when he tried to leave the camp of the Greeks for Troy, was seized and killed by the servants of Odysseus. Odysseus also wrote a letter in the name of Priam to Palamedes. In this letter it was said of the gold sent by King Priam to Palamedes in payment for the fact that he would persuade the Greeks to raise the siege and go home. This letter Odysseus gave to the captive Phrygian and commanded him to carry it to Priam. No sooner had the Phrygian left the camp of the Greeks than the servants of Odysseus attacked him, killed him, and brought the letter to their king. With this letter Odysseus hastened to the tent of Agamemnon. Having received this message, Agamemnon at once summoned into his tent all the leaders of the Greeks. He summoned also Palamedes, who did not suspect what danger threatened him. Here Odysseus accused Palamedes of treachery. In vain, Palamedes assured the leaders that he had not even thought of treachery. Odysseus, to convict Palamedes, advised searching his tent. They sent into the tent, and indeed there found a bag of gold. Now all believed that Palamedes was a traitor. They arranged a trial over Palamedes, and he was condemned to death. They resolved to stone him. They chained the innocent Palamedes in heavy chains and led him to the shore of the sea. In vain Palamedes adjured the Greeks not to kill him, not to deliver such a cruel execution to the innocent. No one wished to listen to the supposed traitor. They proceeded to the execution. Not a single groan, not a single complaint escaped from the breast of Palamedes. Before death he said quietly only these words, "O truth, I am sorry for you. You have died before me." With these words, the noblest and wisest of the Greek heroes died. All the services which he had rendered the Greeks did not save him. Afterwards, the Greeks cruelly paid for the killing of Palamedes. Nauplius, the king of Euboea, the father of Palamedes, avenged them for the death of his son. Not only to death did Agamemnon condemn Palamedes, but also his soul he doomed to eternal wanderings. Agamemnon did not allow the body of Palamedes to be committed to burial. It was left upon the shore of the sea so that wild beasts and birds of prey might tear it. But this the mighty Ajax, the Telamonian, did not allow. He performed the funeral rites over the body of Palamedes, and with honor buried him. Ajax did not believe that Palamedes had betrayed the Greeks. The quarrel of Achilles with Agamemnon. Already for 9 years the Greeks had besieged Troy. The 10th year of the great struggle came. At the beginning of this year, the priest of the far-shooting Apollo Chryses arrived in the camp of the Greeks. He begged all the Greeks, and first of all their leaders, to restore to him for a rich ransom his daughter Chryseis. Having heard Chryses, all agreed to accept for Chryseis the rich ransom and give her to her father. But the mighty king Agamemnon grew angry and said to Chryses, "Old man, go away and never dare to show yourself here by our ships. Otherwise, even the fact that you are a priest of the god Apollo will not save you. I will not restore Chryseis to you. No, all her life she will languish in captivity. Beware of angering me if you wish to return home unharmed." In fear, Chryses left the camp of the Greeks and went sorrowful to the shore of the sea. There, raising his arms to the sky, he thus prayed to the great son of Latona, the god Apollo. "O silver-bowed god, hear me, your faithful servant. Avenge with your arrows the Greeks for my sorrow and insult." Apollo heard the complaint of his priest Chryses. Swiftly he raced from bright Olympus with bow and quiver upon his shoulders. Dreadfully the golden arrows rattled in the quiver. Apollo raced to the camp of the Greeks, burning with anger. Darker than night was his face. Having raced to the camp of the Achaeans, he took an arrow from the quiver and sent it into the camp. Dreadfully the string of the bow of Apollo rang. After the first arrow, Apollo sent a second, a third. Arrows poured like hail into the camp of the Greeks, bringing death with them. A terrible plague struck the Greeks. A multitude of Greeks perished. Everywhere funeral pyres burned. It seemed that the hour of destruction had come for the Greeks. For 9 days already the plague had raged. On the 10th day, by the counsel given by Hera, the great hero Achilles summoned to an assembly of the people all the Greeks to decide how they should act, how to propitiate the gods. When all the warriors had gathered, first Achilles turned to Agamemnon with a speech. "It is necessary for us to sail back to the homeland, son of Atreus," said Achilles. "You see that the warriors perish both in battles and from the plague. But perhaps we should first ask the seers. They will tell us with what we have angered the silver-bowed Apollo, for what he has sent the destructive plague upon our army." No sooner had Achilles said this than the seer Colchis rose, who had already many times revealed to the Greeks the will of the gods. He said that he was ready to reveal with what the far-shooting god was angry, but he would reveal this only in the case if Achilles protected him from the anger of King Agamemnon. Achilles promised his protection to Colchis and swore this by Apollo. Only then did Colchis say, "The great son of Latona is angry because King Agamemnon has dishonored his priest Chryses, driven him from the camp, not accepting from him the rich ransom for his daughter. We can propitiate the god only by restoring to her father the black-eyed Chryseis, and offering in sacrifice to the god 100 bullocks." Hearing what Colchis said, Agamemnon burned with terrible anger against him and Achilles. However, seeing that he would still have to restore Chryseis to her father, he at last agreed, but demanded only for himself a reward for her restoration. Achilles reproached Agamemnon with greed. This still more angered Agamemnon. He began to threaten that by his power he would take for himself a reward for Chryseis, from that which had fallen to the lot of Achilles or Ajax or Odysseus. "Shameless, crafty greed," cried Achilles. "You threaten us, that you will take from us our rewards, although none of us has ever had an equal share with you in the rewards. And we have come to fight not for our own cause, we have come hither for the sake of help to Menelaus and to you. You wish to take from me a part of that booty which fell to me for the great deeds I have accomplished. So better for me to return back to native Phthia. I do not wish to increase your booty and treasures." "Well then, flee to Phthia," cried Agamemnon in answer to Achilles. "More than all the kings, one hate you. You alone stir up strife. Your anger is not terrible to me. This is what I will say to you, Chryseis, I will restore to her father, since such is the wish of the god Apollo. But for this I will take from you the captive Briseis. You will learn how much more power I have. Let each beware of considering himself equal in power to me." Terrible anger took possession of Achilles when he heard this threat of Agamemnon. The son of Thetis seized his sword. He had already drawn it halfway from the sheath and was ready to fling himself upon Agamemnon. Suddenly Achilles felt a light touch upon his hair. He turned and in horror started back. Before him, invisible to the others, stood the great daughter of the thunderer Athena Pallas. Hera had sent Athena. The wife of Zeus did not wish the destruction of either the one or the other of the heroes. Both of them, both Achilles and Agamemnon, were equally dear to her. With trembling Achilles asked the goddess Athena, "O daughter of Zeus the thunderer, why have you descended from high Olympus? Have you come hither to see how Agamemnon rages? Oh, soon he will destroy himself by his pride." "No, mighty Achilles," answered the bright-eyed Pallas. "Not for that have I come. I have come to tame your anger if only you obey the will of the Olympian gods. Do not bear the sword. Be content only with words. With them scourge Agamemnon. Believe me, soon here, upon this same place, they will pay you for the insult with gifts that will be many times richer. Submit and obey the will of the immortal gods." Achilles submitted to the will of the gods. He put his sword into the sheath, and Athena again rose to bright Olympus into the host of the gods. Many angry words Achilles still said to Agamemnon, calling him a devourer of the people, a drunkard, a coward, a dog. Achilles threw his scepter upon the earth, and swore by it that a time would come when his help against the Trojans would be needed. But in vain, Agamemnon would beg for it, since he had so heavily insulted him. In vain the wise king of Pylos, the elder Nestor, tried to reconcile the enemies. Agamemnon did not heed Nestor. Achilles also did not submit. Angry, the great son of Pelias left with his friend Patroclus and the brave Myrmidons to his tents. Furiously in his breast malice against Agamemnon who had insulted him raged. Meanwhile, King Agamemnon commanded a swift ship to be launched upon the sea, to carry upon it sacrifices to the god Apollo and to take the fair daughter of the priest Chryses. This ship was to sail under the command of the crafty Odysseus to Thebes, the city of Eetion, and the Greeks in the camp by the command of Agamemnon were to offer rich sacrifices to Apollo to propitiate him. Swiftly the ship sent by Agamemnon raced over the waves of the boundless sea. At last the ship entered the harbor of Thebes. The Greeks lowered the sails and put into the quay. Odysseus went ashore at the head of a detachment of warriors, led the fair Chryseis to her father, and turned to him with such a greeting. "O servant of Apollo, I have arrived hither by the will of Agamemnon to restore your daughter to you. We have brought also 100 bullocks to propitiate with these sacrifices the great god Apollo, who has sent a heavy disaster upon the Greeks." The elder Chryses rejoiced at the return of his daughter and tenderly embraced her. Immediately they proceeded to the sacrifice to Apollo. Chryses prayed the far-shooting god, "O silver-bowed god, hear me. Earlier also you heeded my prayers. Hear me also now. Avert the great disaster from the Greeks, end the destructive plague." The god Apollo heard the prayer of Chryses and ended the plague in the camp of the Greeks. When Chryses had offered the sacrifices to Apollo, a luxurious feast was arranged. Merrily the Greeks feasted in Thebes. The youths carried wine, filling the cups of the feasters to the brim. Loudly, the majestic sounds of the hymn in honor of Apollo rang out, which the Greek youths sang. Until the setting of the sun, the feast continued, and in the morning, refreshed by sleep, Odysseus and his detachment set out upon the return path to the vast camp. Apollo sent them a favorable wind. Like a seagull, the ship raced over the sea waves. Swiftly, the ship reached the camp. The sailors drew it up upon the shore and dispersed to their tents. While Odysseus was sailing to Thebes, Agamemnon fulfilled also that with which he had threatened Achilles. He summoned the heralds Talthybius and Eurybates and sent them for Briseis. Unwillingly, the envoys of Agamemnon went to the tent of Achilles. They found him sitting in deep thought by the tent. The envoys approached the mighty hero, but in confusion could not utter a word. Then the son of Pelias said to them, "Greeting to you, heralds. I know that you are guilty of nothing. Guilty is only Agamemnon alone. You have come for Briseis. My friend Patroclus, give them Briseis. But let them themselves be witnesses that an hour will come when I will be needed to save the Greeks from destruction. Then Agamemnon, who has lost his reason, will not be able to save the Greeks." Shedding bitter tears, Achilles left his friends, went to the deserted shore, stretched out his arms to the sea, and loudly called his mother, the goddess Thetis. "My mother, if already you have borne me doomed to a short life, why then does Zeus the Thunderer deprive me of glory? No, he has not given me glory. King Agamemnon has dishonored me, taking from me the reward for my deeds. My mother, hear me." The goddess Thetis heard the call of Achilles. She left the depths of the sea and the wondrous palace of the god Nereus. Swiftly, like a light cloud, she rose from the foaming waves of the sea. Thetis came out upon the shore and, sitting by her tenderly loved son, embraced him. "Why do you weep so bitterly, my son?" she asked. "Tell me your grief." Achilles told his mother how heavily Agamemnon had insulted him. He began to beg his mother to rise to bright Olympus and there pray Zeus that he punish Agamemnon. "Let Zeus help the Trojans. Let them drive the Greeks to the very ships. Let Agamemnon understand how unreasonably he has acted, having insulted the bravest of the Greeks." Achilles assured his mother that Zeus would not refuse her request. She need only remind Zeus how she once helped him when the gods of Olympus resolved to overthrow Zeus, binding him. Then Thetis called to the aid of Zeus the 100-handed giant Briareus. Seeing him, all the gods were troubled and did not dare to raise their hands against Zeus. Let Thetis remind the great Zeus the Thunderer of this, and he will not refuse her request. Thus Achilles begged his mother Thetis. "Oh, my beloved son," cried Thetis, bitterly weeping. "Why only have I borne you for so many disasters? Yes, short will be your life. Near already is your end. And now you are both short-lived and the most unhappy of all. Oh no, do not grieve so. I will rise to bright Olympus. There I will pray Zeus the Thunderer to help me. You remain in your tent and take no more part in the battles. Now Zeus has left Olympus. He, with all the immortals, has set out to a feast with the Ethiopians. But when, after 12 days, Zeus returns, then I will fall at his feet, and, I hope, will entreat him." Thetis left her sorrowful son, and he went to the tents of his brave Myrmidons. From that day, Achilles took part neither in the assemblies of the leaders nor in the battles. Sorrowful he sat in his tent, although he thirsted for military glory. 11 days passed. On the 12th day, early in the morning, together with the gray mist, the goddess Thetis rose from the depths of the sea to bright Olympus. There she fell at the feet of Zeus, embraced his knees, and with prayer stretched out her hands to him, touching his beard. "O our father," Thetis prayed, "I beg you, help me to avenge my son. Fulfill my request if ever I have rendered you a service. Send until then victory to the Trojans, until the Greeks begin to beg my son to help them, until they render him great honors." Long Zeus, the cloud-gatherer, did not answer Thetis, but insistently Thetis prayed him. At last, deeply sighing, the Thunderer said, "No, Thetis, by your request you call forth the anger of Hera. She will be angry with me. Already, even so, she constantly reproaches me for helping the Trojans in the battles. But you now depart from high Olympus so that Hera may not see you. I promise to fulfill your request. Here is a sign for you that I will fulfill the promise." Having said this, Zeus sternly knitted his brows. The hair upon his head rose, and all Olympus shuddered. Thetis was calmed. Swiftly she raced from high Olympus and plunged into the depths of the sea. Zeus went to the feast to which the gods had gathered. All of them rose to meet Zeus. Not one dared to greet him sitting. When the king of gods and men sat upon his golden throne, Hera turned to him. She had seen that Thetis had come to Zeus. "Tell me, crafty one," Hera said to Zeus, "with which of the immortals have you had a secret council? Always you hide from me your thoughts and reflections." "Hera," Zeus answered her, "do not reckon that ever you will know all of which I think. What can be known you will know before all the gods. But do not try to learn all my secrets, and do not ask about them." "O cloud-gatherer," Hera answered, "you know that never have I tried to learn your secrets. You always decide all without me. But I fear that today Thetis has persuaded you to avenge her son Achilles and destroy a multitude of Greeks. I know that you have promised to fulfill her request." Sternly Zeus looked upon Hera. He grew angry with his wife because she always watches all that he does. Angrily Zeus commanded her to sit silently and obey him if she does not wish that he punish her. Hera was frightened by the anger of Zeus. Silently she sat upon her golden throne. The gods also were frightened by this quarrel of Zeus with Hera. Then the lame god Hephaestus rose. He reproached the gods for beginning quarrels because of mortals. "For if we quarrel because of mortals, then always the feasts of the gods will be deprived of merriment." So the god Hephaestus said and begged his mother Hera to submit to the power of Zeus, for he is dread in anger and can overthrow from their thrones all the Olympian gods. Hephaestus reminded Hera how Zeus himself had overthrown him to the earth because he had hastened to the aid of his mother when Zeus, who hurls the lightnings, grew angry with her. Hephaestus took a cup and, filling it with nectar, offered it to Hera. Hera smiled. Hephaestus, limping, began to dip nectar with the cup from the bowl and carry it to the gods. All the gods laughed, seeing how the lame Hephaestus hobbled through the banquet hall. Again merriment reigned at the feast of the gods, and calmly they feasted until the setting of the sun to the sounds of the golden cithara of Apollo and to the singing of the Muses. When the feast ended, the gods dispersed to their chambers, and all Olympus was plunged in calm sleep. The assembly of the people. Thersites. Calmly the immortal gods slept upon bright Olympus. Plunged in deep sleep were both the camp of the Greeks and great Troy. But Zeus the Thunderer did not close his eyes in sleep. He pondered how to avenge the insult of Achilles. At last, Zeus the Cloud-Gatherer resolved to send a false dream to Agamemnon. He summoned the god of sleep and sent him to the camp of the Greeks to Agamemnon, saying to him, "Race upon swift wings, deceptive dream, and stand before Agamemnon." Announce to him that he should lead the Greeks into battle. Tell him that today he will take possession of great Troy, for Hera has entreated all the gods not to help the Trojans. Destruction now threatens Troy. Swiftly the god of sleep raced to the earth and, taking the form of the elder Nestor, whom Agamemnon so honored, appeared to him in a dream and said to him all that the great thunderer had commanded. Agamemnon awoke, but it still seemed to him that the words he had heard in the dream still sounded. The king of Mycenae rose and, swiftly dressed in rich garments, took in his hand the golden scepter and went there where the ships of the Greeks, drawn up upon the shore, stood. At this time the dawn already brightly glowed, announcing the rising into the sky of the great god of the sun, Helios. Agamemnon summoned the heralds and commanded them to summon all the warriors to an assembly of the people. All the leaders, the mighty king of Mycenae, gathered by the ship of the elder Nestor and told them what dream Zeus the Thunderer had sent him. The leaders resolved to prepare for battle. But before leading the armies into the field under the walls of Troy, Agamemnon wished to test them. He resolved to propose to the assembly of the people to return to the homeland. While the leaders counseled, the warriors went to the assembly. Like swarms of bees flying out of mountain caves, countless throngs of warriors gathered. The assembly of the people was in turmoil. With difficulty the heralds restored silence so that the kings, the nurslings of Zeus, might address the people. At last the throngs of the people settled, and silence was restored. First Agamemnon addressed the people with a speech, rising from his place with the scepter in his hands. He spoke of the hardships of the war, of the fact that fruitlessly the Greeks had struggled under Troy, that it was evident they would not take impregnable Troy, and would have to return back to the homeland with nothing. It was evident that the gods themselves wished that the Greeks return to the homeland. Thus Agamemnon spoke. The Greeks listened to the speech of Agamemnon. The whole people surged, like the sea when the winds Notus and Eurus, rushing upon it, raise high waves. All with loud cries flung themselves to the ships. The earth trembled from the trampling of the running throngs of warriors who rushed to the ships. Clouds of dust rose. Cries rang throughout the whole camp. All hasten more quickly to launch the ships upon the water, all thirst to sail to the homeland. The cries of the warriors reached even great Olympus. Hera, fearing that the Greeks might leave the siege of Troy, sent Athena Pallas to their camp to stop them. Like a storm, Athena raced from Olympus to the camp of the Greeks. There she appeared to Odysseus and said to him, "Noble son of Laertes, have you all resolved to flee from here to the homeland? Will you leave here to the joy of Priam and all the Trojans, the fair Helen? More quickly go, persuade all not to leave Troy." Hearing the dread voice of the goddess, Odysseus ran, throwing off his cloak, to the ships. Taking from Agamemnon, whom he met, the scepter, the sign of supreme power, he began to persuade all, both the leaders and the simple warriors, not to launch the ships upon the water, and called all back to the assembly of the people. Odysseus struck with the scepter those of the warriors who especially made noise, and hastened more quickly to leave the shore of Troy. Again all flung themselves there where the people ordinarily gathered. With loud cries the throngs of the people went, like the waves of the ever-murmuring sea which, with thunder-like noise, beat against the rocky shore. At last again all took their places and fell silent. Only one Thersites continued to cry. Constantly Thersites allowed himself boldly to speak against the kings. Especially he hated Odysseus and the great son of Thetis Achilles. Now, piercingly, Thersites cried and abused Agamemnon. He cried that Agamemnon had received enough booty and captive women, enough already for him, of rich ransoms for noble Trojans whom simple warriors take captive. Thersites called all to hasten more quickly to the homeland, and advised leaving Agamemnon under Troy alone. Let the son of Atreus learn whether the warriors helped him in battle, whether or not they were faithful servants. Thersites abused Agamemnon as much as he could. He reproached him also for having insulted Achilles, but even Achilles Thersites called faint-hearted. The crafty Odysseus also heard this cry of Thersites. He approached Thersites and cried out sternly, "Do not dare, fool, to abuse the kings. Do not dare to speak of return to the homeland. Who knows how the matter begun by us will end? Listen and remember that I will fulfill what I say. If I hear once more how you, madman, abuse King Agamemnon, then let them rather take from my mighty shoulders my head. Let them not call me the father of Telemachus if I do not seize you, tear from you all your clothing, and having beaten you, drive you from the assembly of the people to the ships, weeping from pain." Thus sternly Odysseus cried. He swung the scepter and struck Thersites upon the back. From pain tears poured like hail from the eyes of Thersites. Upon his back a purple stripe swelled from the blow. He himself, trembling with fear, grimaced and with his hand wiped away the rolling tears. All loudly laughed, looking upon Thersites, and said, "Many glorious deeds Odysseus has accomplished both in council and in battle, but this is the most glorious of his deeds. How he has curbed the loud-mouthed one! Now he will not dare any more to abuse the kings beloved of Zeus." Odysseus then addressed the people with a speech, and beside him stood, having taken the form of a herald, Athena Pallas. Odysseus persuaded the Greeks not to leave the siege of Troy. He said that if they returned to the homeland without taking Troy, they would cover with shame both Agamemnon and themselves. Would they, like weak children or widowed women, from faint-heartedness go away to the homeland, had they forgotten the prophecies of Colchis that it is necessary to wait? Had they all forgotten also that sign which Zeus sent in Aulis? For only in the 10th year of the siege is it allotted to the Greeks to take Troy. By his speech, Odysseus again inspired in all the thirst for deeds. With loud cries, the Greeks greeted the speech of Odysseus, and with a loud echo the neighborhood answered these cries. But now the divine elder Nestor rose, and all again fell silent. And Nestor advised, remaining and entering into battle with the Trojans. During the battle he advised arranging the armies by tribes and clans, so that tribe might help tribe and clan. Then it would be clear who of the leaders or members of the tribe is timid, and who courageous. Then it would be clear why, until now, Troy has not yet been taken, by the command of the immortal gods, or because the leaders do not know the art of war. Agamemnon agreed to this. He commanded the warriors to go to dine and then to prepare for the bloody battle in which no one would be given rest even for a single moment, and woe to him who remains by the ships and shirks the battle. He will be thrown as prey to the dogs and the birds of prey. Loudly all the warriors cried out, so loudly as the sea thunders in a strong storm when the wind drives high as mountains' waves. Swiftly the assembly of the people dispersed. All hastened to the tents. Fires smoked throughout the whole camp. The Greeks strengthened themselves with food before the battle. Each offered a sacrifice to a god and prayed to be saved during the bloody fight. Agamemnon offered a sacrifice to Zeus. He slaughtered by the altar around which the most famous heroes of the Greeks stood a fat bull and prayed Zeus to give him victory. He prayed to help him take possession of impregnable Troy and the palace of King Priam before night descends upon the earth. He prayed to give him to overthrow Hector in the dust, piercing with a spear his armor. But the great Zeus the Thunderer did not heed the prayers of Agamemnon. He prepared for the king of Mycenae many failures on this day. When the sacrifice was offered and the sacrificial feast ended, the elder Nestor began to urge the leaders to lead the armies into the field of battle. The leaders hastened to their companies. The heralds began with a loud voice to summon the warriors. The leaders arranged the companies in battle order and led them to the walls of Troy. The earth groaned from the trampling of warriors and horses. The armies occupied the whole valley of the Scamander. All the armies burned with the desire to fight with the Trojans. Among the armies, Athena Pallas raced furiously. She stirred the warriors to battle, inspiring in them unshakable courage. Upon chariots in front of the armies the leaders rode. all of them King Agamemnon surpassed by his dread appearance, like Zeus the Thunderer. In order the warriors went, rank after rank, to the walls of Troy. The duel of Menelaus with Paris. Swiftly the messenger of the gods Iris raced from Olympus and announced to the Trojans, having taken the form of the son of Priam Pelias, that innumerable armies were approaching Troy from the camp of the Greeks. As Iris raced into Troy, all the Trojans were at an assembly of the people. At once Hector dismissed the assembly. All the citizens of Troy and their allies hastened to arm themselves and arrange themselves in battle order. The gates of Troy were opened, and from them, one after another, the companies of the Trojans and their allies began to go out. With a loud cry the Trojans went, like lines of cranes during migration. The Greeks approached in dread silence. Clouds of dust covered the whole field. The two armies came together, but did not yet enter into battle. Then from the ranks of the Trojans, the fair Paris came out. Across his shoulder a leopard skin was thrown, behind his back a bow and a quiver with arrows, at his thigh a sharp sword, and in his hand he held 2 spears. Paris challenged someone of the heroes of the Greeks to single combat. No sooner did Menelaus see Paris than swiftly he leapt from the chariot and, glittering with his armor, came forward. Joyfully Menelaus went against Paris. Like a lion that has unexpectedly found rich prey, Menelaus rejoiced that he could avenge the stealer of the fair Helen. No sooner did Paris see Menelaus than his heart trembled, and he hid among his friends, fearing death. Hector saw this and began to reproach his brother for cowardice. "You are brave only in appearance," Hector said to Paris. "Better that you had not been born than to serve as a shame to us all. Do you not hear how the Greeks laugh at you? You had courage enough only to carry off the wife of Menelaus, Helen, to the sorrow of all Troy. You would learn what a fighter the husband of the Helen stolen by you is. Oh, if the Trojans were more resolute, long ago they would have stoned you for all the troubles which you have brought upon them." "You have the right to abuse me, Hector," so Paris answered. "But be calm. I will enter into single combat with Menelaus. Only command the Trojans to stop. Before the armies we will fight with Menelaus for the beauty Helen. Who of us conquers, he also will lead Helen into his house." Hearing such an answer, Hector went out into the middle of the ranks of the Trojans and stopped them. The Greeks were ready to shower Hector with arrows. Some had already thrown stones at him, but Agamemnon stopped them, crying out, "Stand, Greeks! Stand, Achaean men! Helmet-flashing Hector intends to address us with a word." When all fell silent, Hector announced that Paris proposes to decide the dispute for Helen by single combat. Menelaus answered him, "Hear me, long is it time for us to end the bloody strife. Let us fight with Paris, and let him of us perish, to whom fate has allotted destruction. You then conclude peace afterwards. Offer sacrifices to the gods. Summon the elder Priam. His sons are all crafty. Let him himself bring the oath before the duel that he will fulfill this agreement." All rejoiced hearing this proposal. Hector at once sent heralds to summon Priam. Meanwhile, the goddess Iris, having taken the form of the daughter of Priam, the fair Laodice, appeared to Helen and called her to ascend the tower by the Scaean gates where the Trojan elders with Priam at their head had gathered to look upon the single combat of Paris and Menelaus. Fair-haired Helen, dressed in luxurious garments, and hastened after Iris, accompanied by 2 slave women. Helen remembered her first husband, the homeland in dear Sparta, and at this, tears appeared in her eyes. The Trojan elders saw Helen approaching. So fair was she that the elders with rapture looked upon her and said to one another, "No, it is impossible to condemn either the Greeks or the Trojans for the fact that they conduct a bloody struggle for such a fair woman. Truly she is equal in beauty to the immortal goddesses. But however fair she is, better let her return to Greece. Then destruction will not threaten either us or our children." Priam summoned Helen and began to question her about those heroes whom he saw from the wall. Helen pointed out to him the mighty Agamemnon, the crafty Odysseus, Ajax the Telamonian, Idomeneus, the king of Crete. Priam marveled looking upon these heroes at their beauty and their mighty warlike appearance. At this time the herald sent by Hector for Priam came. Hastily Priam rose, commanded a chariot to be yoked, and with Antenor drove out to the armies through the Scaean gates. Agamemnon and Odysseus rose to meet the elder Priam. Sacrifices were offered to the Olympian gods. Oaths were brought to observe the agreement. Then King Priam addressed the armies of the Trojans and the Greeks with such words: "O brave men, Trojans and Greeks, I will withdraw now into great Troy. I have not strength enough to look upon the duel of my son Paris with the mighty king Menelaus. Only Zeus knows to whom of them destruction is appointed in this fight." Priam left the field of battle. Hector with Odysseus measured out the place for the duel, and then put the lots into a helmet and shook it so that the lot might fall to him who must first throw the spear. The lot fell to Paris. Paris and Menelaus armed themselves and came out upon the place of the duel, shaking the heavy spears. Dreadfully their glances flashed. In them with bright flame their hatred for one another burned. Paris swung his spear and threw it at Menelaus. His spear struck the vast shield of Menelaus, but did not pierce it. The point of the spear bent, striking against the bronze that covered the shield. Loudly Menelaus invoked Zeus, praying him to help avenge Paris so that in the future no one might dare to pay evil for hospitality. Dreadfully King Menelaus swung his spear and struck with it the shield of Paris. Through and through the spear pierced the shield. It also pierced the breastplate of Paris and cut the tunic. Paris saved himself only by swiftly leaping aside. Menelaus drew his sword and struck with it Paris upon the helmet, but the sword flew into 4 pieces from the terrible blow. Deprived of the sword, Menelaus flung himself upon Paris, seized him by the helmet with his hand, and dragged him over the earth to the ranks of the Greeks. The strap of the helmet compressed the throat of Paris. Menelaus would have dragged Paris to the ranks of the Greeks, but here the goddess of love, Aphrodite, came to the aid of her favorite. She tore the strap, and only the helmet remained in the hands of Menelaus. He wished to strike Paris, overthrown upon the earth, with a spear, but the goddess Aphrodite covered Paris with a dark cloud and swiftly carried him into Troy. In vain Menelaus sought Paris. He, like a wild beast, ranged through the Trojan armies, but no one could point out to him the son of Priam, although all the Trojans hated him. Loudly King Agamemnon cried out, "Hear, Trojans and Greeks! All of you have seen the victory of Menelaus. Let them restore to us Helen and all the treasures carried off by Paris from Menelaus, and also let them pay us tribute." But without answer Agamemnon remained. It was not allotted that the battle end. Pandarus breaks the oath. The battle. When Menelaus with Paris resolved to enter into single combat, the immortal gods feasted in the halls of Zeus. The young goddess Hebe poured nectar into the cups. The gods feasted, looking from high Olympus upon Troy. Zeus, mocking Hera, began to say that he would end the bloody strife of the Trojans and the Greeks, for Menelaus had conquered. But the goddess Hera begged Zeus to send into the army of the Trojans the warrior Athena, so that she might urge someone to break the given oath. As if against his will, Zeus the Thunderer agreed. Swiftly, under the guise of a bright star, the goddess Athena raced from Olympus and fell among the Trojan army. Amazement took possession of the Trojans. They did not know what this sign meant, whether a bloody slaughter would begin again, or whether this was a sign of Zeus that peace should be concluded. Athena, in the form of Laodocus, the son of Antenor, approached the famous archer Pandarus and persuaded him to strike Menelaus with a deadly arrow. Pandarus agreed. He seized his bow, took out a sharp arrow, invoked Apollo to his aid, and sent the arrow. The string of the taut bow rang, the arrow rose, and surely Menelaus would have perished, but Athena turned aside the arrow, and it struck Menelaus in that part of the body which was protected by double armor. The arrow pierced the armor and sank into the body of Menelaus. The wound was not deep, but still abundantly blood poured from it. Horror seized Agamemnon, seeing that his brother was wounded. But Menelaus calmed him. Agamemnon commanded that the physician, the hero Machaon, be summoned. Machaon examined the wound and sprinkled it with medicines. While Agamemnon and the other heroes cared for the wounded Menelaus, the Trojans were already advancing upon the Greeks. Agamemnon hastened to the armies and began to arrange their ranks and inspire the warriors to battle. Only the voices of the leaders rang among the army of the Greeks. Silently the warriors went. The Trojans advanced with loud cries. The armies of the Greeks Athena Pallas led, and the Trojans the stormy god of war Ares. Hand-to-hand battle crashed. The cries of victory and the groans of the dying mingled. The Trojans began to retreat under the onset of the Greeks. Still more united, the Greeks attacked them. Seeing this, the god Apollo, the protector of the Trojans, burned with anger. Loudly he cried out, "More boldly forward, Trojans! Do not think that the breasts of the Greeks are of stone and their bodies of iron. Look, today even the great Achilles does not fight among them. Angry he sits in his tent." With this cry, the far-shooting god inspired the Trojans. The battle became still bloodier. Many heroes perished. Athena Pallas inspired the Greeks. In this battle she gave unbreakable strength to King Diomedes, the son of Tydeus. Soon the Trojans wavered. Seeing Diomedes, the famous archer Pandarus drew his bow and sent an arrow at him. The arrow sank into the shoulder of Diomedes, and his armor was stained with scarlet blood. Pandarus rejoiced. He thought that he had mortally wounded Diomedes. With a loud voice he began to encourage the Trojans, saying that Diomedes was mortally wounded. Diomedes summoned the hero Sthenelus and begged him to draw the arrow from the wound. Sthenelus drew the arrow for him. With a loud voice Diomedes prayed to Athena Pallas and begged her to give him to strike him who had wounded him with the arrow. Athena Pallas stood before Diomedes. She endowed him with great strength and untamable courage. The goddess commanded Diomedes boldly to rush into battle and not to attack only the immortal gods. Only the goddess Aphrodite could he strike with his spear. Like a wounded lion in which a light wound has only tenfold increased the strength and still more inflamed the fury, Diomedes flung himself into battle. Seeing how Diomedes raged in the battle, the hero Aeneas swiftly went through the ranks of the Trojan warriors seeking Pandarus. Aeneas persuaded Pandarus to attack Diomedes. Upon the chariot of Aeneas the courageous Pandarus mounted, and they raced together against Diomedes. Seeing upon the chariot two famous heroes, Aeneas and Pandarus, the friend of Diomedes, Sthenelus, began to advise Diomedes to avoid the struggle with such heroes. But with indignation, the mighty hero rejected this counsel. Swiftly the chariot of Aeneas approached Diomedes. Pandarus swung his spear and threw it at the shield of Diomedes. The spear pierced the shield and struck against the breastplate, but the breastplate protected Diomedes. And Pandarus already rejoiced, thinking that he had mortally wounded the son of Tydeus. Diomedes threw his spear. Dead, Pandarus fell from the chariot. Swiftly Aeneas leapt to the earth. Covered by the shield, with a vast spear in his hands, he prepared to defend the body of Pandarus. Diomedes seized a vast stone which even two men would not have lifted, and with one hand threw it with terrible force at Aeneas and struck him in the thigh. Aeneas fell upon his knees and surely would have perished if his mother, the goddess Aphrodite, had not hastened to his aid. She covered Aeneas with her garment and wished to carry him from the field of battle. Diomedes flung himself upon the goddess and wounded her with his heavy spear in the tender arm. Loudly the goddess cried out and released Aeneas from her embrace. But the god Apollo covered him with a black cloud. Diomedes sternly cried to the goddess Aphrodite, "High daughter of Zeus, leave the bloody battle. Is it not enough for you that you seduce weak women?" The goddess of love left the field of battle, and Diomedes again attacked Aeneas. 3 times the son of Tydeus attacked him, and 3 times Apollo repelled him. When, for the 4th time, Diomedes attacked Aeneas, sternly Apollo cried to him, "Come to your senses, son of Tydeus! Withdraw, and do not dare to attack the immortals. Never will the gods be equal in strength to mortals." Diomedes was frightened, hearing the voice of the dread god Apollo, and withdrew. Apollo transferred Aeneas into his temple in Troy. There the goddess Leto and the sister of Apollo, the goddess Artemis, healed Aeneas. Upon the field of battle, Apollo created a phantom of Aeneas, and around this phantom a stubborn battle boiled. The goddess Aphrodite, wounded by Diomedes, meanwhile, raced from the field of battle to that place where Ares, the stormy god of war, sat. Loudly groaning from pain, she begged the god to give her his chariot. Upon it she swiftly rose to bright Olympus. There she fell with tears at the knees of her mother Dione and complained to her that Diomedes had wounded her. Dione wiped the wound and healed the arm. Athena and Hera, mocking Aphrodite, said to the great thunderer Zeus, "Has not the goddess Aphrodite been persuading some other Achaean woman to flee with one of her beloved Trojans? Perhaps she has scratched her arm to blood caressing this Achaean woman." Zeus smiled, called Aphrodite to himself, and said to her, "Dear daughter, noisy battles are not your affair. Know you of marriage and love, and leave the battles to the stormy god Ares and the warrior Athena." And upon the field of battle, as before, the fight boiled around the phantom of Aeneas, created by Apollo. The god Apollo raced to Ares and begged him to curb Diomedes. Apollo, the god of battles, covered with blood, heeded. He raced to stir the courage of the Trojans, having taken the form of the hero, the Thracian Achamas. Still more furious the battle was to become. The healed Aeneas also returned to the field of battle. The Trojans rejoiced, seeing him unharmed. Again the ranks of the Trojans that had been mixed arranged themselves and began to advance upon the Greeks. Like storm clouds covering the mountains, which the stormy winds do not drive with their rushing breath, the Greeks awaited the approaching Trojans. Both heroes, the Ajaxes, Odysseus and Diomedes, stirred the Greeks to battle. King Agamemnon also went through their ranks, glittering with his armor. Again the battle boiled. One after another the heroes fell, and the darkness of death covered their eyes. In front of the Trojans Hector fought. The god of war Ares himself and the dread goddess of battle Enyo helped him. The hero Diomedes, seeing the god Ares, withdrew back and cried out, addressing the Greeks, "Friends, there is nothing for us to marvel at that with such daring Hector fights. For beside him the god of battle Ares himself fights and helps him. Withdraw, friends, do not dare to enter into battle with the gods." Ever more strongly the Trojans pressed the Greeks. In the battle, the young son of Heracles, Tlepolemus, fell, struck by the spear of the son of Zeus, Sarpedon. But Sarpedon also was wounded by Tlepolemus in the thigh. With difficulty, the friends of Sarpedon carried him from the battle, not having succeeded in drawing the spear from his wound. Seeing Hector passing, Sarpedon began to beg him to shatter the Greeks completely. Again Hector flung himself into battle. Many heroes he struck with his spear. Still more strongly the Trojans pressed the Greeks. Seeing this, the goddess Hera summoned the goddess Athena, and together with her began swiftly to equip herself for battle to curb Ares. The goddesses, with the help of Hebe, yoked the horses to the wondrous chariot. Athena clothed herself in armor, set upon her head her heavy helmet, across her shoulder threw the aegis with the head of the Gorgon Medusa, and with a spear in her hands mounted the chariot of the goddess Hera, and she swiftly drove the horses. When the goddesses raced from high Olympus, they saw Zeus, who alone sat upon a high hill. Hera held the horses and said to Zeus the Thunderer, "Do you not grow angry, Zeus, with the fierce Ares for the fact that he destroys so many heroes? I see how Apollo and Aphrodite rejoice at this. Will you grow angry with me if I curb the god Ares?" Zeus the aegis-bearer answered her, "Go! Let the warrior goddess Athena Pallas come out against Ares. No one of the immortals knows so well as she how to cast Ares into heavy sorrow." Swiftly the goddess Hera drove the horses farther. The goddesses raced to the confluence of the two rivers, the Simois and the Scamander, descended from the chariot, unyoked the horses and surrounded them with a black cloud. Hera, having taken the form of Stentor, a man who possessed a mighty voice, summoned the Greeks courageously to fight with the Trojans. Athena Pallas approached Diomedes. He was wiping the wound inflicted upon him by Pandarus. Pallas began to reproach him, both for having withdrawn from the battle and for fearing to fight with the Trojans. His father, the glorious warrior Tydeus, would not have acted so. But Diomedes answered the goddess, "No, bright-eyed daughter of Zeus the Thunderer, I do not fear to enter into battle with the heroes of Troy. I remember only that you commanded me not to enter into battle with the immortal gods." Then Athena said to Diomedes, "O son of Tydeus, favorite of Athena, now do not fear either Ares or any one of the other gods. I myself will be your helper. Go more quickly into battle against Ares." Still recently he promised to help the Greeks, and now the faithless one helps the Trojans. Athena Pallas stood upon the chariot of Diomedes in place of Sthenelus. The oaken axle of the chariot groaned from the weight of the goddess. Athena drove the horses, invisible to Ares, straight at him at that moment when he was taking the armor from the killed hero Periphas. Ares saw Diomedes standing beside Athena, left the body of the hero Phrixus whom he had struck, from which he was taking the armor, and threw a spear at the son of Tydeus. Athena turned aside the spear, and it flew past. Athena tenfold increased the strength of Diomedes. He struck Ares with the spear, and drew the spear back from the wound. So terribly, Ares cried out, as if 10,000 warriors had cried out at once. All the warriors of the Trojans and the Greeks shuddered from the terrible cry. Covered with black clouds, the stormy Ares swiftly rose to bright Olympus. There he sat by Zeus and complained to him of Athena Pallas for the fact that she had helped Diomedes to wound him. Sternly Zeus looked upon his son. Hateful to him was Ares for his love of bloody battles, and he said to his son that if he were not his son, long ago he would have overthrown him into gloomy Tartarus. The stormy Ares ceased his complaints. Zeus summoned the divine physician Paeon, and he swiftly healed the wound of Ares. Hebe washed Ares and clothed him in luxurious garments. The goddesses Hera and Athena also returned to bright Olympus. Thus they curbed the god of war Ares insatiable in battles. Under the walls of Troy as before the battle boiled. Again the Greeks began to press the Trojans. Many glorious Trojans, Ajax, Diomedes, Menelaus, Agamemnon, and other heroes, overthrew in the dust and took from the killed their luxurious armor. Seeing that the complete defeat of the Trojans was not far, the son of Priam, the seer Helenus, began to beg helmet-flashing Hector and the son of Aphrodite Aeneas that they encourage the Trojans and hasten more quickly into Troy to propitiate with rich gifts the goddess Athena. Hector heeded his brother. He again inspired the Trojans, and they repelled the onset of the Greeks. Hector in Troy. Farewell of Hector with Andromache. Meanwhile, Hector entered through the Scaean gates into Troy. At once the women and children surrounded him and began to ask about their husbands and fathers. But nothing did Hector say to them. He commanded them only to pray to the Olympian gods. Hector hastened to the palace of Priam. In the palace his mother Hecuba met Hector. She wished to bring wine to Hector so that he might strengthen his strength, but Hector refused. He begged his mother to summon the Trojan women so that they might more quickly carry as a gift to Athena Pallas a rich covering, offer the goddess great sacrifices, and pray her to curb the fierce Diomedes. At once Hecuba fulfilled the request of her son. He himself swiftly directed himself to the halls of Paris. Hector found Paris at the time when he calmly examined his armor. The Helen carried off by him was also here. She distributed the work among the slave women. Hector began to reproach Paris for the fact that he idly sits at home at the time when destruction threatens all the Trojans. Paris answered Hector that he is preparing for battle, that the fair Helen also urges him to go out upon the field of battle. Helen turned with gracious words to Hector and begged him to sit and rest from the deeds of war. Her husband Paris she reproached for his carelessness, for the fact that he does not feel shame. Helen also lamented that so many troubles have been sent upon Troy because of her, but not by her fault, but by the fault of Paris. But Hector refused to rest in the house of Paris. He hastened more quickly to see his wife and son before he returns again to the battle. Hector did not know whether it would succeed him afterwards once more to see his wife and son, whether he would return alive from the battle, or whether the gods allot him to perish by the hands of the Greeks. Hector went into his palace, but did not find there Andromache with his son. The slave women said to Hector that his wife, learning that the Greeks are pressing the Trojans, had gone with her son to the city walls and there stands, shedding tears. Swiftly Hector came out of his palace and hastened to the Scaean gates. At the very gates he met Andromache. After her a servant carried the little son of Hector, Astyanax. Like the first morning star was the fair infant. Andromache took Hector by the hand and, shedding tears, said, "O my husband, your courage will destroy you. You do not pity either me or your son. Soon already I shall be a widow. The Greeks will kill you. Better for me not to live, Hector, without you. For I have no one except you. For you are for me everything, both father and mother and husband. Oh, take pity upon me and your son. Do not go out into battle. Command the Trojan warriors to stand by the fig tree, for only there can the walls of Troy be destroyed." But helmet-flashing Hector thus answered his wife, "Myself, all this troubles me. But a great shame it would be for me to remain behind the walls of Troy and not take part in the battle. No, I must fight in front of all, for the glory of my father. I know firmly that a day will come when sacred Troy will perish. But this does not grieve me, your fate grieves me, that some Greek will lead you into captivity, and there in a foreign land you will be a slave woman, weaving for a foreign woman and carrying water for her. There they will see you weeping and will say, 'This is the wife of Hector, who surpassed in strength and courage all the Trojan heroes, and still more strongly then will your sorrow become.' No, better let them kill me earlier than that I see how they lead you into captivity, than that I hear your weeping." Having said this, Hector approached his son and wished to embrace him, but with a cry little Astyanax clung to the breast of the nurse. He was frightened by the horsehair waving upon the helmet of Hector. Tenderly Andromache and Hector smiled at the infant. Hector took off the helmet, laid it upon the earth, took Astyanax in his arms and kissed him. High Hector raised his son to the sky, and thus prayed Zeus the Thunderer and all the immortal gods. "O Zeus, and you, immortal gods, I pray you, send that my son be as famous among the citizens as I. Let him be mighty, and let him rule in Troy. Let some day they say of him when he returns from battle that he surpasses in courage his father. Let him shatter the enemies and rejoice the heart of his mother." Thus Hector prayed the gods. Then he gave Astyanax to his wife. Andromache pressed her son to her breast and through tears smiled at him. Hector was touched. Tenderly he embraced Andromache and said to her, "Do not grieve so, Andromache. No one of the heroes will send me into the realm of gloomy Hades against the command of fate. No one will escape his fate, neither the brave nor the coward. Go then, beloved, home. Occupy yourself with weaving, with spinning. Look after the slave women. And we, the men, will care for the military affairs, and more than all I will care for them." Hector put on the helmet and swiftly went to the Scaean gates. Andromache also went home, but often she turned and looked through tears how Hector withdrew. When she returned, weeping, home, all the slave women wept with her. They did not hope that Hector would return from the battle home unharmed. At the Scaean gates Paris overtook Hector. He hastened into battle, glittering with bronze armor. "My brother," Hector said to him, "I know that no just man can fail to value your deeds, but often unwillingly you go into battle. Often I am tormented when I hear how the Trojans abuse you. But let us hasten more quickly to the armies." Continuation of the battle. The duel of Hector with Ajax. Together, Hector and Paris came out from the Scaean gates. The Trojans rejoiced seeing both heroes. Again they rose in spirit, and once more a furious battle began. Many heroes, Hector, Paris, and Colchis, struck down. The Greeks began to retreat. The bright-eyed daughter of Zeus saw this and raced to sacred Troy. The goddess racing from Olympus, the god Apollo, met by a century-old oak that grew at the edge of the field. He asked the goddess Athena whether she was hastening to the aid of the Greeks and persuaded her to help him end the battle. Athena agreed. The gods decided to end the battle, to inspire Hector to challenge the most glorious of the Greek heroes to single combat. No sooner had the gods decided this than at once the prophetic son of Priam Helenus perceived their decision. He approached his brother Hector and advised him to challenge a Greek hero to single combat. Helenus revealed to Hector that he had heard the voice of the dwellers in heaven commanding him so to act, and that it was not fate for Hector to perish in this single combat. Hector at once ended the battle, stopping the Trojans. Agamemnon did the same. The field of battle grew calm, and the warriors, wearied by the fight, sat upon the earth. Athena, Pallas, and Apollo, flying up like birds of prey, sat upon the century-old oak, admiring the armies of the Trojans and the Greeks. When all had grown calm, Hector loudly challenged one of the Greek heroes to single combat. He promised not to defile the body of the killed and not to take the armor from him, and demanded that the hero of the Greeks also promise this if he should be the victor. The Greeks heard the challenge of Hector, but all were silent. No one dared to come out against Hector. Terribly, Menelaus grew angry at them. He himself wished to enter into single combat with Hector, but Agamemnon restrained him. He feared that his brother would perish by the hand of Hector, with whom even Achilles feared to fight. The elder Nestor also shamed the Greeks. No sooner had his angry speech fallen silent than at once 9 heroes stepped forward: King Agamemnon, Diomedes, both Ajaxes, Idomeneus, Meriones, Eurypylus, Thoas, and Odysseus. By the counsel of Nestor they resolved to cast lots among the heroes. When the lots were put into a helmet, Nestor began to shake it so that someone's lot might fall out. The heroes prayed the gods that the lot might fall to Ajax the Telamonian, Diomedes, or Agamemnon. The lot fell upon Ajax. The mighty Telamonian Ajax rejoiced. He put on his armor and came forward to the place of the duel. He went, like the god of war Ares, vast, mighty, and dread. Before him he carried a shield bound with bronze, large as a tower, and shook a heavy spear. The Trojans were horrified, seeing Ajax. Fear penetrated into the breast of Hector. Dreadfully the fighters looked upon one another. First Hector threw the spear. He did not pierce the shield of Ajax. Ajax threw his spear and through pierced the shield of Hector. The spear also pierced the breastplate of Hector and tore the tunic. Hector saved himself from destruction only by leaping aside. The heroes tore out the spears and clashed again. Hector again struck with the spear the shield of the Telamonian. The point of his spear did not bend. Ajax once more pierced the shield of Hector and lightly wounded him in the neck. Hector did not interrupt the fight. He raised a vast stone and threw it at the shield of Ajax. The bronze that covered the vast shield thundered. Ajax seized a still heavier stone and with such force threw it at the shield of Hector that he broke the shield and wounded Hector in the leg. Hector fell to the earth, but the god Apollo swiftly raised him. The heroes seized their swords. They would have cut one another to pieces if the heralds had not come up and stretched the staffs between them. "End the fight, heroes," the heralds cried out. "We all see that you are great warriors. Zeus loves both of you equally. Night is already coming on. Rest is necessary for all. Herald, Ajax turned to the herald of the Trojans. What you have said Hector himself ought to say, for he challenged to the single combat. I am ready to end the struggle if he wishes. At once Hector answered Ajax. O Telamonian, the gods have given you both great stature and strength and reason. You are the most glorious of the Greek heroes. Let us end today our duel. Afterwards we can still meet with you upon the field of battle. But parting, let us honor one another with a gift in memory of our single combat. Let the warriors of Troy and Greece remember that the heroes fought, burning with enmity against one another, but parted reconciled, as friends. Having said this, Hector took off the sword adorned with silver and gave it to Ajax, and Ajax gave as a gift to Hector a purple precious girdle. Thus ended the duel of the heroes. The Trojans rejoiced that unharmed Hector had come out of the single combat with the mighty Ajax, and with triumph escorted him into Troy. The Greeks also rejoiced, seeing what a mighty hero Telamonian Ajax was. King Agamemnon arranged a feast in honor of Ajax, summoning to it all the leaders. Until evening the leaders feasted. When the feast was ended, the elder Nestor at the assembly of the Greek leaders gave counsel to end the battle for a day in order to commit to burial the fallen heroes, and to build a wall with towers around the camp and the ships, so that this wall might be a defense for the Greeks, and by the wall to dig a deep ditch. The leaders agreed with the counsel of Nestor and dispersed until morning to their tents. The Trojans also gathered a council of the leaders. At this council Antenor advised surrendering to the Greeks the fair Helen and the carried-off treasures. But Paris would by no means agree to surrender Helen. He agreed to restore only the treasures of Menelaus, adding to them gifts from himself. King Priam gave counsel to send in the morning a herald to the Greeks who was to transmit to them the proposal of Paris. If the Greeks did not agree with this proposal, then to continue the battle until the gods gave final victory to the one or the other side. The Trojans agreed with the proposal of Priam. When morning came, the Trojans sent a herald to the Greeks, but they rejected the proposal of Paris. They agreed only to interrupt the battle for a day in order to bury the killed warriors. Still, before the rising of the sun, the Trojans and the Greeks proceeded to the burial of the fallen warriors. They brought the bodies to the pyres and burned them. Then the Greeks in one day built around the camp a high wall with towers and dug before it a deep ditch. Even the Olympian gods marveled at this work of the Greeks. Only the god Poseidon grew angry with the Greeks because they had not offered sacrifices to the gods while raising the wall. But Zeus the Thunderer calmed Poseidon. He gave him counsel afterwards to destroy the wall of the Greeks and again to cover the shore with sea sand. The Greeks, having finished the work, began to prepare supper for themselves. At this time, ships with wine arrived from Lemnos. The Greeks rejoiced. Swiftly they bought up the wine, and a feast began in the camp. Not calm was the feast of the Greeks. Zeus the Thunderer with rolls of thunder prophesied to them many troubles. Often fear took possession of the feasters, and they spilled the wine from the cups. No one of the Greeks dared to drink without having performed a libation in honor of the dread Zeus. At last the feast was ended, and the whole Greek camp was plunged in sleep. The victory of the Trojans. Early in the morning, when the goddess of dawn Eos flew up into the sky and the east glowed with scarlet light, Zeus the Thunderer, having gathered the gods upon bright Olympus, said to them, "Hear me, immortal gods! Let no one of you dare today to descend from high Olympus to the aid either of the Greeks or of the Trojans. The disobedient one I will overthrow into the deepest abyss of Tartarus, so that he may know how much stronger I am than the immortal gods. If you wish to test my strength, then take a golden chain, lower it to the earth, stand upon the earth, and try to drag me from Olympus. I, with one hand, will take hold of this chain and raise with it all of you and the whole earth with the seas." The dread speech of Zeus struck the gods with fear. The goddess Athena answered Zeus, "O great Thunderer, we all know that boundless is your strength, but we all sorrow for the Greeks. Are they doomed to destruction? My daughter, Zeus answered, I do not intend to destroy all the Greeks. Having said this, Zeus yoked the golden-maned horses to the chariot, took in his hands a golden whip, and, clothed in golden garments, stood upon the chariot. Swiftly he drove the horses, and they raced between earth and sky to high Ida. There Zeus sat upon the very summit and began to look how the Greeks and the citizens of Troy prepared for battle. The armies came out into the field and swiftly came together. Again, a terrible battle began. Noon came. Zeus took the golden scales and weighed upon them the lots of the Trojans and the Greeks. To the sky rose the lot of the Trojans, promising them success. The lot of the Greeks sank to the very earth, threatening destruction to many of them. The thunder of the great Zeus crashed from Ida, and he threw a flashing lightning into the army of the Greeks. Horror seized the warriors. All of them turned to flight, hastening to hide behind the walls of the camp. Only Nestor remained in the field. One of his horses was wounded by an arrow of Paris and reared up. In vain, Nestor tried to cut the harness of the horse. This he did not succeed in. Already Hector approached him upon his chariot. The elder Nestor would have perished, but Diomedes came up to his aid. He called Odysseus also to help, but Odysseus did not hear his call. Diomedes took Nestor into his chariot and raced to meet Hector. Diomedes threw a spear at Hector, but missed. He struck the breast of the charioteer of Hector and struck him to death. The horses of Hector swerved aside. In place of the charioteer, the hero Archeptolemus stood upon the chariot. Perhaps, seeing the deed of Diomedes, the fleeing Greeks would have stopped. But Zeus threw a flashing lightning before the horses of Diomedes. Terribly the flame of the lightning flashed, and the horses rushed back. Nestor began to persuade Diomedes to leave the field of battle, for Zeus does not prophesy victory to him. However much Diomedes wished to continue the fight, he heeded Nestor and directed the horses to the throngs of the fleeing Greeks. The Trojans raised a terrible cry and showered the Greeks with a cloud of arrows. Hector mocked the fleeing Diomedes. 3 times Diomedes wished to return, and 3 times the dread rolls of the thunder of Zeus rang out. Hector understood that with his thunders, Zeus prophesies victory to the Trojans. He inspired them to pursue the Greeks and threatened, bursting into their camp, to burn the ships. Hera grew angry hearing the threats of Hector. She began to beg the Earthshaker, the god Poseidon, to help the Greeks, but the great lord of the seas refused. And the fight already boiled at the very wall that surrounded the camp of the Greeks. Hera inspired in Agamemnon the thought to inspire the Greeks. Standing upon the ship of Odysseus, Agamemnon called to the warriors and summoned them courageously to defend themselves. He also prayed Zeus to send help and not to allow the Greeks to perish by the hands of the Trojans. Zeus was merciful and sent a sign to the Greeks. Over the altar of Zeus an eagle rose and threw upon the altar a deer which it held in its claws. Seeing the sign, the Greeks rose in spirit and repelled the Trojans. Most bravely of all, King Diomedes fought. Many Trojan heroes he then struck down. Courageously, other heroes of the Greeks also fought, but especially distinguished himself the half-brother of Telamonian Ajax, Teucer. From his bow he struck one after another many Trojan heroes. He struck also the son of Priam, the fair Gorgythian. As a poppy under the weight of the dew that has covered it bends its red flower, so Gorgythian bent his head, crowned with a helmet, and fell to the earth. Teucer also killed the charioteer of Hector, his friend Archeptolemus. Hector boiled with anger and flung himself upon Teucer. He wounded him with a heavy stone in the shoulder near the neck. Teucer groaned. Hector would have killed him if Ajax had not covered his brother with the shield and commanded the servants to carry the wounded one to the ships. Again Zeus stirred the courage of the Trojans. To the very ships the Trojans pressed the Greeks. Dreadfully Hector raced through the ranks. Hera took pity upon the Greeks. She begged Athena to hasten to their aid. Athena agreed. She put on armor and together with Hera raced upon a chariot from bright Olympus. Zeus saw the racing goddesses from high Ida. Full of anger, he sent the messenger of the gods Iris to stop the goddesses, threatening them with his anger. The goddesses Hera and Athena feared the anger of Zeus. Full of sorrow, they returned to Olympus. Soon Zeus the Thunderer also returned to Olympus. To the question of Zeus with what the goddesses were so grieved, and to the threats of Zeus, Hera answered that they sorrow for the Greeks. Zeus said to Hera that until then the Trojans would conquer, until Agamemnon was reconciled with Achilles, and sent him rich gifts for that insult which he had inflicted upon him. The sun set. Night covered the earth with its covering. The bloody battle ended. By the counsel of Hector the Trojans did not return to sacred Troy. They settled for the night in the field, and the city they commanded the youths and the elders to guard. Hector hoped that on the following day he would succeed in gaining a final victory over the Greeks and driving them from the Troad. A multitude of fires the Trojans kindled in the field. Like stars, these fires glittered in the darkness of night. Agamemnon makes an attempt to be reconciled with Achilles. Agamemnon, grieved by the victory of the Trojans, sent heralds to summon the leaders to council. The leaders gathered, and with sorrow Agamemnon began to speak of the fact that it is necessary now to flee from the Troad to Greece, for this apparently is pleasing to Zeus. But Diomedes angrily objected to Agamemnon that he alone, if he so wishes, may leave the Troad. The other leaders will remain and will fight until they take Troy. Nestor also did not advise flight. The elder advised Agamemnon to arrange a feast, and at it to discuss what to do, and for the guarding of the camp to set a watch. Agamemnon fulfilled the counsel of Nestor. 700 youths, under the leadership of 7 leaders, went to guard the camp of the Greeks. The remaining leaders remained in the tent of Agamemnon. During the feast, Nestor began to advise Agamemnon to be reconciled with Achilles. Agamemnon heeded Nestor. He announced to the leaders that great gifts he would give to Achilles, restore Briseis to him, and when all returned with victory to the homeland, give Achilles as wife one of his daughters, and as a dowry many rich gifts. The leaders approved the decision of Agamemnon and resolved to send for negotiations with Achilles to him into the tent Ajax the Telamonian, Odysseus and Phoenix, and with them as heralds Eurybates and Hodius. These heroes Achilles especially loved. Many instructions Nestor gave these envoys. When the envoys of Agamemnon came to Achilles, they found him playing upon the lyre and singing the glory of the heroes. Beside Achilles sat also his friend Patroclus. Graciously, Achilles met the heroes and prepared for them a rich feast. Having been satisfied, Odysseus turned to the son of Pelias and began to persuade him to be reconciled with Agamemnon. Odysseus told how the Trojans pressed the Greeks, led by Hector. Odysseus also enumerated those gifts which Agamemnon promises as a sign of reconciliation. Odysseus reminded Achilles also of how Pelias instructed his son, releasing him upon the expedition, how he advised him to avoid strife. But Achilles refused to be reconciled with the king of Mycenae. He could not forget the insult which Agamemnon had inflicted upon him. Achilles said that even in that case he would refuse to be reconciled with Agamemnon if he promised to give him gifts equal to all the riches of Egyptian Thebes. Inflexible was Achilles, and even threatened to sail back to Phthia. But Phoenix, sorrowing for the fate of the Greeks, continued to persuade Achilles to be reconciled. He adjured him not to act as once Meleager had acted when the Curetes fought with the Aetolians. But nothing did Achilles answer Phoenix. Ajax the Telamonian then turned to Odysseus and called him more quickly to leave the tent of Achilles and go to announce to the leaders the answer of Achilles. Ajax made a last attempt to persuade Achilles, but as before he remained inflexible, and only said that then he would come out against Hector when he, having set fire to the ships of the Greeks, reached also his ships and tent. Silently the heroes left, and Phoenix remained with Achilles. Returning to Agamemnon, Ajax and Odysseus said to the leaders what Achilles had answered. In deep silence, the leaders listened to them. At last the hero Diomedes advised, leaving Achilles in peace, for Agamemnon by the promise of gifts had inspired still greater pride in his heart. Diomedes proposed, having strengthened themselves with wine and food, all to lie down to sleep, so that on the following day again to begin the bloody battle. Odysseus and Diomedes set out as spies into the camp of the Trojans. The horses of Rhesus. The whole camp of the Greeks was plunged in deep sleep. Only Agamemnon did not sleep. Heavily he sighed upon his couch, agitated by a multitude of sorrowful thoughts. Looking upon the fires of the campfires which burned around the camp of the Trojans, he marveled that their pipes sounded and merry voices were heard. When he looked upon the camp of the Greeks, then in grief he tore his hair. Pain compressed his heart. At last the son of Atreus rose, dressed, threw over himself a lion's skin, and with a spear in his hands went to seek Nestor. He wished to counsel with the king of Pylos how to avert destruction from the Greeks. Agamemnon met Menelaus, and Menelaus did not sleep. He also was agitated, thinking of the dread fate of those who had come under Troy for the sake of his cause. The brothers resolved to summon the leaders to council. Menelaus went to summon the heroes, and Agamemnon went to Nestor. Nestor heard the steps of the approaching Agamemnon and, not recognizing him in the darkness of night, called out, warning him not to approach him silently. Agamemnon named himself, approached Nestor, told of that which so agitated him, and begged him to go with him to the council. At once Nestor rose, and together with Agamemnon went to summon the heroes. They summoned Odysseus. Then they summoned also Diomedes, who slept. Having laid his shield under his head, his spear was stuck into the earth beside him. Having gathered the heroes, they went to the watch and found it awake. The watch sat, fixing their eyes upon the darkness of night, listening whether the Trojans were coming. The leaders crossed the ditch and sat in the field before the wall of the camp. Nestor then proposed to send spies into the Trojan camp to learn what the Trojans had decided, whether again to attack the Greeks or to return to the city. At once Diomedes offered to go upon this dangerous deed and proposed that someone of the heroes go with him. Many heroes offered to go with Diomedes. Agamemnon commanded Diomedes himself to choose a companion. Diomedes chose Odysseus, the favorite of Athena Pallas. He believed that even from flaming fire they would return both unharmed, so crafty and resourceful was Odysseus. Diomedes and Odysseus armed themselves. Weapons the gathered leaders gave them, for they themselves had come to the council unarmed. At the time when the Greeks sent spies into the camp of the Trojans also sent a spy to learn whether the Greeks well guarded their camp. Dolon, the son of Eumedes, famous for the swiftness of his running, offered to go. He resolved to make his way to the very ships of the Greeks and listen to what the leaders of the Greeks would say at the council. Dolon armed himself, threw over himself a wolf's skin, and went to the camp of the Greeks. Soon Diomedes and Odysseus noticed Dolon. They, falling to the earth, let him pass by and then pursued him like two dogs pursuing a hare or a roe deer. "Stop!" Diomedes cried to Dolon, "or I will overtake you with a spear, and you will not escape death." Diomedes threw a spear at Dolon, but so that it flew over his shoulder. Dolon was frightened and stopped, growing pale from horror. Diomedes and Odysseus seized him. Dolon began to beg for mercy. The heroes questioned Dolon why he had gone to the camp of the Greeks, who had sent him, and how the Trojans and their allies were arranged in the camp. In the hope that the heroes would spare him, Dolon told them all. He pointed out to them where the recently arrived Thracians stood with King Rhesus, the possessor of wondrous horses and golden armor. But Diomedes and Odysseus did not spare Dolon. The heroes took from Dolon his helmet and wolf's skin, took his weapons. Odysseus laid the weapons of Dolon so that they might seize them upon the return path, and both heroes set out to the camp of the Thracians. The heroes quietly crept to that place where King Rhesus lay among his warriors by his horses. Like a lion that has fallen upon a defenseless flock of goats and sheep, Diomedes rushed upon the sleeping Thracians. 12 Thracian warriors he killed. Diomedes also killed King Rhesus. Odysseus untied the horses of Rhesus and led them out of the camp. Diomedes wished to lead out also the chariot with the golden armor, but the goddess Athena Pallas, appearing to Diomedes, said, "Think of the return to the camp of the Greeks, son of Tydeus. It is time to return. Otherwise you will have to turn to flight if someone of the dwellers in heaven hostile to you awakens the sleeping Trojans." Diomedes heeded the counsel of the goddess and leapt upon one of the horses of Rhesus. Odysseus leapt upon the other, and swiftly the heroes raced to the Greek camp. The god Apollo saw how Athena Pallas helped Diomedes and Odysseus. He raced into the camp of the Trojans and awakened the hero Hippocoon, a kinsman of Rhesus. Hippocoon leapt from his couch and saw that empty was that place where the horses had stood. He began to call by name Rhesus, but no one answered. An alarm rose in the camp of the Trojans. With horror, those who ran up looked upon what Diomedes and Odysseus had accomplished. They, having seized on the way the armor of Dolon, returned there where the leaders of the Greeks awaited them. Odysseus told how they had caught Dolon, how Diomedes had killed King Rhesus and 12 famous Thracian heroes, and how they had obtained the horses. The heroes praised Diomedes and Odysseus. All the Greeks rejoiced learning of their deed. The horses of Rhesus they tied by the tent of King Diomedes, and the weapons of Dolon Odysseus carried to his ship. Battle by the camp of the Greeks. No sooner had the east been colored with the first light of the coming morning than Zeus sent the goddess Strife into the camp of the Greeks. The goddess stood upon the vast ship of Odysseus, loudly and terribly cried out, and inspired an irresistible thirst to fight in all the warriors. Loudly King Agamemnon also stirred the heroes to battle, having clothed himself in luxurious armor and shaking a vast spear. On foot the heroes of the Greeks flung themselves into battle. Courageously the Trojans fought with them, and all of them Hector surpassed by his deeds. Like furious wolves, the warriors raced over the field of battle. The goddess Strife rejoiced seeing the bloody fight. The gods withdrew from the battle to bright Olympus into their halls, lamenting that Zeus helps the Trojans. Zeus joyfully looked upon the battle. Especially in this battle, King Agamemnon raged. Many heroes he struck with a heavy spear. He killed also 2 sons of Priam, Isis and Antiphus. Together they fought with the enemies, standing in one chariot. Still recently, Agamemnon had seen them in the camp of the Greeks where Achilles had brought them, having seized both brothers upon the slopes of Ida. The Trojans did not give help to the sons of Priam, both of them perished. Agamemnon also killed 2 sons of Antimachus. In vain they begged the king of Mycenae for mercy. Agamemnon avenged their father for the fact that he, bribed by Paris, had advised delivering Menelaus, who had come to Troy as an envoy to death. Having killed them, Agamemnon rushed there, where the fight boiled more strongly. As fire devours a forest and trees fall shattered by a fiery storm, so the son of Atreus shattered one after another the Trojan heroes. With a thunder the chariots raced over the field of battle from which Agamemnon had struck down the heroes standing upon them, and these heroes lay dead in the dust. The Trojans wavered and turned to flight, but at the Scaean gates they stopped. Zeus the Thunderer saw this flight of the Trojans and commanded the goddess Iris to race to Hector and announce to him that he should enter into battle when he sees that Agamemnon is wounded, that Zeus will give Hector great strength and he will press the Greeks to their very ships. Swiftly Iris fulfilled the command of Zeus. Hector leapt from the chariot and inspired the Trojans. Meanwhile, Agamemnon, as before, struck one after another the Trojan heroes. He killed Iphidamas, the son of Antenor. The elder son of Antenor, Kun, wished to avenge the death of his brother. He struck Agamemnon with a spear in the arm near the elbow. The king of Mycenae with a blow of the sword cut off his head, and the elder son of Antenor fell dead upon the body of his brother. But Agamemnon could no longer fight. Terribly his wound began to hurt, and he left the field of battle. Seeing that Agamemnon had driven away in his chariot, Hector with a loud voice began to encourage the warriors, and himself rushed into battle. Many heroes he struck down. Destruction threatened the Greeks. But Odysseus called Diomedes to help, and both heroes powerfully repelled the onset of the Trojans. Diomedes, seeing Hector approaching, threw a spear at him and struck him in the helmet. The god Apollo did not allow the spear to pierce the helmet. The god saved Hector from inevitable destruction, but from the strong blow Hector fell to the earth and lost consciousness. While Diomedes went through the ranks of the warriors to raise the spear, Hector recovered and, leaping upon the chariot, escaped destruction. With terrible anger, Diomedes flared up. Again, he had not succeeded in striking Hector. Diomedes swung a spear and struck to death one of the Trojan heroes. Diomedes bent to take the armor from the killed. Paris saw this and wounded Diomedes with an arrow. Paris rejoiced. Diomedes, when Odysseus covered him with the shield, tore the arrow from the wound, but he could no longer fight and left the field of battle. At this time, the Trojans surrounded Odysseus like dogs, a lion that has come out of the forest. The lion stands and dreadfully snaps his teeth. So Odysseus also stood and defended himself with a spear from the Trojans advancing upon him. Many Trojan heroes found here death from the spear of Odysseus. He struck Cherops, the brother of King Colchis. Avenging the death of his brother, Colchis struck with a spear the shield of Odysseus, pierced the shield, and wounded Odysseus in the side. But even wounded, Odysseus turned Colchis to flight, and the fleeing one he killed with a blow of the spear in the back. Having killed Colchis, Odysseus tore the spear from his wound. Hot blood poured from it. Seeing that Odysseus was wounded, the Trojans flung themselves upon him. Loudly, the king of Ithaca began to call for help to himself. Ajax the Telamonian hastened to his aid and covered Odysseus with his vast as a tower shield. Menelaus led Odysseus out of the thick of the battle to a chariot. Odysseus also left the battle. Ajax rushed into battle and with his spear struck the Trojans. At this time, Paris wounded with an arrow the hero Machaon in the right shoulder. At the request of Idomeneus, Nestor carried the wounded one into the camp of the Greeks. The charioteer of Hector Cebriones saw how Ajax presses the Trojan army and said this to Hector. Hector raced to help. Zeus sent fear upon Ajax. Throwing his vast shield behind his back, he began slowly to retreat. He retreated like a lion whom dogs and brave shepherds drive from a flock. Slowly he retreated, often stopping, and, covered by the shield, held back the Trojans pressing him. The hero Eurypylus saw the retreating Ajax and hastened to his aid. But Paris also wounded him with an arrow, and Eurypylus had to leave the field of battle. To Ajax the Greeks hastened to help, and with their help the son of Telamon retreated unharmed. In the camp, from the stern of a ship, Achilles watched the battle. Seeing that Nestor had brought a wounded hero, Achilles summoned his friend Patroclus, begged him to go to Nestor, and learn whether it was not Machaon who was wounded. Swiftly the friend of Achilles went to the tent of Nestor. Indeed, there Patroclus saw the wounded Machaon, for whom a drink was being prepared. Seeing Patroclus, the king of Pelias invited him to sit with them, but he refused, for he hastened back to his friend. Nestor told Patroclus how the Trojans pressed the Greeks, who of the heroes is wounded, and begged him to help the Greeks. He advised Patroclus to entreat Achilles to allow him, having armed himself with the armor of Achilles, to lead the Myrmidons into battle. Perhaps the Trojans, taking Patroclus for Achilles, will end the fight, and then the Greeks will rest from the heavy battles. Patroclus agreed and went back to Achilles with a firm intention to entreat his friend to allow him to enter into battle. On the way, Patroclus met the wounded Eurypylus with an arrow in the thigh. Strongly the hero suffered from pain, and from his wound blood streamed. Patroclus took pity upon the hero. He helped Eurypylus to go to his ship, cut the arrow from the wound, and sprinkled the wound with a healing herb. Eurypylus also told Patroclus how the Trojans pressed the Greeks. As before, the fight thundered. Already the wall and the ditch could not serve as a defense for the Greeks. But the Trojans could not at once cross the ditch and take possession of the wall behind which the Greeks had hidden. Hector wished to drive in a chariot across the ditch, but his horses would not go across the ditch and swerved aside. Then, by the counsel of the hero Polydamas, the Trojans divided into 5 large detachments, and under the leadership of their leaders went to the assault. On foot, the leaders of the Trojans fought, having left their chariots by the ditch. Only one hero, Asius, did not leave the chariot. He wished, pursuing the fleeing Greeks, to break through after them with his detachment into the camp and attack the ships of the Greeks directly. But by the walls, 2 heroes, the Lapiths, Polypoetes and Leontius, repelled the onset of Asius. Like 2 mighty oaks, they stood by the wall before the gates. Bravely the Lapiths fought, repelling the advancing ones, and from the walls a hail of large stones and whole clouds of arrows flew upon the enemies. The Lapiths repelled Asius, killing many Trojan heroes. But already a new detachment approached the gates, led by Hector and Polydamas. Here Zeus sent a great sign. Over the detachment of the Trojans suddenly an eagle appeared. It held in its claws a serpent. Twisting, the serpent stung the eagle in the breast. Loudly the eagle cried out, dropped the serpent among the detachment of the Trojans, and swiftly vanished from sight. Seeing this sign, Polydamas began to advise Hector to end the fight, not to try to take possession of the camp of the Greeks. But Hector did not heed Polydamas and moved with his detachment to the wall. Zeus the Thunderer raised a terrible storm. Clouds of dust raced upon the ships of the Greeks. Despite the storm, courageously the Greeks defended the wall. The Trojans tore the battlements from it and loosened the beams upon which the towers were fixed in order to overthrow them. With stones, arrows, and spears, the Greeks met the advancing ones. Both Ajaxes inspired the Greeks steadfastly to defend themselves. Covered by a shield, with 2 spears in his hands, the mighty Sarpedon approached the gates, having summoned to his aid the Lycian hero Glaucus. Menestheus defended the gates. He sent to call the Ajaxes to help. Ajax the Telamonian, his brother Teucer and Pandion, came to the aid of Menestheus. With a mighty blow of a vast stone, Ajax overthrew the hero Epicles, who had risen upon the wall. Teucer wounded Glaucus with an arrow. But Sarpedon did not retreat. He even succeeded in destroying a part of the wall, but Ajax and Teucer also repelled him. Sarpedon inspired his Lycians to a new assault. Once more they flung themselves upon the wall, but the Greeks did not allow them to take possession of it. The Lycians could not take possession of the wall, but the Greeks also could not drive them away. Neither the Lycians nor the Greeks could gain the advantage in the battle. First, the mighty Hector burst into the camp of the Greeks. He seized a vast stone which 2 men would have lifted only with levers with difficulty, and crashed it against the gates. Neither the gates nor the vast bar withstood the force of the blow. The gates thundered and split into pieces. Hector rushed through them into the camp. With the fire of anger his eyes burned. After him the Trojans also burst in. The wall was taken by assault. The Greeks turned to flight and ran to their ships. Confusion rose in the camp. The fight by the ships. The fight began by the very ships. Zeus no longer looked upon the battle, for he was sure that no one of the gods would dare to help the Greeks. Seeing this, the god Poseidon swiftly went from the mountains of Thrace, whence he watched the battle, to his palace. The mountains trembled under the feet of the angrily walking god. Poseidon came into his palace, yoked his seahorses to the chariot, and raced over the waves of the sea to Troy. Stormily they flew, not touching the waves of the sea, and soon brought the god to Troy. In a vast cave upon the shore of the sea, Poseidon left the horses with the chariot, hobbling the feet of the horses with golden chains. Taking the form of Colchis, he stood before the Ajaxes and inspired them to battle. Touching them with his staff, the god poured into their limbs great strength. The Ajaxes understood that a god, under the guise of Colchis, had spoken with them, and still more boldly, they flung themselves into battle. Poseidon went through the ranks of the Greeks and stirred all courageously to fight. Around the Ajaxes, the ranks of the warriors gathered and, shield to shield, helmet to helmet, thrusting out spears, awaited the advancing Trojans. Among the citizens of Troy, Hector advanced. As a heavy stone rolls from the summit of a mountain, torn from a cliff, shattering all upon its path until it rolls into the valley and remains there lying motionless, so Hector raced with spear and shield upon the ranks of the Greeks. He stopped before the closed ranks and inspired the Trojans to break through the array of the Greek warriors. A stubborn fight began. Many Greeks fell in the battle. The grandson of Poseidon, Amphimachus, also fell. The god Poseidon grew angry. He inspired King Idomeneus to avenge the death of his grandson. Idomeneus clothed himself in shining armor and, glittering like the lightning of Zeus, flung himself into battle. Idomeneus met Meriones, who had just broken his spear, striking with it the shield of the son of Priam, Deiphobus, and was going for a new spear. Idomeneus gave a spear to Meriones, and both heroes went to the left flank of the Greeks. The Trojans saw the approaching Idomeneus and flung themselves upon him. Idomeneus rushed upon the Trojans and turned them to flight. Seeing how he presses the Trojans, the son of Priam Deiphobus summoned Aeneas to help. Together they attacked Idomeneus, having summoned also Paris and Agenor. A terrible slaughter began around Idomeneus, to whom many heroes hastened to help. The bronze armor upon the breasts of the heroes thundered from the strong blows. Hector fought there where the two Ajaxes defended the ships. Stubbornly they fought, standing one beside the other as oxen joined by a common yoke drag a plow over the field, and united go along the furrow, deeply turning up the earth. Many warriors fought around the Ajaxes, and behind them the Locrians, armed with bows and slings, sent clouds of arrows at the advancing ones. Already the Trojans were ready to waver, but the hero Polydamas gave counsel to Hector to summon the bravest heroes to help and decide whether to fling themselves upon the ships of the Greeks or to retreat. Hector went to summon the heroes, but many he did not find. Some already lay as pale corpses by the ships of the Greeks. Others, suffering from wounds, had withdrawn from the fight. Only Paris repelled the onset of the Greeks. With a reproach, Hector turned to Paris, but unjust was this reproach. Courageously Paris fought. It was not his fault that many heroes were wounded, and still more of them were killed. Paris called Hector to lead the Trojans into battle. Like a storm, the Trojans went into battle, but the Greeks were not troubled by their onset. Ajax the Telamonian saw Hector and called him to come nearer to the ranks of the Greek warriors. An eagle soaring appeared over Ajax, and the Greeks joyfully cried out at the sight of this sign. But led by Hector, the Trojans, with a dread cry, attacked the Greeks. With the same cry, the Greeks also answered the Trojans, and the cry of both armies reached to the very sky. This cry of the armies the elder Nestor heard, sitting in his tent with Machaon. He seized a shield and a spear and came out of the tent. The elder went to King Agamemnon. He met the king of Mycenae, Diomedes and Odysseus, who went wounded, leaning upon spears. They wished to look upon the battle. Sorrow compressed their hearts when they saw that the fight was already going on by the ships. The leaders sorrowed that that wall which the Greeks had raised to protect themselves from the attack of the Trojans was destroyed. They did not know how to help the armies, what to do for salvation from destruction. Agamemnon was already ready to give the command to launch the ships upon the water. But Odysseus restrained him from this, for he feared that, launching the ships, the Greeks would think more of flight than of battle. Diomedes advised, having clothed themselves in armor, to show themselves to the army, and by this to raise its spirit, but not to take part in the battle so as not to be wounded a second time. At this time the goddess Hera, seeing the failure of the Greeks, resolved to help them by craft. She resolved to plunge Zeus into sleep, and while Zeus slept, to give victory to the Greeks. From Olympus, the goddess Hera swiftly flew to Lemnos and there found the god of sleep, Hypnos. Long Hera persuaded him to put Zeus the Thunderer to sleep, but Hypnos refused, for he feared the anger of Zeus. At last, she persuaded Hypnos. Together with the god of sleep, Hera swiftly raced to the summit of Ida. Hypnos, secretly from Zeus, hid upon a vast fir under the guise of a sweet-voiced bird and plunged him into a deep sleep. Then Hypnos from high Ida flew to the earth-shaker Poseidon and said to him that Zeus was sleeping. Poseidon rejoiced and still more inspired the Greeks to battle. Agamemnon, Diomedes, and Odysseus, forgetting the wounds, themselves arranged the ranks of the Greek army. Under the leadership of Poseidon, the army moved to meet the Trojans. The sea boiled. With noise the waves ran up to the very ships and tents of the Greeks, and like the waves of the sea, the Greeks advanced upon the Trojans. Again a terrible battle began. Hector threw a spear at Ajax, but did not wound him. Ajax, with a vast stone, struck Hector in the breast. As an oak falls, shattered by a blow of the lightning of Zeus, so Hector fell to the earth. The spear fell from his hands. The vast shield pressed him to the earth. The Greeks flung themselves upon Hector, but the Trojan heroes protected the son of Priam and carried him from the battle. They laid the unconscious Hector upon the bank of the river Xanthus and sprinkled his face with water. Hector sighed, opened his eyes, raised himself, and from his mouth blood poured. Again Hector fell on his back and again lost consciousness. Seeing that Hector was struck by the stone of Ajax, more united the Greeks flung themselves upon the Trojans. Still more furiously the battle boiled. Many heroes, both on the side of the Greeks and on the side of the Trojans, found death in this battle. The Trojans turned to flight and stopped only when they were already beyond the rampart that surrounded the camp of the Greeks. At this time Zeus awoke upon the summit of Ida. He saw the fleeing Trojans and the Greeks pursuing them under the leadership of Poseidon and fell into a terrible anger. He began to reproach Hera and threatened her to bind her with a golden chain and hang her between heaven and earth because she had persuaded Poseidon to help the Greeks. But Hera, with a terrible oath, assured Zeus that it was not by her counsel that Poseidon helped the Greeks. With the swiftness of thought, the goddess Hera raced to Olympus. There at a feast, Hera herself persuaded the gods not to resist the will of Zeus. Hera also announced to the god of war Ares that his son Asclepius had fallen, struck by Phobos. Ares wept. Dread he leapt up, and, having put on armor, was ready to hasten to the field of battle to avenge the death of his son. But Athena restrained him, reminding him of the will of the great Zeus. Hera summoned the god Apollo and the messenger of the gods Iris, and said to them that Zeus commands them to go to him upon the summit of Ida. When the god Apollo and Iris appeared upon Ida, Zeus commanded Iris to fly to Poseidon and transmit to him the command of Zeus to leave the battle. In an instant, Iris stood before Poseidon and transmitted to him the command of Zeus. Poseidon did not wish to submit to the will of his brother. He said that his strength is equal to the power of Zeus, that Zeus can command his sons and daughters, and not him. But in the end, Poseidon submitted and withdrew from the field of battle, threatening, however, Zeus that if he continues further to spare Troy, then eternal enmity will begin between him and Zeus. To Apollo Zeus commanded to take his aegis, and with it to terrify the Greeks. Zeus commanded him also to restore the strength of Hector. When Apollo, like a hawk, descended to the earth by Hector, he was already beginning to come to himself. "Rise, Hector," Apollo said to him. "I, the god Apollo, have been sent to you as help by Zeus. Go to the armies and command them to attack the Greeks. I myself will go in front of the Trojans." Mighty strength Apollo poured into the breast of Hector. He rose and went to the Trojans. They rejoiced seeing Hector unharmed. The Greeks marveled seeing Hector again in the ranks of their enemies. The Trojans recovered from the flight and again began to press the Greeks. Ever bloodier and bloodier the fight became. Courageously, the Greeks repelled the onset of the Trojans, but only until the god Apollo shook the aegis of Zeus. Then the Greeks wavered. Horror took possession of their hearts. They forgot courage and turned to flight. The Trojans pursued them, and Apollo leveled the path for the Trojans, filling the ditch before the wall for the space of a thrown spear. Only by the ships did the Greeks stop. They began to pray the gods for salvation. The elder Nestor also prayed Zeus. "Remember, Zeus, those sacrifices which the Greeks offered to you, praying to give them a happy return to the homeland. Avert destruction, O Olympian, from the Greeks. Do not give the Trojans final victory." Zeus heard the prayer of Nestor and crashed with thunder from the summit of the sky. The Trojans took the thunder for a favorable sign and, like a dread sea roller rising higher than the side of a ship, rushed upon the Greeks. The fight boiled by the very ships. Stubbornly Ajax fought, defending the ships. Beside Ajax stood his brother Teucer and struck with arrows the heroes of Troy. When Teucer wished to strike with an arrow also Hector, Zeus protected the son of Priam. The bow fell from the hand of Teucer, the string upon it burst, and the arrows scattered. Horror seized Teucer. He understood the will of the gods. Ajax advised his brother to leave the bow and fight with a spear. Ever more furiously, the battle boiled. Blood flowed in a stream around the ships. With a bronze wall of their shields, the Greeks fenced the ships. Many deeds of courage the heroes of the Greeks accomplished, but ever more strongly the Trojans advanced. It seemed that not an army exhausted by battle was fighting, but a fresh one that had only just begun the fight. With a vast pole in his hands, Ajax leapt from ship to ship, repelling the Trojans. With his cry, he stirred the heroes to battle. Hector, like an eagle striking migratory birds, struck the Greeks. Already Hector seized with his hand the stern of the ship of Pelias. Loudly he called the Trojans and commanded them to give a torch to set fire to the ship. Even the mighty Telamonian Ajax could not withstand the onset. With difficulty he repelled the Trojans with his spear. The Trojans showered him with arrows. The left arm of Ajax grew numb from the weight of the shield. Fitfully Ajax breathed. Sweat poured in a stream over his body. He began to retreat. Flunging himself forward, Hector with a blow of the sword cut off the point of the spear of Ajax. The Telamonian saw that such was the will of Zeus that the ships of the Greeks should blaze. And indeed, the Trojans set fire to the ship of Pelias, and it blazed, seized by fire. It seemed that destruction had come for all the Greeks, but here help came to them from there, whence they did not even hope to receive it. The deeds and death of Patroclus. When the Trojans burst into the camp of the Greeks, Patroclus, sitting at that time by the wounded Eurypylus, leapt up in horror, loudly cried out and hastened more quickly to the tent of Achilles. Shedding bitter tears, Patroclus came to Achilles. Achilles asked him, "Why do you weep, Patroclus, like a little girl infant who runs after her mother and begs her to take her in her arms? Have you received bad news from Phthia, or do you weep because the Greeks perish by their ships? Tell me your sorrow, hide nothing." "O son of Pelias," Patroclus answered, "a great grief has befallen the Greeks. The bravest of them are wounded. Will you not help the Greeks? If you do not wish to help, then release me with your Myrmidons. Give me your armor. Perhaps the Trojans will take me for you and end the battle. With fresh strength we will repel the Trojans from the ships." Thus Patroclus begged Achilles, not knowing that he himself was begging death for himself. Achilles saw how hard it was for the Greeks. He heard that only the voice of Hector rang out. Therefore, not one great hero of Greece was taking part in the battle. Achilles did not wish the destruction of the Greeks. He agreed to give Patroclus his armor and allow him to enter into battle with the Trojans, but only in the case if the alarm rang out also before his ships. Then let Patroclus repel the Trojans, not allow them to burn the ships. But Achilles forbade Patroclus to lead the Myrmidons to the walls of Troy. He feared that his beloved friend might perish. Thus the friends conversed. Suddenly Achilles saw how one of his ships blazed, set on fire by Hector. In anger he cried out, "Hasten, Patroclus! I see that already the flame rages among the ships. Arm yourself more quickly. I myself will arrange the Myrmidons in battle." Swiftly Patroclus armed himself with the armor of Achilles. He took only not his spear. With this spear only Achilles could fight, so heavy was it. The charioteer Automedon yoked the horses of Achilles to the chariot. Achilles arranged his Myrmidons. They, like predatory wolves ready to fling themselves upon a deer, thirstily strove into battle. Achilles inspired his warriors to the deed of war and commanded them courageously to fight, so that King Agamemnon might understand how rashly he had acted, having insulted the most glorious of the Greek heroes. The Myrmidons flung themselves into battle with a loud cry. Throughout the whole camp their dread cry resounded. The Trojans saw Patroclus in the armor of Achilles and thought that this was Achilles himself, having forgotten the enmity with Agamemnon, hastening to the aid of the Greeks. Each Trojan already began to think of flight. Patroclus flung himself into the very thick of the fight and struck with his spear the Trojans who fought by the ship of Protesilaus. The frightened Trojans retreated. But the Trojans did not leave the camp at once. They withdrew at first only from the ships. The Greeks pursued the Trojans, and many Trojan heroes fell. But the Trojans did not hold in the camp. Like fierce wolves, the Greek heroes rushed upon them. The Trojans flung themselves across the ditch into the field, and many perished. The hero Telamonian Ajax burned with a desire to strike Hector. Hector, although he saw that victory was slipping from the hands of the Trojans, still did not retreat. He tried with all his strength to hold back the Greeks who were pursuing the Trojans. At last Hector also retreated. The horses swiftly carried him across the ditch into the field. Stirring the Greeks to pursue the fleeing, Patroclus swiftly drove the horses to the ditch. The immortal horses of Pelias leapt across the ditch together with the chariot and raced over the field. Patroclus sought Hector, but he escaped upon his chariot. Dust rose over the field from the fleeing throngs of Trojan warriors. The Trojans hastened to hide behind the walls of Troy. But Patroclus cut off the retreat for many. He drove them back to the ships and struck many of them with his heavy spear. Sarpedon saw the destruction of such a multitude of heroes by the hand of Patroclus and called to his Lycians, summoning them to stop. Sarpedon wished to fight with Patroclus. He leapt from the chariot and began to await Patroclus. The friend of Achilles also descended from the chariot. The heroes flung themselves upon one another like two vultures, fighting with a cry for prey upon a high cliff. Zeus saw this duel. He took pity upon Sarpedon. He wished to save his son. Hera heard the lamentations of Zeus. She did not advise him to save his son. She reminded Zeus that the sons of many gods fight under Troy, that many of them have already perished. If Zeus saves Sarpedon, then the other gods also will wish to save their sons. Zeus must allow the destruction of Sarpedon by the hand of Patroclus, if such is allotted by fate. Zeus heeded the counsel of Hera. He sent a bloody dew upon the Trojan fields, honoring by this the son who was to fall by the hand of Patroclus. First Patroclus threw a spear and killed the faithful servant of Sarpedon. Sarpedon also threw a spear, but did not hit Patroclus. Past the spear flew and killed one of the horses yoked to the chariot of the friend of Achilles. A second time the heroes clashed. Again Sarpedon missed. Patroclus struck Sarpedon straight in the breast. The Lycian king fell as an oak falls, cut under the very root by a woodcutter. Loudly Sarpedon called to his friend Glaucus, "Friend Glaucus, stir the Lycians courageously to fight for their king Sarpedon, and yourself fight for me." An eternal shame it will be for you, that the Greeks take the armor from me." A dying groan escaped from the breast of Sarpedon, and the god of death Thanatos closed his eyes. Sorrow took possession of Glaucus when he heard the voice of his friend. He was tormented that he could not help him, for he himself suffered from a wound. He called to the god and prayed him to heal the wound. Apollo heard the prayer of Glaucus and healed his wound. Glaucus gathered the Lycians and the heroes of Troy, Aeneas and Agenor, Polydamas and helmet-flashing Hector himself, to fight for the body of Sarpedon. The heroes gathered and hastened to the aid of Glaucus. Patroclus also summoned the Greek heroes to help. First the Ajaxes came. The battle boiled around the body of Sarpedon. Zeus spread darkness over the body of his son so that the fight might be still more terrible. Such a terrible crash of weapons rose, as if a throng of woodcutters were cutting trees in mountain forests. The body of Sarpedon lay, covered with dust and blood, entirely showered with arrows. Zeus did not take his eyes from the field of battle. He pondered whether to destroy Patroclus by the body of his son, or to allow him to accomplish still great deeds and drive the Trojans to the very walls. Zeus resolved to prolong the life of Patroclus. He sent fear upon Hector. First he turned to flight. After him the other warriors also followed. The Greeks tore the armor from Sarpedon, and Patroclus commanded that it be carried to the ships. Then Zeus the Thunderer summoned Apollo and commanded him to take the body of Sarpedon, wash it from dust and blood, anoint it with fragrant oil, and clothe it in luxurious garments. Then the brother gods, Sleep and Death, were to carry the body of Sarpedon to Lycia, so that there the brothers and friends might bury Sarpedon with great honors. Apollo fulfilled the command of Zeus. Patroclus at this time drove the Trojans to the city walls. He raced to meet his destruction. Many heroes he killed. Patroclus would have taken Troy also, if the god Apollo, fulfilling the command of Zeus, had not stood upon a high tower of Troy. 3 times Patroclus rose upon the wall, and 3 times Apollo repelled him. When for the 4th time Patroclus flung himself upon the wall, sternly Apollo cried to him, "Withdraw from the wall, brave Patroclus. Not to you, but to Achilles is it allotted to destroy great Troy." Patroclus withdrew. He did not dare to anger the far-shooting with his golden arrows god Apollo. Only at the Scaean gates did Hector stop his horses. He hesitated whether to attack Patroclus or to command all to hide behind the walls of Troy. Here Apollo appeared to him under the guise of the brother of Hecuba and advised him to attack Patroclus in the open field. Hector heeded the counsel and commanded his charioteer Cebriones to turn the horses. Seeing Hector upon the chariot, Patroclus leapt to the earth and, having seized in his right hand a vast stone and with his left swinging a spear, began to await his approach. When Hector was already near, Patroclus threw the stone and struck with it the head of the charioteer Cebriones. Like a diver flinging himself into the sea, headlong Cebriones fell from the chariot. With a mockery, Patroclus cried out, "How swiftly Cebriones dived! Were this in the sea, he would have obtained many oysters, diving from a ship. There are, I see, divers also among the Trojans." Having thus cried out, Patroclus flung himself upon the body of Cebriones. Hector leapt from the chariot and entered into battle with Patroclus for the body of his charioteer. Again, a bloody slaughter began around the body of Cebriones. The Greeks and the Trojans fought as the eastern and southern wind, Eurus and Notus, fight in a wooded valley. With noise, then, the trees bend, striking one against another with their branches, and around the crash of breaking oaks, pines, and firs rings. Long the Trojans and the Greeks fought. Already the sun was declining to the west. 3 times Patroclus flung himself upon the Trojans. 3 times he struck with a spear 9 heroes each time, when for the 4th time he flung himself upon the Trojans. The god Apollo came out against him, clothed in great darkness. He stood behind Patroclus and struck him upon the back and shoulders. It grew dark in the eyes of Patroclus. The god Apollo tore the helmet from the head of Patroclus, which once shone upon the head of the great Pelias, and the helmet rolled over the earth. The spear broke in the hands of Patroclus, and to the earth fell his heavy shield. Apollo unfastened the armor of Patroclus, and he, deprived of strength and unarmed, stood before the Trojans. But even upon the unarmed Patroclus, the hero Euphorbus did not dare to attack from in front. He struck him from behind with a spear between the shoulders and hid in the throng of the Trojans. Avoiding destruction, Patroclus began to retreat to the ranks of the Greeks. Hector saw the wounded Patroclus and struck him to death with a spear. As a lion that in a fight for a watering place kills a wild boar upon the bank of a scantily watered stream, so Hector killed Patroclus. The son of Priam rejoiced. He had killed the friend of Achilles, who threatened to destroy great Troy. Patroclus fell to the earth, and, dying, said to Hector, "Now you may pride yourself, Hector, upon the victory. With the help of Zeus and Apollo, you have gained it. The gods have conquered me. They have deprived me of armor. This is easy for the gods. But if 20 such as you had attacked me, I would have struck all of you with my spear. The god Apollo and Euphorbus destroyed me. You are the third of those who struck me. Remember then what I say to you. Not long have you left to live, and near, very near, stands death by you. Harsh fate has determined for you to fall by the hand of Achilles." Having said this, Patroclus died. Quietly his soul flew off into the realm of gloomy Hades, lamenting that it had left the young, strong body. Already to the dead one Hector cried, "Why do you prophesy death to me, Patroclus? Who knows? Perhaps earlier Achilles will part with life, struck by my spear." Hector tore his spear from the body of Patroclus and flung himself upon Automedon, wishing to take possession of the horses of Achilles. The fight for the body of Patroclus. King Menelaus saw the body of Patroclus lying in the dust and flung himself upon it. He did not wish to allow the Trojans to defile the body of the hero who had fought for him. Like a dread lion, he walked around the body of Patroclus, covered by a shield and shaking a heavy spear. The Trojan Euphorbus, who had struck Patroclus in the back, wished to take possession of the body. He approached Menelaus, burning with the desire to take the body and avenge the king of Sparta for the fact that he had killed his brother. He struck with a spear the shield of Menelaus, but could not pierce the shield. Menelaus, with a mighty blow, drove his spear into the throat of Euphorbus, and young Euphorbus crashed to the earth. Menelaus began to take the precious armor from him, but the far-shooting Apollo stirred Hector to attack Menelaus. He flung himself upon Menelaus. Menelaus did not wish to retreat from the body of Patroclus, knowing that all the Greeks would condemn him for this, but he also feared to be surrounded by the Trojans. Menelaus resolved to call Ajax to help. Slowly he retreated under the onset of the Trojans and summoned Ajax. Already Hector had succeeded in seizing the body of Patroclus and taking from it the armor of Achilles when Ajax came up. Hector had to leave the body. Seeing this, Glaucus began to reproach the son of Priam with faint-heartedness, with the fact that he fears the Greek heroes. With these words, Glaucus forced Hector again to enter into battle. He summoned back his servants, whom he had commanded to carry the armor of Patroclus into Troy, and clothed himself in them himself. Zeus the Thunderer saw how Hector arms himself with the weapons of Achilles and thought, "Ill-fated one, you do not feel how near your death is. You put on the armor of that hero whom all fear. Now I will give you victory as a reward for the fact that never will the wife of Achilles, Andromache, receive from your hands the armor of Achilles." Thus Zeus thought, and as a sign that so it will be, he sternly knitted his brows. Hector was filled with irresistible strength and courage. Swiftly he went to the army and began to inspire the heroes to battle. Menelaus, with a loud voice at this time, summoned the heroes to the defense of the body of Patroclus. First Ajax, the son of Oileus, came, then Idomeneus, Meriones, and others. The heroes closed their shields around the body of Patroclus, but the Trojans repelled them. Again they took possession of the body of Patroclus. The mighty Ajax the Telamonian, however, scattered the ranks of the Trojans and took the body from them, striking that hero who was dragging the body by the legs. Again the slaughter flared for the body, and already the Trojans wavered. But Apollo inspired Aeneas to battle. He held the armies from flight. Still bloodier the fight became. Blood flooded the earth, bodies piled upon bodies. Like all-devouring fire, the battle blazed. Zeus spread darkness around the body of Patroclus. One might have thought that there was no longer either sun or moon in the sky, such was the darkness around the body of Patroclus. But only around the body of Patroclus was there darkness. The remaining field of battle was flooded with the rays of the sun, and in the sky there was not a single cloud. In the darkness, the heroes fought for the body of Patroclus. Far from the battle, the immortal horses of Achilles stood and shed bitter tears for the destruction of the friend of their master. In vain, the charioteer Automedon tried to force them to move from the place. They stood motionless, having lowered their heads. Their manes hung to the very earth. Zeus saw the horses and thought, "O ill-fated horses, why did we give you, the immortals, to Pelias? Was it so that you might know the sorrows of men? For there is not a single creature in the whole universe more unhappy than man. But do not grieve. Never will Hector possess you. I will give you strength to carry Automedon from the battle. To the Trojans I will give still victory, but only for this day, until the sun sets." Zeus poured great strength into the horses, and they raced over the field of battle with Automedon. The charioteer of Achilles, having seized a heavy spear, struck the hero Oedipus. He took the armor from him, rejoicing that at least by this he had avenged the death of Patroclus. Around the body of Patroclus the battle boiled. To the fighting Greek heroes in a purple cloud the goddess Athena descended, and under the guise of the hero Phoenix encouraged them. Menelaus, answering Phoenix he did not recognize Athena, summoned Athena to help before the other gods. The goddess rejoiced and poured into Menelaus invincible strength. Apollo inspired the Trojans. Ever bloodier and bloodier the battle became. Zeus shook the aegis, and thunder crashed. Horror seized the heroes of Hellas. Ajax the Telamonian was grieved, seeing the flight of the Greeks. He prayed Zeus and begged him to scatter the darkness. He begged that he not destroy the Greeks, or, if such is already his will, then let him destroy them, but only in the light. Zeus heard the prayer of Ajax. The darkness scattered, and again the sun glittered. Ajax asked Menelaus to find the son of Nestor, Antilochus, and send him to Achilles with the news that Patroclus is killed and that the Trojans may take possession of his body. Menelaus fulfilled the request of Ajax, found Antilochus, and told him of the destruction of Patroclus. Horror seized Antilochus. He did not yet know that Patroclus was killed. Shedding bitter tears, the young son of Nestor hastened to Achilles. By the body of Patroclus the slaughter became ever stronger. Ajax advised Menelaus and Meriones to raise the body and carry it to the camp. He himself began to cover them, repelling the Trojans. But no sooner did the Trojans see that the heroes had raised the body of Patroclus than they flung themselves upon them like enraged dogs. But it was enough only for Ajax to turn to them for the Trojans to stop, growing pale from fear. The fight flared ever more strongly like a fire that destroys a city, devouring all around. Slowly Menelaus went with the body of Patroclus in his arms. With difficulty, Ajax held back the onset of the Trojans, in front of whom Aeneas and Hector fought. At this time Achilles sat by his tent and pondered why Patroclus did not return. It troubled him that again the Greeks had turned to flight. He was already beginning to suspect that Patroclus had perished. Suddenly the weeping son of Nestor approached him. He brought Achilles the news of the destruction of Patroclus. Inexpressible sorrow took possession of Achilles. With both hands he seized ashes from the hearth and sprinkled them upon his head. The ashes scattered over his clothing. Achilles fell to the earth and tore his hair from grief. Young Antilochus also wept. He held Achilles by the hand so that he might not end his life from grief. Loudly, Achilles sobbed. Thetis heard his weeping and loudly began to sob. All her sisters, the Nereids, hastened to her, and also raised a loud weeping. "My sisters!" the goddess Thetis cried out. "Woe to me, woe! Oh, why did I bear Achilles into the world? Why did I rear him? Why did I release him under the walls of Troy? Never again will I see him returning to the bright halls of Pelias. He must suffer all his short life. I cannot help him. I will go now and learn of what he sorrows." Swiftly the mother of Achilles, Thetis, with her sisters, stood before the sobbing Achilles. With weeping she embraced the head of her beloved son and asked him, "Of what do you sob so loudly? Do not hide. Tell me all. For Zeus has fulfilled your request and driven the armies of the Greeks to the very ships. They wish only one thing, that you help them." "I know this, dear mother," Achilles answered. "But what joy is there in this? I have lost Patroclus. Him I loved more than all and valued him as my own life. Hector killed him, and he carried off those arms which the gods gave to Pelias. I do not wish to live among men if I cannot strike with my spear Hector, if he does not pay me with life for the death of Patroclus." "But you also must die after Hector," Thetis cried out. "Oh, let me die now if I could not save my friend. He surely called me before death. Oh, let enmity perish. It plunges even the wise into frenzy. I will forget my anger against Agamemnon and again come out to battle to kill Hector. Death I do not fear. No one will escape death. Even the great Heracles did not escape it, although Zeus the Thunderer, his father, loved him. I am ready to die there where fate has promised me, but first I will obtain great glory. No, do not restrain me, mother. By nothing will you restrain me." Thus Achilles answered his mother. One thing only the goddess Thetis begged of her son, that he not enter into battle until she brings him new armor from the god Hephaestus. The fair Nereids plunged into the sea. Thetis begged them to announce to their father Nereus what had happened under the walls of Troy. She herself rose to high Olympus to the god Hephaestus. Meanwhile, with difficulty, the Greek heroes held back the onset of the Trojans. Already 3 times Hector, pursuing the Greeks like a furious flame, tried to tear the body from the hands of Menelaus. 3 times the Ajaxes repelled him, and Hector would have taken possession of the body of Patroclus if the messenger of the gods, Iris sent by the goddess Hera, had not appeared to Achilles. She stirred Achilles to go and defend the body of his friend. But Achilles could not enter into battle. He had no armor. Then Iris commanded Achilles to stand unarmed upon the rampart that surrounded the camp of the Greeks, and to terrify the advancing Trojans with his appearance. Achilles went to the rampart. Athena Pallas set the aegis upon his shoulders. She surrounded his head with a golden cloud and a wondrous radiance. The brilliance from the head of Achilles rose to the very sky. Achilles stood upon the rampart and dreadfully cried out. With him, Athena Pallas also uttered a dread cry. Horror seized the Trojans. Their horses were frightened by the cry, and themselves raced back. Horror seized the charioteers upon the chariots, seeing the fire around the head of Achilles. 3 times dreadfully Achilles cried out, and 3 times into terrible confusion the whole army of the Trojans fell. Amid this confusion 12 Trojan heroes perished. Some of them ran upon spears, some the horses trampled. The Greeks carried out the body of Patroclus, laid it upon a litter, and with loud weeping carried it to the tent of Achilles. After them the son of Pelias also went. Loudly he sobbed, looking upon the friend whom he himself had sent into the bloody battle. Hera commanded the god of the sun Helios earlier than the time to descend into the waters of Oceanus. Night came. The battle ended. The camp of the Greeks was plunged in sleep. The Trojans gathered in council in the field. They counseled standing. Not one of them dared to sit. They feared the attack of Achilles. Polydamas gave such counsel to the Trojans, to return to Troy and not wait here for morning when Achilles will attack them. Many heroes he will strike if he attacks the Trojans in the open field. If all defend themselves standing upon the walls, then in vain will Achilles drive around Troy upon his swift horses. He will not be able to take it. But Hector rejected the counsel of Polydamas. He commanded the Trojans to remain in the field, setting a watch before the camp. Still, Hector hoped again to attack the ships of the Greeks and drive them from the Troad. Hector announced that if Achilles resolves again to take part in the battle, then he will no longer avoid the fight with him. Then one of them will return with the glory of victory home, he or Achilles. Athena Pallas darkened the reason of the Trojans, and they remained in the field, settling in a camp. And in the camp of the Greeks, Achilles mourned the death of Patroclus, laying his hands upon the breast of the killed. Loudly and heavily he groaned like a lion from whom a hunter has carried off the cubs. The lion has returned from the hunt, he has not found the cubs in the den, and with a loud roar he walks through the forest and seeks the tracks of the stealer of the children. "Gods, gods," Achilles cried out. "Why did I promise the father of Patroclus that I would return together with Patroclus to the homeland? No, to both of us it is allotted to stain the Trojan earth with our blood. Neither my father Pelias nor my beloved mother will meet me returning from the expedition. Let me die, dear Patroclus, but not before I avenge Hector and arrange for you a splendid funeral." Achilles commanded his friends to wash the blood-stained body of Patroclus and anoint it with fragrances. The friends of Achilles fulfilled this. They laid the body of Patroclus upon a richly adorned couch and covered it with fine linen, and above with a luxurious covering. The whole night the Myrmidons mourned Patroclus, and with them the Trojan and Dardanian women taken captive by Achilles, and Patroclus also wept. Thetis at the house of Hephaestus. The arms of Achilles. Swiftly the goddess Thetis flew up to bright Olympus, to the bronze palace of the god Hephaestus. When Thetis came into the palace of Hephaestus, he was in the forge. Covered with sweat, he had forged at once 20 tripods. They were upon golden wheels. Of themselves the tripods rolled to the gods, and of themselves returned back. To these tripods the god had only to fasten the patterned handles. The god was forging nails for the handles when quietly the goddess Thetis entered the palace. The fair wife of the god Hephaestus, Charis, saw the goddess. She took Thetis tenderly by the hand and said to her, "Enter into our hall, Thetis. Rarely do you visit us. What need has brought you to us?" Charis called Hephaestus so that he might more quickly come out to the goddess Thetis. Hearing that the goddess Thetis had come to him, she who once had saved his life when Hera cast him from Olympus, Hephaestus hastened at the call of his wife. He rose from the anvil, gathered all the tools with which he worked, and put them away into a chest bound with silver. Hephaestus wiped his hands, breast, neck, and face with a moist sponge, washing away the sweat and soot, dressed and, leaning upon a thick staff, came out to the goddess Thetis. Under the arms of the god, Hephaestus led golden handmaidens forged by him who were as if living. Hephaestus took Thetis by the hand and asked her, "Tell me, goddess, what do you need? And if I can, I am ready to do all for you." Bursting into tears, Thetis told how her son had been deprived of those arms which the gods had given as a gift to his father Pelias, how Hector had killed Patroclus, how Achilles sorrows for his friend and thirsts to avenge the slayer of his friend, but has no armor. The goddess begged Hephaestus to forge armor for her son. Having heard Thetis, Hephaestus at once agreed to forge for him such armor that all men would marvel at its extraordinary beauty. Hephaestus went back into his forge. He took his bellows, set them by the furnace, and commanded them to blow the fire. The bellows breathed upon the fire, obedient to the desire of Hephaestus, now evenly, now fitfully, blowing up in the furnace a vast flame. Hephaestus threw into the furnace copper, tin, silver, and precious gold. Then he set the anvil and seized in his hand his vast hammer and tongs. First of all, Hephaestus forged a shield for Achilles. With wondrous images, Hephaestus adorned the shield. Upon it he represented the earth, the sea, and the sky, and in the sky the sun, the moon, and the stars. Among the stars he depicted the Pleiades, the Hyades, the constellations of Orion, and the Bear. Upon the shield Hephaestus also depicted 2 cities. In one city they celebrate weddings. Through the streets move wedding processions and choirs of youths, and the women look upon them from the thresholds of their houses. And upon the square an assembly of the people has gathered. In it 2 citizens dispute about the blood price for a killing. The citizens, divided into 2 parties, support the disputants. Heralds calm the citizens. Around sit the city elders, and each, having taken a scepter in his hand, pronounces his decision upon the disputed matter. In the circle lie 2 talents of gold as a reward to him who more justly judges the contending ones. The other city enemies have besieged. The besieged, having left for the defense of the city the wives, youths, and elders, have arranged an ambush. They are led by the god Ares and the goddess Athena Pallas, majestic and dread. 2 spies are set in front to watch the enemies. But now flocks appear, seized by the enemies. The citizens hidden in ambush take back the cows and sheep. The noise the enemies heard in the camp and hastened to help. A bloody battle began, and in the battle among the warriors the goddesses of malice and confusion and the dread god of death range. Hephaestus also depicted upon the shield a ploughland. Ploughmen go behind the ploughs. When they reach the boundary of the field, servants give them cups with wine. The god also depicted the gathering of the corn. Some reapers reap the corn, others bind it, and children gather the ears. The owner of the field looks with joy how they gather the rich harvest. Aside, women prepare dinner for the reapers. Beside was depicted the gathering of the grapes. Youths and maidens carry grapes in baskets. A fair youth plays upon the lyre, and around him moves a merry dance. Hephaestus also depicted a herd of oxen. Upon the herd 2 lions have fallen. The shepherds try to drive the lions away, but the dogs fear to attack them and only bark. Beside were depicted silver-fleeced sheep pasturing in a valley, stalls, folds, and huts of the shepherds. At last, Hephaestus depicted a dance of youths and maidens dancing, having taken one another by the hand, and villagers admiring the dance. Around the whole shield, Hephaestus depicted Oceanus flowing around the earth. Having made the shield, Hephaestus forged a breastplate for Achilles, burning like a bright flame, a heavy helmet with a golden crest and greaves of flexible tin. Having finished the work, Hephaestus took his armor and carried it to the goddess Thetis. Like a swift hawk, she raced from Olympus to the distant earth to carry more quickly the arms to her son. The reconciliation of Achilles with Agamemnon. When early in the morning, scarcely had the dawn broken, Thetis brought the arms to her son, she found him sobbing over the body of Patroclus. Trying to comfort her son, Thetis showed him the arms she had brought. Not one of the Myrmidons could look upon the arms, so they glittered. The eyes of Achilles flashed with fire. He took the arms and began to admire them. The son of Thetis resolved at once to go into battle with the Trojans. One thing troubled him. He feared that the body of Patroclus would be disfigured by decay. But the goddess Thetis calmed her son. She promised to preserve the body, pouring into it nectar and ambrosia. Still fairer, the dead Patroclus was to become from this. To her son she advised him to go to the council of the Greek leaders. Achilles went along the shore of the sea, summoning all to an assembly of the people. The whole army gathered by the tent of Agamemnon. No one remained by the tents and ships. Odysseus and Diomedes came limping. Agamemnon, suffering from his wound, also came out. When all had gathered and silence was restored, Achilles proposed to Agamemnon to be reconciled. He urged all more quickly to enter into battle with the Trojans. All the Greeks rejoiced hearing that the enmity of Achilles and Agamemnon had ended. Agamemnon rose from his place. He acknowledged his guilt and said that it was the goddess of strife who had blinded him. She who walks with light steps over the heads of men catches them in her nets. For even Zeus himself she once blinded. Agamemnon promised to give Achilles at once all the gifts which he had promised him for the reconciliation. But the gifts were no longer needed by Achilles. He thought only of the battle, of vengeance upon Hector. He called all more quickly into battle. But the crafty Odysseus advised Achilles not to hasten. He said that first the warriors must be satisfied, so that strengthened by food and wine they may enter into battle. And at this time Achilles was to receive the gifts and Briseis restored to him. Agamemnon agreed with the counsel of Odysseus. He begged him himself with the youths to go for the gifts and Briseis, and the herald Thebes he sent for a boar to offer it as a sacrifice to the gods for the reconciliation. In vain Achilles begged all not to care for the gifts but to care for the battle. He wished that at once the Greeks go into battle, and only after avenging the killed sit in the evening at a common feast. Achilles refused a feast now. Food did not come into his mind when in his tent lay unavenged his faithful friend. Odysseus persuaded Achilles, however, to delay the beginning of the battle. Odysseus brought from the tent of Agamemnon the gifts, and the heroes brought the captive women and Briseis. All dispersed to the tents. The Myrmidons, taking the gifts of Agamemnon, went to their ships. With them Achilles also went. Soon the leaders of the Greeks came to Achilles. They begged him to strengthen himself with food, but Achilles refused. With Achilles remained Agamemnon, Menelaus, Odysseus, Nestor, Idomeneus, and Phoenix. They tried to comfort the great hero, but he thought only of Patroclus and, sighing, said, "There was a time when you yourself, Patroclus, offered me food before the battle. Now you lie pierced by a spear. My grief would not even then have been stronger if I had learned of the death of my father, or even if I had learned of the death of my beloved son Neoptolemus, left by me in Skyros. I hoped that I alone would die in a foreign land. I thought that you would return to Phthia and bring there my young son." Bitterly Achilles wept. Around the heroes sighed. Each of them remembered those near ones whom he had left in the homeland. Zeus from Olympus saw the sorrow of Achilles and commanded Athena Pallas to go into the tent to the hero and sprinkle his breast with nectar and ambrosia. Like an eagle, Athena flew down from Olympus and sprinkled the breast of Achilles with nectar and ambrosia so that he might not lose his strength. Achilles enters into battle with the Trojans. The Greeks armed themselves. One after another, the detachments of the Greeks came out of the camp. As flakes of snow race, driven by the wind, so they went into battle. Many of them there were. Upon the sun the helmets, spears, and shields glittered. The shore of the sea shuddered under the feet of the warriors. The son of Pelias also armed himself. He clothed himself in the arms forged by Hephaestus. Across his shoulder he hung the sword. He took the shield shining like the moon, and took from the chest his vast spear, with which only he alone could fight. He put on also the helmet shining like a star, and came out of the tent. With anger his eyes flashed, his heart as before was torn by intolerable sorrow. The horses of Achilles were yoked to the chariot. His charioteer Automedon mounted the chariot and took in his hands the whip and the reins. Achilles also mounted the chariot. Setting out into battle, he called to the horses, "O Xanthus and Pelias, children of the divine Podarge, carry me alive from the battle, not as you did Patroclus. Do not cast me dead upon the field of battle." Suddenly Xanthus, made prophetic by Hera, turned, lowering his muzzle, to Achilles and said with the voice of a man, "Today, great Achilles, we will carry you alive from the battle, but near is your last day. It is not our fault that Patroclus perished. The far-shooting Apollo struck him. He gave the victory to Hector. Even if we flew like Zephyrus, still it is allotted to you to perish by the hand of the god Apollo and a mortal man." Angrily Achilles cried out, Why do you prophesy death to me, Xanthus? I myself know that by fate it is allotted to me to perish here, far from father and mother. But I will not leave the battle until I water the earth with the blood of the Trojans, avenging Patroclus." Thus Achilles cried out and drove the horses into battle. And the Greeks had already arranged themselves in the field, and were advancing upon the Trojans who occupied the height before Troy. At this time Zeus the Thunderer commanded the goddess Themis to summon the gods to council. In the halls of Zeus all the gods gathered, even the gods of the rivers and streams gathered, the nymphs and the goddesses of the springs gathered. The god Thunderer said to the gathered gods that he himself would not interfere in the battle but would watch the fight from the summit of Olympus. All the gods, however, may take part in the battle on whichever side each of them wishes. Zeus feared that the Trojans would not withstand the stormy onset of Achilles, and that he might, contrary to fate, take possession of Troy. At once the gods descended to the earth. The goddess Hera and Athena Pallas, the gods Poseidon, Hermes, and Hephaestus stood on the side of the Greeks, and the goddess Aphrodite, Artemis, and Leto, the gods Ares, Apollo, and the river god Xanthus stood on the side of the Trojans. No sooner had the Olympian gods approached the armies than at once the goddess Eris stirred strife. Dreadfully Athena Pallas cried out, racing through the armies of the Greeks. In answer to her, the cry of the god of war Ares rang out like a dread storm. The armies clashed. The thunders of Zeus crashed and rolled over the sky. The god Poseidon shook the whole earth. The mountains swayed from the base to the summit. Great Troy and the ships of the Greeks shuddered. The lord of the realm of the souls of the dead Hades was horrified. He leapt from his throne, fearing that the earth would split open and his realm of horrors would be revealed, which even the immortal gods fill with trembling. A terrible battle began. Achilles thirsted only for a meeting in battle with Hector. The far-shooting Apollo, under the guise of Lycaon, the son of Priam, appeared to Aeneas and said to him that there was nothing for him, the son of Aphrodite, to fear in entering into battle with the son of the lesser goddess Thetis, Achilles. By this he inspired Aeneas to the fight, and courageously the son of Anchises came forward. The goddess Hera saw this and feared that Apollo would help Aeneas in the fight. Poseidon advised the gods not to interfere now in the battle, but to sit upon the rampart which once Heracles had heaped upon the shore of the sea, and only then to take part in the battle when the god Ares and the god Apollo interfere in it. The gods who helped the Greeks heeded the counsel of Poseidon and sat far from the battle. The gods who helped the Trojans sat upon the stones of the Callicolonian hills. Aeneas and Achilles came together. With a mockery, Achilles met the son of Anchises. He reminded him how already once he had turned from him to flight and advised him more quickly to hide in the ranks of the warriors. But Aeneas answered Achilles that in vain he frightens him as if a child. Aeneas reminded the son of Thetis from what a race famous for heroes he comes. Aeneas wished more quickly to begin the fight. With a mighty hand he threw a spear at the shield of Achilles, but it did not pierce the shield. In vain Achilles turned aside the shield. He did not think that the hand of a man cannot pierce a shield made by a god. Achilles struck with a spear the shield of Aeneas. The spear pierced the shield, but Aeneas bent, and the spear flew over him. It grew dark in the eyes of Aeneas from horror, so near was he to destruction. Achilles bared his sword, and Aeneas seized a vast stone. Aeneas would have perished, but the god Poseidon did not wish his destruction. Swiftly he came to his aid. He raised the spear of Achilles and laid it at his feet. Before the eyes of Achilles the earth-shakers spread a thick darkness, and Aeneas with a mighty hand he threw far beyond the limits of the boiling battle. There Poseidon appeared to Aeneas and forbade him to come out into the front ranks of the warriors until Achilles was alive. Poseidon scattered the darkness before the eyes of Achilles. The son of Thetis was struck, seeing the spear lying at his feet. Aeneas was already not before him. Achilles understood that the gods protect Aeneas. Now he was sure that Aeneas would not dare any more to enter into battle with him. Furiously, Achilles flung himself into battle. Many heroes he struck down, seeking Hector. To Hector the god, Apollo did not allow to attack Achilles and commanded him to hold himself in the rear ranks of the warriors. But now Achilles struck with his spear the son of Priam, Polydorus. He was the youngest of the remaining sons of the king of Troy. Tenderly his father loved him. Hector saw the destruction of his brother. He forgot the instructions of Apollo and flung himself there where Achilles fought. Achilles saw Hector. With joy his dread eyes burned. "Here is he who has struck my heart with deep sorrow," Achilles cried out. "Enough! Let us no longer run from one another over the field of battle. Come nearer, so that more quickly I may send you into the realm of Hades." But Hector answered Achilles, "It is still unknown which of us will be killed. Although I am not so mighty as you, Achilles, yet only the gods know to which of us it is allotted to fall. Know that my spear also is sharp." Hector threw the spear. But Athena Pallas with her breath turned aside the spear, and it fell at the feet of Achilles. Achilles rushed upon Hector, but the god Apollo came to help and covered Hector with darkness. 3 times Achilles flung himself upon Hector, but each time he struck only the darkness with his spear. Rushing a 4th time, he dreadfully cried out, "Again you have escaped, dog, destruction! Again Apollo has saved you! But soon I will overtake you if only I also have a protector among the gods." In anger, Achilles flung himself upon other Trojan heroes, and many of them fell by his destructive spear. Like a furious fire, he raged in the ranks of the Trojans. As under the feet of oxen the ears are threshed when a farmer upon the threshing floor threshes barley, so under the feet of the horses of Achilles the bodies, shields, and helmets were crushed. The furious Achilles all burned with the thirst for warrior glory. With blood he flooded his hands. The Trojans turned to flight. But upon the banks of the Scamander, Achilles overtook them. Cutting into their ranks, he divided the fleeing. A part of them rushed to Troy, but Hera barred their path with thick darkness. Another part flung themselves to the river. Many Trojans sought salvation in the Scamander. The waves of the river rose from the warriors who flung themselves into it. Some wished to save themselves by swimming. Others tried to hide under the steep banks. Achilles, with a sword in his hands, flung himself into the waters of the Scamander and began to cut down the fleeing Trojans. He seized 12 Trojan youths, bound their hands with straps, and commanded his myrmidons to lead them to the camp, and himself again flung himself to slaughter the Trojans. Upon the bank of the Scamander, he overtook also the young son of Priam Lycaon, that same one whom once he had taken captive in the vineyards and sold into slavery upon Lemnos. The unhappy Lycaon embraced the legs of Achilles and begged for mercy, promising a vast ransom. But Achilles, burning with vengeance for his friend Patroclus, did not spare Lycaon. For the more famous warrior Patroclus had died, Achilles himself also will die, struck by an enemy. Why then should Achilles spare Lycaon? With a sharp sword, the son of Pelias pierced the neck of Lycaon, and he fell dead. The son of Thetis seized his body by the leg and threw it into the Scamander so that the fishes might be satisfied with it. Still more strongly, Achilles began to rage. He threatened the Trojans that the Scamander would not save them from his anger. Whatever sacrifices they might offer him, he would kill them all, avenging Patroclus and the fallen Greeks. The god of the river Scamander, Xanthus, grew angry at the proud speeches of Achilles. Meanwhile, against Achilles, Asteropaeus, the son of the river god Axius, resolved to come out. Asteropaeus threw at once 2 spears at Achilles. With one of the spears he lightly wounded the hero in the right arm at the elbow. Achilles also threw his vast spear at Asteropaeus. Past the spear flew and deeply sank into the bank. Asteropaeus tried to tear out the spear of Achilles, but could not. He would not have had strength even to lift the spear of Achilles. The mighty son of Pelias rushed upon him with a bare sword and struck him to death. Achilles threw the body of Asteropaeus also into the waters of the Scamander. Many heroes Achilles still struck down. Loudly from the depths, the god of the river Scamander, Xanthus, cried out, "Achilles, drive the Trojans from my waters, kill them in the field and not in my waters. The bodies of the Trojans have barred my path to the sea. Refrain from killing the Trojans in my stream." "Xanthus, not earlier will I cease to kill the Trojans," Achilles answered the god, "then I drive them into Troy and fight with Hector." Loudly, then Xanthus called to the god Apollo, "O far-shooting god, you do not fulfill that which Zeus the Thunderer commanded you. Did he not command you to protect the Trojans until night covers the hills and the fields with darkness?" The waters of the Scamander raged, and with a dread roar began to carry out upon the bank the bodies of the killed. The living, the god of the river, hid in a cave. The waves boiled around Achilles, who had flung himself into the river. He could no longer hold himself upon his feet. Achilles seized with his hand a high plane tree that stood upon the bank of the river, but the plane tree fell, undermined by the Scamander, and lay across the river like a bridge. Achilles leapt out of the waves of the river and ran over the field. After him a dread roller of the river Scamander rolled, threatening to drown him. Several times Achilles tried to struggle with this roller, but how could he, a mortal, struggle with the immortal god of the river? The waves flooded him. Stormily they lashed around his shoulders, tearing the earth from under his feet. At last Achilles cried out, turning his gaze to the sky, "Zeus the Thunderer, shall I, to whom it was allotted by fate to perish under Troy only by the arrows of Apollo, perish by a shameful death like a young swineherd who is drowned in a stormy mountain stream, trying to cross it by fording? Oh, better that Hector, the most glorious of the sons of great Troy, had killed me." No sooner had the son of Pelias spoken this than Poseidon and Athena Pallas appeared before him. The gods encouraged Achilles and commanded him courageously to fight until he drives the Trojans into the city and strikes Hector. With glory he will return after the victory to the camp. Athena Pallas poured invincible strength into the breast of Achilles. The Scamander could not struggle with him and summoned to his aid the god of the stream, Simwa, his brother. Still higher rose the watery roller covered with slime raised against Achilles by the Scamander. Like a wall, it began to surround Achilles. The goddess Hera feared that the son of Pelias would perish. To the aid of Achilles and to battle against Simwa, she sent her son, the god Hephaestus. Upon the field, the stormy flame of the god Hephaestus flashed. The bodies of the Trojans killed by Achilles caught fire. Swiftly, the field flooded by the waves of Simwa dried. Hephaestus also set the river on fire. Along the banks, the plane trees, beeches and willows blazed. The moist green reed and the lotuses caught fire. The fishes in the water darted in all directions and tried to hide in the depth of the river from the all-devouring flame. Simwa flashed. Loudly he called to the god Hephaestus. "O Hephaestus! No one of the gods is able to struggle with you. Never will I dare to fight with you. Quench the fire. I will never any more help the Trojans. Let the son of Pelias destroy them." Ever more strongly the water heated from the fire. It boiled from the terrible heat. The current of the river stopped. The heat exhausted the Scamander. The god Xanthus began to beg the goddess Hera to curb her son. With a great oath of the gods, Xanthus swore never any more to help the Trojans, even when Troy would blaze set on fire by the Greeks. Hera stopped the god Hephaestus, and he quenched the fire. A strong strife also flared among the gods. They flung themselves into battle. The earth groaned under their feet. Zeus laughed, seeing how the gods began to fight with one another. The god of war Ares attacked the goddess Athena Pallas, wishing to avenge her for the fact that recently she had helped the hero Diomedes to wound him. With his spear, Ares struck the goddess in the aegis, but could not pierce it. Athena seized a vast stone and hit Ares with it in the neck and overthrew him upon the earth. The armor upon Ares thundered, and dust covered his hair. To the aid of Ares, the goddess of love, Aphrodite came and tried to lead him from the field of battle. But Athena struck her in the breast with her spear, and Aphrodite fell upon the earth. The god of the sea Poseidon challenged Apollo to battle. But the far-shooting god did not enter into battle with him. Apollo feared to raise his hand against the mighty brother of Zeus, the earthshaker Poseidon. The goddess Artemis reproached her brother Apollo for the fact that he had avoided the fight with Poseidon. The goddess Hera heard this and grew angry. She seized Artemis by the hands, tore from her the bow, and struck the young goddess with it. The arrows of Artemis scattered, and she fled all in tears like a dove saving herself from a hawk. The goddess Leto gathered the arrows, raised the bow of her daughter, and went after her. Artemis rose to Olympus and bitterly complained to Zeus of how Hera had insulted her. The other gods also returned to Olympus, some proud of their victory, others filled with anger. Apollo swiftly raced to Troy. He feared that, contrary to fate, the Greeks might destroy the walls of Troy. From a high tower, the elder Priam saw how Achilles drives the Trojans over the field. He commanded the city gates to be opened so that the Trojans might hide in them. Apollo, having inspired great courage in the hero Agenor, stirred him to come out against Achilles, and himself, covered with a thick cloud, stood by him to save him from the spear of Achilles. Shaking a spear, Agenor awaited the approaching Achilles. With a strong hand he threw a spear at him. The spear struck the greave but bounced off. Achilles rushed upon Agenor. The god Apollo surrounded Agenor with darkness and helped him to escape inevitable death. Apollo took the form of Agenor and set off running over the field. Achilles began to pursue him, not knowing that he was pursuing a god. By this, Apollo saved the Trojans and gave them time to hide in sacred Troy. The Trojans hid in the city. Exhausted by the battle and the flight, they quenched their thirst and wiped away the sweat, standing upon the walls. In the field, only one Hector remained. As if bound by inevitable fate, he stood by the Scaean gates. The duel of Achilles with Hector. Long Achilles pursued the god Apollo. At last the far-shooting god stopped and revealed to Achilles whom he had pursued. Anger took possession of Achilles. With what joy he would have avenged Apollo if he could. The son of Pelias abandoned the pursuit and again rushed to the walls of Troy. Achilles raced over the field to the walls of Troy like a glittering star, that star which burns brightly in the autumn sky. Serious men call it misfortunes it prophesies to mortals. The elder Priam saw Achilles approaching the walls of Troy and in fear began to beg Hector, "O my beloved son, enter more quickly into the city. Do not fight with the son of Pelias. He is mightier than you. Enter into Troy, for in you is all the hope of salvation for all the Trojans and Trojan women. Think how many sons Achilles has killed for me. Take pity at least upon me, the unhappy elder. Zeus has sent me at the end of my life terrible troubles. I must see the destruction of my sons, see how they lead the daughters into captivity, how they kill the innocent infants. I myself will be killed upon the threshold of my house, and those dogs which I myself have reared will lick my blood. Take pity upon me, Hector." His mother, the aged Hecuba, also begged Hector to hide in Troy. She reminded her son how she had fed him in childhood, how she had caressed him. "Will Hector be killed before her eyes, and will neither she nor Andromache mourn him, but will his body be torn by the dogs by the ships of the Myrmidons?" But firmly Hector resolved to await Achilles. Leaning his shield against a projection of the tower, he awaited his enemy. Hector could not avoid the fight with Achilles. The son of Priam feared that the Trojans would accuse him of having destroyed Troy, having relied upon his strength. For Polydamas had advised him to hide with the army in Troy before Achilles entered into battle. Now one thing remained for Hector, to enter into battle with Achilles, and either to conquer or to perish. Such a thought also flashed through Hector, to go to meet Achilles without weapons, and to promise him to restore the fair Helen and all the treasures carried off from Menelaus, and with them to give also half of all the riches of great Troy. At once Hector rejected this thought. He knew that Achilles would not enter into an agreement with him, that unarmed he would kill him as a helpless woman. Ever nearer and nearer was Achilles. Fear took possession of Hector, and he set off, running from the dread son of Pelias around Troy. After him, like a hawk that pursues a weak dove, the stormy Achilles raced. 3 times the heroes ran around Troy. In stormy running, the heroes raced. Several times Hector wished to hide by the wall so that the Trojans might be able to repel the son of Pelias with arrows, but Achilles did not allow him to approach the wall. Already long ago, the great Achilles would have overtaken the son of Priam if the god Apollo had not poured strength into Hector. When for the 4th time the heroes ran past the springs of the Scamander, Zeus the Thunderer threw upon the golden scales 2 lots of death, one of Achilles, the other of Hector. The lot of Hector sank to the realm of gloomy Hades. The god Apollo left Hector, and to Achilles the goddess Athena Pallas approached. She commanded the hero to stop and promised him victory over Hector. The goddess herself, taking the form of the brother of Hector, Deiphobus, appeared to Hector. She persuaded him to fight with the son of Pelias, promising to help. Hector stopped. The heroes came together. First Hector cried out, "I will no longer, son of Pelias, seek salvation in flight. Let us fight then, and see whether you will kill me or whether I will gain the victory. But let us call the gods as witnesses before the fight. I promise not to dishonor your body if the Thunderer gives me the victory. Fulfill you also this agreement." But dreadfully Achilles answered him, "No, do not propose agreements to me, hateful enemy, as an agreement is impossible between a lion and men, or between wolves and sheep, so it is impossible also between us. No, gather all your strength, remember all your skill in the art of war. There is no salvation for you. You will pay me for the blood of my friend Patroclus, shed by you, and of my other friends killed by you." With a mighty hand, Achilles threw his spear at Hector. Hector fell to the earth, and by this escaped the deadly blow. Athena Pallas swiftly seized the spear of Achilles and gave it again to the hero. Hector struck with a spear the middle of the shield of Achilles. But like a light reed, the spear bounced from the shield forged by the god Hephaestus. Hector had no other spear. He lowered his eyes and loudly began to call Deiphobus to help. But he was already not there. Hector understood that Athena Pallas had deceived him. He understood that it was allotted to him to perish. Drawing his sword, Hector flung himself upon Achilles. Achilles also rushed upon Hector. With a mighty hand he struck him with a spear in the neck. Mortally wounded, Hector fell to the earth. He could only say still a few words to the triumphing Achilles. "I adjure you, Achilles, by your life and by your kindred, do not give my body to be torn by the Myrmidon dogs. Restore my body to my father and mother. For it they will give an uncounted ransom." "No, in vain, contemptible dog, you beg me," Achilles answered. "I myself would tear your body if I submitted to the anger burning in me. No one will drive the dogs from your body, even if they offered me for this the most splendid rich gifts, even if they gave me as much gold as you yourself weigh. Never will Priam and Hecuba mourn your body. Oh, I knew that you would not be moved by my prayer. In your breast is an iron heart. But fear the anger of the gods. It will overtake you also. Paris will strike you with an arrow with the help of the god Apollo by the Scaean gates." With these words, Hector died. Lamenting its bitter lot, his soul flew off into the realm of gloomy Hades. Triumphing in the victory, Achilles summoned all the Greeks. They marveled at the mighty stature and beauty of Hector stretched upon the earth. Each of those who approached pierced the body of Hector with a spear. Now it was easy to strike him. It was not so at that time when Hector set fire to the ships of the Greeks. A terrible deed the triumphing Achilles devised. Having pierced the tendons in the legs of Hector, he passed a strong strap through the tendons and tied the body by the legs to the chariot. He leapt upon it, having highly raised the arms taken from Hector, and drove the horses over the field. Over the earth, the body of Hector was dragged behind the chariot. Dust rose upon the field. The fair head of Hector blackened from the dust. It beats against the earth. Hecuba from the walls of Troy saw how Achilles dishonors the body of her son. In grief she tears her gray hair and beats her breast, having torn off the covering. Bitterly Priam sobs. He begs to be allowed into the field. He wishes to beg the victor Achilles to take pity upon him, the elder, to remember his father Pelias, such an elder as he also is. Andromache also heard the sorrowful cries of the Trojans. In fear she dropped the shuttle from her hands. Andromache ran to the walls, and from them saw the body of her husband dragging through the dust behind the chariot of Achilles. Without consciousness, the unhappy wife of Hector fell into the arms of the Trojan women. The precious covering, the gift of Aphrodite, fell from her, her hair scattered. Coming to herself, she loudly began to sob. Now no one remained for her in the world. Orphaned also is her fair son Astyanax. As an unhappy orphan he will grow. No one will protect him from insult. Inexpressible grief tore the heart of Andromache. Loudly, all the Trojan women sobbed around her. The great defender of Troy had perished. The funeral of Patroclus. The Greeks returned to their ships. Achilles did not command his Myrmidons to disperse to their tents. He ordered them 3 times to drive around the body of Patroclus upon chariots. With loud weeping the brave Myrmidons rode. Loudly Achilles also wept. He laid his hands upon the breast of his slain friend, crying out, "Rejoice, courageous Patroclus, I have done what I promised you. I have brought here to your funeral couch the body of Hector, and will give it to be torn by the dogs. 12 Trojan youths I will slay beside the funeral pyre, avenging your death." Achilles cast the body of Hector by the couch on which the slain Patroclus lay, covering it with nothing. A rich feast the son of Pelias prepared for his Myrmidons. The leaders of the Greeks persuaded him himself to go to Agamemnon. There long they begged him, after bathing, to take part in the feast. Achilles refused. He asked only that Agamemnon command the Greeks to raise a funeral pyre. The Greek heroes held a feast, and after the feast all dispersed to their tents and lay down to sleep. Only Achilles remained awake. Heavily groaning, he lay upon the shore of the ever-murmuring sea. At last he too sank into deep sleep. In a dream the shade of Patroclus appeared to him and begged him more quickly to perform the funeral rites over the body so that his soul might find rest in the realm of Hades. Patroclus commanded that his bones be buried in that tomb in which Achilles also would be buried. In one urn, given by the goddess Thetis, the ashes of Achilles and Patroclus were to be laid. In the dream, Achilles stretched out his hands to the shade of Patroclus, but with a sorrowful moan, the shade vanished. Achilles awoke and again began loudly to mourn his friend. All the Myrmidons wept with him. Weeping, the goddess Eos Dawn, herald of the rising of the god Helios' son, found them. Early in the morning, Agamemnon sent Greeks to the slope of high Ida for wood for the funeral pyre. The Greeks fulfilled the king's command and raised upon the shore of the sea a high pyre. In solemn procession, the Myrmidons carried out the body of Patroclus, covering it with their shorn hair, and laid it upon the pyre. Achilles also shore his hair, which had been dedicated to the river god Phrixus if it had been allotted to the hero to return to his homeland. Now he placed it in the hands of Patroclus. Then at Achilles' request Agamemnon dismissed all the warriors to the ships. By the pyre remained only the leaders of the Greeks. A multitude of sheep and oxen they slaughtered in honor of Patroclus, and with their fat covered his whole body. Around the couch with the body they also set vessels of honey and oil. They killed 4 horses and 2 dogs. Upon the pyre they also laid the bodies of the 12 Trojan youths, whom Achilles had slain with his own hands. The body of Hector lay by the pyre. The goddess Aphrodite guarded it, having anointed it with fragrant oil, and the god Apollo spread a cloud over it so that the scorching rays of the sun might not dry the body of Hector. When all was ready for the funeral, Achilles set fire to the pyre, but it did not kindle. Achilles prayed to the gods of the wind, Boreas and Zephyrus. He begged them to fan the flame. Swiftly the messenger of the gods Iris raced to the halls of Zephyrus, where all the gods of the wind were feasting, and summoned them to the aid of the son of Pelias. With a dread noise Boreas and Zephyrus raced, swirling clouds over the sea. Under their breath high waves rose upon the sea. Swiftly they flew to Troy and fanned the fire. All night the flame rose high upon the pyre. Achilles, drawing wine with a double-bottomed cup, performed a libation, calling upon the soul of Patroclus. Toward morning the vast pyre burned down and began to die. Exhausted Achilles lay upon the earth by the dying pyre and was overcome by irresistible sleep. The voices of the leaders of the Greeks awoke him. At Achilles' request, the leaders quenched the smoldering coals of the pyre with wine, gathered the bones of Patroclus, and laid them in a golden urn. Then a timber frame was built, the urn was set within it, and over the frame they heaped a high burial mound. After the funeral, Achilles arranged splendid funeral games in honor of the dead. They began with a chariot race in which the hero Eumelus, son of Admetus, the hero Diomedes, King Menelaus, the son of Nestor Antilochus, and the hero Meriones took part. First Diomedes drove his horses to the goal. The goddess Athena helped him. A little behind him was the son of Nestor Antilochus. After him was Menelaus. By craft, the son of Nestor wrested the second prize from him. Last was Meriones. The hero Eumelus, the most famous charioteer, suffered misfortune. The goddess Athena, not wishing his victory, broke the pole of his chariot. Eumelus fell to the earth and was severely injured. To all the participants in the chariot race, Achilles distributed rich gifts. He also offered a gift to the elder Nestor. He could no longer take part in the contests of the heroes. Old age had made his limbs weak, yet once he too had gained victories in the games over mighty heroes. Then the mighty hero Oedipus and the hero Euryalus contended in boxing. Oedipus conquered, overthrowing Euryalus to the earth with a blow of his fist. Ajax the Telamonian and King Odysseus contended in wrestling. Long they wrestled. Neither the one nor the other could overcome. An equal prize fell to them. In swift-running Ajax, the son of Oileus, Odysseus and the son of Nestor Antilochus contended. In front, like a light wind, Ajax ran, after him Odysseus. Odysseus prayed to Athena and begged her to give him the victory. Athena heard the hero. Ajax slipped and fell. First, Odysseus reached the goal and received the first prize. In combat in arms, Diomedes and Ajax the Telamonian contended. The heroes clashed, but the Greeks feared that they might strike one another to death. The heroes ended the fight, and both received an equal prize. In the throwing of a heavy discus, the hero Polypoetes conquered all. For the contest in archery, a dove was tied to a high pole. The archer was to pierce it with an arrow. The hero Teucer came forward. Drawing his bow, Teucer sent an arrow, but it only cut the thin cord by which the dove was tied. The dove soared to the sky, but the hero Meriones pierced it with his arrow. To him fell the prize for archery. The prize for the throwing of a spear they gave to King Agamemnon. No one could surpass his skill in throwing a spear. The games ended. The heroes dispersed, and soon the whole camp sank into deep sleep. Only Achilles did not sleep. Unconsoled, he mourned his friend. Rising from his couch, long he wandered along the shore of the sea. At last, when the dawn glowed in the sky, he yoked the horses to the chariot, and, having tied the body of Hector to it, 3 times drove around the burial mound, dragging over the earth the body of the unhappy son of Priam. Then again he cast the body aside and himself went into the tent. Priam in the tent of Achilles. The burial of Hector. From bright Olympus the gods saw how Achilles dishonored the body of Hector. The god Apollo was indignant at him for this. The gods wished Hermes to carry off the body of Hector, but the goddess Hera and Athena Pallas and also the god Poseidon opposed this. Already 11 days the body of Hector had lain, covered with nothing, by the tent of Achilles. Apollo reproached the gods for allowing Achilles, who had forgotten compassion and conscience, to dishonor the body of Hector. Strife flared between Apollo and Hera. Zeus the Thunderer ended this strife. He sent the messenger of the gods Iris for the goddess Thetis. The son of Cronus resolved to send the goddess Thetis to Achilles, so that she might transmit to him the command of Zeus to give up the body of Hector for a rich ransom to his father Priam. Among the Trojans, Zeus loved the great Hector more than all. Swift as thought, Iris raced to Thetis and in an instant stood before her. Thetis, surrounded by the sea goddesses, sat shedding tears for her son. Hearing from the lips of Iris the will of Zeus, Thetis put on the black garments of sorrow and rose to high Olympus. With honor, the gods met Thetis. Athena arranged a place for her beside Zeus, and Hera herself offered her a golden cup of fragrant nectar. Zeus told her his will. At once the goddess Thetis descended to the earth into the tent of her son. She sat beside the sorrowful Achilles and, tenderly caressing him with her hand, said to him that Zeus and all the gods were angry with him for Hector and commanded him to give up his body to Priam. The mighty Achilles submitted to the will of the gods. Meanwhile, Zeus the Thunderer sent the messenger of the gods Iris to Priam. When Iris raced upon her rainbow wings to the palace of Priam, the unhappy elder lay stretched upon the earth, shedding tears for his perished son. Around the elder sat all his sons, loudly sobbing. Iris approached the elder, and in the name of Zeus commanded him to go to the camp of the Greeks to Achilles with a rich ransom. Iris promised that the god Hermes would escort Priam to the camp. Hearing the words of the goddess, Priam at once rose and went into the palace, commanding his sons to prepare a wagon for the gifts and a chariot. Entering the palace, Priam summoned his aged wife Hecuba and said to her that he wished to go to the camp of the Greeks. Hecuba was frightened. She begged her husband not to go to certain destruction, but Priam calmed her, saying that he was going to Achilles, obeying the will of the Olympian gods. Priam chose rich gifts and began to prepare for the journey. He also reproached his sons for delaying. The sons of Priam feared their father's anger and swiftly yoked the mules to the wagon, set upon it a large chest for the gifts, and yoked the horses to the chariot. Priam mounted the chariot and drove the horses. In front of the chariot the mules drew the wagon with the gifts, and the herald Idaeus guided the mules. All who escorted Priam wept bitterly, as if he were going to certain destruction. When Priam drove out into the field, Zeus the Thunderer sent to meet him his son, the god Hermes. Hermes bound on his winged sandals, took in his hands the staff with which he closes the eyes of mortals, and raced to Troy. He appeared under the guise of a fair youth to Priam when the latter was watering the horses and mules in the river. Priam was frightened. He thought that the youth would kill him and carry off the gifts. But Hermes, calling himself a servant of Achilles, offered to escort him to the camp. The elder rejoiced. He offered the youth a precious cup as a gift, but Hermes refused the gift. He entered the chariot of Priam and swiftly drove the horses. At the gates of the camp of the Greeks a watch stood, but Hermes plunged it into deep sleep. The god drew back the bars of the gates, opened them, and secretly led Priam through the camp. Hermes also opened the gates into the camp of the Myrmidons. When Priam drove up to the tent of Achilles, Hermes revealed to Priam who he was and commanded him boldly to enter the tent. Priam left Idaeus to guard the gifts and himself went into the tent. Achilles had just finished his meal. Unnoticed by anyone, Priam entered and, falling upon his knees before Achilles, began to beg him with these words. "O great Achilles, remember your father, such an elder as I also am. Perhaps neighbors have besieged his city, and there is no one to deliver him from trouble. I, the unhappy one, have lost almost all my sons. You have killed also the greatest of my sons, Hector. For his sake I have come to your ships. take pity upon my grief. Accept the rich ransom. See in what misfortune I am. I am enduring that which none of mortals has endured. I am forced to kiss the hands of the slayer of my children." By his words Priam awakened in Achilles the memory of his father. Bitterly Achilles wept, remembering his father. Priam, stretched upon the earth, wept for his son. At last Achilles rose. He raised Priam and said to him, "O unhappy one, much grief have you seen in life. But how did you dare to come here alone to him who has killed many of your sons? Oh, in your breast is a heart hard as iron. But be calm, end your weeping, and sit here. The gods have allotted men to endure grief in life. Only they themselves, the immortals, know no sorrows. Shed no more tears, for by weeping you will not raise the perished Hector. Rise, sit here." "No, I will not sit, Achilles," Priam answered, "until you restore Hector to me. Accept the gifts, and let me look upon the body of my son." Angrily Achilles looked upon Priam and said, "Fear to anger me, elder. I myself know that I must restore the body of Hector to you. This is the will of Zeus. My mother, the goddess Thebes, announced it to me. I know that a god also brought you here, otherwise you would not have dared to appear in the camp of the Greeks. Be silent then. I fear that in anger I may break the command of Zeus to spare the suppliant." Having said this, Achilles went out. He summoned his friends, commanded them to unyoke the horses and mules of Priam and to lead Oedipus into the tent. Then the slave women of Achilles washed the body of Hector and clothed it in precious garments. Achilles himself raised the body and laid it upon a richly adorned couch, and his friends set the couch upon the wagon. The great son of Pelias prayed the soul of Patroclus not to be angry because he had restored the body of Hector to his father. He promised to dedicate to Patroclus a part of the gifts brought by Priam. Having done all this, Achilles returned to the tent and said to the elder that the body of Hector had already been given up to him. Achilles prepared a rich supper and invited Priam to strengthen his strength with food and drink. During the supper, Priam looked with wonder upon the fair, majestic as a god, Achilles, and Achilles marveled at the venerable appearance of the gray-haired elder and listened to his wise speeches. When the supper was ended, Priam begged Achilles to allow him to strengthen himself with sleep, for he had not slept since the time when Hector perished. Achilles commanded 2 luxurious couches to be prepared for Priam and Oedipus before the tent. When Priam was preparing to lie down to sleep, Achilles asked him how many days he needed for the burial of his son, and promised in those days not to begin battle. 10 days Priam asked for the burial. Achilles promised him that he himself would not enter into battle in those days and would restrain the Greeks from fighting. Tenderly Achilles pressed the hand of Priam, wishing by this pressure to calm the elder, and parted from him. All the warriors sank into sleep. The gods also slept upon bright Olympus. Only the god Hermes did not sleep. He appeared at the couch of Priam and, awakening him, commanded him more quickly to leave the camp of the Greeks, for he feared that someone might see Priam and be tempted by the possibility of receiving a rich ransom for him. Priam was frightened. He rose from the couch and awakened Oedipus. Hermes yoked the horses and mules and led them secretly out of the camp. Only at the banks of the Scamander did the god leave Priam. At dawn, Priam drove up to Troy. First Cassandra saw him and raised a loud lament for Hector, summoning the Trojans and Trojan women. A vast throng gathered at the gates of Troy. In front of all stood Hecuba and Andromache. Loudly they sobbed and tore their hair. All the Trojans sobbed and tried to come nearer to the wagon on which the slain Hector lay. But at the word of Priam the throng parted and allowed him to drive into Troy. Loudly Andromache sobbed. She mourned her husband, her only defender. Now she knew that Troy would fall, and the Greeks would lead all the Trojan women into heavy captivity. The Greeks would also kill her son Astyanax, avenging Hector for the death of many heroes. Andromache lamented that far from her Hector had perished, without speaking to her a cherished word which she would forever remember. Hecuba also sobbed, shedding streams of tears for her beloved son. Helen wept for Hector. From him she had never heard a reproach, never seen an insult. Always the gentle-souled Hector had defended her, and thanks to his defense, the others also did not insult her. Now her only friend and comforter in Troy, where all equally hated her, had perished. Priam commanded a funeral pyre to be prepared. 9 days the Trojans brought wood from Ida for the pyre. On the 10th day they laid the body of Hector upon the pyre and burned it. They gathered his ashes into a golden urn, set it in the tomb, covered the tomb with stone slabs, and above heaped a burial mound. While the Trojans heaped the mound, a watch observed so that the Greeks might not attack unexpectedly. After the funeral, Priam arranged in his palace a luxurious funeral feast. Thus the Trojans buried the great Hector. The battle with the Amazons. Penthesilea. After the death of Hector, heavy times came for Troy. She had no longer a more powerful defender. The Trojans did not dare to go out beyond the walls to fight with the Greeks in the open field. There was in Troy no such hero who could measure strength in single combat with Achilles. It seemed that the last days of the great city were coming. Then unexpectedly help came to the Trojans. From distant Pontus upon swift horses, the brave warrior Amazons came to the aid of Troy with their queen Penthesilea. Penthesilea wished by battle with the Greeks to atone for her guilt, for she had accidentally killed her sister on the hunt. The mighty daughter of Ares boasted that she would strike down all the glorious heroes of Greece, drive them from under Troy, and burn their ships. With great rejoicing, the Trojans met the Amazons. Priam received Penthesilea as a native daughter and arranged in her honor a luxurious feast. On the following day, the Amazons in shining armor at the head of the Trojan army came out against the Greeks. Raising his hands to the sky, Priam prayed the gods to grant them victory. But the gods did not heed him. A bloody battle began. Like a stormy whirlwind, Penthesilea with her Amazons raced through the ranks of the Greeks. One after another she struck down the heroes. The Greeks wavered and began to retreat. To the very ships Penthesilea pressed them. Already the final victory of the Amazons was near. Suddenly, to the aid of the Greeks Achilles and Ajax the Telamonian appeared. They had not taken part in the battle. Stretched upon the earth, both lay by the burial mound of Patroclus, grieving for the loss of their friend. Hearing the noise of the battle, the heroes swiftly armed themselves and, like two dread lions, rushed into the fight. The Amazons and the Trojans could not withstand them. Penthesilea saw the mighty Achilles and courageously came out against him. She threw a spear at Achilles, but it flew into pieces, striking against the shield of the son of Pelias. The queen of the Amazons sent another spear at Achilles, but again did not wound him. In terrible anger, Achilles flung himself upon her and struck her in the breast. Penthesilea felt the mortal wound. Gathering her last strength, she wished to bare her sword, but the mighty Achilles pierced her with his spear together with her horse. The horse crashed to the earth, and beside it stretched out lay Penthesilea. Achilles took the helmet from her and stopped, struck by the extraordinary beauty of the daughter of the god of war Ares. Fair as the goddess Artemis was the dead Penthesilea. Achilles stands over the body of the beauty he has struck down and feels how love for the slain one takes possession of him. When, plunged in sorrow, Achilles stood over Penthesilea, Thersites approached him and began to abuse the hero, as he had done before. Mocking the sorrow of Achilles, Thersites pierced with a spear the eye of the fair Penthesilea. Terrible anger flared in Achilles. He swung and struck Thersites with such force upon the face that he killed him on the spot. Diomedes burned with anger against Achilles for having killed his kinsman. With difficulty, the Greeks succeeded in reconciling the two heroes. Quietly, Achilles raised the slain Penthesilea and carried her from the battle. Then the Greeks gave up the bodies of Penthesilea and of the 12 slain Amazons together with their armor to the Trojans, and they arranged a splendid funeral, committing the bodies to burning upon a pyre. Achilles then set out for the island of Lesbos. There he offered rich sacrifices to the god Apollo and the goddess Artemis and their mother Leto, praying them to cleanse him from the pollution of the blood of Thersites which he had shed. At the command of Apollo, the crafty Odysseus purified Achilles. The battle with the Ethiopians. Memnon. Still harder it became for the Trojans to repel the onset of the Greeks after the death of Penthesilea. But unexpectedly once more help appeared to them. From the shores of the hoary Oceanus that swirls its water around the whole earth, Memnon arrived in Troy with a vast army of Ethiopians. He was the son of the fair goddess of dawn Eos and Tithonus, and a kinsman of Priam. No one of mortals could equal him in beauty. Like the morning star, he shone among the army of the Trojans in his golden armor forged by the god Hephaestus himself. A worthy opponent to Achilles was Memnon, the mighty son of the goddess. Again a furious battle boiled under the walls of Troy. In front of the Trojans Memnon fought, in front of the Greeks Achilles. But he avoided a meeting with Memnon. The son of Thetis knew that if he killed Memnon, soon he himself would perish by the arrow of Apollo. Memnon attacked the elder Nestor. How could the aged hero fight with the young Memnon? Nestor turned his horses and wished to save himself by flight. But Paris drew his bow and struck with an arrow one of the horses of Nestor. Seeing that inevitable destruction threatened him, Nestor summoned his son Antilochus to help. The faithful son hastened to the aid of his father. He resolved rather to perish than to allow Memnon to kill his father. Antilochus seized a vast stone and threw it at Memnon. But the helmet, forged by the god Hephaestus, protected the son of the goddess Eos from the blow. Memnon struck with a spear the breast of Antilochus, and the son of Nestor fell dead to the earth with a pierced heart, having paid with his life for the life of his father. The elder Nestor sobbed, seeing the destruction of his son. Memnon, although another son of Nestor Thrasymedes, with his friend Phrixus attacked him, wished to take the armor from the slain Antilochus. Nestor himself flung himself to the defense of the body of his son. But Memnon did not fight with the elder. He did not raise his hand against him. Furiously the Greeks and the Ethiopians fought around the body of Antilochus. Nestor summoned also the mighty Achilles to help. Horror seized Achilles, learning that Antilochus had perished. For he loved him more than all the heroes. After Patroclus, he was his best friend. Forgetting everything, forgetting that he himself must perish after Memnon, Achilles flung himself into battle. Seeing the approaching Achilles, Memnon threw a vast stone at him, but the stone bounced far off, striking against the shield. Achilles wounded Memnon with a spear in the shoulder. Memnon paid no attention to the wound. He himself wounded the son of Pelias in the arm. The heroes bared their swords and flung themselves upon one another. Both were equal to one another in strength. Both were sons of goddesses. Upon both glittered armor forged by the god Hephaestus. Covered by their shields the heroes fought. From high Olympus the gods looked upon this duel. The mothers of the heroes, the goddess Eos and the goddess Thetis, each prayed Zeus for her son. Zeus took the golden scales, laid upon them the lots of the heroes, and weighed them. Low sank the lot of Memnon. Fate prophesied that he would fall by the hands of Achilles. The goddess Eos sobbed she was to lose her tenderly loved son. At last Achilles swung his heavy spear and pierced the breast of Memnon. With a dark cloud, as a sign of sorrow, the goddess Eos covered herself. She sent to the field of battle her sons, the gods of the wind, and they carried the body of Memnon far to the banks of the river Oedipus. There the young nymphs mourned him and built him a tomb. The Ethiopians the gods turned into birds. Since then every year they fly to the banks of the Oedipus to the tomb of Memnon, and there mourn their king. The Greeks buried with great honors the young Antilochus. His ashes they laid in an urn, and afterwards set it in one mound with the ashes of Achilles and Patroclus. The death of Achilles. With terrible anger, Achilles burned against the Trojans. He resolved cruelly to avenge them for the death of his friends, Patroclus and Antilochus. Like an enraged lion, Achilles fought, overthrowing one after another the heroes of Troy. The Trojans flung themselves into hasty flight. They hastened to hide behind the walls of Troy. The furious Achilles pursued them. Relentless fate drove him to certain destruction. To the very Scaean gates, Achilles pursued the Trojans. He would have burst even into sacred Troy, and it would have perished if the god Apollo had not appeared. Dreadfully crying out, he stopped Achilles. But Achilles did not obey him. He himself was angry with the god, because many times the far-shooting god had saved Hector and the Trojans from him. Achilles even threatened the god that he would strike him with a spear. Relentless fate darkened the reason of Achilles. He was ready to attack even a god. Apollo grew angry. He forgot also that which he had once promised at the wedding of Pelias and Thetis, to protect Achilles. Covered with a dark cloud, invisible to anyone, he directed the arrow of Paris, and it struck Achilles in the heel, where alone the great hero could be struck. Mortal was this wound for Achilles. Achilles felt the approach of death. He tore the arrow from the wound and fell to the earth. Bitterly he reproached the god Apollo for having destroyed him. Achilles knew that without the help of a god, no one of mortals could kill him. Once more Achilles gathered his strength. Dread, like a dying lion, he rose from the earth and struck down still many Trojans. But now his limbs grew cold. Ever nearer was death. Achilles staggered and leaned upon his spear. Dreadfully he cried out to the Trojans, "Woe to you, you will perish. Even after death I will avenge you." From this cry the Trojans turned to flight. But evermore Achilles weakened. His last strength left him, and he fell to the earth. His golden armor thundered upon him, and the earth shuddered. Achilles died. But even to the dead the Trojans did not dare to approach. They feared him even dead, such horror had he inspired in them in life. Little by little they overcame their fear, and a cruel slaughter boiled around the body of the greatest of the heroes. The mightiest heroes of the Greeks and the Trojans took part in this battle. Mountains of bodies piled up around Achilles, and he lay motionless, vast, no longer hearing the fight. Dust whirled under the feet of the fighting. Blood flowed in a river. It seemed that the battle would never end. Suddenly the thunder of Zeus crashed. A storm arose and stopped the Trojans. Zeus did not wish the Trojans to take possession of the body of Achilles. The mighty Ajax the Telamonian raised the body of Achilles and carried it to the ships, and Odysseus protected him, repelling the advancing Trojans. A cloud of arrows and spears flew from the ranks of the Trojans at Odysseus, but he still courageously held back their onset, retreating step by step. Ajax brought the body of Achilles to the ships. The Greeks washed the body, anointed it with fragrant oil, and laid it upon a splendidly adorned couch. Surrounding the couch, the Greeks loudly mourned their greatest hero and tore their hair in grief. The goddess Thetis heard their weeping. She rose from the depths of the sea with her sisters the Nereids. Learning that her beloved son had perished, Thetis uttered such a cry of sorrow that all the Greeks shuddered. They would have fled in fear to the ships if the elder Nestor had not stopped them. 17 days, Thetis, the Nereids, and the Greeks mourned Achilles. From high Olympus the Muses descended. They sang in honor of the dead a funeral hymn. The immortal gods also mourned the hero upon Olympus. On the 18th day a funeral pyre was raised. Upon it the body of Achilles was burned. Many sacrifices the Greeks slaughtered in honor of the greatest of the heroes. All the Greeks took part in the funeral, clothed in splendid armor. When the pyre burned down, they gathered the bones of Achilles and laid them in a golden urn, which the god Dionysus had given to Thetis. In this same urn lay also the bones of Patroclus. In one tomb, Achilles, Patroclus, and Antilochus, the son of Nestor, were buried. A high mound the Greeks heaped over the tomb, far it was visible from the sea, witnessing to the great glory of the heroes buried beneath it. After the funeral, games were arranged in honor of the dead. Precious gifts the goddess Thetis brought out from the sea. They were to serve as prizes for the victors in the games. So luxurious were these gifts that they would have filled Achilles himself with rapture if the great hero had been alive. The death of Ajax the Telamonian. After the death of Achilles, his golden arms forged by the god Hephaestus remained. Thetis commanded that they be given to him who had most distinguished himself in defending the body of Achilles. Therefore, either Ajax or Odysseus was to receive them. Between them, a dispute arose for the arms. The leaders of the Greeks resolved to decide the dispute by the judgment of the captive Trojans. And here Athena Pallas helped her favorite Odysseus. With her help, Agamemnon and Menelaus substituted the lot of Ajax, and also incorrectly counted the votes of the Trojans, and Odysseus received the arms. The mighty Ajax was grieved. He went into his tent, having resolved to avenge the sons of Atreus and Odysseus. At night, when the whole camp of the Greeks was plunged in deep sleep, he came out with a sword in his hands from his tent, intending to kill Agamemnon and Menelaus. But the goddess Athena Pallas struck Ajax with madness. Already long the goddess had been angry with him because, relying upon his strength, he had rejected the help of the gods. The mad Ajax flung himself upon a herd of oxen. In the darkness he began to kill them, thinking that he was killing the Greeks. The remaining oxen he drove into his tent, imagining that he was driving captives. Terribly, Ajax tortured the oxen in his tent. He rejoiced in their torments and death. For him, in his madness, these were not oxen, but the sons of Atreus. At last, little by little, the reason of Ajax began to clear. Great was his horror when he saw that his whole tent was filled with slain animals. In horror, Ajax asks to be told what has happened. When they told him all, inexpressible grief took possession of the heart of the great hero. He resolved by his death to atone for the shame that had befallen him. Entrusting his son Eurysaces to the protection of his brother Teucer and the warriors who had come with him from Salamis, he withdrew to the shore of the sea, taking with him the sword which he had once received as a gift from Hector, saying that he was going to pray the gods to take pity upon him, and that he wished to dedicate his sword to Hades and the goddess Night. In the camp of the Greeks a rumor spread of what Ajax had done. They found the oxen and sheep he had killed and the bodies of the shepherds. Odysseus, by the bloody tracks, discovered that all this Ajax had done. Terribly, Agamemnon and Menelaus grew angry and resolved to avenge Ajax. Meanwhile, a herald came from Teucer. He announced to the friends of Ajax that they should guard the great hero, for destruction threatened him, but that destruction threatened him only on that day. When the day passed safely, nothing would any longer threaten Ajax. Soon Teucer himself arrived in the camp. Learning that his brother had gone to the shore of the sea, he ran to seek him. He feared that misfortune had befallen Ajax. And indeed, he no longer found his brother alive. Upon the shore of the sea, Teucer found only the body of Ajax. He had flung himself upon his sword. Thus perished the mightiest after Achilles of the heroes of the Greeks. Menelaus and Agamemnon did not wish to allow Teucer to commit the body of his brother to burial. Open enmity might have arisen between Teucer and the sons of Atreus. Internecine battle would have begun in the camp of the Greeks if Odysseus had not intervened in the matter. He persuaded Agamemnon to allow Teucer to commit to burial the great Ajax who had rendered so many great services to the Greeks. A new burial mound rose beside the mound of Achilles. Beneath this mound rested the ashes of the mighty son of Telamon, Ajax. Philoctetes, the last days of Troy. After the death of Achilles and Ajax, the Greeks stubbornly continued the siege of Troy, but could not by force take possession of the city. Once Odysseus from an ambush overheard the words of the seer Helenus, the son of Priam, and by craft took him captive. Thus Odysseus learned that Troy would be taken only if Philoctetes arrived in the army of the Greeks with the poisoned arrows of Heracles and the young son of Achilles, Neoptolemus. At once Odysseus resolved to set out upon a distant journey for both heroes. It cost Odysseus no trouble when he arrived upon the island of Scyros to King Lycomedes to persuade the young son of Achilles to take part in the siege of Troy. Like his father, the fair Neoptolemus burned with the thirst for great deeds. At once he set out upon the journey with Odysseus, although his mother Deidamia with tears begged him to remain. It was far more difficult to take possession of Philoctetes. He lived upon the deserted island of Chryse near Lemnos, abandoned by all in a cave with 2 exits, to the east and to the west. Through these exits, the sun in winter warmed the cave. In summer, the wind moderated the heat in it. Often Philoctetes suffered hunger. With difficulty he obtained food for himself, killing with his arrows wild doves. The wound upon his foot terribly hurt. Scarcely could the unhappy one move to bring himself water. With great difficulty he also succeeded in kindling a fire, striking stone against stone. Terrible privations and sufferings Philoctetes endured upon Chryse for a full 10 years. Rarely sailors put in to the shores of Chryse, but none of them agreed to take Philoctetes with them to Greece. The authors of all these sufferings were the sons of Atreus and Odysseus. With terrible hatred, Philoctetes burned against them. Gladly he would have struck them with the arrows of his bow. Odysseus knew that inevitable destruction threatened him if Philoctetes saw him. Therefore he resolved to take possession of him by craft. He persuaded the young Neoptolemus to go to Philoctetes and tell him that he was coming from under Troy, having left the siege because the leaders of the Greeks had insulted him. If Philoctetes should beg to be taken to Greece, then to agree and by this means to take possession of Philoctetes, his bow and arrows, and lead him to the ship. Then it would be easy to bring Philoctetes under Troy. Neoptolemus did not wish to act by deceit, but Odysseus persuaded him that only by this means could Philoctetes be lured to the ship. Neoptolemus agreed. When the ship arrived at Chryse, Neoptolemus went with several warriors ashore and went to the cave. Philoctetes was not in it. Soon Philoctetes also appeared. With a loud groan he went to the cave. Terribly his wound tormented him. Philoctetes rejoiced seeing the newcomers. Still greater was his joy when he learned that before him was Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles. Neoptolemus told the sufferer all that invented history which Odysseus had devised, told him of the death of Achilles, Patroclus, and Ajax. Philoctetes was grieved, learning of the destruction of those whom he loved more than all the other heroes. Philoctetes agreed to sail with Neoptolemus to Greece. He even handed over to the young son of Achilles his arrows and bow, and begged him to protect him from the craft of Odysseus. Philoctetes himself urged Neoptolemus more quickly to sail to Greece. Unexpectedly, a warrior comes and announces that the hero Phoenix and the sons of Theseus are approaching to take Philoctetes by force under Troy. Despite the terrible sufferings from which he falls without consciousness to the earth, Philoctetes hastens to the shore. Neoptolemus sees these sufferings. He is no longer able to continue the deceit and reveals the whole truth to Philoctetes. Neoptolemus already wished to restore the arrows and bow to Philoctetes, but Odysseus, running out from ambush, did not allow him to do this. Philoctetes wished to flee and fling himself from the summit of a cliff into the sea, only not to be an obedient instrument in the hands of the hateful Odysseus and the sons of Atreus. Odysseus commanded the servants to seize Philoctetes and lead him by force to the ship. Despair took possession of Philoctetes. Neoptolemus could not look upon his sufferings and handed the bow and arrows to the unhappy one. The whole plan of Odysseus collapsed. He even hastened to save himself by flight, for he knew how terrible his death from the arrow of Heracles. Neoptolemus made still another attempt to persuade Philoctetes to go with him to the Troad and help the Greeks take Troy. But Philoctetes refused outright. He could not forget those sufferings to which Agamemnon, Menelaus, and Odysseus had doomed him. It seemed that they would have to leave Chryse without having attained their goal, or else Neoptolemus would again have to resort to deceit. Suddenly, before Philoctetes in the radiance of an immortal god, Heracles appeared. He commanded Philoctetes to go to the walls of Troy. There, the greatest of the heroes promised Philoctetes healing from the wound and great glory in the taking of Troy. Philoctetes obeyed the will of his friend. Voluntarily he mounted the ship of Odysseus and sailed to the Troad, there where great deeds awaited him. Many deeds Neoptolemus accomplished, having arrived under the walls of Troy. No one could equal in strength and courage the son of Achilles. Many Trojan heroes fell by the hand of Neoptolemus in battle. In a cruel duel he also killed the mighty descendant of Heracles, Eurypylus the son of Telephus. His mother, bribed by a precious gift, a golden vine which Zeus had grown for the fair Ganymede, sent him to the aid of Priam. After Memnon, the most powerful defender of Troy was the fair as a god Eurypylus. The greed of his mother destroyed him. Soon after his arrival under the walls of Troy, Philoctetes with his arrow wounded Paris, the author of the whole war. Philoctetes inflicted upon him with the poisoned arrow of Heracles an incurable wound from which in terrible torments Paris was to die. The poison of the arrow penetrated ever deeper into his body. Paris went from Troy into the forest and died there in terrible torments. He died there where once he had lived carelessly as a simple shepherd. The shepherds found the body of Paris. Bitterly they mourned the death of their former companion. They raised a high pyre, laid the body of Paris upon it, and set it on fire. The shepherds gathered the ashes, laid them in an urn, and set them in a tomb. With each day it became harder and harder for the Trojans to defend the city. Still, the Greeks could not by force take possession of Troy. Then Odysseus resolved upon a dangerous deed. He disfigured his face with blows of a scourge and, dressed in rags, under the guise of a beggar, passed into Troy to learn all that the Trojans were plotting. All the Trojans saw the unhappy beggar collecting alms upon the crowded streets. Only Helen recognized Odysseus. Calling him into her house, Helen washed his body and swore not to reveal to the Trojans who he was. Odysseus learned all, and, having killed many guards, safely returned to the camp of the Greeks. A still more dangerous deed Odysseus and Diomedes accomplished together. They secretly penetrated into Troy and crept into the sanctuary of Athena Palace. There stood a wooden image of the goddess that had once fallen from the sky, the Palladium. This image it was necessary for the Greeks to obtain, for while it was in Troy, it was impossible to take possession of Troy. With great danger, the brave heroes carried it off. Upon the return path, they slew many Trojans and returned to the camp. The Fall of Troy, told mainly according to the poem of Virgil the Aeneid. But still, the Greeks could by no means take possession of the city. Then Odysseus persuaded the Greeks to act by craft. He advised building so vast a wooden horse that in it the mightiest heroes of the Greeks might hide. All the remaining armies were to sail from the shore of the Troad and hide behind the island of Tenedos. When the Trojans brought the horse into the city, then at night the heroes would come out, open the gates of the city to the Greeks who had returned secretly. Odysseus assured that only by this means could Troy be taken. The seer Colchis, to whom a sign had been sent by Zeus, also persuaded the Greeks to resort to craft. At last the Greeks agreed to the proposal of Odysseus. The famous artist Pelias, with his pupil, with the help of the goddess Athena Palace, built a vast wooden horse. Into it entered Neoptolemus, Philoctetes, Menelaus, Idomeneus, Diomedes, the younger Ajax, Meriones, Odysseus, and several other heroes. The whole interior of the horse was filled with armed warriors. Pelias so tightly closed the opening through which the heroes had entered that one could not even think that warriors were in the horse. Then the Greeks burned all the buildings in their camp, embarked upon the ships, and sailed into the open sea. From the high walls of Troy, the besieged saw the extraordinary movement in the camp of the Greeks. Long they could not understand what was happening there. Suddenly, to their great joy, they saw that from the camp of the Greeks, thick clouds of smoke were rising. They understood that the Greeks had left the Troad. Rejoicing, the Trojans came out of the city and went to the camp. The camp was indeed abandoned. Here and there buildings were still burning down. With curiosity, the Trojans wandered over those places where recently the tents of Diomedes, Achilles, Agamemnon, Menelaus, and other heroes had stood. They were sure that the siege was now ended. All the troubles had passed. One could now devote oneself to peaceful labor. Suddenly the Trojans stopped in amazement. They saw a wooden horse. They looked upon it and were lost in conjectures what this marvelous structure was. Some of them advised casting the horse into the sea, others to bring it into the city and set it upon the Acropolis. A dispute began. Here, before the disputants appeared the priest of the god Apollo, Kun. He hotly began to persuade his fellow citizens to destroy the horse. Kun was sure the Greek heroes were hidden in the horse, that this was some military craft devised by Odysseus. Kun did not believe that the Greeks had forever left the Troad. Kun begged the Trojans not to trust the horse. Whatever it might be, Kun feared the Greeks, even if they brought gifts to Troy. Kun seized a vast spear and threw it at the horse. The horse shuddered from the blow, and within it the weapons sounded dully. But the gods darkened the reason of the Trojans. They nevertheless resolved to bring the horse into the city. The command of fate was to be fulfilled. When the Trojans stood around the horse, continuing to look upon it, suddenly a loud cry was heard. This was the shepherds, leading a bound captive. He had voluntarily given himself into their hands. This captive was the Greek Sinon. The Trojans surrounded him and began to mock him. Silently Sinon stood, fearfully looking upon the Trojans surrounding him. At last he spoke. Bitterly he lamented, shedding tears, his evil fate. The tears of Sinon moved Priam and all the Trojans. They began to question him who he was and why he had remained. Then Sinon told them the invented history which Odysseus had devised for him to deceive the Trojans. Sinon told how Odysseus had resolved to destroy him, for Sinon was a kinsman of that Palamedes whom the king of Ithaca so hated. Therefore, when the Greeks resolved to end the siege, Odysseus persuaded Colchis to announce that the gods, for a happy return to the homeland, demanded a human sacrifice. Long Colchis pretended to hesitate whom to point out as a sacrifice to the gods, and at last pointed to Sinon. The Greeks bound Sinon and led him to the altar. But Sinon tore the ropes and saved himself from certain death by flight. Long Sinon hid in the thick growths of reed, awaiting the sailing of the Greeks to the homeland. When they sailed, he came out of his refuge and voluntarily gave himself into the hands of the shepherds. The Trojans believed the crafty Greek. Priam commanded him to be freed, and asked what this wooden horse left by the Greeks in the camp meant. Only this question Sinon awaited. Calling the gods as witnesses that he spoke the truth, Sinon said that the horse had been left by the Greeks to propitiate the dread Athena Pallas, angered by the carrying off of the Palladium from Troy. This horse, according to the words of Sinon, would be a mighty defense of Troy if the Trojans brought it into the city. In this also the Trojans believed Sinon. Cleverly he played the role which Odysseus had entrusted to him. Still more strongly the Trojans were convinced that Sinon spoke the truth by a great marvel sent by Athena Pallas. Upon the sea 2 monstrous serpents appeared. Swiftly they swam to the shore, twisting in countless coils of their bodies upon the waves of the sea. High rose red as blood crests upon their heads. Their eyes glittered with flame. The serpents crawled ashore near that place where Kun was offering a sacrifice to the god of the sea Poseidon. In horror all the Trojans fled. The serpents flung themselves upon the two sons of Kun and coiled around them. Kun hastened to the aid of his sons, but the serpents coiled around him also. With their sharp teeth they tore the bodies of Kun and his two sons. The unhappy one tries to tear the serpents from himself and free his children from them, but in vain. The poison penetrates ever deeper into the body. The limbs are convulsed. The sufferings of Kun and his sons are terrible. Loudly Kun cried out, feeling the approach of death. Thus Kun perished, seeing the terrible death of his innocent sons. He perished because he wished contrary to the will of the god to save his homeland. The serpents, having accomplished their terrible deed, crawled away and hid under the shield of the statue of Athena Pallas. The destruction of Kun still more strongly convinced the Trojans that they must bring the wooden horse into the city. They dismantled a part of the city wall, for the vast horse could not be brought through the gates, and with rejoicing to music and singing dragged the horse by ropes into the city. 4 times the horse stopped, striking against the wall when they dragged it through the breach, and dreadfully within it the weapons of the Greeks thundered from the shocks, but the Trojans did not hear this. At last they dragged the horse into the Acropolis. The prophetic Cassandra was filled with horror seeing the horse in the Acropolis. She prophesied the destruction of Troy, but with laughter the Trojans answered her. Her prophecies they never believed. In deep silence the heroes sat in the horse, keenly listening to every sound that came from without. They heard how fair-haired Helen called them, naming them by name, imitating the voice of their wives. With difficulty, Odysseus restrained one of the heroes, covering his mouth so that he might not answer. The heroes heard the rejoicing of the Trojans and the noise of merry feasts which were celebrated throughout all Troy on the occasion of the ending of the siege. At last night came. All fell silent. Troy sank into deep sleep. By the wooden horse, the voice of Sinon was heard. He gave the heroes to know that now they could come out. Sinon had already succeeded in kindling a great fire by the gates of Troy. This was a sign to the Greeks hidden behind Tenedos that they should more quickly hasten to Troy. Cautiously, trying not to make a noise with their weapons, the heroes came out of the horse. First Odysseus with Epeius came out. The heroes scattered through the streets of Troy plunged in sleep. The houses blazed, illuminating with a bloody glow the perishing Troy. To the aid of the heroes, the remaining Greeks also came. Through the breach, they burst into Troy. A terrible battle began. The Trojans defended themselves with whatever they could. They threw at the Greeks burning beams, tables, utensils. They fought with spits on which they had just been roasting meat for the feast. The Greeks spared no one. With a cry, the women and children ran through the streets of Troy. At last, the Greeks approached the palace of Priam, protected by a wall with towers. With the courage of despair, the Trojans defended themselves. They overthrew upon the Greeks a whole tower. With still greater fury, the Greeks went to the assault. With an axe, the son of Achilles Neoptolemus smashed the gates of the palace and first burst into it. After him, other heroes and warriors also burst into the palace. The palace of Priam was filled with the cries of women and children. By the altars of the gods, the daughters and daughters-in-law of Priam gathered. They thought to find protection here. Priam in armor wished to defend them or to fall in battle, but Hecuba begged the aged king to seek protection at the altar. How could he, a weak elder, fight with the mighty heroes? Suddenly Neoptolemus burst in. He was pursuing the mortally wounded son of Priam, Pelias. With a blow of his spear, Neoptolemus overthrew Pelias to the earth at the feet of his father. Priam threw a spear at Neoptolemus, but it, like a weak reed, bounced from the armor of the son of Achilles. In anger, Neoptolemus seized Priam by his gray hair and drove his sharp sword into his breast. Priam perished in that city in which he had lived so many years, ruling great Troy. Not one of the sons of Priam was saved. Even his grandson, the son of Hector, Astyanax, was killed. He was cast from the high walls of Troy, torn from the hands of the unhappy Andromache. Menelaus killed in the palace the sleeping Deiphobus, whose wife, after the death of Paris, Helen had become. In anger, Menelaus would have killed also the fair Helen, but Agamemnon restrained him. The goddess Aphrodite again awakened in the breast of Menelaus love for Helen. With triumph, he led her to his ship. The daughter of Priam, the prophetic Cassandra, sought salvation in the sanctuary of Athena Palace. There the son of Oileus, Ajax, found her. Cassandra fell at the statue of Athena, embracing with her arms the image of the goddess. Roughly, Ajax seized her and with such force tore her from the statue that the sacred statue fell to the floor of the temple and was shattered. The Greeks grew angry with Ajax. The great goddess also grew angry. Afterwards, she cruelly avenged this upon Ajax. Of all the heroes of Troy, only Aeneas was saved, who carried upon his arms from Troy his old father Anchises and his little son Ascanius. The Greeks also spared the Trojan hero Antenor. They spared him because he had always advised the Trojans to give up to the Greeks the fair-haired Helen and the treasures of Menelaus carried off by Paris. Long still Troy blazed. Clouds of smoke rose high to the sky. The gods mourned the destruction of the great city. Far the fire of Troy was visible. By the pillars of smoke and the vast glow at night, the surrounding peoples learned that Troy had fallen, which long had been the most powerful city in Asia. The return of the Greeks to the homeland. Told mainly according to the tragedies of Euripides, Andromache, and Hecuba. A rich booty the Greeks seized in Troy. It rewarded them for all those troubles which they had endured during the 10-year siege. Much gold and silver, much utensils, and an uncounted number of fair captives the Greeks carried away with them upon the ships. When the ships of the Greeks put in to the opposite shore of the Hellespont, the shade of the great Achilles appeared to them. The hero demanded for himself as a sacrifice the fair daughter of Priam Polyxena, who had once been destined to him as a wife. Agamemnon did not wish to give up Polyxena. Cassandra also begged him to spare her sister. But Odysseus insisted upon this sacrifice, reminding what great services Achilles had rendered the Greeks during the siege of Troy. And Polyxena herself was ready to go under the sacrificial knife. She knew that this would be for her deliverance from heavy slavery in a foreign land. Calmly, Polyxena went to the altar by which Neoptolemus awaited her with the sacrificial knife. She did not allow the youth who was to lead her to death to touch her. Polyxena did not wish as a slave to descend into the realm of Hades. Herself she approached the altar. Herself she bared her breast. With a sigh of sorrow, Neoptolemus drove the sword into the breast of Polyxena, and hot blood stained the altar raised in honor of Achilles. After Polyxena had been offered as a sacrifice, the Greeks set out upon the distant journey to the homeland. Many troubles they had to endure during this journey. Many heroes perished without having seen the homeland. Already during the destruction of Troy, the angry Athena Palace had aroused a great strife between the Greeks and the sons of Atreus. Menelaus wished at once to sail to Greece. Agamemnon demanded that the Greeks remain in the Troad until they propitiated Athena with sacrifices. Agamemnon did not know that nothing would soften the anger of the goddess. A whole day the dispute of the brothers continued. On the following morning, a part of the Greek ships, having seized their share of the rich booty, left the Troad. Nestor, Diomedes, Neoptolemus, Idomeneus, and Philoctetes sailed. Somewhat later, Menelaus also sailed. He overtook Nestor and Diomedes upon the island of Lesbos. Odysseus also had left the Troad, but upon Tenedos he quarreled with his companions and returned back to Agamemnon in the Troad. From Lesbos the heroes gathered there sailed to the island of Euboea. Upon Euboea, at the cape dedicated to the god Hephaestus, they offered a sacrifice to Poseidon and sailed farther. In 4 days Diomedes arrived in Argos and Nestor in Pylos. Safely also Idomeneus, Philoctetes, and Neoptolemus returned to the homeland. Menelaus, however, had to endure many hardships. Near Cape Sunium, the eastern extremity of Attica, the god Apollo struck with his arrow the helmsman of Menelaus, Phrontis. Menelaus put in to the shore, performed splendid funeral rites in honor of Phrontis, and only after this set out farther. When his ships were rounding the dangerous Cape Malea, the southwestern extremity of Laconia, Zeus sent a great storm. Vast as mountains, waves rose upon the sea. A part of the ships of Menelaus the storm carried to Crete, where they were shattered against the rocks. Only with great difficulty the Greeks upon them were saved. The remaining ships, upon which Menelaus also was, long were driven over the sea and at last reached the shores of Egypt. 7 long years Menelaus wandered among foreign peoples. He was among the Sidonians, among the Ethiopians, and many other peoples. He visited Cyprus, Phoenicia, and distant Libya, whose peoples were famous for their uncounted herds. Many rich gifts Menelaus received, vast riches he gathered. In Egypt, the wife of Thon, Polydamna, gave the fair Helen a wondrous medicine prepared from the juice of a magic plant. He who took this medicine in wine forgot the heaviest grief. At last, upon the return path from Egypt, Menelaus put in to the island of Pharos. Upon this island 20 days Menelaus awaited a favorable wind. The island was deserted, the provisions were coming to an end. Hungry death threatened all. The goddess Eidothea, the daughter of the sea god Proteus, saved Menelaus and his companions. Appearing to Menelaus, she taught him to take possession of Proteus and force him to reveal the will of the gods. Early in the morning, no sooner had the goddess of dawn Eos flown up into the sky, Menelaus with 3 strong and courageous companions went to the shore of the sea. There, Eidothea awaited them with 4 sealskins. Eidothea put these skins upon Menelaus and his companions, and so that the stench of the skins might not torment them, she smeared their noses with ambrosia. Motionless Menelaus and his companions lay upon the seashore. At last Proteus swam out with a herd of seals. He counted the seals, calmly lay upon the sand, and fell asleep. With a cry, Menelaus, with his companions, flung himself upon Proteus. A stubborn struggle began. Proteus turned into a lion, a serpent, a panther, a boar, water, and a tree. But firmly Menelaus with his companions held him. At last the elder submitted, took his former form, and asked Menelaus what he wished to learn from him. Menelaus asked the sea elder which of the gods was angry with him, and did not send him a favorable wind. Proteus commanded Menelaus to return to Egypt, and there offer to the gods a hecatomb. Only then would the gods take pity upon him and give him a happy return to the homeland. The prophetic Proteus prophesied to Menelaus the fate of himself and of his wife Helen. He also revealed to Menelaus what awaited each of the heroes during their journey from under Troy. Menelaus fulfilled the commands of Proteus. He returned to Egypt and offered sacrifices to the gods. The gods sent him a favorable wind, and safely he returned to his native Sparta, where long afterwards he lived happily. After death, Menelaus and his wife, the fair Helen, were transferred to the islands of the blessed, where they live eternally, knowing no sorrows. Many dangers the king Agamemnon also had to endure upon the path to the homeland. Safely, he and his companions succeeded in reaching the shores of Euboea. Here, at the very Gyraean Cape, a great storm arose. The goddess Athena, angry with the Greeks, sent it. Especially she was angry with the son of Oileus, Ajax. Many ships perished, shattered against the rocks. The ship of Ajax also was shattered. He would have perished in the waves of the sea if the great earth-shaker, the god of the sea Poseidon, had not taken pity upon him. He commanded the waves to cast Ajax upon the Gyraean rock. Ajax was saved, but here he himself destroyed himself by his arrogance. With mad pride he cried out that he had saved himself, without the help of the gods, even against their will. The god Poseidon heard the bold words of him whom he himself had saved. In terrible anger he swung his trident and struck with it the rock upon which Ajax stood. The rock split in two. Half of it, with a terrible crash, fell into the sea and carried Ajax with it. Thus he perished in the abyss from which Poseidon had only just saved him. The ships of Agamemnon with difficulty escaped the storm, and at last arrived at the native shores. But not to joy did Agamemnon return to his Mycenae rich in gold. There death awaited him by the hand of his unfaithful wife Clytemnestra. The Odyssey. Odysseus with the nymph Calypso. Many heavy troubles, many dread dangers the hero Odysseus endured while returning from under Troy to Ithaca. All his companions he lost upon the way, all of them perished, none of them did evil fate spare. After long wanderings, Odysseus found himself upon the island of Ogygia with the nymph Calypso. 7 long years Odysseus had to pine with the mighty enchantress Calypso. The 8th year was beginning. Odysseus yearned for his native Ithaca and for his family. He begged her to release him to his homeland, but Calypso would not let him go. At last the Olympian gods took pity upon Odysseus. At an assembly of the gods, Zeus resolved, at the request of his daughter, the goddess Athena Pallas, to return Odysseus to his homeland, despite the fact that the god of the sea Poseidon everywhere upon the sea pursued Odysseus, angry with him because he had blinded the Cyclops Polyphemus, the son of Poseidon. In Ithaca, in the absence of Odysseus, the suitors riot, plundering his property. When the gods resolved to return Odysseus to his homeland, the warrior goddess Athena at once descended from high Olympus to the earth in Ithaca, and, taking the form of the king of the Taphians Mentes, went to the house of Odysseus. In the house she found the riotous suitors who were wooing Penelope, the wife of Odysseus. The suitors sat in the feasting hall, and awaiting the feast which the slaves and servants were preparing, played at dice. First, the son of Odysseus, Telemachus, saw Athena. Graciously Telemachus met the supposed Mentes. He led him into the house and seated him at a separate table aside from that table at which the suitors sat. The feast began. When the suitors were satisfied, they summoned the singer Phemius so that he might entertain them with his singing. During the singing of Phemius, Telemachus bent toward Mentes and began to complain, but so that the suitors might not hear, of those troubles which he endured from the suitors. Telemachus grieved that so long his father Odysseus did not return. If his father returned, then, as Telemachus believed, all his troubles would end. Telemachus also asked the guest who he was and what his name was. Athena Pallas, calling herself Mentes, said that she had known Odysseus, whom his son Telemachus so resembled, and, as if not knowing what was happening in the house of Odysseus, asked Telemachus whether he was celebrating a wedding, whether he was keeping some festival. Why did his guests riot so? And Telemachus told the guest his grief. He told him how the riotous suitors forced his mother Penelope to choose one of them as a husband, how they rioted, how they plundered his property. Athena heard Telemachus and advised him to seek protection from the people of Ithaca, summoning them to an assembly and complaining in the assembly against the suitors. Athena also advised Telemachus to go to Pylos to the elder Nestor and to Sparta, to King Menelaus, and from them to learn of the fate of Odysseus. Having given such counsel to Telemachus, Athena left him. She turned into a bird and vanished from the eyes of Telemachus. Then he understood that he had just spoken with a god. At this time, from her chamber, Penelope descended into the feasting hall. She heard the singing of Phemius, who was singing a song of the return of the heroes from under Troy. Penelope began to beg Phemius to end the sorrowful song and to sing another. But Telemachus interrupted her. He said that in the choice of the song, the singer was not at fault, but the god Zeus, who had inspired him to sing precisely this song. Telemachus begged his mother to return to her chamber and there occupy herself with affairs proper to her as a woman and mistress of the house, spinning, weaving, watching over the work of the slave women, and over the order in the house. He begged his mother not to interfere in affairs not befitting her, and said that in the house of his father Odysseus, he alone was the master. Penelope heard her son. Submissively she went into her chamber, and shutting herself in it, remembering Odysseus, bitterly wept. At last the goddess Athena plunged her into sweet sleep. The suitors, when Penelope left, long disputed who of them should become her husband. Them soon Telemachus interrupted. He said that he would turn for help to the assembly of the people, so that it might forbid them to lay waste his house. Telemachus threatened them with the anger of the gods. But his threats had little effect upon the suitors. They, as before, continued to make noise, to sing, and to dance, rioting until the very night. Only late at night the suitors dispersed. Telemachus also went into his bedchamber, accompanied by the faithful servant of Odysseus, the aged Euryclea, who had nursed him in childhood. There Telemachus lay upon his couch. All night he could not close his eyes. He kept pondering the counsel given by Athena Pallas. On the following day, early in the morning, Telemachus commanded the heralds to summon an assembly of the people. Swiftly the people gathered. Telemachus also came to the assembly of the people. In his hands was a spear. After him ran 2 dogs. He was so fair that all the gathered marveled at him. The elders of Ithaca parted before him, and he sat in the place of his father. Telemachus turned with a request to the people to protect him from the rioting of the suitors who were plundering his house. He adjured the people in the name of Zeus and the goddess of justice Themis to help him. Having ended his angry speech, Telemachus sat in his place, lowered his head, and tears poured from his eyes. The whole assembly of the people fell silent, but one of the suitors, Antinomus, boldly began to answer Telemachus. He reproached Penelope for that craft to which she had resorted only to avoid marriage with one of the suitors. For she had said to them that she would choose for herself a husband from among them only when she finished weaving a rich covering. By day indeed Penelope wove the covering, but at night she unraveled what she had succeeded in weaving during the day. Antinous threatened that the suitors would not leave the house of Odysseus until Penelope chose for herself a husband from among them. Antinous even demanded that Telemachus send his mother to her father. By this he wished to force her to choose a husband for herself. Telemachus refused to drive his mother from the house. He called as witnesses of those insults and evils which he endured from the suitors Zeus. Zeus the Thunderer heard him and sent a sign. Over the assembly of the people 2 high soaring eagles rose. The eagles flew to the middle of the assembly of the people and flung themselves upon one another. They tore their breasts and necks bloody and swiftly vanished from the eyes of the astonished people. The bird diviner Halitherses announced to all the gathered that this sign prophesied the soon return of Odysseus, and woe then to the suitors. Unrecognized by anyone, Odysseus would return and cruelly punish those who plundered his house. This is what Halitherses told the gathered. Loudly one of the suitors, Eurymachus, began to mock the bird diviner. He threatened that they would kill even Odysseus himself. Proudly Eurymachus declared that the suitors feared nothing, neither Telemachus nor the prophetic birds with which the bird diviner frightened them. Telemachus no longer tried to persuade the suitors to end their rioting. He begged the people to give him a swift ship so that he might sail upon it to Pylos, to Nestor, where he hoped to learn something of his father. Only one reasonable mentor, the friend of Odysseus, supported Telemachus. He reproached the people for allowing the suitors so to insult Telemachus. Silently the citizens sat. From among the suitors, Leocritus rose. He, mocking Telemachus, threatened destruction to Odysseus if, having returned, he should attempt to drive the suitors from his house. Leocritus was so bold that he even arbitrarily dismissed the assembly of the people. In deep grief, Telemachus went to the shore of the sea, and there he turned with a prayer to Athena Pallas. The goddess appeared to him, taking the form of Mentor. The goddess advised him to leave the suitors in peace, for they, in their blindness themselves, prepared their own destruction, which was ever nearer and nearer. The goddess promised to obtain a ship for Telemachus and to accompany him upon the path to Pylos. The goddess commanded him to go home and prepare all necessary for the distant journey. Telemachus obeyed her. At home he found the suitors. They had gathered to begin a feast. Antinous with mockeries met Telemachus, and, taking him by the hand, called him to take part in the feast. But Telemachus angrily tore his hand away and left, threatening the suitors with the anger of the gods. Telemachus called the faithful servant Euryclea and went into the vast storeroom of Odysseus to take there all necessary for the journey. To Euryclea alone, Telemachus told of his decision to go to Pylos and begged her during his absence to care for his mother. The faithful servant began to beg Telemachus not to leave Ithaca. She feared that the son of Odysseus would perish. But he was inflexible. Athena Pallas, meanwhile, taking the form of Telemachus, went through the whole city, gathered 20 young rowers, and also went to Noemon to ask for a ship. Gladly Noemon gave his fair ship. Now all was ready for the departure. Athena, invisible, went into the hall where the suitors were feasting and plunged all of them into deep sleep. Then, taking again the form of Mentor, she led Telemachus out of the palace and took him to the shore of the sea to the ship. The companions of Telemachus swiftly carried to the ship the provisions prepared by Euryclea and loaded them upon the ship. Telemachus mounted the ship with the supposed Mentor. Athena sent a favorable wind, and swiftly the ship raced into the open sea. Telemachus with Nestor and with Menelaus. A wondrous voyage the goddess Athena sent Telemachus. Already on the following morning, no sooner had the god of the sun Helios driven upon his snow-white horses into the sky, the ship of Telemachus arrived at Pylos. Telemachus found all the people of Nestor at a sacrifice to the god of the seas, Poseidon. A multitude of bulls the Pelians had slaughtered by the altar. Then they prepared a rich feast. At 9 tables, 500 at each, the Pelians sat. Already the servants began to distribute the food when Nestor saw the foreigners approaching him, in front of whom walked the goddess Athena Pallas under the guise of Mentor. Graciously, the aged king of Pylos met the foreigners. His son Pisistratus invited them to take part in the feast. Pisistratus offered Athena a cup of wine, begged her to perform a libation in honor of the god Poseidon, for in his honor the feast was held. Athena was pleased that the young Pisistratus had honored her with the first cup. When the feast was ended, Nestor asked the foreigners whence they had come. Telemachus answered him that he was the son of Odysseus and had come to Pylos to learn of the fate of his father. Nestor rejoiced learning that before him was the son of Odysseus, whom more than all the heroes he honored for his mind. He marveled how Telemachus resembled his father not only in appearance but also in wisdom. Nestor told Telemachus of those troubles which the heroes had had to endure upon the return path, but of Odysseus he could tell nothing. Nestor pitied Telemachus because so many insults he had to endure from the riotous suitors who were laying waste his house. The wise elder advised him more quickly to return home, but only first to visit King Menelaus, for he, later than the others, had returned to the homeland and possibly knew something of Odysseus. Nestor was sure that the gods, and especially Athena Pallas, would help the son of Odysseus to learn where his father was. Night came. Telemachus began to prepare to go for the night to his ship, but Nestor did not let him go. He wished that the son of Odysseus spend the night in his palace. Mentor also advised Telemachus to spend the night with Nestor. He himself prepared to go to the ship, for, according to his words, he needed to sail to the land of the Colchis to receive from them an old debt. Having said this, the supposed Mentor suddenly turned into a sea-eagle and vanished from the eyes of the astonished Pelians. Nestor and all those present understood that the goddess Athena herself was helping Telemachus. On the following morning, Nestor offered in sacrifice to the great goddess Athena a heifer with gilded horns. After the sacrifice and the feast, the sons of Nestor yoked the horses to the chariot. Upon the chariot Telemachus and the youngest son of Nestor Pisistratus mounted and set out upon the path to Menelaus. Swiftly the horses ran. Toward evening the travelers reached Pherae, where the hero Diocles lived. He gave shelter for the night to Pisistratus and Telemachus, and in the morning, no sooner had the dawn glowed in the sky, they set out farther and toward evening arrived in Sparta. When Telemachus with Pisistratus arrived in Sparta, there in the palace of Menelaus a great festival was being held. Menelaus was sending his daughter to Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles, to whom he had still under Troy promised her as a wife. Besides this, Menelaus was also celebrating the wedding of his son Megapenthes. Merrily the guests of Menelaus feasted. Them singers entertained with playing upon lyres, and to the sounds of the lyre 2 youths danced. Just at the height of the feast, Telemachus with Pisistratus drove up to the palace. Them the servant of Menelaus met. Seeing the foreigners, he ran to Menelaus and asked him whether he would receive the newcomers in the palace. Menelaus commanded at once to unyoke the horses and to call the newcomers to the feast. Having endured many hardships upon the way, when he himself often had to use hospitality, Menelaus refused hospitality to no one. The servant ran to fulfill the king's command. The servants yoked the horses and led the foreigners into the palace. Having washed in fair baths and put on clean garments, Telemachus and Pisistratus went into the feasting hall. The extraordinary richness and luxury which they met at every step in the palace of Menelaus struck them. Graciously Menelaus met the foreigners and invited them to sit beside him. Rich was the feast of Menelaus. Struck by the splendor of the palace and the feast, Telemachus bent toward Pisistratus and quietly said to him that nowhere had he seen such luxury, and thought that only the palace of Zeus himself could be richer. Menelaus heard the words of Telemachus, and with a smile said that mortals cannot equal the immortal gods. If great is the richness of his palace, then great are the labors, and dread those dangers which he has endured, obtaining these riches. But if great were the dangers he had endured, still they are nothing in comparison with those which fell to the lot of Odysseus. Thus Menelaus said. Telemachus wept hearing of his father. At this time the wife of Menelaus, fair-haired Helen, entered. After her slave women carried a golden distaff and a silver basket with golden edges with yarn. Looking upon the foreigner, Helen was struck by the resemblance of one of them to Odysseus. She said this to Menelaus. Pisistratus, hearing her words, said that before her was indeed Telemachus, the son of Odysseus. Menelaus rejoiced, for beside him sat the son of his beloved friend, who had endured so many troubles for his sake. He began to remember the deeds of Odysseus and those hardships which the Greeks had endured under Troy. Helen also remembered Odysseus. These memories of his father again called forth tears in Telemachus. Pisistratus also wept, remembering his brother Antilochus who had perished under Troy. Sorrow for the perished friends took possession also of Menelaus. Then Helen, to cheer the feasters and drive away the sad thoughts, poured into the cup the juice of a wondrous plant. This juice, giving forgetfulness of sorrows, the queen Polydamna had given her in Egypt. But it was time to end the feast. Soon King Menelaus and his guests withdrew to rest. The conversation with Telemachus, the king of Sparta, postponed until the following day. Early in the morning, King Menelaus came out of his bedchamber, went into the chamber in which Telemachus had spent the night, and asked him the reason for his arrival in Sparta. Telemachus answered that he had come to Sparta to learn of the fate of his father. Menelaus told the son of Odysseus of all his adventures, and of how the sea god Proteus had revealed to him the fate of the heroes returning from under Troy. Odysseus, as Proteus had then said, was pining in captivity upon the island of the nymph Calypso. This is all that Menelaus could tell of the father to Telemachus. The king of Sparta began to persuade Telemachus to remain with him as a guest for 12 days. But Telemachus begged the king not to detain him and to release him more quickly home. Long the conversation of Menelaus with Telemachus lasted. While they conversed, the guests again gathered in the palace of the king. Soon again a merry feast was to begin. The suitors prepare destruction for Telemachus when he returns to Ithaca. While Telemachus was in Pylos in Sparta, the suitors learned by chance from Noemon, who had come to them, that Telemachus had left Ithaca. They were frightened, for they thought that Telemachus had gone for help to Pylos and Sparta. Antinous advised the suitors to equip a ship and, having sailed into the sea, to await Telemachus so as unexpectedly to attack him and kill him. At once all the suitors agreed to this evil deed. Having gathered rowers, they went to the shore of the sea, equipped a ship, and sailed in the direction of the island of Asteris to arrange an ambush there. Penelope learned of their crafty design. Despair took possession of her, for she also did not know that Telemachus had sailed from Ithaca. She already wished to send a servant to the father of Odysseus, the elder Laertes, to inform him of the danger which threatened his grandson. But the servant Euryclea restrained her from this. She advised Penelope to pray for help to the goddess Athena. The queen heeded Euryclea, offered a sacrifice to the goddess, and turned to her with a prayer. Then she lay upon her rich couch and fell asleep. The goddess Athena heeded her prayers. She sent to the sleeping Penelope the phantom of her sister Iphthime. The phantom told Penelope that Telemachus would not perish. When Penelope asked of the fate of her husband, the phantom of Iphthime answered her nothing and vanished like a light mist. Penelope awoke. She understood that the gods had sent her this vision. Odysseus leaves the island of the nymph Calypso. At the council, the immortal gods resolved that Athena should help Telemachus to return unharmed to the homeland and not allow the suitors to attack him. Hermes was to fly to the island of Ogygia and command the nymph Calypso to release Odysseus. The Thunderer at once sent Hermes to Calypso. Having put on his winged sandals and taken in his hands the staff, swift as thought, Hermes raced from Olympus. Like a sea-eagle, he flew over the sea, and in an instant reached Ogygia. Fair was this island. Luxuriantly upon it, plane trees, poplars, pines, cedars, and cypresses had grown. The meadows were covered with juicy grass, and in the grass fragrant violets and lilies bloomed. 4 springs watered the island, and whimsically winding among the trees, streams ran from them. Upon the island was a cool grotto. In it the nymph Calypso lived. The whole grotto grapevines had overgrown, and from them ripe clusters hung. When Hermes entered the grotto, Calypso sat and wove with a golden shuttle a covering with a wondrous pattern. Odysseus was not in the grotto. Alone he sat upon a cliff by the very shore of the sea, directing his gaze into the sea distance. Tears Odysseus shed, remembering his native Ithaca. Thus he spent whole days, sorrowful and alone. Seeing me entering Hermes, Calypso rose to meet him. She invited him to sit and offered him ambrosia and nectar. Having been satisfied with the food of the gods, Hermes transmitted to the nymph the will of the king of gods and men Zeus. Calypso was grieved, learning that she must part with Odysseus. She wished forever to keep him with her upon the island and to grant him immortality. But she could not resist the will of Zeus. When Hermes left Calypso, she went to the shore of the sea, there where the sorrowful Odysseus sat, and said to him, "Odysseus, dry your eyes, grieve no more. I release you to the homeland. Go, take an axe, cut trees, and make a strong raft. Upon it you will set out upon the path, and I will send you a favorable wind. If this is pleasing to the gods, then you will return to the homeland." "Goddess," Odysseus answered Calypso, "not a return to the homeland are you preparing for me, but something else. How can I, upon a frail raft, cross the stormy sea? For not always even a swift ship crosses it safely." "No, goddess. I will only then dare to mount the raft if you give me an inviolable oath of the gods that you do not plot to destroy me." "Truly they say, Odysseus, that you are the wisest and most far-seeing of mortals," Calypso cried out. "I swear to you by the waters of Styx, I do not wish your destruction." Calypso returned with Odysseus to the grotto. There during the meal she began to persuade Odysseus to remain. She promised immortality to Odysseus. She said that if only Odysseus knew how many dangers awaited him during the journey, he would remain with her. But too strong was the desire of Odysseus to return to the homeland. By no promises could Calypso force him to forget his native Ithaca and his family. On the following morning, Odysseus began the building of the raft. 4 days Odysseus labored. He cut trees, hewed logs, bound them, and nailed them with boards. At last the raft was ready, and a mast with a sail was fixed upon it. Calypso gave Odysseus provisions for the road and parted with him. Odysseus spread the sail, and the raft, driven by a favorable wind, went out into the sea. 18 days already Odysseus sailed, determining the path by the constellations, the Pleiades and the Great Bear. At last land appeared in the distance. This was the island of the Phaeacians. At this time the god Poseidon, returning from the Ethiopians, saw the raft of Odysseus. The lord of the seas grew angry. He seized his trident and struck with it upon the sea. A terrible storm arose. Clouds covered the sky, the winds, rushing from all sides, the sea. Horror seized Odysseus. In fear he even envies those heroes who with glory perished under Troy. A vast wave crashed upon the raft of Odysseus and washed him into the sea. Deeply Odysseus sank into the sea abyss. With difficulty he swam out. The clothing given him at parting by the nymph Calypso hindered him. Still, he overtook his raft, seized it, and with great difficulty climbed upon the deck. Furiously, the winds tossed the raft in all directions. Now the fierce Boreas drove it, now Notus, now the noisy Eurus played with it, and, having played, threw it to Zephyrus. Like mountains the waves piled up around the raft. In such danger, the sea goddess Leucothea saw Odysseus. She flew up under the guise of a diver from the sea, sat upon the raft of Odysseus, and took her true form. Turning to him, Leucothea commanded him to take off the clothing, fling himself from the raft into the sea, and by swimming reach the shore. The goddess gave Odysseus a wondrous covering which was to save him. Having said this, Leucothea took the form of a diver and flew away. Odysseus, however, did not dare to leave the raft. But here the god Poseidon raised a vast, like a mountain, wave, and crashed it upon the raft of Odysseus. As a gust of wind scatters a heap of straw in all directions, so the wave scattered the logs of the raft. Scarcely did Odysseus succeed in seizing one of the logs and sitting upon it. Swiftly he tore from himself the clothing, bound himself with the covering of Leucothea, flung himself into the sea, and swam to the island. Poseidon saw this and cried out, "Well, now enough for you. Now swim over the stormy sea until someone saves you. You will now be satisfied with me." Having thus cried out, Poseidon drove his horses to his underwater palace. To the aid of Odysseus, Athena Pallas came. She forbade all the winds to blow except Boreas, and began to calm the raging sea. 2 days Odysseus was driven over the stormy sea. Only on the 3rd day the sea grew calm. From the crest of a wave Odysseus saw not far the land, and was terribly rejoiced. But when he was already swimming up to the shore, he heard the noise of the surf. The waves with a roar beat among the coastal cliffs and underwater rocks. Inevitable would have been the destruction of Odysseus. He would have been shattered against the cliffs. But here also Athena Pallas helped him. Odysseus succeeded in seizing a rock, and the wave, receding, with force tore him from the rock and carried him out into the sea. Now Odysseus swam along the shore and began to seek a place where he might swim out upon the shore. At last he saw the mouth of a river. Odysseus prayed the god of the river for help. The god heard him, stopped his current, and helped Odysseus to reach the shore. The mighty hero came out upon the shore, but the long swimming so weakened him that he fell without consciousness to the earth. With difficulty, Odysseus came to himself. He took off the covering of Leucothea and, without turning, threw it into the water. Swiftly the covering swam and returned into the hands of the goddess. Odysseus, however, aside from the shore, found 2 densely grown olive trees under which was a heap of dry leaves. He buried himself in the leaves to protect himself from the night cold, and the goddess Athena plunged him into deep sleep. Odysseus and Nausicaa. While Odysseus slept, buried in a heap of dry leaves, the goddess Athena Pallas went into the city of the Phaeacians. There she entered the palace of King Alcinous, and, taking the form of the daughter of the seafarer Dymas, appeared to the sleeping princess Nausicaa. The goddess began to reproach Nausicaa for not caring for the clothing. The goddess reminded the young princess that already not far was the day of her wedding. For it she must prepare clean clothing for her kindred and for those who would lead her into the house of the bridegroom. The goddess urged Nausicaa to go with the slave women more quickly to the shore of the sea, to the pools to wash the clothing. Having said this, the goddess left Nausicaa and rose to bright Olympus. At dawn, Nausicaa awoke. The dream she had seen struck her. At once she went to her parents. She found her mother Arete by the hearth. Surrounded by servants, she spun purple yarn. Her father Nausicaa met at the doors. He was going to the council of the Phaeacian elders. Nausicaa approached her father and began to beg him to give her a wagon yoked with mules so that she might go to the river to wash the clothing. "Much unclean clothing has gathered with us," Nausicaa said. "I will go to wash it. For you must glitter with the purity of your clothing in the council of the elders, and your young sons also wish in clean clothing to visit the dances of the Phaeacian maidens. Of the clothing I alone care." Thus Nausicaa said, but of the marriage which she desired with all her heart she uttered not a word. She was ashamed to mention it. But Alcinous understood the secret thought of his daughter, and tenderly smiling at her, commanded the slaves to prepare a wagon with a basket and to yoke mules to it. Hastily Nausicaa prepared. Queen Arete gave her food and wine so that her daughter and the slave women might quench their hunger after the work. She also gave them a golden vessel with fragrant oil for anointing the body after bathing. Merrily Nausicaa and her slave women set out to the shore of the sea. Arriving at the pools, they washed the clothing in them, rinsed it, and spread it to dry upon the sea-sandy shore. Having finished the work, the young maidens washed in the river and anointed the body with fragrant oil. Then, having eaten, they began to sport upon the bank of the river, amusing themselves with a game of ball. Here Athena Pallas devised how to awaken Odysseus. Nausicaa threw the ball at her companions, and Athena, invisible to the maidens, directed it with a mighty hand, and it fell into the sea. Loudly all the maidens cried out. From this cry Odysseus awoke. He did not know what to decide, to come out or not from his refuge. At last he came out to the maidens, covering his body with branches. Terribly Odysseus looked, covered with sea slime and seaweed. The maidens were frightened and fled in all directions. Only Nausicaa remained. The goddess Athena inspired courage in her. Odysseus, however, did not dare to approach the fair maiden. He began from afar to beg her to help him, saying, "O fair maiden, to you with a prayer I stretch out my hands. In beauty you are equal to the goddess Artemis. Are you not a goddess? If you are a mortal, then how happy are your parents having such a daughter? You by your beauty have reminded me of a slender palm which I once admired upon Delos by the altar of the god Apollo. Take pity, fair maiden, upon me. 20 days I was driven over the stormy sea. Give me at least some scrap of cloth to cover my nakedness. For this help may the immortal gods fulfill all your desires. May they reward you with a happy marriage." "Foreigner," Nausicaa answered Odysseus, "I see by your words that you are not a simple man, and that the gods have rewarded you with wisdom. But both to the noble and to the lowly Zeus sends both happiness and misfortune. With patience endure what Zeus has sent you. Here with us you will lack nothing. I will show you the path to the city. I am the daughter of Alcinous, the lord of the Phaeacians." Nausicaa summoned her slave women, commanded them to give Odysseus clean clothing and to feed him. Odysseus washed in the river, anointed the body with fragrant oil, and put on the clothing given him. Athena endowed Odysseus with such beauty that when Odysseus sat upon the shore of the sea, Nausicaa even thought whether one of the gods had appeared upon the earth. With joy, the fair princess would have chosen such a husband for herself. The slave women offered Odysseus food and wine, and he quenched the hunger that tormented him. Meanwhile, all was already ready for the return to the city. Nausicaa invited Odysseus to follow her. She begged him only one thing, that into the city he not enter together with her and her slave women, but wait by the city gates, in the garden of Alcinous, by a grove dedicated to the goddess Athena, and allow her alone to return to the palace. The princess feared that the Phaeacians would begin to gossip seeing her with a fair foreigner, and say whether she had chosen him for herself as a bridegroom. Besides this, Nausicaa advised Odysseus, when he entered the palace, first of all to fall at the feet of Queen Arete, and to beg her for help, for her, like a goddess, the whole people honored for great wisdom. Having said this, Nausicaa drove the mules in the direction of the city. After her the slave women and Odysseus went. The princess restrained the run of the mules so that Odysseus and the slave women might keep up with her. Odysseus with King Alcinous. When Nausicaa returned to the palace, her brothers came out to meet her. They unyoked the mules from the wagon and carried into the palace the basket with the clothing. Nausicaa went into her chambers. There her nurse-slave Eurymedusa prepared for her a rich supper. Odysseus, having waited a little by the city gates, went into the city. The goddess Athena surrounded him with a dark cloud and made him invisible, so that no one of the Phaeacians might insult the hero. At the gates of the city, the goddess Athena Pallas herself appeared to him under the guise of a Phaeacian maiden, and when Odysseus turned to her with a request to show him the palace of Alcinous, Athena agreed to escort him, advising him not to turn with questions to those he met, for the Phaeacians, according to her words, were not hospitable. Silently Odysseus walked after the goddess. The richness of the city, the harbor with a row of ships, the vast city square, and the impregnable walls of the city astonished him. At last they came to the palace of Alcinous. Leaving Odysseus, the goddess once more, as Nausicaa also, advised him to turn with a prayer first of all to Queen Arete. Having given these counsels, Athena withdrew. If the richness of the city struck Odysseus, still more was he struck by the richness of the palace of Alcinous. All of shining bronze was the palace. Above the walls were adorned with iron. A door cast of pure gold led into the palace. The doorposts were of silver and the threshold of bronze. By the doors stood two living immortal dogs forged by the god Hephaestus himself, one golden, the other silver. Odysseus entered the palace. There he saw along the walls richly adorned benches covered with precious coverings. Upon stands stood statues of youths, cast of gold with torches in their hands. Wondrous was the palace of Alcinous, but most wonderful of all was the garden that was by the palace. Eternally in it all kinds of fruits ripened, both in winter and in summer. The warm Zephyrus breathed upon the garden. There also was a vineyard that the whole year gave ripe clusters. In the garden a bright spring murmured, another spring beat by the very threshold of the palace. Long Odysseus marveled at all. At last he entered the feasting hall. There sat Alcinous, Arete, and the noblest Phaeacians. They performed a libation to the god Hermes with fragrant wine. Covered with a cloud, Odysseus approached Arete and fell at her feet. At that moment Athena scattered the cloud, and all saw the great hero. All were astonished. Odysseus loudly begged the queen to help him, the unhappy wanderer. Having uttered his prayer, Odysseus withdrew, and as a suppliant for protection sat upon the ashes by the hearth. By the counsel of one of the Phaeacians, the eldest of all, Alcinous took Odysseus by the hand and seated him beside himself. The servants offered Odysseus food and wine, and all those present performed a libation in honor of the protector of wanderers, Zeus, the Thunderer. Alcinous invited all the gathered on the following day to himself, to honor the newcomer with a rich feast, for Alcinous thought that one of the gods under the guise of a mortal had visited him. But Odysseus disabused Alcinous. He told the king how many troubles he had endured during the journey from the island of the nymph Calypso, and also told how the princess Nausicaa, whom he had met upon the shore of the sea, had helped him. With great attention Alcinous heard Odysseus, and struck by his wisdom cried out, "O bright gods of Olympus! If you would grant Nausicaa a husband like this foreigner, I would give him great riches as a dowry. But you, foreigner, we will not keep against your will upon our island. We will deliver you to the homeland. No path upon the sea do the Phaeacians fear, however distant it may be." But it was already late. The feast ended. Queen Arete commanded a couch to be prepared for Odysseus, and he soon fell into deep sleep. The whole palace of Alcinous also sank into sleep. On the following morning, Alcinous commanded all the Phaeacians to gather in council to decide how to deliver Odysseus to the homeland. Athena Pallas herself went through the city, summoning under the guise of a herald the citizens to the square. Alcinous also led Odysseus to the square and seated him beside himself. Soon the whole people gathered. With wonder the Phaeacians looked upon the hero. Athena Pallas endowed him with inexpressible beauty and majesty. King Alcinous turned to the gathered and said to them, "Hear, citizens, a foreigner has come to us. He begs that we help him to return to the homeland. Never have we refused help to foreigners. Let us equip a ship. Let us carry our guest to the homeland. All who will set out upon the voyage, I invite to myself to a feast. I invite also all the elders. In my palace, we will honor the newcomer with a rich feast. Let them call also the singer Demodocus to the feast, so that with his wondrous singing he may entertain the guests." Thus Alcinous said. At once 52 rowers went to prepare a ship for the voyage. All the elders followed Alcinous into his palace. The servants of the king prepared a rich feast, having slaughtered for it 2 bulls, 12 sheep, and 8 swine. A servant of Alcinous brought to the feast the blind singer Demodocus. The guests sat at the table, and a merry feast began. When all were satisfied, Demodocus took his cithara, which hung upon a nail over his head, struck the ringing strings, and sang of how 2 great heroes, Odysseus and Achilles, had disputed during a solemn feast. Odysseus heard this song. Sorrowful memories flooded upon him. Tears rolled from his eyes. So that the Phaeacians might not see his tears, he covered his head with a purple mantle. Demodocus ended this song. Odysseus wiped the tears and, taking a golden cup in his hands, performed a libation in honor of the immortal gods. Again Demodocus sang of the deeds of the heroes under Troy, and again Odysseus wept. No one paid attention to his tears. Only King Alcinous pondered why the foreigner shed tears, and he understood the cause of these tears. When the guests were satisfied, Alcinous invited them all to go to the square, and there take part in the games. All went after the king. Beside him walked the hero Odysseus. The Phaeacian youths began to contend in various exercises, in swift running, in wrestling, in jumping, in boxing, and in the throwing of the discus. When the contests were already ending, the fair mighty Euryalus approached the son of King Alcinous, Laodamas, who surpassed all in beauty, and proposed to him to invite the foreigner also to take part in the contest, who looked so mighty. At first, the handsome Laodamas hesitated. Then he approached Odysseus, and graciously invited him to take part in the games. But Odysseus refused. Sorrow for the homeland oppressed him. Euryalus heard the refusal of Odysseus and said with a smile, "Wanderer, I see that you, of course, cannot equal the mighty young athletes. You are probably of the merchants who, sailing the seas, occupy themselves only with trade." Sternly Odysseus knitted his brows and answered Euryalus, "An insulting word have you uttered, Euryalus. By you I see that the gods do not endow a man with all. So they have endowed you with beauty but have not given wisdom. You have insulted me by your speech, but know that I am experienced in contests. In many battles I have taken part. Not a little grief have I endured. Many dangers have I experienced, much strength have I lost, but still I will try my strength. Having said this, Odysseus seized a vast stone and threw it with a mighty hand. With a whistle, the stone raced over the heads of the Phaeacians. They bent so that the stone might not touch them, but it flew through the whole throng and fell so far that not one youth could throw even a discus, although the discs were much lighter than the stone. Taking the form of a Phaeacian elder, the goddess Athena marked the place where the stone fell, and said that the stone was thrown so far that not one Phaeacian would throw, however mighty he might be. Then the rejoicing Odysseus cried out, "Phaeacian youths, throw a discus as far as I have thrown the stone. If you throw as far as my stone, then I will throw another, perhaps still farther than the first. All of you I challenge to a contest in boxing, wrestling, and running. Only with one Laodamas will I not wrestle. I will not raise my hand against him in whose house I am received as a guest." King Alcinous answered Odysseus, "Foreigner, I see that only the mockery of the bold Euryalus forced you to challenge to a struggle all the participants in the games, so that to us all you might show your great strength. In all you perhaps surpass us, but only not in swift running, for the gods have granted the Phaeacians invincibility in running, and also made them the first in the world seafarers. All of us, besides this, love singing, music, merry dancing, and the luxury of feasts. Now the most skilled in dancing youths will be summoned here, and you will be convinced that not without reason we pride ourselves upon this art." Alcinous commanded the cithara to be brought to the singer Demodocus. At once a servant fulfilled his command. Demodocus took from the hand of the servant the cithara, struck the golden strings, and sang a merry song. To his singing and light, dancing the youths whirled. With rapture Odysseus looked upon them and unspeakably marveled at the beauty of their movements. When the dancing of the youths was ended, King Alcinous commanded all the elders to offer as a gift to Odysseus each a luxurious garment and a talent of gold. Euryalus, besides this, was to honor Odysseus with a special gift for the insult he had inflicted. At once Euryalus took off his precious sword, offered it to Odysseus, and said, "O foreigner, if I have uttered an insulting word for you, then let the wind scatter it. Forget it! May the gods send you a happy return to the homeland, so that more quickly you may see your wife and all your family. May the gods also protect you, Euryalus." Odysseus answered, "Never repent that you have given me a sword, atoning by this gift the insult inflicted upon me." But already the sun was setting, and all hastened into the palace of King Alcinous. There Odysseus went into the chamber granted him by Alcinous, laid all the gifts brought to him into a luxurious chest sent him by Arete, and, having bound it with a rope, tied the ends with a skillful knot which Circe had taught him. Having dressed in splendid garments, Odysseus went into the feasting hall. There he met Nausicaa. The princess turned to him with words in which sounded the sorrow of parting. "Fair foreigner, soon now you will return to the homeland. Remember me there. For to me also you are obliged for your salvation." "O fair Nausicaa," Odysseus answered her, "if Zeus the Thunderer grants me to return safely to the homeland, then there, every day, as to a goddess, I will pray to you for the fact that you saved me." Having said this, Odysseus sat beside Alcinous, and a merry feast began. During the feast, Odysseus begged Demodocus to sing a song of the wooden horse, built by the Greeks under Troy. Demodocus sang, and Odysseus again began to shed bitter tears. Seeing the tears of the foreigner, Alcinous interrupted the singing of Demodocus and asked why the foreigner shed tears every time he heard a song of the deeds of the heroes under Troy. He begged the foreigner to say who he was, who his father and mother were. Alcinous promised to carry him to the homeland, whoever he might be. He gave his word to fulfill his promise, although he knew that the god of the seas Poseidon threatened to punish the Phaeacians for the fact that they carried wanderers to the homeland against his will. Poseidon threatened the Phaeacians that someday he would turn into a rock the ship that had carried a wanderer to the homeland, and forever close the city with a high mountain. Alcinous knew this, but nevertheless resolved to deliver Odysseus to the homeland. Now, however, Alcinous wished to know who this foreigner was who sat beside him. Therefore he begged Odysseus to say who he was, and to tell of all the adventures which he had had to experience. King Alcinous, Odysseus answered him, "You wish to learn of all the disasters which I have had to experience. You wish also to know who I am, whence I am by birth, who my father is. Know then, I am Odysseus, the son of Laertes, the king of the island of Ithaca. You already know what I endured, having left the island of the nymph Calypso. Now I will tell you also of all my other adventures, which fell to my lot when I sailed from under Troy. Listen then." Thus Odysseus said, and began the tale of his adventures. Odysseus tells of his adventures. The Cicones and the Lotus Eaters. Having sailed from under Troy with a favorable wind, thus Odysseus began to tell, we calmly sailed over the boundless sea, and at last reached the land of the Cicones. We took possession of their city Ismarus, destroyed all the inhabitants, took the women captive, and laid the city waste. Long I tried to persuade my companions more quickly to sail to the homeland, but they would not listen to me. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the city of Ismarus, who had been saved, gathered the neighboring Cicones to their aid and attacked us. There were as many of them as leaves in a forest, as many as there are spring flowers in the meadows. Long we fought with the Cicones by our ships, but the Cicones overcame us, and we had to save ourselves by flight. From each ship I lost 6 brave rowers. 3 times we called, before sailing into the open sea, those companions who were not with us, and only after this did we go out into the open sea, sorrowing for the slain companions and rejoicing that we ourselves had been saved. No sooner had we gone out into the open sea than Zeus, the thunderer, sent upon us the god of the northern wind Boreas. A great storm he raised upon the sea. Dark clouds covered the sky. Darkness enveloped all around. 3 times the stormy wind Boreas tore the sails from the masts. At last, with great difficulty, upon the oars we reached a deserted island. 2 days and 2 nights we waited upon it until the storm should abate. On the 3rd day we set the masts, spread the sails, and set out upon the further path. But we did not arrive at the dearly loved homeland. During the storm we strayed from the path. At last, on the 10th day of the voyage, we put in to an island. This was the island of the Lotus Eaters. We kindled a fire upon the shore and began to prepare dinner for ourselves. I sent 3 of my companions to learn what people inhabited the island. Graciously the Lotus Eaters met them and offered them sweet lotus. No sooner had my companions eaten it than they forgot their homeland and did not wish to return to native Ithaca. Forever they wished to remain upon the island of the Lotus Eaters. But we by force brought them to the ship and there bound them so that they might not escape from us. At once I commanded all my companions to sit at the oars, and as quickly as possible to leave the island of the Lotus Eaters. I feared that others also, having eaten the sweet lotus, would forget the fatherland. Odysseus upon the island of the Cyclopes. Polyphemus. After a long voyage, I arrived with my companions at the land of the fierce Cyclopes, who know no laws. They do not occupy themselves with agriculture, but despite this, the earth of itself gives them all in abundance. In caves the giant Cyclopes live. Each knows only his own family. They do not gather in assemblies of the people. Not at once did we put in to their land. We entered a bay of a small island, situated not far from the island of the Cyclopes. No man had ever visited this island, although it was very fertile. Upon this island wild goats abounded, and since these goats had never seen a man, they were not frightened even of us. Having put in to the shore at night, we calmly fell asleep upon the shore, and in the morning occupied ourselves with the hunting of goats. For each of my ships 9 goats fell. For the ship upon which I myself sailed, I took 10 of them. A whole day we rested after the hunt, merrily feasting upon the shore. From the land of the Cyclopes, their voices and the bleating of their flocks reached us. On the following morning I resolved to sail upon my ship to the land of the Cyclopes, to learn what manner of people these were. Swiftly we crossed the not wide strait and put in to the shore. By the very sea we saw a cave overgrown with laurel trees and fenced with an enclosure of vast stones. I took with me 12 reliable companions, seized a skin of wine and food, and entered the cave of the Cyclops. As we learned afterwards, this Cyclops was terribly fierce. He lived apart from the others and alone pastured his flocks. He did not resemble, as all the Cyclopes, also the remaining men. He was a giant. He possessed monstrous strength and had only one eye in his forehead. When we entered his cave, he was not at home. He was pasturing his flocks. In the cave of the Cyclops, in baskets lay a multitude of cheeses. In buckets and bowls stood sour milk. In the cave, enclosures for lambs and kids were arranged. My companions began to persuade me, having seized the best lambs and kids and taken cheeses, to flee to the ship, but I, to my misfortune, did not listen to them. I wished to look upon the Cyclops himself. At last, the Cyclops himself came. He threw a vast bundle of wood upon the earth by the entrance to the cave. Seeing the Cyclops, in fear we hid in the darkest corner of the cave. The Cyclops drove his flock into the cave, blocked the entrance with a rock, and began to milk the goats and sheep. Having milked them, he kindled a fire to prepare food for himself. Then he saw us and roughly asked with a thunderous voice, "Who are you? Whence have you come? Surely without occupation you wander over the seas, causing misfortunes to all peoples?" "We are all Greeks," I answered the Cyclops. "We sail from under Troy. A storm has carried us here. We beg you to receive us amicably as guests. For you know that Zeus punishes him who insults wanderers and does not show them hospitality. It is evident that from far you have come here, foreigner," fiercely the Cyclops cried to me, "if you think that I fear your gods. What care I for Zeus? I do not fear the anger of Zeus. I do not intend to spare you. I will do what I wish. Tell me, where are your ships?" I understood why the Cyclops asked me of my ship and answered him. "A storm shattered my ship against the coastal cliffs. Only I with my companions was saved." Nothing did the Cyclops answer me. Swiftly with his vast hands he seized 2 of my companions, struck them against the earth, and killed them. Then he cooked them, having cut their bodies into pieces, and ate them. Into indescribable horror we fell and began to praise Zeus for salvation. The Cyclops, having finished his terrible supper, calmly stretched himself upon the earth and fell asleep. I wished to kill him. I bared my sword, but looking upon the vast rock with which the entrance was blocked, I understood that thus we could not be saved. Morning came. Again the Cyclops killed 2 of my companions. Having eaten them, he drove the flock from the cave and blocked the entrance with a rock. Long I devised a means how to be saved. At last I devised it. In the cave I found a vast log resembling a mast. The Cyclops surely wished to make from it a club for himself. With my sword I cut off the end of the log, sharpened it, burned it upon the coals, and hid it. In the evening the Cyclops returned with the flock. Again he killed 2 of my companions, and, having finished his repulsive supper, wished to lie down to sleep. But I approached him and offered a cup of wine. The Cyclops drank the wine, demanded more, saying to me, "Pour me still more and tell me how they call you. I wish to prepare a gift for you." I poured the Cyclops a second cup. He demanded a third. I poured also a third. Offering it, I said to the Cyclops, "You wish to know my name? They call me Nobody." "Well, listen then, Nobody, I will eat you last. This will be my gift to you." Thus the Cyclops answered me with a laugh. He drank the third cup, grew tipsy, fell to the earth, and fell asleep. Then I gave a sign to my companions. We seized the sharpened end of the log, kindled it upon the fire, and with it burned out the eye of the Cyclops. He roared from the terrible pain, tore the smoking stake from his eye, and began to call the other Cyclopes to help. They ran up and began to ask, "What has happened to you, Polyphemus? Who has insulted you? Have they not carried off your flocks? why have you awakened us?" "Them," Polyphemus answered, wildly roaring. "Nobody is destroying me not by force but by craft." The Cyclopes grew angry and cried to Polyphemus, "If nobody has insulted you, then there is no need for you to roar so. If you have fallen ill, then such is the will of Zeus, and no one will change it." With these words the Cyclopes withdrew. Morning came. With loud groans, Polyphemus moved the rock from the entrance and began to let the flock out into the field, feeling with his hands the back of each sheep and each goat. Then, to save my companions, I bound 3 rams together, and under the middle one bound one of my companions. I myself, having seized with my hands the thick wool of a vast ram, the favorite of Polyphemus, hung under him. The rams, with my companions bound under them, passed by Polyphemus. Last went the ram under which I hung. Polyphemus stopped him, began to caress him, and to complain of his trouble, of the fact that the bold nobody had insulted him. At last he let even this ram pass. Thus we were saved from certain destruction. More quickly we drove the flock of Polyphemus to the ship where our companions awaited us. I did not allow the companions to mourn the perished. Swiftly we entered the ship, having seized the sheep of Polyphemus, and sailed from the shore. When we had sailed to such a distance as a man's voice is heard, I loudly cried to the Cyclops, "Here, Cyclops, by your cruelty you yourself have brought upon yourself the punishment of Zeus. No longer will you kill and devour unhappy wanderers." The Cyclops heard me. In fury he raised a cliff and threw it into the sea. The cliff almost shattered the prow of the ship. The sea was agitated by the fall of the cliff into it. A vast wave seized my ship and threw it upon the shore. But with a pole I pushed the ship off. Again we sailed into the sea. Having sailed, I cried to Polyphemus, "Know, Polyphemus, that Odysseus, the king of Ithaca, has blinded you." The wild Cyclops howled with malice and loudly cried out, "The prophecy given me by the seer has been fulfilled. I thought that Odysseus was a dread giant, and not such a worthless worm as you." Polyphemus began to pray his father Poseidon to punish me for the fact that I had deprived him of sight. He seized a cliff still greater than the first and threw it into the sea. The cliff fell behind the stern of the ship. A vast wave seized my ship and threw it far into the sea. Thus we were saved. Safely we reached the island where the remaining ships awaited us. There we offered rich sacrifices to the gods. Having spent the night upon the shore of this island, on the following day we set out upon the further path over the boundless sea, sorrowing for the perished companions. Odysseus upon the island of Aeolus. Soon we arrived at the island of Aeolus. The whole island of Aeolus, floating upon the sea, is surrounded by an inviolable bronze wall. Its shores rise in sheer cliffs from the waves of the sea. Upon this island Aeolus lives with his wife, 6 sons and 6 daughters. Happy and untroubled was the life of Aeolus. The days he spent merrily feasting with his family in rich halls. A whole month Aeolus honored us with feasts, and listened to my tales of the deeds of the heroes under Troy. At last, I began to beg him to release us to the homeland. Aeolus agreed. At parting, he gave me a large skin bound with a silver cord. In this skin were the winds subject to Aeolus. Only one Zephyrus was left free. He was to drive my ships to native Ithaca. Aeolus forbade untying the skin until I should arrive at the homeland. But the great Zeus did not promise me to return to the homeland. When on the 10th day of the voyage Ithaca already appeared, the gods plunged me into deep sleep. My companions began to say among themselves that surely much gold and silver Aeolus had given me, having put them in the skin, since I did not allow it to be untied. Impelled by curiosity, my companions untied the skin. The winds burst from it and raised a terrible storm upon the sea. I awoke from the noise of the storm and wished in despair to fling myself into the sea, but submitted to fate and, wrapping myself in a cloak, lay upon the stern. The storm drove us again to the island of Aeolus. With one of my companions, I went into the palace of Aeolus and began to beg him once more to help me return to the homeland. But Aeolus grew angry with me. He drove me from his palace and said that never would he help him whom, like me, the gods hate and pursue. Shedding bitter tears, I left the palace of Aeolus. Odysseus with the Laestrygonians. We set out upon the path over the sea. 6 days we sailed. At last we reached some island. We entered a quiet bay. 11 of my ships put in to the shore, and my companions drew them upon the coastal sand. My own ship I set at the entrance to the bay. I mounted a cliff to look upon the surroundings. Nowhere were flocks or cultivated fields visible, only here and there in the distance smoke rose. I sent 3 of my companions to learn who lived upon this island. They set out upon the path. By a well, not far from a large city, my companions met a maiden of vast stature. She led them into the city, into the palace of her father Antiphates, the lord of the Laestrygonians. In the palace they saw the wife of Antiphates of the stature of a high mountain. She commanded her husband, who was at an assembly of the elders, to be summoned. He ran up, seized one of my companions, tore him to pieces, and prepared for himself from his flesh a dinner. My companions turned to flight and ran to the ships. Antiphates summoned the Laestrygonians. They ran to the shore of the sea. Tearing off whole cliffs, they began to shatter the ships. The crash of breaking tackle and the cries of the killed were heard. The Laestrygonians killed all my companions from the 11 ships, and having impaled them upon stakes, carried them into their city. With difficulty I was saved upon my ship. Now of 12 ships only 1 remained to me. Odysseus upon the island of the enchantress Circe. Long we sailed over the boundless sea, shedding tears for the perished companions. At last we reached the island of Aea, where the fair-haired enchantress Circe, the daughter of the god Helios, lived. 2 days we spent upon the shore of a quiet bay. On the 3rd day, having girt myself with a sword and taken a spear, I went into the depth of the island. From a high cliff I saw in the distance smoke rising from beyond the forest. I resolved to return to the ships, and to send several companions to learn who lived upon the island. Upon the path to the ship I succeeded in killing with a spear a vast stag. I brought it to the ship, we prepared a meal for ourselves, and, having strengthened ourselves with food and wine, fell asleep under the noise of the sea waves. In the morning I divided my companions into 2 detachments. One I myself commanded, the other I entrusted to the command of Eurylochus. We cast lots who should go into the depth of the island. The lot fell to Eurylochus with 12 companions to go. They set out upon the path and swiftly reached the palace of Circe. About it tame lions and wolves walked. Seeing my companions, they ran up to them and began to caress them like dogs caressing their masters. So the enchantress Circe had tamed them with a magic drink. At this time from the palace, the ringing singing of Circe reached my companions. My companions called Circe from the palace. She came out and graciously begged them to enter. In the palace she offered them wine in cups, having mixed into it the juice of a magic herb. My companions drank the wine, and Circe, touching each with a wand, turned them all into swine, leaving them only their reason. Circe drove them into a sty and threw them, shedding bitter tears, acorns for food. Only Eurylochus alone was saved. He did not enter the palace with all. Eurylochus ran to the ship and with horror told of the misfortune that had befallen my companions. At once I went to the palace of Circe, thinking only of one thing: how to save my companions. Upon the path, the god Hermes appeared to me under the guise of a fair youth. He taught me how to free my companions from the power of the enchantress, and gave me a wonder-working root which was to make the charms of Circe harmless for me. I came into the palace of Circe. She met me tenderly, led me into the palace, and, seating me upon a richly adorned chair, offered a magic drink. Calmly I drank it. She touched me with a wand and said, "Go now into the swine sty and wallow there together with the others. I, having bared my sword as the god Hermes had commanded me, flung myself upon the enchantress and began to threaten her with death. Circe fell upon her knees before me. "Oh, who are you?" she cried out. "Until now no one has been able to save himself from my magic drink." "Oh, I know, you are the crafty Odysseus. Hermes long ago prophesied to me that you would come to me. Put your sword into the sheath." I, having put the sword into the sheath, forced Circe to swear that she would cause me no harm. She gave me an inviolable oath of the gods. Having given the oath, Circe begged me to remain with her and offered me to rest. I agreed. While I rested, the servants of Circe, the daughters of the gods of the river and the streams, prepared a splendid meal. When I had rested, I dressed in luxurious garments, entered the feasting hall, sat at the table laden with rich dishes, and sank into heavy thought. From sorrow I could eat nothing. Circe asked me the cause of the sorrow. I answered that, until then I would eat nothing until she restored the former form to my companions. At once Circe led the swine from the sty, anointed them with a magic ointment, restored to them their former form, and made them even fairer and stronger than they had been before. My companions rejoiced seeing me. Their joy even touched Circe. The enchantress begged me to go to the shore of the sea for my remaining companions and to bring them all to her into the palace. At once I fulfilled the request of Circe and brought to her all my companions, although Eurylochus tried to persuade them not to trust the crafty enchantress. When all of us had gathered in the palace of Circe, she arranged a magnificent feast. A whole year we lived in the palace of Circe. After the year had passed, I began to beg Circe to release us to the homeland. The great enchantress agreed. She said to me that before returning to the homeland, I must visit the realm of gloomy Hades, and there question of my fate, the shade of the Theban seer Tiresias. Circe told me how to reach the entrance to the underworld realm of the shades, and taught me how I must offer sacrifices and call the shades of the dead. I heard the instructions of the goddess and began to gather my companions for the journey. Elpenor, who was sleeping upon the roof of the palace, awoke from the noise of our preparations. Hastily he leapt from the couch and, forgetting that he was upon the roof, ran at the voice of his companions. He fell to the earth from the high roof and was shattered to death. Bitterly we wept, seeing the death of our friend. We could not at once perform the burial. We had more quickly to set out upon the distant path to the edge of the earth, to the entrance to the realm of gloomy Hades. Odysseus descends into the realm of Hades. When I revealed to my companions where our path now lay, horror seized them, but, obeying my command, they mounted the ship and we sailed to the distant north. The enchantress Circe sent us a favorable wind. Swiftly it drove our ship. At last we reached the waters of the hoary Oceanus and put in to the shore of the sorrowful land of the Cimmerians, where the god Helios never shines upon men. Eternally this land is covered with a cold mist. Eternally a thick veil of night darkness envelops it. There we drew our ship upon the shore, took the sheep and the black ram given us by Circe for a sacrifice to the underworld gods, and went to that place where, by a high cliff, into Acheron, the Cocytus, and the Pyriphlegethon flow. Having come there, I dug with my sword a deep pit, performed over it 3 libations of honey, wine, and water, having sprinkled all with barley meal, and slaughtered over the pit the sacrifices. The blood of the sacrifices poured into the pit. In a great throng, the souls of the dead flew to the pit, and raised a dispute as to who first should drink the sacrificial blood. Here were the souls of brides, youths, elders, and men struck down in battles. Horror seized me and my companions. We burned the sacrifices and called upon the gloomy god Hades and his wife, the goddess Persephone. I bared my sword and sat beside the pit so as not to allow the souls of the dead to it. First, the soul of the young Elpenor approached. Earlier than us his soul had raced to the gates of the realm of the souls of the dead. Elpenor begged me to commit his body to burial so that his soul might find rest in the realm of Hades. I promised to fulfill his request. The soul of my mother Anticlea also flew to the pit. She was alive when I left Ithaca. However painful it was for me, I did not allow even her to the pit, for first the seer Tiresias must drink the blood. At last, the soul of Tiresias appeared. Having drunk the blood, the bodiless soul turned to me and told me that the god Poseidon, the earth-shaker, was angry with me because I had blinded his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus. But even against the will of Poseidon I would reach the homeland, so Tiresias prophesied to me, if only my companions did not touch the oxen of Helios upon the island of Thrinacia. But if my companions killed the oxen, then destruction would overtake them all. I alone would be saved, and after great hardships return home. There I would avenge the suitors, but afterwards, taking an oar, I must wander until I met a people who did not know seafaring, who had never seen ships. I would recognize this people by the fact that one met by me would ask me why I carried a winnowing fan upon my shoulder. In that land I must offer a sacrifice to Poseidon, and only after this return home. At home I must offer a rich sacrifice to all the gods. Only then would I live peacefully in Ithaca until my very death. This is what the prophetic Tiresias prophesied to me and withdrew. Many souls I saw. The soul of my mother, having drunk the blood, told me what was being done in native Ithaca until her death and calmed me, saying that my father, Laertes, and Penelope, and the young Telemachus were alive. I wished to embrace my tenderly loved mother. 3 times I stretched out my hands to her, but 3 times her light shade slipped away. I saw in the realm of Hades the shades of many heroes, but all of them I am not able to enumerate. For this even the whole night would not suffice. It is late now. It is time for me to interrupt the tale. It is time for all to go to rest. Thus Odysseus said. But all the gathered began to beg Odysseus to continue the tale. Queen Arete and King Alcinous also begged him. All were ready to listen to Odysseus until the very dawn. Odysseus began to continue his tale. I saw in the realm of Hades also the soul of King Agamemnon. Bitterly he complained of his wife Clytemnestra and Aegisthus, who had killed the king of Mycenae on the day of his return. The soul of Agamemnon advised me not to trust upon the return to Ithaca my wife Penelope. I saw also the souls of Achilles, Patroclus, Antilochus, and Ajax the Telamonian. To Achilles I told of the great deeds of his son Neoptolemus, and he rejoiced, although earlier he bitterly lamented the joyless life in the realm of the dead, and wished rather to be the last hired laborer upon the earth than to be a king in the realm of the souls of the dead. I wished to be reconciled with the great Ajax. Heavily had I insulted him when we disputed for the arms of Achilles, but silently Ajax withdrew, having said not a word to me. I saw also the judge of the dead, King Minos. I saw the torment of Tantalus and Sisyphus. At last the soul of the greatest of the heroes, Heracles, approached me. He himself is upon Olympus in the company of the immortal gods. I waited for the souls of other great heroes of past times also to approach, but the souls raised such a terrible cry that in fear I fled to the ship. I feared that the goddess Persephone would send the terrible Gorgon Medusa. Swiftly we launched the ship upon the water of the hoary Oceanus and left the land of the Cimmerians. Soon safely we reached also the island of Aea, and, having put in to the shore, sank into peaceful sleep. Voyage of Odysseus, past the island of the Sirens, and past Scylla and Charybdis. On the following day we committed the body of Elpenor to burial and heaped over his tomb a high mound. Learning of our return, the enchantress Circe also came to the shore of the sea. After her servants went, they brought to the ship much luxuriously prepared food and skins of wine. Until night we feasted upon the seashore. When my companions lay down to sleep, the enchantress Circe told me what dangers awaited me upon the path and taught me how to avoid them. No sooner had the morning dawn glowed in the sky than I awakened my companions. We launched the ship upon the sea. The rowers unitedly bent to the oars, and the ship raced into the open sea. A favorable wind filled the sails. Calmly we sailed over the sea. Already not far was the island of the Sirens. Then I turned to my companions. "Friends, now we must sail past the island of the Sirens." With their singing they lure the sailors sailing past and deliver them to a cruel death. Their whole island is strewn with the bones of men torn by them. I will stop your ears with soft wax, so that you may not hear their singing and perish. Me, however, bind to the mast. The enchantress Circe has allowed me to hear the singing of the Sirens. If I, enchanted by their singing, beg you to untie me, then bind me still more firmly." No sooner had I said this than suddenly the favorable wind fell silent. My companions lowered the sail and sat at the oars. Already the island of the Sirens was visible. I stopped the ears of my companions with wax, and they bound me so firmly to the mast that I could not move a single joint. Swiftly our ship sailed past the island, and from it the enchanting singing of the Sirens floated. "O sail to us, great Odysseus!" thus the Sirens sang. "Direct your ship to us to enjoy our singing. Not one sailor sails past without listening to our sweet singing. Having enjoyed it, he leaves us, having learned much. We know all, both what the Greeks endured by the will of the gods under Troy and what is being done upon the earth." Enchanted by their singing, I gave a sign to my companions that they untie me. But remembering my instructions, they bound me still more firmly. Only then did my companions take the wax from their ears and untie me from the mast, when the island of the Sirens had already vanished from our eyes. Calmly the ship sailed ever farther, but suddenly I heard in the distance a terrible noise and saw smoke. I knew that this was Charybdis. My companions were frightened. They released the oars from their hands, and the ship stopped. I went around my companions and began to encourage them. "Friends, many troubles have we experienced, many dangers have we avoided," thus I said. "That danger which we must overcome is not more terrible than that which we experienced in the cave of Polyphemus. Do not lose courage, bend more strongly to the oars. Zeus will help us to avoid destruction. Direct the ship farther from that place where smoke is visible and a terrible noise is heard. Steer nearer to the cliff," I encouraged the companions. With all their strength they bent to the oars. Of Scylla I said nothing to them. I knew that Scylla would tear from me only 6 companions, but in Charybdis we all would perish. I myself, forgetting the instructions of Circe, seized a spear and began to await the attack of Scylla. In vain I sought her with my eyes. Swiftly the ship sailed through the narrow strait. We saw how Charybdis swallowed the seawater. The waves boiled about her maw, and in her deep belly, as in a cauldron, the sea slime and the earth seethed. When she belched forth the water, then around the water boiled and raged with a terrible roar, and the salt spray flew to the very summit of the cliff. Pale from horror, I looked upon Charybdis. At this time the terrible Scylla stretched out all her 6 necks, and with her 6 vast maws, with 3 rows of teeth, seized 6 of my companions. I saw only how their arms and legs flashed in the air, and heard how they called me to help. At the entrance to her cave, Scylla devoured them. In vain the unhappy ones stretched out their hands to me with a prayer. With great difficulty we passed Charybdis and Scylla, and sailed to the island of the god Helios, Thrinacia. Odysseus upon the island of Thrinacia. The destruction of the ship of Odysseus. Soon the island of the god Helios appeared in the distance. Ever nearer we sailed to it. Already clearly I heard the lowing of the oxen and the bleating of the sheep of Helios. Remembering the prophecy of Tiresias and the warning of the enchantress Circe, I began to persuade the companions to pass the island and not to stop upon it. I wished to avoid the great danger, but Eurylochus answered me, "How cruel you are, Odysseus! You yourself are as if cast of bronze. You know no weariness. We are wearied, How many nights have we spent without sleep, and you forbid us to go out upon the shore and rest, having strengthened ourselves with food? It is dangerous to sail over the sea at night. Often, even against the will of the gods, ships perish when at night a storm raised by furious winds overtakes them. No, we must put in to the shore, and tomorrow at dawn we will set out upon the further path." The remaining companions also agreed with Eurylochus. I understood that we could not avoid the trouble. We put in to the island and drew the ship upon the shore. I forced the companions to give me a great oath that they would not kill the oxen of the god Helios. We prepared supper for ourselves, and during it with tears we remembered our companions carried off by Scylla. Having finished the supper, we all calmly fell asleep upon the shore. At night, Zeus sent a terrible storm. Dreadfully the furious Boreas roared. Clouds covered the whole sky. Still darker the dark night became. In the morning we drew our ship into a coastal cave, so that it might not suffer from the storm. Once more I begged the companions not to touch the herd of Helios, and they promised me to fulfill my request. A whole month contrary winds blew, and we could not set out upon the path. At last all the provisions gave out with us. We had to feed upon what we obtained by hunting and fishing. Ever more strongly hunger began to torment my companions. Once I went into the depth of the island to beg the gods alone to send us a favorable wind. In solitude I began to pray the Olympian gods to fulfill my request. Unnoticed, the gods plunged me into deep sleep. While I slept, Eurylochus persuaded my companions to kill several oxen from the herd of the god Helios. He said that, having returned to the homeland, they would propitiate the god Helios by building him a rich temple and dedicating precious gifts. Even if the gods destroyed them for the killing of the oxen, it was better to be swallowed by the sea than to perish from hunger. My companions heeded Eurylochus. They chose from the herd the best oxen and killed them. A part of their flesh they offered as a sacrifice to the gods. Instead of sacrificial meal, they took oak leaves, and instead of wine, water, for neither meal nor wine remained with us. Having offered the sacrifice to the gods, they began to roast the meat upon the fire. At this time I awoke and went to the ship. From afar I felt the smell of roasted meat and understood what had happened. In horror I cried out, "O great gods of Olympus, why have you sent me sleep? My companions have committed a great crime. They have killed the oxen of Helios." Meanwhile the nymph Lampetia informed the god Helios of what had happened. The great god grew angry. He complained to the gods of how my companions had insulted him and threatened forever to descend into the realm of gloomy Hades and never any more to shine upon gods and men. To propitiate the angry god of the sun, Zeus promised with his lightning to shatter my ship and to destroy all my companions. In vain I reproached my companions for what they had committed. The gods sent us a terrible sign. As if living, the skins flayed from the oxen moved, and the meat uttered a pitiful lowing. 6 days the storm raged, and all the days my companions destroyed the oxen of Helios. At last, on the 7th, the storm ceased, and a favorable wind began to blow. At once we set out upon the path. But no sooner had the island of Thrinacia vanished from sight than Zeus the Thunderer gathered over our heads dread clouds. With a howl, Zephyrus rushed upon us. A terrible storm arose. Our mast broke like a reed and fell upon the ship. In falling, it shattered the head of the helmsman, and he fell dead into the sea. The lightning of Zeus flashed and shattered the ship into splinters. All my companions the sea swallowed. I alone was saved. With difficulty I caught a fragment of the mast and the keel of my ship and bound them. The storm abated. Notus began to blow. He drove me straight to Charybdis. At this time she with a roar was swallowing the sea-water. Scarcely did I succeed in seizing the branches of a fig tree that grew upon a rock by the very Charybdis, and hung upon them, straight over the terrible Charybdis. Long I waited for Charybdis again to belch forth together with the water, the mast, and the keel. At last they floated out from her monstrous maw. I released the branches of the fig tree and flung myself downward straight upon the fragments of my ship. Thus I was saved from destruction in the maw of Charybdis. By the will of Zeus, I was saved also from the monstrous Scylla. She did not notice how I swam over the waves of the raging sea. 9 days I was driven over the boundless sea, and at last the waves cast me upon the island of the nymph Calypso. But of this I have already told you, Alcinous and Arete. I have also told of after what great dangers I reached your island. It would be unreasonable if I again began to tell of this, and for you it would be tedious to listen to me. Thus, Odysseus ended the tale of his adventures. The return of Odysseus to Ithaca. On the following day, the Phaeacians prepared for the departure. They loaded upon the ship the rich gifts presented to Odysseus. Alcinous himself directed all the preparations. When all was ready, in the palace of Alcinous, a sacrifice was offered to Zeus, and a farewell feast was arranged. With impatience, Odysseus awaited the coming of evening. He rejoiced, seeing that the sun was declining toward the west, and evening was near. When the evening twilight was already thickening, Odysseus parted with King Alcinous and the goddess-like Arete, and went to the ship. After him the servants carried a chest with gifts, wine, and a store of food for the road. Odysseus mounted the ship and lay upon the couch prepared for him. The mighty rowers bent to the oars, and the ship went out into the open sea. The gods, however, breathed upon Odysseus a deep sleep. Calmly he slept during the whole journey. Swifter than a falcon, the ship raced over the sea, and at early dawn already put in to the shores of Ithaca, not far from a grotto dedicated to the Naiads. The Phaeacians carefully carried the sleeping Odysseus to the shore and laid him upon the sand. Beside him they set all the gifts given him by the Phaeacians. Then they set out upon the return path. Poseidon saw the returning ship and grew terribly angry with the Phaeacians, because against his will they had carried Odysseus to the homeland. Poseidon began to complain of them to Zeus the Thunderer. Zeus advised his brother in punishment to turn the ship of the Phaeacians, when it should be entering the native harbor, into a high rock. Poseidon raced to the island of the Phaeacians and began to wait there for the return of the ship. Already the ship appeared in the sea distance. Upon the shore, a great throng gathered to meet the sailors. Already at the entrance to the harbor was the ship. Suddenly, it turned into a rock. They reported this wonder to King Alcinous. He understood that Poseidon had fulfilled his threat to punish the Phaeacians for the fact that they convey wanderers over the sea. Alcinous summoned all the inhabitants and commanded them to offer propitiatory sacrifices to Poseidon, so that he might not bar with a high mountain the access to their city. Earnestly the Phaeacians began to pray Poseidon to soften his anger, and gave a vow never again to carry wanderers to their homeland. Meanwhile, Odysseus awoke upon the seashore. He did not recognize native Ithaca, for the goddess Athena had covered all the surroundings with a thick mist. Despair seized Odysseus. He thought that the Phaeacians had left him upon some deserted island, and began loudly to complain of his bitter lot. Looking around, he saw beside him the gifts of the Phaeacians. They were all intact. Sorrowful, Odysseus went along the shore of the sea and met a fair youth. He asked him what manner of land this was, and suddenly heard that he was upon Ithaca. The youth also asked Odysseus who he was. The cautious Odysseus answered that he was a wanderer, by birth from Crete, whence he had fled, having killed in revenge the son of Idomeneus, or Silicus. Upon a ship of the Phoenicians he had thought to set out for Pylos, or Elis, but the Phoenicians craftily had thrown him here upon the shore when he fell asleep, having stolen all his riches. The youth heard this tale, smiled, and suddenly changed his form. Before Odysseus stood the goddess Athena Pallas. She praised Odysseus for his caution and encouraged him, promising him now her help. The goddess said that if she had not always helped him until now, it was only because she did not wish to anger Poseidon. Athena commanded Odysseus to reveal to no one who he was. But Odysseus could not believe that he was at last upon Ithaca. Then Athena scattered the mist that covered Ithaca, and Odysseus recognized his homeland. He fell to the earth and in rapture began to kiss it. Athena, however, turned Odysseus into a wretched beggar. The skin upon the face and shoulders of Odysseus wrinkled. He grew thin. The luxurious curls fell from his head, the eyes grew dull, and the eyelids were covered with scabs. Athena dressed him in dirty rags, over the shoulder upon a rope threw a patched wallet, and into his hands gave a staff. She commanded Odysseus to hide the gifts of the Phaeacians in a cave, and to go under the guise of a beggar to the swineherd Eumaeus. She herself at once raced to Sparta, to bring back from there the son of Odysseus, Telemachus. Odysseus with Eumaeus. When Odysseus approached the dwelling of the swineherd Eumaeus, he was at home alone and was working, sitting by the entrance. The dogs saw Odysseus and flung themselves upon him with furious barking. They would have torn Odysseus to pieces if Eumaeus had not run up and driven them off. Wanderer, Eumaeus said to Odysseus, not recognizing him under the guise of a beggar, "You would have perished, and a new sorrow would have struck me, besides that sorrow which torments me for the perished Odysseus. But come with me into the house. I will feed you and give you rest." Odysseus went into the dwelling of Eumaeus, built of rough stone. In the courtyard by the house were sties for the swine. Eumaeus with Odysseus entered the house, and Eumaeus seated the wanderer upon a heap of brushwood covered with a chamois skin. Then he went into the sty where the young pigs were, took two, slaughtered them, and roasted them. Eumaeus also poured wine for the meal into a wooden cup and set all this upon the table. Bitterly Eumaeus complained, preparing the meal, of the riotous suitors who, worse than sea robbers, were laying waste the house of Odysseus and destroying his numerous flocks. Attentively Odysseus listened to him and pondered how to avenge the suitors. During the meal Odysseus began to question Eumaeus about his master, and when the swineherd said that his master had perished, Odysseus swore that the master would return home and would return soon. But Eumaeus did not believe his oath. Eumaeus asked the wanderer who he was, and to him Odysseus told a fictitious history of his hardships. He told him that his elder brothers had wronged him, having shorted him in the division of the inheritance, that he had married a rich heiress, had become rich himself, had been under Troy, and having returned to the homeland had set out for Egypt. He told how the Egyptians had almost all his companions killed, because they had plundered their city. But he had been saved, having begged the king of Egypt to spare him. 7 years he had supposedly spent in Egypt, and from there had crossed to Phoenicia. One Phoenician had persuaded him to go to Libya. He had set out with him, but Zeus had shattered their ship with his lightning. He alone had been saved. A wave had cast him upon the shore of the land of the Thesprotians. Upon that island, the king of the Thesprotians had supposedly told him that Odysseus, with rich gifts, was returning to the homeland. At last upon a ship of the Thesprotians he had set out for Dulichium. But the Thesprotians had planned to sell him into slavery. Only with great difficulty had he fled from them at the time when they put in to the shore of Ithaca. Eumaeus believed the whole fictitious history. He did not believe only that which the wanderer had heard of Odysseus from the king of the Thesprotians. Eumaeus reproached the wanderer that of Odysseus he was telling this, in order to receive here upon Ithaca a reward from his kindred. But Odysseus said to him, "Hear, Eumaeus, if Odysseus returns, then promise to give me a new garment. If I have deceived you, then fling me, having summoned the herdsman, from the summit of a cliff into the sea, so that henceforth various vagabonds may not dare to invent fables." Soon the herdsman returned with the flock. They slaughtered a fat swine and sat down to supper. During the supper, Eumaeus honored the wanderer with the best piece, and first offered him a cup of wine as a guest. When they all were calmly supping, in the courtyard a strong storm with rain arose. It grew cold. Odysseus, however, had not even a cloak with which to cover himself during sleep. Then he told Eumaeus and the herdsmen such a history so that, understanding the hint, they might give him a cloak. "Hear, Eumaeus, hear also you," thus Odysseus began. "Once under Troy Menelaus, Odysseus and I lay in ambush. It was cold at night, in the thickets of reeds, snow fell in great flakes. I, however, had forgotten to take my cloak. At last I said of this to Odysseus. He at once devised a craft. Rising a little, he awakened the warriors lying nearby and said that he had seen a bad dream, and therefore feared that they had gone so far from the ships, it was necessary to send someone for reinforcement to Agamemnon. At once one of the warriors rose, threw off his cloak and went to the ships. I, however, took up the cloak, covered myself with it, and calmly slept until the very dawn." Eumaeus understood the hint. He prepared a couch for Odysseus by the hearth, spread a sheepskin and a goatskin, and gave Odysseus to cover himself with his cloak, which he wore in winter. Sweetly Odysseus fell asleep. Eumaeus himself did not remain at home. Having hung a sword over his shoulder, having taken a spear in his hands, and having covered himself with a cloak, he went to the flock that was pasturing at the foot of a cliff. The return of Telemachus to Ithaca. Having left Odysseus, turned into a beggar, the goddess Athena Pallas directed herself to Sparta and swiftly reached it. She went into the palace of King Menelaus, straight into that chamber where Telemachus with Pisistratus was sleeping. Calmly Pisistratus slept. The sleep of Telemachus, however, was troubled. Even in sleep, Telemachus thought of his father, sorrowing for him. Athena approached the head of the son of Odysseus and said to him, "It is time for you, Telemachus, to return to the homeland, where you have left all your property. The riotous suitors are plundering it. They will plunder all if you do not return. Think also of how changeable women are. If your mother agrees to marry Eurymachus, then she will forget you and will care only for the children of a second husband. Return more quickly home. But remember one thing, the suitors are preparing an ambush for you. To avoid it, sail at night past the island, and in the morning, at dawn, put in at a hidden place to the shores of Ithaca. Send the ship afterwards into the city, yourself go to the swineherd Eumaeus, and from him send a messenger to inform Penelope of your arrival." Having said this, Athena withdrew. Telemachus at once awakened Pisistratus and began to urge him to set out upon the return path to Pylos. But Pisistratus persuaded Telemachus to wait for morning. It was impossible at night to leave Menelaus without parting with him. Telemachus heeded the counsel of Pisistratus. Soon the goddess of dawn Eos also flew up into the sky. Morning came. King Menelaus entered to the youths. The son of Odysseus met Menelaus at the doors and turned to him with a request more quickly to release him home to Ithaca. Menelaus did not detain Telemachus, but only begged him to wait until he should prepare gifts, and meanwhile begged him to strengthen himself before setting out upon the path with food. Menelaus went to command the slaves more quickly to prepare a meal. Then, having called Helen and his son Megapenthes, he went with them into his treasure chamber. There he chose gifts for Telemachus. The fair Helen also chose a gift, a luxurious garment woven by herself for the future bride of Telemachus. Having strengthened themselves with food, and having received the gifts from Menelaus, the young heroes prepared to set out upon the path. Menelaus came out of the palace with a cup of wine. Having called upon the gods, he performed a libation and begged the youths to transmit his greeting to the elder Nestor. When Telemachus entered the chariot and already took the reins in his hands, suddenly an eagle soared over the palace, carrying a goose in its claws. The servants of Menelaus with a cry ran after the eagle, but it soared upward and vanished to the right of the palace. All understood that this was a sign of the gods, and Telemachus begged Menelaus to explain the sign. The king of Sparta pondered. For him the fair Helen answered, "Hear what I shall say to you. This the Olympian gods have inspired in me. As the eagle seized the goose and tore it to pieces, so also Odysseus, having returned home, will kill the suitors. Perhaps he has even already returned and is already plotting destruction for the suitors. "O fair Helen," Telemachus cried out, "if the great Zeus fulfills what you say, then I, having returned home, will honor you as a goddess." With these words, Telemachus struck the horses, and swiftly the horses raced upon the path to Pelias. The youths spent the night upon the way in Phyre with the hero Diocles, and on the following day arrived in Pylos. Telemachus begged Pisistratus not to drive into the palace to Nestor. The son of Odysseus feared that the elder would still detain him for a day. Pisistratus agreed, and took his friend straight to the ship, although he knew that his father would be displeased with this. Pisistratus even began to urge Telemachus more quickly to sail, so that Nestor himself, learning of his return, might not come to the shore and detain him. Hastily, the companions of Telemachus set the mast, and already wished to push off from the shore when the prophetic Theoclymenus approached the ship. He had fled from Argos, fearing vengeance for a committed murder. Theoclymenus begged Telemachus to take him upon the ship and carry him to Ithaca. There the kindred of the killed would not pursue him. Telemachus agreed and took Theoclymenus upon the ship. Swiftly the ship pushed off and raced, driven by a favorable wind, into the open sea. At this time Odysseus was still with Eumaeus. In the morning Odysseus wished to go to collect alms in the city. He even thought to beg the suitors to take him into service. But Eumaeus tried to persuade him not to do this, having told Odysseus how riotous and cruel the suitors were. Then Odysseus began to question about his father Laertes and his wife Penelope. All Eumaeus told him, not suspecting that he was telling this not to a wanderer, but to Odysseus himself. At last Odysseus begged Eumaeus to tell him how Eumaeus himself had come to Ithaca. Gladly Eumaeus agreed and told Odysseus that he himself was by birth from the island of Syria and the son of King Ctesias. Once Phoenician merchants had arrived at the island. They had persuaded a slave woman of his father, also by birth a Phoenician, to steal him from his father, having promised for this to return her to the homeland. The slave woman agreed. Secretly she led him from the palace and took him to the ship of the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians sailed into the sea, directing themselves to the shores of Phoenicia. 6 days they sailed. On the 7th day the goddess Artemis struck with her arrow the traitorous slave woman. The Phoenicians, however, having put into Ithaca, sold the little Eumaeus to Laertes. Attentively Odysseus listened to the tale of Eumaeus. It was already late night when Eumaeus finished his tale. Odysseus and Eumaeus lay down to sleep, but short was their sleep. Soon the morning dawn glowed in the sky, and they had to leave their couch. On this morning Telemachus also arrived at Ithaca. He put in at a hidden place to the shore, as Athena had commanded him, descended from the ship, begged his friend Piraeus to shelter for a time Theoclymenus, and already prepared to go to Eumaeus. Suddenly over them a hawk appeared with a dove in its claws. Theoclymenus took Telemachus by the hand and quietly said to him, "This is a happy sign, Telemachus. There is no more powerful race in Ithaca than your race. Forever you will rule over all Ithaca." Telemachus rejoiced at this prophecy. He sent his companions upon the ship into the city harbor, and himself, joyful, went to the swineherd Eumaeus. Telemachus comes to Eumaeus. Odysseus and Telemachus. Early Odysseus and Eumaeus awoke. They prepared breakfast for themselves and began to strengthen their strength with food. Suddenly the dogs of Eumaeus flung themselves with merry barking to meet the approaching Telemachus and began to caress him. Odysseus heard the steps. At once, at the entrance to the dwelling of Eumaeus, Telemachus himself also appeared. The swineherd Eumaeus leapt up to meet him. He embraced the entering Telemachus and, shedding tears of joy, began to kiss him. So glad was Eumaeus of the return of Telemachus as a father is glad of the return of an only son after a long separation. Odysseus rose. He wished to yield his place to the entering son. Tenderly Telemachus turned to him and said, "Sit, wanderer, do not trouble yourself. Eumaeus will prepare a place for me where to sit." Eumaeus hastily prepared a seat for Telemachus and offered him food and wine. During the meal, Telemachus asked Eumaeus whence this wanderer was, who had brought him to Ithaca. Eumaeus told him that fictitious history which he himself had heard from Odysseus, and begged him to receive the wanderer in his house. But Telemachus could not promise to do this. How could he, still so young, cope with the riotous throng of suitors? He could only promise to send the wanderer a new garment and a sword as a gift, and to help him return to the homeland. Odysseus pitied Telemachus, and began, as if knowing nothing, to question him about the rioting of the suitors, and to ask whether the people of Ithaca and his kindred were hostilely disposed toward him. Better to be killed in one's own house, having tried by force to drive out the riotous suitors, than to endure insults and see the plundering of one's property. With such words, Odysseus ended his questions. But what could Telemachus answer to this? He could only say how difficult it was for him, the only son, to struggle with the riotous throng of suitors, who were, moreover, plotting to kill him. Telemachus even feared to inform Penelope of his return. He sent Eumaeus into the city and commanded him secretly to transmit to his mother that he had returned, so that the suitors might not learn of this. To inform the elder Laertes, who also was terribly anxious about the fate of his grandson, Penelope was, too, having sent to him one of the faithful slave women. Hastily, Eumaeus went to fulfill the commission of Telemachus. No sooner had he gone out than before Odysseus, invisible to Telemachus, the goddess Athena Pallas appeared. She called Odysseus from the hut, and there, by the enclosure of the courtyard, restored to him his former form, having touched him with a wand, and commanded him to reveal himself to Telemachus. When Odysseus returned into the hut, with wonder Telemachus looked upon him. He thought that one of the immortal gods had appeared to him, so fair and majestic was Odysseus. "O wanderer," Telemachus cried out, "in another form you appear to me now. You are one of the immortal gods. Have mercy upon us. Great sacrifices we will offer you." "No, I am not a god," Odysseus answered. "I am your father, Odysseus, for whose sake you have endured insults from the riotous suitors." With love, Odysseus embraced his son and with tears kissed him. But Telemachus could not at once believe that indeed his father had at last returned to the homeland. For only just now he had seen him in the form of an old, unhappy wanderer. How could he change so? Can a mortal work such wonders? Doubt seized Telemachus. Odysseus, however, scattered this doubt, saying that the goddess Athena had turned him into a wanderer. She also had restored to him his true form. Then Telemachus believed that before him stood his father. He embraced his father. Tears of joy poured from their eyes. At last, when the first joy of the meeting had passed, Telemachus asked his father how he had returned to the homeland, who had brought him to Ithaca upon a swift ship. Odysseus told his son how the Phaeacians had brought him, how he had hidden the gifts of the Phaeacians in a deep cave, and how the goddess Athena had met him and sent him to Eumaeus. Odysseus began to question Telemachus about the suitors. He burned with indignation and wished to avenge them for all the insults. Was this possible? For the suitors were many. From all sides they had gathered. There were 116 of them. Could two, Odysseus and Telemachus, enter into open battle with such a throng? But Odysseus had mighty helpers with whom mortals cannot struggle, however many of them there may be. These helpers are Zeus the Thunderer and his daughter Athena Pallas. Hoping for their help, Odysseus resolved thus to act. Telemachus was to go into the city to the suitors, and after him he himself would come, under the guise of a beggar wanderer, with Eumaeus, as if to collect alms. However the suitors might insult him, Odysseus would endure all. Then, at a given sign, Telemachus was to carry out the weapons, leaving only weapons for himself and for his father. The main thing, however, was necessary to keep in deep secrecy the return of Odysseus, so that no one might know of this, even Penelope, for not all the slaves and slave women had preserved fidelity to Odysseus. Long Odysseus conferred with Telemachus. At this time, the ship of Telemachus also arrived in the city. His companions at once sent a messenger to Penelope to inform her of the return of her son. With this messenger, by the very palace of Odysseus, Eumaeus met. Together they entered to Penelope. Loudly the messenger announced to Penelope the return of her son. Eumaeus, however, bending toward her, quietly transmitted all that Telemachus had commissioned him. Penelope rejoiced that again her son was with her. Swiftly the news of the return of Telemachus reached also the suitors. They were frightened. All the suitors gathered upon the square and began to confer what they should do. Antinous began to advise to kill Telemachus, for he was their only obstacle. But Amphinomus did not agree to this. He feared to anger Zeus and advised first to question the gods. If the gods gave a favorable sign, then he was ready himself to kill Telemachus. If not, then he did not advise the others either to raise hands against Telemachus. The suitors agreed with Amphinomus and went into the palace of Odysseus. The herald Medon informed Penelope what the suitors were plotting. She came out to them and bitterly reproached them for their craft. Especially, however, Penelope reproached Antinous, whose father Odysseus had once saved from the anger of the people. Eurymachus began to calm Penelope. He said that the suitors would never raise hands against Telemachus. But although Eurymachus said this, he himself thought only of how to destroy Telemachus. Meanwhile, Eumaeus returned to his hut. The goddess Athena again turned Odysseus into a wanderer, so that Eumaeus might not recognize him. The swineherd told what he had seen in the city and began to prepare supper for all. Having been satisfied, all lay down to sleep. Odysseus comes under the guise of a wanderer into his palace. On the following day, no sooner had the edge of the sky been colored with the bright purple of dawn, Telemachus set out for the city. Going away, he commanded Eumaeus to escort the wanderer into the city so that he might there collect alms. Having come home, Telemachus first met his old nurse Euryclea. Unspeakably she rejoiced seeing the entering Telemachus, and with weeping embraced him. All the slave women came out to meet the son of Odysseus. Learning of the return of her son, Penelope also came out to meet him. She embraced her son and began to question him about what he had learned during his journey. But Telemachus began to tell her nothing. He hastened to go to the city square to bring Theoclymenus into his house. When Telemachus came to the city square, the suitors in a throng surrounded him. Each of them hastened to wish him something good. In the depth of the heart, however, they plotted destruction for Telemachus. Soon Theoclymenus also came to the square with Piraeus, who had sheltered him for a time while Telemachus was not in the city. At once Telemachus invited Theoclymenus to himself into the house and left with him. At home, having washed in fair marble baths, Telemachus with Theoclymenus sat down to a meal. Penelope came out to them and sat by their table with her work. Telemachus told his mother of his journey to Pelias and Sparta. Penelope was grieved that Telemachus had learned nothing of his father. But Theoclymenus began to calm her. He assured her that Odysseus was already in Ithaca, that he was surely hiding somewhere in order more surely to prepare destruction for the suitors. Theoclymenus said that if Odysseus had not returned to Ithaca, the gods would not have sent signs upon the return of Telemachus. During the conversation of Penelope with Telemachus and Theoclymenus, the suitors amused themselves in the courtyard with the throwing of the discus and the spear. Soon, the herdsmen drove goats and sheep for the feast of the suitors. In a crowd, the suitors entered the house of Odysseus and occupied themselves with preparations for the feast. The herald Medon summoned them into the feasting hall. Meanwhile, Odysseus with Eumaeus slowly went in the direction of the city. Leaning upon a staff, Odysseus walked under the guise of a feeble beggar. They were already not far from the city, when by a spring from which the inhabitants of the city took water, the goatherd Melanthius met them. Seeing Eumaeus with the wanderer, the insolent Melanthius began to mock them and cried out, "Here, one scoundrel is leading another. Where are you, foolish Eumaeus, leading this beggar? Look, The suitors will break his ribs if he only dares to show himself in the house of Odysseus." Having cried this, Melanthius strongly struck Odysseus with his foot, but Odysseus did not even move from this blow. With difficulty he restrained himself so as not to kill the insolent one, having struck his head against the earth. Eumaeus began to threaten Melanthius that it would go ill with him when Odysseus returned. But Melanthius roughly answered that in vain he hoped for the return of Odysseus, that soon Telemachus also would be killed by the suitors, and Eumaeus himself sold to some foreigners. With these threats, Melanthius left. Slowly, Eumaeus with Odysseus continued their path. At last they approached the palace of Odysseus. From there the sounds of the cithara and singing floated. The feast of the suitors was in full swing. Eumaeus and Odysseus, loudly conversing with one another, entered the courtyard. There, upon a heap of dung by the very gates, lay the old dog of Odysseus, Argus. No sooner had he heard the voice of his master than he pricked up his ears. The faithful Argus scented his lord, wagged his tail, and wished to rise to fling himself to meet him, but was already not able to move. Abandoned by all, old, he was dying. Odysseus also recognized his faithful Argus. A tear rolled from his eyes. More quickly he wiped the tear with his hand so that Eumaeus might not notice it. Argus stirred and died. 20 years he had awaited his master and at once recognized him, even under the guise of a beggar. Eumaeus entered the feasting hall first and sat by Telemachus. After Eumaeus, Odysseus also entered. He did not go to the guests, but sat by the very entrance, leaning against the door. At once Telemachus took bread and meat, commanded them to be carried to Odysseus, and to tell him that he should boldly go to the guests to beg alms. Odysseus rose and began to go around all the guests. All gave to him, only one refused, Antinous. But Odysseus began insistently to beg alms also from him. The cruel, rough Antinous grew angry and drove Odysseus from himself. Odysseus withdrew from him, saying, "Yes, I see that your mind is not so good as your face, if you grudge to give me even a crust of bread, and that too another's." Antinous flared with anger. He seized a stool with all his strength, threw it at Odysseus, and struck him in the back. But Odysseus did not even stagger from the strong blow. He stood as if an immovable rock. Only sternly he shook his head, sat again by the very door, and said, "It is no misfortune if someone endures blows, defending his property. If only the goddesses of vengeance, the Erinyes, protect also beggars, then instead of marriage, Antinous awaits here death." Still more Antinous grew angry hearing the words of Odysseus, but the suitors began to reproach him for the fact that he had insulted a wanderer who had come into the house, for it had happened more than once that, under the guise of wanderers, the immortal gods also came to men. Bitter it was also for Telemachus to see how Antinous had insulted his father, but, remembering the agreement, he restrained his anger. Penelope also learned how Antinous had insulted the unhappy wanderer. Still more she hated the bold Antinous. Having called Eumaeus to herself, she questioned him about the wanderer, and when she learned that Odysseus had once been a guest of the father of the wanderer, she cried out, "Oh, I believe that Odysseus and Telemachus will cruelly avenge the suitors when Odysseus returns." No sooner had Penelope said this than Telemachus loudly sneezed. Penelope rejoiced at this sign. Now she was sure that sooner or later the suitors would perish by the hand of her husband. She commanded Eumaeus to bring the wanderer to her so that she might question him about Odysseus. But Odysseus refused at once to go to Penelope. He begged to wait until evening, not wishing to irritate the suitors still more. Penelope agreed to wait. The feast of the suitors became ever more and more noisy. Night came. Eumaeus had long since gone home. The suitors still did not disperse. Suddenly at the doors one beggar appeared, known throughout Ithaca as a glutton and a drunkard. They called him Iris. Seeing the wanderer at the doors, Iris began to drive him. Odysseus, however, did not leave. Then Eris began to threaten him that he would beat him if he did not at once leave. A quarrel began. Antinous heard it and, wishing to provide entertainment for himself and the suitors, resolved to force Iris to fight with the wanderer. To the victor he promised to give as a reward a roasted goat's stomach, and besides this to allow every day to come for alms. The suitors surrounded Iris and Odysseus and urged them to measure their strength. Odysseus agreed to fight with Iris, but first took an oath from the suitors that they would not help Iris. The suitors gave the oath. Then Odysseus took off his rags and girt himself with them. With wonder the suitors looked upon the mighty body of Odysseus, upon his muscular arms, broad chest, and shoulders. Terribly Iris was frightened, but not to fight with Odysseus he already could not, for the slaves seized him, girt him, and set him against Odysseus. From fear Iris scarcely held himself upon his feet. Looking upon him, Odysseus thought to kill him with a blow of the fist or only to knock him down. Odysseus resolved that with a mighty blow he might arouse the suspicion of the suitors. Therefore, when Iris struck him in the shoulder, he in his turn struck him upon the head above the very ear. Iris fell to the floor and howled from pain. Odysseus, however, seized him by the leg and dragged him from the feasting hall into the courtyard. There he set him by the wall near the gates, threw upon his shoulders his torn wallet, and gave him a staff into his hands. Thus Odysseus taught Iris for the fact that he had boldly thought to drive him, the wanderer, from his own house. Very the suitors rejoiced that Odysseus had rid them of the importunate Iris. They merrily congratulated him upon the victory, and one of them, Amphinomus, offered Odysseus a cup of wine and wished that the gods might again send him riches and happiness. Amphinomus was the best of the suitors. Often he restrained the others from rioting and always defended Telemachus. Odysseus knew this and, wishing to save Amphinomus, advised him to leave the throng of suitors and return to his father, for soon Odysseus would return and destruction would then threaten all the suitors. But Amphinomus did not heed the counsel of Odysseus. He himself went to meet his destruction. At this time the goddess Athena Pallas prompted Penelope to come out to the suitors so as still more strongly to kindle in them the desire to enter into marriage with her, and so that Odysseus and Telemachus might still more value her fidelity and love for them. At once Penelope called Eurynome and commanded 2 slave women to be summoned who were to escort her into the feasting hall to the suitors. When Eurynome went out, the goddess Athena plunged Penelope into a brief sleep, and in sleep endowed her with such beauty that she shone like the goddess of love, Aphrodite. The entering slave women awakened Penelope. Penelope rose and went to the suitors. With rapture they looked upon the entering wife of Odysseus. Penelope, however, called Telemachus to herself and reproached him for the fact that he had allowed the unhappy wanderer to be insulted in his house. Submissively, Telemachus heard the reproach of his mother. One of the suitors, Eurymachus, turned to Penelope and began to praise her beauty. Penelope heard him and answered that she no longer had her former beauty. She had lost it since Odysseus had left her. Only then would her beauty return to her if Odysseus returned. She reproached the suitors for the fact that they forced her to enter into a hated marriage with one of them and laid waste the house of Odysseus with their feasts. Not so was it in former times. Then the suitors tried with gifts to incline the bride and did not waste another's property. But the suitors did not heed the reproaches of Penelope. Calmly having heard her, the suitors sent their servants for rich gifts and presented them to Penelope, thinking with gifts to incline her to marriage. Silently, Penelope received the gifts and withdrew with her slave women into her chambers. No sooner had Penelope left than the suitors commanded the slave women to bring 3 large lamps and to kindle fire upon them, so as more brightly to light the feasting hall. The slave women fulfilled the command. Odysseus, however, said to the slave women that they should go to occupy themselves with their work, and he would watch over the lamps. But one of the slave women, Melantho, began to mock him and to revile him. Odysseus threatened the bold Melantho that he would complain of her to Penelope. The slave women were frightened by this threat and hastily left. Odysseus, however, began to watch over the fire upon the lamps. Eurymachus, to amuse the suitors, laughing at Odysseus, said, "I see that some god has sent this wanderer to us, so that it might be lighter for us to feast. The light comes not from the lamps, but from his bald head, upon which there is not a single hair." The suitors laughed, and Eurymachus began still more to mock Odysseus. Calmly, Odysseus answered him, "Eurymachus, great is your arrogance, but you imagine that you are strong only because weak men surround you. Let Odysseus return now to your misfortune, and then this wide door would at once seem narrow to you, so hastily would you fling yourself to flee." Terribly, Eurymachus grew angry. He seized a stool and with a swing threw it at Odysseus. But Odysseus skillfully avoided the blow. The stool struck the arm of a slave who was carrying wine, and with a groan he fell to the floor, having dropped the cup. The suitors raised a noise. They were indignant that constant quarrels had begun at their feast from the moment the wanderer appeared. But Telemachus said that the cause of the quarrels was not this. The cause was that all had grown tipsy, and it was time to end the feast. However vexing it was for the suitors to hear such words of Telemachus, still they were forced to end the feast. Once more they filled the cups with wine, drank, and dispersed to their homes. When all the suitors had dispersed, Odysseus said to Telemachus that now it was necessary to carry all the weapons out of the feasting hall. Telemachus called Euryclea and commanded her to lock all the servant women in their quarters, so that they might not see how the weapons would be carried out, which must be put away so that they might not spoil from the smoke. Euryclea fulfilled the command of Telemachus. Telemachus and Odysseus began to carry out the weapons, and the goddess Athena invisibly shone for them, having kindled her lamp. Telemachus wondered, seeing how the light from the invisible lamp spread everywhere, and asked Odysseus whence this light was. But Odysseus forbade his son to question. He feared that Telemachus might anger the goddess with his questions. Having put away all the weapons, Odysseus went into the chambers of Penelope. She, with impatience, awaited the wanderer so as to question him about Odysseus. Telemachus, however, went into his chambers and calmly fell asleep. Odysseus and Penelope. When Telemachus had gone to sleep, into the feasting hall with her slave women Penelope came. The slave women set for their mistress by the hearth a chair of ivory finished with silver, and themselves began to clear the table at which the suitors had feasted. The slave woman Melantho again began to revile Odysseus, to drive him from the house, and to threaten him that she would throw a hot brand at him if he did not leave. Gloomily Odysseus looked upon her and said, "Why are you angry with me? True, I am a beggar. Such a lot has fallen to me. But there was a time when I also was rich. But of all I was deprived by the will of Zeus. Perhaps you also will soon be deprived of beauty, and your mistress will hate you. Look, Odysseus will return, and you will have to answer for your boldness. If he does not return, then Telemachus is at home. He knows how the slave women behave. Nothing is hidden from him." Penelope also heard the words of Odysseus and angrily said to Melantho, "You are angry withal, like a chained dog. Look, I know how you behave. You will have to pay with your head for your behavior. Do you not know that I myself called this wanderer here?" Penelope commanded a chair to be set by the hearth for Odysseus and, when he sat by her, began to question him about Odysseus. The wanderer told her that once he himself had received Odysseus as a guest upon Crete when he, overtaken by a storm, had put in to the shores of Crete upon the way to Troy. Penelope wept, hearing that the wanderer had seen Odysseus 20 years before. Wishing to verify whether he spoke truth, Penelope asked him how Odysseus had been dressed. Nothing was easier for the wanderer than to describe his own clothing. With the minutest details he described it, and then Penelope believed him. The wanderer, however, began to assure her that Odysseus was alive, that recently he had been in the land of the Thesprotians, and from there had gone to Dodona to question there the oracle of Zeus. "Soon Odysseus will return," the wanderer said. "Before the year ends, before the new moon still comes, Odysseus will return." Gladly would Penelope have believed him, but she could not. For so many years she had awaited Odysseus, and he still did not return. Penelope commanded the slave women to prepare for the wanderer a soft couch. Odysseus thanked her and begged that the aged Euryclea first wash his feet. Euryclea gladly agreed to wash the feet of the wanderer. He, both in stature and in all his appearance, and even in voice, reminded her of Odysseus, whom she herself had once nursed. Euryclea brought water in a bronze basin and bent to wash the feet of the wanderer. Suddenly the scar upon his leg struck her eyes. Well she knew this scar. Once a boar had inflicted a deep wound upon Odysseus when he hunted with the sons of Autolycus upon the slopes of Parnassus. By this scar Euryclea recognized Odysseus. From astonishment she overturned the basin with water. Tears clouded her eyes, and with a voice trembling from joy she said, "Odysseus, is it you, my dear child? How did I not recognize you earlier?" Euryclea wished to tell also Penelope that her husband had at last returned, but Odysseus hastily covered her mouth with his hand and quietly said, "Yes, I am Odysseus, whom you nursed. But be silent, do not betray my secret, otherwise you will destroy me. Beware of informing anyone of my return. To a severe punishment I will subject you, and will not spare you, although you are my nurse, when I punish the slave women for their offenses, if they learn from you that I have returned." Euryclea swore to keep the secret. Rejoicing at the return of Odysseus, she brought still more water and washed his feet. Penelope did not notice what had happened. Her attention the goddess Athena had taken possession of. When Odysseus sat again by the fire, Penelope began to complain of her bitter fate, and told of a dream which she had recently seen. She had seen as if an eagle had torn to pieces all her snow-white domestic geese, and all the women of Ithaca had mourned them together with her. But suddenly the eagle had flown back, sat upon the roof of the palace, and with a human voice said, "Penelope, this is not a dream, but a sign of what will be fulfilled. The geese are the suitors. I am Odysseus, who will soon return." Odysseus, however, said to Penelope that her dream, as she herself sees, is so clear that it is not worth interpreting. But even such a dream Penelope could not believe. She did not believe that Odysseus would at last return. She said to the wanderer that she had resolved on the following day to test the suitors, to bring out the bow of Odysseus, and to propose to them to string it and to hit a set mark. Him of them who should fulfill this she had resolved to choose as a husband for herself. The wanderer advised Penelope not to postpone this test, and added, "Before any of the suitors strings the bow and hits the mark, Odysseus will return." Thus Penelope conversed with the wanderer, not suspecting that she was speaking with Odysseus. But it was already late. Although Penelope was ready the whole night through to speak with the wanderer, still it was time for her to go to rest. She rose and went into her chamber with all the slave women, and there the goddess Athena plunged her into sweet sleep. Odysseus, however, having arranged for himself a couch of the hide of an ox and of sheepskins, lay upon it, but could not fall asleep. He kept thinking of how to avenge the suitors. The goddess Athena approached his couch. She calmed him, promised her help, and said that already soon all his hardships would end. At last the goddess Athena lulled Odysseus to sleep. But not long he slept. The loud weeping of Penelope awakened him, who was lamenting that the gods did not allow Odysseus to return. Odysseus rose, put away his couch, and, having gone out into the courtyard, began to pray Zeus to send him a good sign in the first words which he should hear that morning. Zeus heeded Odysseus, and a thunderclap rolled across the sky. The first words, however, which Odysseus heard were the words of a slave woman who was grinding flour upon a hand mill. She wished that this might be the last day which, feasting, the suitors would spend in the house of Odysseus. Odysseus rejoiced. Now he knew that Zeus the Thunderer would help him to avenge the suitors. Odysseus slaughters the suitors. In the morning, in a throng, the slave women entered the feasting hall and began to clear it for the feast of the suitors. Euryclea sent the slave women for water, commanded them to wash the floor, to cover the benches with new purple coverings, and to wash the vessels. Soon Telemachus came out of his chambers and, having questioned Euryclea how the wanderer had spent the night, went to the city square. Eumaeus, Philoetius, and Melanthius drove goats, sheep, swine, and a cow for the feast of the suitors. Eumaeus and Philoetius greeted the wanderer amicably, pitying him because he had to wander homeless over the world. Philoetius remembered Odysseus. He pitied his master. Looking upon the wanderer, he thought, was it possible that his lord also was forced to wander homeless in a foreign land? Eumaeus and Philoetius began to pray the gods that they might return Odysseus home. Odysseus wished to comfort his faithful servants and said, turning to Philoetius, "I swear to you by the great Zeus and the sacred hearth in the palace of Odysseus, that you will not yet have time to leave here when Odysseus will return home, and you will see how he will avenge the riotous suitors." But if Eumaeus and Philoetius were amicable with the wanderer, the rough Melanthius began again to insult him and threatened to beat him if he did not leave the house of Odysseus. Nothing did Odysseus say to Melanthius, but only sternly knitted his brows. At last the suitors also began to gather. They had plotted to kill Telemachus, but a sign sent by a god restrained them. The suitors sat at the table, and the feast began. Telemachus set a bench and a table by the doors for Odysseus, and commanded food and wine to be offered him. At the same time the young son of Odysseus said sternly, "Wanderer, sit here and calmly feast with my guests. Know that I will allow no one to insult you. My house is not some tavern where all manner of rabble gathers, but the palace of King Odysseus." Antinous heard the words of Telemachus and boldly cried out, "Friends, let Telemachus threaten us if he wishes. If Zeus had not sent us a dread sign, we would forever have quieted him, and he would no longer be such a hateful babbler." Nothing did Telemachus answer to this threat. Silently, he sat and waited until Odysseus should give him the agreed sign. The goddess Athena, still more excited the rioting of the suitors, so that more strongly the thirst for vengeance might blaze in the breast of Odysseus. Prompted by her, one of the suitors, Ctesippus, cried out, "Hear what I shall say to you. The wanderer has received from Telemachus not a little food and wine. We also must give him something. I have already prepared a morsel for him." With these words, Ctesippus seized an ox foot and with force flung it at Odysseus. Scarcely did he succeed in avoiding the blow. Sternly Telemachus cried to Ctesippus, "Your good fortune that you missed. I would have hit you more accurately with my spear, and your father would have had to prepare for you not a wedding but a funeral. To all of you I say once more that I will not allow guests to be insulted here in my house." Nothing did the suitors answer. Agelaus, however, began to advise them to cease the insult of the wanderer. Suddenly, the goddess Athena excited a mad laughter in the suitors and clouded their reason. Wildly they began to laugh. Their faces grew pale, their eyes were clouded with tears, sorrow lay upon their hearts like a heavy burden. Like wild beasts they began to devour raw meat. The suitors began in their madness to mock Telemachus. But silently Telemachus sat, paying no attention to their mockeries. Penelope heard from her chambers the furious cries of the suitors at the abundant feast. But never had anyone prepared for men such a feast as the goddess Athena and the husband of Penelope prepared for the suitors. At last Penelope rose and went into the storeroom in which the treasures of Odysseus were kept. There she took the taut bow of Odysseus. This bow had once belonged to Eurytus, and the son of Eurytus, Iphitus, had given it to Odysseus. Taking the bow and a quiver full of arrows, Penelope went into the feasting hall. Standing there by a column, she said to the suitors, "Hear me. I have brought you the bow of Odysseus. Who of you shall string this bow and send an arrow so that it flies through 12 rings, him I will marry." Penelope handed the bow of Odysseus to Eumaeus. Bitterly he wept, seeing the bow of his master, and carried it to the suitors. The faithful Pelias also wept. The suitors grew angry with them because they shed tears for Odysseus. Telemachus, however, fixed in the earth poles with rings and leveled them. He first wished to try to string the bow. 3 times he bent it, but could not string the string. He wished to bend it a 4th time, but Odysseus nodded to him with his head, and Telemachus ceased his attempts. The suitors resolved in turn to try to string the taut bow. First Leodes tried, but he could not even a little bend the bow, so taut was it. Antinous then called Melanthius, and commanded him to bring fat to anoint the bow. Antinous thought that the bow anointed with fat would more easily bend. But vain were the attempts of the suitors. None of them could string the string. At this time, Eumaeus and Pelias went out of the hall. After them, Odysseus also went. In the courtyard he stopped the faithful servants and revealed to them who he was, showing the scar upon his leg from the wound inflicted by the boar. Eumaeus and Pelias rejoiced and began to cover with kisses his hands and feet. Odysseus calmed them. He commanded Eumaeus at the moment when he should take the bow to go to Euryclea and tell her to lock the servant women and let them out nowhere. To Pelias, Odysseus commanded to lock the gates more firmly. Having given these orders, Odysseus returned into the feasting hall and calmly sat in his place by the doors. When Odysseus returned, Eurymachus, having anointed the bow with fat, warmed it over the fire. Having heated the bow, Eurymachus tried to bend it, but could not. Seeing that all their attempts were vain, the suitors resolved to leave the bow and to try to bend it on the following day, and now better to continue the feast. Then Odysseus suddenly turned to the suitors with a request to allow him to try to string the bow. The suitors, hearing this request, began to mock him. In secret, however, they feared that the wanderer would put them to shame. Penelope, however, began to insist that nevertheless the bow be given to the wanderer. Telemachus interrupted her. He begged his mother to go into her chambers, and to Eumaeus he commanded to hand the bow to Odysseus. The suitors raised a furious cry when Eumaeus carried the bow. Eumaeus was frightened, but Telemachus sternly cried at him and commanded him to carry the bow to the wanderer. Having handed the bow to Odysseus, Eumaeus hastily went to Euryclea and transmitted to her the command of Odysseus. Pelias, however, firmly locked the gates. Odysseus took his bow and began carefully to examine it, so a singer examines his cithara, preparing to begin a song. Without the slightest difficulty, Odysseus bent his bow and strung the string. Then he tried with his finger whether it was taut. Dreadfully the string rang. The suitors grew pale. A clap of thunder rolled from the sky. Zeus gave a sign to Odysseus. Joy filled his heart. Odysseus took an arrow and, without rising from his place, sent it at the mark. Through all 12 rings the arrow flew. Turning to Telemachus, Odysseus cried out, "Telemachus, your guest has not put you to shame. You have seen that I did not labor long stringing the bow. No, my strength is still whole. Now we will prepare a new entertainment for the suitors. Now another cithara will sound at our feast." Odysseus gave a sign to Telemachus, knitting his brows. Telemachus girt himself with a sword and, taking a spear in his hands, stood beside Odysseus, armed with shining bronze. Odysseus threw off his rags, stood upon the threshold in the very doors, poured the arrows from the quiver upon the floor at his feet, and cried to the suitors, "At the first mark, one hit successfully. Now I have chosen a new mark, at which no one has yet sent an arrow. The far shooter Apollo will help me hit it." Having thus cried out, Odysseus sent an arrow at Antinous. The arrow struck him in the throat and pierced him through just at the moment when Antinous was preparing to drink a cup of wine. Antinous staggered. Pouring with blood, he pushed the table, overturned it, and fell dead. The suitors leapt up with a cry. They flung themselves to the weapons which earlier had hung upon the walls, but there were no weapons. Odysseus once more sternly cried to them, "Ah, contemptible dogs! You thought that I would not return, that you would plunder with impunity? No, now destruction awaits you all." In vain Eurymachus begged Odysseus to spare them, to accept from them a rich payment for all that the suitors had plundered, but Odysseus wished to hear nothing. He all burned with the thirst for vengeance. The suitors understood that they would have to defend themselves. They bared their swords and tried to protect themselves from the arrows of Odysseus with the tables. Eurymachus flung himself with a sword in his hands upon Odysseus, but an arrow pierced his breast, and dead he fell upon the floor. Amphinomus flung himself upon Odysseus, but Telemachus struck him with a spear. Having killed Amphinomus, Telemachus ran for weapons. He brought from the storeroom 4 helmets, 4 shields, and 8 spears for Odysseus, himself, Eumaeus, and Philoetius. Odysseus, however, while Telemachus went for weapons, sent arrow after arrow at the suitors. Each arrow sent carried destruction to someone of the suitors. One after another they fell dead upon the floor. But here Telemachus came with the weapons. Odysseus armed himself, and beside him stood, brandishing spears, Telemachus, Eumaeus, and Philoetius. The traitor Melanthius noticed how Telemachus went for weapons. Secretly he crept into the storeroom and took there 12 shields and spears, for Telemachus, hastening to his father, had forgotten to lock the doors into the storeroom. The suitors also armed themselves. Odysseus was frightened, seeing them suddenly armed. He understood that someone had obtained weapons for them. Fortunately, Eumaeus noticed Melanthius creeping for weapons, and said of this to Odysseus. He commanded Eumaeus and Philoetius to seize Melanthius in the storeroom and lock him there, having bound him more firmly with a rope. Quietly, Eumaeus and Philoetius crept to the storeroom, and when Melanthius was carrying weapons out of it, seized him, threw him to the floor, and, having bent his arms and legs upon his back, bound him. Then they hung him to a ceiling beam in the storeroom and said with a mockery, "Watch the weapons now, Melanthius. We have arranged for you a soft couch. Now you will not sleep through the dawn." Having said this, they seized the weapons and hastened to the aid of Odysseus, who at this time with Telemachus was holding back the onset of the suitors. At this moment, under the guise of Mentor, Athena Pallas appeared to Odysseus. Odysseus began to call Mentor to help. The suitors, however, threatened him with death if he should help Odysseus. Athena grew still more angry with the suitors. Having reproached Odysseus that he was not fighting so bravely with the suitors as he had fought under Troy, she suddenly turned into a swallow, soared upward, and sat upon a beam over the suitors. 3 times the suitors attacked Odysseus, throwing spears at him, Telemachus and the 2 faithful servants, but Athena turned aside the spears of the suitors. Odysseus and his comrades each time struck 4 of the suitors. Philoetius also killed with a blow of a spear the bold Ctesippus and, triumphing, cried out, "Now you will be silent, bold reviler. I have given you a glorious gift for that ox foot with which you so kindly treated Odysseus." One after another, the suitors struck to death fell. Suddenly Athena shook over their heads her terrible aegis. In horror, the suitors began like madmen to rush in all directions. So bulls rush over a pasture, when in summer whole swarms of gadflies sting them. Like falcons striking doves, Odysseus, Telemachus, Eumaeus, and Philoetius slaughtered the suitors. A terrible cry the perishing suitors raised. Nowhere could they hide themselves. Leodes ran up to Odysseus and began to beg him for mercy, but Odysseus did not spare him, and with a blow of the sword cut off his head. Only the singer Phineus, who had sung against his will to the suitors, Odysseus spared at the request of Telemachus, and he also spared the herald Medon, who had hidden under an ox hide. Odysseus commanded Phineus and Medon to go out into the courtyard and wait there for him. Odysseus began to look around whether any one of the suitors still remained, but already all of them were killed. Not one of them was saved. Then Odysseus commanded Euryclea to be summoned. At once she came at the call of her master and saw him, covered with blood, standing among the corpses of the suitors, like a lion that has torn bulls to pieces. Odysseus commanded Euryclea to summon those slave women who had offended by their sympathy with the suitors. Euryclea summoned 12 slave women. They came and with loud weeping began at the command of Odysseus to carry out the corpses of the suitors and to lay them one beside another in the portico of the palace. The slave women carried out the corpses and washed the whole feasting hall, and when they had fulfilled all this, Odysseus commanded them to be put to death. All the offending slave women were hanged, and with death atoned for their crime against Odysseus and Penelope. To a tormenting execution, Odysseus also subjected the traitor Melanthius. Odysseus reveals himself to Penelope. When the slave women and Melanthius had borne the deserved punishment, Odysseus commanded Euryclea to bring purifying incense, and fumigated with it the whole feasting hall. All the slave women of Odysseus gathered. They surrounded their master and kissed his hands and feet, rejoicing at his return. Odysseus himself also wept, seeing again his household. While Odysseus was being greeted by all his household, Euryclea ran into the chambers of Penelope, awakened her and informed her of the joyful news that her husband had at last returned and had avenged the suitors, having killed them all. Penelope did not wish to believe this. She thought that Euryclea was mocking her. Long Euryclea assured her mistress that Odysseus had indeed returned, that wanderer with whom Penelope had so long conversed was Odysseus, that she had recognized him by the scar upon his leg, but he had commanded even from Penelope to keep in secret the news of his return. Despite the persuasions of Euryclea, it seemed incredible to Penelope that Odysseus alone could have killed all the suitors. At last, Penelope agreed to go into the feasting hall. Having come there, she could not at once decide whether to fling herself into the embraces of Odysseus, or first to question him in order finally to be convinced that the wanderer was indeed her husband. Penelope sat beside the wanderer. Attentively, she began to gaze into him. Now it seemed to her that this was Odysseus. Now again she began to doubt. Seeing her hesitations, Telemachus began to reproach her. "O beloved mother," thus Telemachus said, "is it possible that in your breast is a heart like stone? Your husband has at last returned, and you sit and do not utter even a word. Hardly will there be found in the whole world another wife who would meet so ungraciously a husband who has returned to her after a long separation." "My son, you see that from agitation I cannot utter a single word," Penelope answered Telemachus. "If the wanderer is indeed Odysseus, then I have with Odysseus such a secret by revealing which we shall always recognize one another." Odysseus smiled and said to Telemachus, "My son, do not agitate your mother. Having questioned me, she will be convinced that I am Odysseus. It is difficult for her to recognize me in these rags. Now, however, we must decide how for a time to keep in secret the destruction of the suitors from the citizens of the city so that a revolt may not arise. For we have killed the noblest youths, and their kindred will wish to avenge us." Odysseus commanded all the slaves and slave women to begin singing and merry dancing to the sounds of the cithara of Pelias, so that all might think that a festival was being celebrated in the palace. At once they fulfilled his command, and indeed all those passing by the palace thought that in it a wedding feast of Penelope with one of the suitors was being celebrated. Odysseus, however, having washed and put on rich garments, entered again into the hall and sat opposite Penelope. Divine beauty Athena endowed him with. Odysseus, to convince Penelope, resolved to reveal to her one secret known only to the two of them. Having called Euryclea, he commanded her to prepare a couch for himself. Penelope, however, said to Euryclea, "Well, prepare a couch for him, Euryclea, but only not in that bedchamber which Odysseus himself built. Bring out from the bedchamber the rich bed, and upon it prepare the couch." "O Queen," Odysseus cried out, "who then can move from its place that bed which I myself made? For you know that it is made of a vast stump of an olive tree that grew by the palace. I myself cut it down, and, having surrounded it with a wall, made from the stump a bed, then I adorned it with gold and silver and ivory. But perhaps during my absence someone has sawn the stump and moved the bed." Now Penelope knew that before her was Odysseus. Only the two of them knew the secret of how the bed was arranged. Penelope sobbed, flung herself into the embraces of Odysseus, and tenderly began to kiss him. Weeping, Odysseus embraced his faithful wife, pressed her to his heart, and covered her with kisses. So a swimmer saved from a storm, cast upon the shore, kisses the earth. Long Odysseus and Penelope wept, having embraced one another. So the morning dawn would have found them if the goddess Athena had not lengthened the night and forbidden the goddess of dawn, rosy-fingered Eos, to fly up into the sky. Odysseus and Penelope left the feasting hall and went into their bedchamber. Telemachus, however, commanded the slaves and slave women to cease the singing and dancing, and the whole palace sank into sleep. Only Odysseus and Penelope did not sleep. Odysseus told her of his adventures, and greedily the faithful Penelope attended to him. She also told her husband of all that she had had to endure from the suitors during his absence. The souls of the suitors in the realm of Hades. The god Hermes summoned the souls of the suitors from their corpses with his golden wand, with which he both closes with sleep the eyes of men and drives away sleep. With a pitiful cry the souls flew after the god. The cry was like the squeaking of bats rushing in fright about a dark cave when one of them falls, having torn away from the stone upon which it hung. In a file, the souls of the suitors raced after Hermes along the gloomy path. He led them ever farther past the waters of the hoary Oceanus, past the gates of the god of the sun Helios, past the land where the gods of sleep live, past the rock of Lucus. At last they reached a meadow overgrown with asphodel. There the souls of the dead dwelt. First, the soul of the great Achilles met the souls of the suitors. Beside it walked the shades of Patroclus, Antilochus, and Ajax the Telamonian. The souls of the suitors surrounded them. The shade of King Agamemnon also flew here. Among the throng of the souls of the suitors, the shade of Agamemnon recognized the soul of Amphimedon, with whom Agamemnon had been received as a guest in Ithaca when he came there to call Odysseus to the campaign under Troy. The shade of Agamemnon asked the soul of Amphimedon, "Tell me, why have you come in such a throng into this realm of darkness? Have you perished during a storm, or have enemies killed you when you were plundering their houses and carrying off their property?" The shade of Amphimedon told how they had wooed Penelope, thinking that Odysseus would not return. But Penelope was faithful to Odysseus. She would not even hear of marriage. Odysseus at last returned and cruelly avenged them for the rioting in his house and for the plundering of his property. The soul of Agamemnon rejoiced learning that Odysseus had happily overcome all dangers and cried out, "Oh, how happy you are, beloved Odysseus! Great will be the glory of your faithful wife, Penelope. They will sing of her in songs, and forever the memory of her will live. Other was my fate. My wife betrayed me. A terrible memory of her will be preserved forever among men." Odysseus with Laertes. Early in the morning, having armed themselves with shining armor, shields, and spears, Odysseus, Telemachus, Eumaeus, and Philoetius went to Laertes. To Penelope, however, Odysseus commanded nowhere to go out of the palace, for he knew that the news of the destruction of the suitors would swiftly spread through the city. Covered with a thick cloud, Odysseus and his companions swiftly passed the city and went out into the field. Soon they came to the house of Laertes, in which he lived with his slaves and an old servant woman. Odysseus sent his companions into the house and commanded them to prepare a meal, and himself went into the garden to seek Laertes. Odysseus found his aged father at work. He was digging about a young tree. All the clothing of Laertes was in patches. Upon his feet were sandals. His head was covered with a cap of worn goatskin, and upon his hands were mittens. Seeing his father, Odysseus wept. He pitied the old man when he saw him dressed like a beggar. Odysseus hesitated how to act, whether at once to reveal himself to his father, or first to conceal who he was and to see whether his father would recognize him. At last, Odysseus resolved to act thus. He approached his father and, pretending that he did not know him, began to speak with him as with a simple workman, and to question him to whom the garden belonged and what the name of the master was. Odysseus told of himself a fictitious history, giving himself out as a foreigner, and added, "Once I received Odysseus as a guest in my house. With rich gifts I presented him. Now I have come to use his hospitality. Tell me, have I indeed arrived at the island of Ithaca?" A large tear rolled from the eyes of the elder Laertes, and he answered, "Foreigner, you are indeed upon Ithaca, but you will not meet Odysseus here. Evil men have taken possession of his house. Odysseus has surely perished. I am his father. But tell me, who are you? Whence have you come?" Odysseus again called himself by a fictitious name, and again spoke of Odysseus, saying that already 5 years had passed from the day when he had received Odysseus at his house. Hearing this, Laertes was grieved. With both hands he took earth, sprinkled it upon his head, and loudly groaned from unbearable sorrow. Odysseus could no longer look upon the sorrow of his father. He flung himself to him, enclosed him in his embraces, and cried out, "Father, I am your Odysseus. By the will of the gods I have returned to Ithaca. Weep no more. I have already avenged the suitors who are laying waste my house." Not at once did Laertes believe. He demanded proof that indeed before him stood his son. Then Odysseus showed him the scar from the wound upon his leg, and enumerated all the fruit trees which Laertes had given him still in childhood. The old man wept from joy, embraced Odysseus, and cried out, "O great father Zeus! There are still gods upon bright Olympus, if the evildoers have atoned with death for their guilt. But I fear that all the inhabitants of Ithaca will come here to avenge the death of their kindred." But Odysseus calmed his father, and led him into the house where a meal was already prepared. There Laertes washed and dressed in clean new garments, and the goddess Athena made him more vigorous and younger. Merrily all sat down to the meal. At this time, the old slave Dolius returned with his sons. Entering the house, in astonishment he stopped seeing a guest at the meal, and suddenly recognized in him Odysseus. He flung himself to him and began to kiss the hands and feet of Odysseus, calling upon him with joy the blessing of the gods. Merry was the meal in the house of the elder Laertes. The uprising of the citizens and their reconciliation with Odysseus. Meanwhile, the rumor spread through the city that all the suitors had been killed by the returning Odysseus. With a cry of indignation, the kindred of the suitors with all the people ran to the palace of Odysseus and carried out the killed. Then they gathered upon the city square and began to discuss how they should act. The father of Antinous, the old Eupeithes, began to excite the whole people to rise against Odysseus and to avenge him for the destruction of the suitors. Only the singer Phemius and the herald Medon tried to persuade the citizens not to raise hands against Odysseus, for they themselves had seen that the gods were on the side of Odysseus. The suitors, however, had perished by the will of Zeus. The seer Halitherses also came forward in defense of Odysseus. He reminded the citizens how he himself and Mentor had advised them not to allow the suitors to riot in the house of Odysseus. The citizens themselves were now at fault. Better to submit to Odysseus so as not to bring upon themselves still greater trouble. A part of the citizens heeded Halitherses. A part, however, headed by Eupeithes, flung themselves for weapons. The goddess Athena saw all this from high Olympus and asked Zeus the Thunderer, "Father Zeus, tell me what you have resolved. Will you now excite a great battle, or will you establish peace between the hostile ones?" "My dear daughter," Zeus answered Athena, "for you yourself resolved that Odysseus must avenge the suitors. He has avenged, and had the right to do so. Odysseus will be king of Ithaca. We will consign to forgetfulness the death of the suitors. As before, love will reign in Ithaca. There will be riches and peace." Thus Zeus said. At once, Athena raced to Ithaca. The citizens, in a great throng, were already approaching the house of Laertes. One of the sons of Dolius saw them. All those in the house armed themselves. Even the elders Laertes and Dolius armed themselves. They went out of the house into the courtyard. Under the guise of Mentor, the goddess Athena appeared to Odysseus. He rejoiced, recognizing the goddess, and, turning to Telemachus, said, "My son! Now prove that you remember that you come of a glorious race, glorious throughout the earth for its valor." "Beloved father," Telemachus cried out, "you will see that I will not put to shame your glorious race." Laertes also heard these words. Joy filled his heart, and he cried out, "Oh, what a day you send me, gods! How glad I am! My son and grandson dispute as to who is braver." Athena approached Laertes and commanded him, without aiming, to throw a spear at the enemies, having called to aid the goddess Athena and father Zeus. Laertes brandished the spear and threw it. The spear pierced the bronze helmet of Eupeithes, shattered his skull, and dead he fell to the earth. Odysseus with Telemachus flung themselves upon the enemies. All the citizens of Ithaca would have perished if the goddess Athena had not sternly cried, "Cease the battle, citizens of Ithaca. More quickly disperse without shedding blood." A strong horror seized all the citizens of Ithaca. The weapons fell from their hands, and they fell to the earth, hearing the cry of the goddess. Coming to themselves, the citizens turned to flight, saving their lives. Loudly crying out, Odysseus rushed to pursue the fleeing. But Zeus threw his lightning, and it, flashing, fell to the earth before Athena. The goddess restrained Odysseus, saying, "Godlike son of Laertes, curb your heart. Refrain from bloody battle, so that Zeus the Thunderer may not grow angry with you." Odysseus rejoiced and stopped. He did not pursue the fleeing citizens of Ithaca. Soon Athena Pallas, taking the form of Mentor, established a firm peace between the people and King Odysseus, sealed by their mutual oath. Agamemnon and his son Orestes. The death of Agamemnon. Agamemnon, setting out upon the campaign under Troy, promised his wife Clytemnestra to let her know at once when Troy should fall and the bloody war should be ended. The servants sent by him were to kindle fires upon the summits of mountains. Such a signal, being transmitted from one mountain summit to another, could soon reach his palace, and Clytemnestra earlier than others would learn of the fall of great Troy. 9 years the siege of Troy lasted. The last, 10th year came, in which, as had been prophesied, it was to fall. Clytemnestra could now every day receive news of the fall of Troy, and that her husband Agamemnon was returning. So that the return of her husband might not take her unawares, Clytemnestra every night sent a slave upon the roof of the high palace. There, without closing his eyes the whole night, the slave stood, fixing his eyes into the night darkness. Both in warm summer nights and during thunderstorm and storm, and in winter when the limbs grow stiff from cold and snow falls, the slave stood at night upon the roof. Days followed days, and obedient to the will of the queen, the slave every night awaited the agreed signal. Clytemnestra also awaited it. But not in order with rejoicing to meet her husband. No, she had forgotten him for another, for Aegisthus, and was plotting destruction for King Agamemnon on that day when he should return to the homeland with the glory of a victor. It was a dark night. Already the east began a little to grow pale. Morning was approaching. Suddenly the slave saw a bright fire upon a distant mountain summit. This was the long-desired signal. Great Troy had fallen. Soon Agamemnon would return home. The slave rejoiced. Now his burdensome night watch was ended. He hastened to Clytemnestra and informed her of the joyful news. But was it joyful for Clytemnestra? So that not even a shadow of suspicion might fall upon her, Clytemnestra made a pretense that she also rejoiced at the news, and, having summoned the slave women, went to offer a thanksgiving sacrifice to the gods. In the depth of her heart, however, the crafty Clytemnestra was plotting destruction for Agamemnon. The inhabitants of the city also gathered by the palace of Agamemnon. Swiftly the news reached them also that at last great Troy had fallen. The elders wished to meet Agamemnon by the palace, although sometimes doubt seized them whether their king would indeed soon return. These doubts a messenger who arrived scattered. He announced that Agamemnon was already not far. Again Clytemnestra pretended to be rejoiced. She hastened into the palace as if to prepare all for the meeting, but not for the meeting of her husband was she preparing, but for his murder. At last in the distance upon a chariot, Agamemnon himself appeared at the head of his victorious army. Adorned with flowers and greenery the warriors walked, and after them they brought innumerable booty and a multitude of captive women. Beside the king upon the chariot sat the sorrowful daughter of Priam, the prophetic Cassandra. With loud cries the people met the king. Clytemnestra also came out to meet him. She commanded the whole path to the palace to be strewn with purple fabrics. As if a god she was meeting Agamemnon. He even feared that he would anger the gods if he accepted such honors. Having taken off his sandals, Agamemnon went into the palace. After him walked the crafty Clytemnestra, telling him how she had awaited him, how she had suffered in separation from him. But at the entrance into the palace, the wife of Agamemnon stopped and cried out, "Zeus, Zeus, fulfill my prayer, help me to accomplish what I have plotted." With these words, Clytemnestra entered the palace. Silently the citizens thronged by the palace of Agamemnon. A heavy presentiment of great trouble oppressed them, and they did not disperse. Suddenly from the palace the terrible death cry of Agamemnon was heard. Clytemnestra had killed Agamemnon when he was coming out of the bath. She had thrown upon him a wide, long covering, in which he became entangled as in a net, and could not defend himself. With 3 blows of an axe, Clytemnestra killed her husband. With an axe stained with blood in her hands, in clothing sprinkled with blood, Clytemnestra came out to the people. Horror seized all the citizens at her crime. She, however, prided herself upon it as if she had accomplished a great deed. But little by little remorse also begins to seize her. It frightens her that she will have to suffer for this murder. It frightens her that an inexorable avenger for Agamemnon will appear. Aegisthus came out of the palace. He had already clothed himself in royal garments and taken the scepter of the king into his hand. Terrible indignation seized the people. They would have torn Aegisthus to pieces if Clytemnestra had not protected him. Little by little, the citizens, oppressed by the destruction of Agamemnon, began to disperse. Aegisthus with Clytemnestra, however, went into the palace, triumphing that they had seized power, having committed a great crime. But it was not destined for them by fate to escape vengeance, and a cruel punishment threatened them for their crime. The inexorable destiny promised it to them. Orestes avenges the murder of his father. Many years passed from the day of the destruction of Agamemnon. Once to his tomb, which was by the very palace, 2 youths in the garments of wanderers approached. One of them, about 18 years of age in appearance, was girt with a sword. The other, a little older, held 2 spears in his hand. The younger of the youths approached the tomb, cut a lock of hair from his head, and laid it upon the tomb. This was the son of Agamemnon, Orestes, saved on the day of the destruction of Agamemnon by his nurse, and reared far from the homeland by the king of Colchis, Strophius. With him was his friend, the son of Strophius, Pelias. No sooner had Orestes offered his sacrifice to his father than at the doors of the palace slave women in black garments appeared. They were going to the tomb of Agamemnon. Among them was also the daughter of the killed king, Electra. She was dressed, as all the slave women, in black clothing. Her hair was cut. The daughter of the king did not differ from the remaining slave women. Orestes and Pylades hastily hid by the tomb and began to watch what the slave women would do. They, having approached the tomb, raised a loud lament, and 3 times went around the tomb. Clytemnestra had sent the slave women, for at night she had seen an ominous dream and feared that the soul of Agamemnon would grow angry with her. The slave women were to propitiate her, but they hated Clytemnestra for the murder of Agamemnon and for the fact that she oppressed them. and she oppressed them because all of them were captive Trojan women, and looking upon them she remembered her killed husband. Instead of praying the shade of Agamemnon to be merciful, Electra, by the counsel of the slave women, began to call the vengeance of the gods upon the head of Clytemnestra. But otherwise she could not act. With all the strength of her soul, Electra hated her mother murderess. When the sacrifice had been performed and the slave women already prepared to leave, Electra suddenly saw upon the tomb a lock of hair. By its resemblance to her own hair, she had once guessed that these were the hairs of Orestes. She took up the lock of hair and pondered. Why had Orestes himself not come? Why had he sent only a lock of his hair? Here, quietly, Orestes approached his sister and called her. Electra did not at once recognize Orestes, for she had seen him only as a little child. But Orestes showed his sister a garment woven by her for him. Electra rejoiced. Orestes told her that he had come here by the will of the god Apollo, who in Delphi had commanded him to avenge his mother and Aegisthus for the death of his father. Madness Apollo threatened Orestes with, if he did not fulfill his command. Orestes begged his sister to be more cautious and to tell no one that he had arrived in the native city. When Electra withdrew into the palace, after some time Orestes with Pylades knocked at the gates. They said to the servant who came out to them that they needed to see Clytemnestra in order to inform her of important news. The servant called her from the palace, and Orestes said to her that the king of Colchis had begged him to transmit to her that Orestes had died, and the king did not know what to do with his body. Clytemnestra rejoiced at this news. Now he had died who could avenge her for the murder of her husband. Clytemnestra informed also Aegisthus, who was in the city, of the death of Orestes, and he hastened more quickly into the palace, without even taking with him his warriors who everywhere protected him. To certain destruction Aegisthus hastened. No sooner had he entered the palace than he fell, pierced by the sword of Orestes. In horror, one of the slaves flung himself to Clytemnestra and began to call her to help. She understood that the retribution for the crime awaited her. Suddenly Orestes entered to her with a blood-stained sword. Falling at the feet of Orestes, Clytemnestra began to beg him to spare her, for she was his mother who had nourished him with her breast. Orestes could not spare his mother. He had to fulfill the will of Apollo. He seized his mother by the hand and drew her there where the corpse of Aegisthus lay, and there killed her. Thus Orestes avenged his father. In horror, the people began to gather by the doors of the palace, learning of the destruction of Clytemnestra and Aegisthus. In none of the citizens did even a drop of pity for the hated by all tyrant Aegisthus and the crafty Clytemnestra awaken. The doors of the palace opened, and all saw the blood-stained corpses of Aegisthus and Clytemnestra, and over them stood Orestes. Orestes felt himself right, having committed this murder, for he was fulfilling the will of Apollo, avenging the death of his father. But suddenly, before Orestes, the inexorable goddesses of vengeance, the Erinyes, appeared. About their heads poisonous snakes coiled, their eyes flashed with terrible anger. Orestes trembled at the sight of them. He felt how little by little his reason was being clouded. He left the palace and, driven by the Erinyes, went to the sanctuary of Apollo in Delphi, hoping that the god whose will he had fulfilled would protect him. Apollo and Athena Pallas save Orestes from the pursuit of the Erinyes. Driven by the vengeful Erinyes, exhausted by wanderings and sorrow, Orestes at last came to sacred Delphi and sat there in the temple of Apollo by the Omphalos. Even into the temple of Apollo the terrible goddesses followed him, but there the far-shooting god lulled them to sleep, and their terrible eyes closed with sleep. Apollo, however, secretly from the Erinyes, appeared to Orestes and commanded him to go to Athens, and there to beg protection from the ancient image of the goddess Athena Pallas. The god promised his help to the unhappy Orestes, and as a guide gave him his brother, the god Hermes. Orestes rose, quietly went out of the temple and went with Hermes to Athens. No sooner had he left than from the earth the shade of Clytemnestra rose in the temple of Apollo. Seeing the sleeping Erinyes, she began to awaken them and to reproach them for the fact that they had ceased to pursue the murderer who had shed the blood of his mother. She urged them more quickly to pursue the hidden Orestes and not to give him a moment of rest. But with a deep, heavy sleep, the Erinyes slept. In sleep they groaned, at times crying out as if pursuing a murderer fleeing from them. At last, with great difficulty, one of the Erinyes awoke and awakened the others. Into a fury the Erinyes fell, seeing that Orestes had hidden. They began to reproach Apollo for the fact that he had torn the murderer from their hands, but Apollo, threatening with his bow, drove them from his temple. Full of furious anger, in a disordered throng, the goddesses raced upon the tracks of Orestes. Orestes meanwhile came to Athens, and there sat by the statue of the goddess Athena, embracing it with his arms. Soon the Erinyes arrived. Everywhere they sought Orestes. In terrible anger, the goddesses of vengeance were ready to tear the unhappy one to pieces, but they did not dare to insult the sacred image of Athena. The goddess Athena heard the dread cries of the Erinyes and appeared before them, shining with her armor. Sternly the Erinyes demanded that the goddess give Orestes into their power. To terrible torments they wished to subject Orestes for the murder of his mother. Orestes, however, begged the goddess to protect him. He reminded Athena Pallas of his father Agamemnon, of how he had perished by the hand of the crafty Clytemnestra. Had Orestes of his own will avenged his mother? For he was fulfilling the command of Apollo. Orestes begged Athena that she herself judge him. Athena heeded the prayers of Orestes. To decide his case, she chose from the Athenian elders a court. This court, the Areopagus, from this time was always to exist in Athens and to gather upon that hill where once the Amazons had encamped when they attacked Theseus. This hill from that time was called the Hill of Ares, for to him the Amazons offered a sacrifice. The judges chosen by Athena gathered. 2 urns were brought into which the judges were to drop pebbles during the voting, and the trial began. In it as a judge, the goddess Athena also took part. Around the people thronged, wishing to hear how the judges would decide the case. The Erinyes accused Orestes and sternly demanded that he be condemned. To defend Orestes, the god Apollo himself appeared. Calmly, Apollo began to speak in defense of Orestes. He justified his act, for Orestes was avenging Clytemnestra for a terrible crime, the murder of a husband, the great hero King Agamemnon. And, finally, Orestes was fulfilling his will. The judges heard the accusers and the defender and proceeded to the voting. It was resolved that if an equal number of votes should be given for the accusation and the acquittal of Orestes, then he would be acquitted. When the votes of the judges were counted, an equal number of acquitting and accusing votes appeared. An equal number of votes for the accusation and the acquittal appeared because for Orestes Athena gave her vote, saying that she voted for him because she had no mother, but only a father, the god Zeus. Thus Orestes was acquitted, and the Erinyes had to cease their pursuit. Into a terrible anger the Erinyes fell. The court was depriving them of their ancient rights to punish criminals with terrible torments. The Erinyes threatened that they would lay waste all Attica and plunge it into a sea of troubles. But Athena softened the anger of the goddesses. She persuaded them forever to remain in Attica in a sacred cave, where all the Athenians would render them great honors. The dread goddesses agreed. With great solemnity, the citizens led them at the head with Athena and her priests into their sanctuary, a cave at the foot of the Hill of Ares. From that time, the Erinyes became the protectresses of all Attica, and they began to call them the Eumenides. Orestes goes to the land of the Taurians for the sacred image of Artemis. Orestes did not free himself from the pursuit of the Erinyes. Not all of them submitted to the decision of the Areopagus. Some of them, as before, pursued Orestes, giving him no rest by day or by night. At last, exhausted by sufferings, Orestes again fled to Delphi into the sanctuary of Apollo. There Apollo commanded him to go to the distant land of the Taurians and to bring from there the sacred image of the goddess Artemis. A dangerous deed this was. The tribe of the Taurians, who lived in the land of the Taurians, offered as a sacrifice before this image all foreigners who arrived to them. Such a lot could overtake Orestes also. Nevertheless, Orestes set out upon the distant path. At whatever cost, Orestes wished to free himself from the pursuit of the Erinyes. After a happy voyage, he arrived with his friend Pylades in the land of the Taurians, and, having hidden his ship among the coastal cliffs, went to the temple of Artemis. Orestes did not suspect that the priestess in this temple was his sister Iphigenia, whom once the Greeks had wished to offer as a sacrifice to the goddess Artemis. Orestes and Pylades did not dare by day to steal the image of Artemis, and began to await the coming of night. But herdsmen saw them, attacked them, and after a long struggle bound them and led them to the king. The king resolved that both of them must be offered as a sacrifice to Artemis. In the morning they led them bound into the temple. Iphigenia, suspecting nothing, was to kill with her own hand her brother. At night she had seen a dread dream that from an earthquake the palace of her father had been destroyed, and only one column remained from which fair locks descended. She, however, washed to the column as if preparing to offer it as a sacrifice. Iphigenia decided that her brother Orestes had perished, and she decided to offer a sacrifice in honor of the dead brother. During the sacrifice, the servants of the king led to her the bound Orestes and Pylades. She began to question them who they were and whence. Learning that they were Greeks, she asked them of the fate of Agamemnon and of her brother Orestes. Little joyful could Orestes and Pylades tell. At last, Iphigenia decided to offer only one of the youths as a sacrifice. The other she would send with a letter to Orestes in Greece, so that Orestes might know that his sister Iphigenia was alive. Only then was it revealed that brother and sister had met. Orestes and Iphigenia rejoiced at their meeting. But how were they to be saved? How to flee from the land of the Taurians? Iphigenia decided to resort to deceit. She announced to the king of the Taurians that the statue of Artemis had been defiled, and that it was necessary to wash in the sea both it and the sacrifices to the goddess, the two foreigners. The king of the Taurians agreed to this. In a solemn procession, Iphigenia with the attendants of the temple went to the shore of the sea, to that place where the ship of Orestes was hidden. The attendants carried the image of Artemis, and the servants of the king led the bound Orestes and Pylades. Having come to the shore of the sea, Iphigenia commanded the servants of the king to withdraw, for they were not to see the secret rites of the washing. When the servants left, Iphigenia freed her brother and his faithful friend and hastened with them to the ship. Suspicious it seemed to the servants of the king that the rite lasted so long. They went to the shore and, to their astonishment, saw there a ship upon which Orestes wished to carry off Iphigenia. The servants of the king flung themselves upon Orestes to take from him their priestess. A battle began, but Orestes and Pylades put the royal servants to flight. Orestes with Iphigenia and his companions mounted the ship. The rowers sat at the oars and went out into the open sea. But it was not destined for them so easily to leave the land of the Taurians. A terrible storm arose and drove the ship again to the shore. All the Greeks who were upon the ship would have perished, falling into the power of the king of the Taurians, if the goddess Athena Pallas had not come to their aid. She, appearing to the king of the Taurians, commanded him to release to Greece not only Iphigenia, her brother and all their companions, but even all the attendants of the temple of Artemis. The king submitted to the will of the goddess. Now Iphigenia could return to the homeland from which once the goddess Artemis had carried her to the Taurians. Happy was the return voyage of Orestes. Having returned to the homeland, he killed the son of Aegisthus, Aletes, who had seized the throne in his absence. To his faithful friend Pylades, who had been ready to die for him in the land of the Taurians under the sacrificial knife of Iphigenia, Orestes gave as a wife his sister Electra. Iphigenia, however, became a priestess of the goddess Artemis in a temple built upon the shore of the sea in Attica, not far from Athens. Theban cycle. Oedipus, his childhood, youth, and return to Thebes. The king of Thebes, the son of Cadmus, Polydorus, and his wife Nyctius, had a son Labdacus, who inherited the power over Thebes. The son and successor of Labdacus was Laius. Once Laius visited King Pelops, and long was a guest with him in Pisa. With black ingratitude, Laius repaid Pelops for his hospitality. Laius carried off the young son of Pelops, Chrysippus, and took him to himself in Thebes. The angry and sorrowful father cursed Laius, and in his curse wished that the gods might punish the abductor of his son by having his own son destroy him. Thus the father of Chrysippus cursed Laius, and this curse of the father was to be fulfilled. Having returned to seven-gated Thebes, Laius married the daughter of Menencius, Jocasta. Long Laius lived calmly in Thebes, and only one thing troubled him: he had no children. At last, Laius resolved to set out for Delphi, and there to question the god Apollo about the cause of his childlessness. A dread answer the priestess of Apollo, the Pythia, gave Laius. She said, "Son of Labdacus, the gods will fulfill your desire. You will have a son, but no, you will perish by the hand of your son. The curse of Pelops will be fulfilled." Horror seized Laius. Long he pondered how to avoid the command of inexorable fate. At last he resolved that he would kill his son as soon as he was born. Soon indeed, a son was born to Laius. The cruel father bound the legs of the newborn son with thongs, having pierced his feet with sharp iron, called a slave and commanded him to cast the infant in the forest on the slopes of Cithaeron, so that their wild beasts might tear him to pieces. But the slave did not fulfill the command of Laius. He pitied the child and secretly handed the little boy to a slave of the Corinthian king Polybus. This slave just at that time was pasturing the flock of his master on the slopes of Cithaeron. The slave carried the boy to King Polybus, and he, being childless, resolved to rear him as his heir. King Polybus named the boy Oedipus because of his feet swollen from the wounds. Thus Oedipus grew up with Polybus and his wife Merope, who called him their son, and Oedipus himself considered them his parents. But once, when Oedipus had already grown and become a man, at a feast one of his friends, having grown tipsy, called him a foundling, which struck Oedipus. Doubts crept into his soul. He went to Polybus and Merope and long tried to persuade them to reveal to him the secret of his birth. But neither Polybus nor Merope said anything to him. Then Oedipus resolved to set out for Delphi and there to learn the secret of his birth. As a simple wanderer, Oedipus set out for Delphi. Having arrived there, he questioned the oracle. The radiant Apollo answered him through the lips of the prophetess the Pythia. "Oedipus, terrible is your fate. You will kill your father, marry your own mother, and from this marriage children will be born cursed by the gods and hated by all men." Horror seized Oedipus. How to avoid the evil fate, how to avoid the murder of his father and marriage with his mother, for the oracle had not named his parents to him. Oedipus resolved not to return any more to Corinth. What if Polybus and Merope were his parents? Would he become the murderer of Polybus and the husband of Merope? Oedipus resolved to remain an eternal wanderer without race, without tribe, without fatherland. But is it possible to avoid the command of fate? Oedipus did not know that the more he would try to avoid his fate, the more surely he would go along that path which fate had appointed for him. A homeless wanderer, Oedipus left Delphi. He did not know where to go and chose the first road that came to hand. This was the road that led to Thebes. On this road, at the foot of Parnassus where three paths met, in a narrow gorge, Oedipus met a chariot in which a gray, majestic-looking elder was riding. A herald drove the chariot, and after it followed servants. The herald roughly called to Oedipus, commanded him to leave the path, and raised a whip against him. The angered Oedipus struck the herald and already wished to pass by the chariot when suddenly the elder brandished a staff and struck Oedipus on the head. Oedipus grew furious. In anger, he struck the elder with his staff so strongly that the elder fell dead on his back to the earth. Oedipus flung himself upon the attendants and killed them all. Only one slave succeeded in secretly hiding himself. Thus the command of fate was fulfilled. Oedipus killed, without knowing it, his father Laius. For this elder was Laius. He was going to Delphi to question Apollo how to free Thebes from the bloodthirsty Sphinx. Oedipus calmly went farther. He considered himself guiltless of the murder, for he had not attacked first. He had defended himself. Ever farther and farther, Oedipus went along the path he had chosen, and came at last to Thebes. Great dejection reigned in Thebes. 2 troubles had struck the city of Cadmus. The terrible Sphinx, the offspring of Typhon and Echidna, had settled near Thebes on Mount Sphyngion and demanded ever new and new victims, and here still a slave brought the news that King Laius had been killed by some unknown person. Seeing the grief of the citizens, Oedipus resolved to free them from the trouble. He resolved himself to go to the Sphinx. The Sphinx was a terrible monster with the head of a woman, with the body of a vast lion, with paws armed with sharp lion's claws and with vast wings. The gods resolved that the Sphinx would remain by Thebes until someone solved its riddle. This riddle the Muses had told the Sphinx. All travelers who passed by the Sphinx forced to solve this riddle, but no one could guess it, and all perished by a tormenting death in the iron embraces of the clawed paws of the Sphinx. Many valiant Thebans tried to save Thebes from the Sphinx, but all of them perished. Oedipus came to the Sphinx. It offered him its riddle. "Tell me, who walks in the morning on 4 legs, by day on 2, and in the evening on 3? None of all the beings living on the earth changes so as he. When he walks on 4 legs, then he has less strength, and moves more slowly than at other times." Not for a single moment did Oedipus ponder, and at once answered, "This is man." When he is small, when it is still only the morning of his life, he is weak and slowly crawls on all 4s. By day, that is in mature age, he walks on 2 legs, and in the evening, that is in old age, he becomes feeble and, needing support, takes a staff. Then he walks on 3 legs. Thus Oedipus solved the riddle of the Sphinx. And the Sphinx, having flapped its wings, flung itself from the cliff into the sea. It had been resolved by the gods that the Sphinx must perish if anyone solved its riddle. Thus Oedipus freed Thebes from the disaster. When Oedipus returned to Thebes, the Thebans proclaimed him king, for still earlier it had been decided by Creon, who ruled in place of the killed Laius, that the king of Thebes should be he who saved them from the Sphinx. Having become king in Thebes, Oedipus married the widow of Laius, Jocasta, and had from her 2 daughters, Antigone and Ismene, and 2 sons, Eteocles and Polynices. Thus the second command of fate was also fulfilled. Oedipus became the husband of his own mother, and from her his children were born. Oedipus in Thebes. Proclaimed by the people king, Oedipus wisely reigned in Thebes. Long nothing disturbed the calm of Thebes and of the royal family. But fate promised misfortunes to Oedipus. And here a great disaster overtook Thebes. The far-shooting god Apollo sent upon Thebes a terrible disease. It destroyed the citizens, both old and young. Thebes became, as it were, a vast cemetery. Corpses unburied lay in the streets and squares. Cries and groans resounded everywhere. Everywhere the weeping of wives and mothers was heard. Not only the terrible disease raged in Thebes, hunger also reigned in them, for the fields gave no harvest, and in the flocks a terrible pestilence raged. It seemed that the last days of the city of the great Cadmus had come. In vain the citizens offered sacrifices to the gods and prayed them for salvation. The gods did not hear the prayers. The disaster grew ever stronger. In a throng, the citizens came to their king Oedipus to beg him to help them, to teach them how to free themselves from the disasters that threatened destruction. For once, Oedipus had helped the citizens to free themselves from the Sphinx. Oedipus himself suffered for Thebes and his race. He had already sent the brother of Jocasta, Creon, to Delphi to question Apollo how to free themselves from the disasters. Soon Creon was to return. With impatience, Oedipus awaited him. Here Creon also returned. He brought the answer of the oracle. Apollo commanded to drive out him who by his crime had brought this disaster upon Thebes. The citizens, by exile or even by the execution of the murderer, must pay for the shed blood of King Laius. But how to find the murderer of Laius? For he had been killed on the way, and all his companions had been killed, with the exception of only one slave. At whatever cost, Oedipus resolved to find the murderer, whoever he might be, wherever he might hide, even if in his own palace, even if the murderer were a person close to him. Oedipus summons the whole people to an assembly to take counsel how to find the murderer. The people point to the seer Tiresias, who alone can help. They bring the blind seer Tiresias. Oedipus begs him to name the murderer of Lycus. What can the seer answer him? Yes, he knows the murderer, but he cannot name him. Oh, release me to go home. For both of us, it will be easier to bear that burden which fate has laid upon us, says Tiresias. But Oedipus demands an answer. Wretch, you do not wish to answer, Oedipus cried out. By your stubbornness you can anger even a stone. Long Tiresias persists. Long he does not wish to name the murderer. But at last, yielding to the angry words of Oedipus, he says, You yourself, Oedipus, have defiled this land by the fact that you rule in it. You yourself are that murderer whom you seek. Without knowing it, you married her who is dearest of all to each of us. You married your mother. Terribly, Oedipus grew angry with Tiresias when he heard these words. He calls the seer a liar. He threatens him with execution. He says that Creon inspired him to say this in order to seize his kingdom. Calmly, with full consciousness that he has spoken the truth, Tiresias hears the angry speeches of the king. He knows that Oedipus, although sighted, still does not see all the evil which he, without wishing it, commits. Oedipus does not see where he lives. He does not see that he himself is his own enemy and the enemy of his family. No threats frighten Tiresias. Boldly he says to Oedipus that the murderer is here before him. Although the murderer came as a foreigner to Thebes, in reality he is a native Theban. An evil fate will overtake the murderer. From sighted he will become blind, from a rich man a poor man. He will leave Thebes into exile, having lost all. With horror, the citizens attended to Tiresias. They knew that never had a lie defiled his lips. Oedipus, however, full of anger, blames Creon for the fact that he taught Tiresias to speak thus. He sees Creon in the striving to seize power over Thebes. Jocasta also comes. Oedipus tells her all that Tiresias said and accuses her brother of an evil design. He questions Jocasta about how Laius was killed, and about how the only son of Laius was cast in the forest on the slopes of Cithaeron. All Jocasta tells him. The first doubts creep into the soul of Oedipus. A heavy presentiment of something terrible compresses his heart. O Zeus, Oedipus cried out, to what have you resolved to doom me? Oh, was it possible that not I was sighted, but the blind Tiresias? Oedipus also asks about the slave who was saved, where he is, whether he is alive, and learns that this slave pastures flocks on the slope of Cithaeron. At once, Oedipus sends for him. He wishes to learn the whole truth, however terrible it may be. No sooner had they sent for the slave than from Corinth a messenger comes. He brings the news of the death of King Polybus, who has died of illness. That means Polybus was not struck by the hand of a son. If Oedipus is the son of Polybus, then, but the command of fate has not been fulfilled, for Oedipus is destined to kill his father. But perhaps Oedipus is not the son of Polybus. Oedipus hopes that he has avoided that which fate promised him. But the messenger destroys this hope. He says to Oedipus that Polybus is not his father, that he himself brought him to the king of Corinth as a little child. A herdsman of King Laius gave him to him. With horror, Oedipus listens to the messenger. Ever clearer and clearer the terrible truth becomes. But here is the herdsman also. At first he wishes to say nothing, he wishes to hide all. But with a terrible punishment, Oedipus threatens the herdsman if he hides the truth. In fear, the herdsman confesses that the boy whom he once gave to the messenger was the son of Laius, whom the father doomed to death. He, however, pitied the unhappy child. How Oedipus would have wished then to die as an innocent child, how he laments the herdsman, because he did not allow him to perish as an infant, for now all is clear to Oedipus. He already knows from the tales of Jocasta of the death of Laius, he knows that he himself killed his father, and from the words of the herdsman it has become clear to him that he is the own son of Laius and Jocasta. The command of fate has been fulfilled, however much Oedipus tried to avoid this. In despair, Oedipus goes into the palace. He is the murderer of his father, the husband of his mother. His children are at the same time both his children and his brothers, on the side of their mother. In the palace, a new blow awaits Oedipus. Jocasta could not endure all the horror that had opened before her. She ended her life, having hanged herself in the bedchamber. Driven mad by grief, Oedipus tore the clasps from the clothing of Jocasta and with their points put out his eyes. He did not wish any more to see the light of the sun. He did not wish to see his children, to see native Thebes. Now for him all has perished. There can be no more joy in his life. Oedipus begs Creon to drive him from Thebes and asks only one thing, to care for his children. The death of Oedipus. Not at once did Creon drive Oedipus from Thebes. For some time he lived in the palace, having withdrawn from all, having given himself entirely to his grief. But the Thebans feared that the presence of Oedipus in Thebes would bring the anger of the gods upon the whole land. They demanded the immediate exile of the blind Oedipus. The sons of Oedipus, Eteocles and Polynices, also did not oppose this decision. They themselves wished to rule in Thebes. The Thebans drove out Oedipus, and his sons divided the power with Creon. Blind, feeble Oedipus went into exile to a foreign land. Inevitable destruction would have overtaken him, helpless, if his daughter, the noble, strong in spirit Antigone, had not resolved to devote herself entirely to her father. She followed Oedipus into exile. Led by Antigone, the unhappy elder passed from land to land. Carefully Antigone led him through mountains and dark forests, sharing with him all the hardships, all the dangers of the difficult path. After long wanderings, Oedipus came at last to Attica, to the city of Athens. Antigone did not know where she had led her father. Not far the walls and towers of the city were visible, illuminated by the rays of the sun that had just risen. Near it a laurel grove was green, all entwined with ivy and grapevines. In the grove here and there olives shone with silvery green. From the grove the sweet singing of nightingales floated. Loudly murmuring, streams flowed through the green valley. Everywhere the stars of narcissus whitened and the fragrant saffron yellowed. In the green grove, under the shade of a laurel, the much-suffering Oedipus sat upon a stone, and Antigone wished to go to learn what manner of place this was. A countryman was passing by. He said to Oedipus that this was Colchis, a place near Athens, that the grove in which Oedipus was sitting was dedicated to the Eumenides, and the whole region around was dedicated to Poseidon and the Titan Prometheus. The city, however, which was visible from the grove, was Athens, where the great hero Theseus, the son of Eugeus, ruled. Hearing this, Oedipus began to beg the countryman to send someone to King Theseus, for he wished to render him great help if Theseus would agree to give him shelter for a time. It was difficult for the countryman to believe that a weak and, moreover, blind elder could render help to the mighty king of Athens. Full of doubts, the countryman went to Colchis to tell there of the blind elder sitting in the sacred grove of the Eumenides and promising great help to Theseus himself. Oedipus, however, learning that he was in the sacred grove of the Eumenides, understood that already near was his last hour, the end of all his sufferings. Long ago, Apollo had prophesied to him that after long wanderings full of hardships, he would die in the sacred grove of the great goddesses, and that he who would give him shelter would receive a great reward, and those who would drive him out would be cruelly punished by the gods. Now Oedipus understood that the great goddesses were the Eumenides, who had pursued him so inexorably all his life. Oedipus believes that now for him also rest will come. Meanwhile, the citizens of Colchis hasten to the grove of the Eumenides to learn who has dared to enter it, when the citizens themselves do not even dare to pronounce the name of the dread goddesses, do not dare to cast a glance at their sanctuary. Oedipus no sooner heard the voices of the men of Colchis than he begged Antigone to lead him into the depth of the grove. But when the men of Colchis began to call him a defiler of the grove, he came out and to the question of the men of Colchis named himself. Horror seized them. Before them was Oedipus. Who in Greece did not know his terrible fate? Who did not know those crimes of which the unhappy son of Laius was the involuntary cause? No, the men of Colchis cannot allow Oedipus to remain here. They fear the anger of the gods. They listen neither to the requests of Oedipus nor to the requests of Antigone, and demand that the blind elder immediately leave the neighborhood of Colchis. Will Oedipus not find shelter even in Athens, in those Athens which everywhere in Greece are famed as a holy city, giving protection to all who beg for protection? For Oedipus has come here not of his own will, for his coming is to bring good to the citizens. At last, Oedipus begs the citizens to wait, at least until the coming of Theseus. Let the king of Athens decide whether Oedipus may remain here or must be driven out from here also. The citizens agreed to wait for the coming of Theseus. At this time in the distance a chariot appears. Upon it some woman in a wide-brimmed Thessalian hat covering her face is riding. Antigone looks intently, and it seems to her that this woman is her sister Ismene. Ever nearer the chariot. Still more intently Antigone looks and indeed recognizes Ismene. Father, Antigone says, I see, here your daughter Ismene is riding. Now you will hear her voice. Having driven up to Oedipus, Ismene descended from the chariot and flung herself into the embraces of her father. Father, my unhappy father, Ismene cried out. At last again I embrace you and Antigone. Oedipus is glad of the arrival of Ismene. Now with him are his daughters, his faithful companion and helper, Antigone and Ismene, who never forgot her father and constantly sent him news from Thebes. Ismene, however, sought Oedipus to transmit to him the most sorrowful news. The sons of Oedipus at first ruled together in Thebes. But the younger son, Oedipus, seized power alone and drove from Thebes the elder brother, Polynices. Then Polynices set out for Argos, and there found help for himself. Now he is going with an army against Thebes, either to seize power or to fall in battle. Ismene also tells that the oracle in Delphi prophesied victory to him on whose side Oedipus would be. Ismene is sure that soon Creon, who rules together with Eteocles, must appear here in order by force to seize Oedipus. Oedipus does not wish to be on the side of either the one or the other son. He is angry with the sons because they set the striving for power higher than the duty of children to a father. He does not wish to help the sons who uttered not a word against his exile from Thebes. No, they will not receive with the help of their father power over Thebes. Oedipus will remain here. He will be the protector of Athens. The citizens of Colchis advise Oedipus to offer propitiatory sacrifices to the Eumenides if he has resolved to remain forever in Athens. Oedipus begs that someone bring these sacrifices, for he himself, feeble and blind, is not able to do this. Ismene undertakes to bring the sacrifices and goes into the grove of the Eumenides. No sooner had Ismene left than Theseus with his retinue comes to the grove of the Eumenides. He graciously greets Oedipus and promises him protection. Theseus knows how heavy is the lot of a foreigner. He knows how many hardships fall to his share. He himself has experienced all the heaviness of life in a foreign land and therefore cannot refuse protection to the unhappy wanderer Oedipus. Oedipus thanks Theseus and promises him his protection. He says that his tomb will always be a faithful protection of the Athenians. But it was not destined for Oedipus at once to find rest for himself. When Theseus left, from Thebes with a small detachment, Creon comes. He wishes to seize Oedipus in order to secure for himself and Eteocles' victory over Polynices and his allies. Creon tries to persuade Oedipus to go with him. He convinces him to go to Thebes and promises him that there he will live calmly in the circle of his kindred, surrounded by their cares. But the decision of Oedipus is inflexible, and he does not believe Creon. Oedipus knows what forces Creon to persuade him to return to Thebes. No, he will not go with them. He will not put victory into the hands of those who condemned him to so many woes. Seeing the inflexibility of Oedipus, Creon begins to threaten him that by force he will compel Oedipus to go with him to Thebes. Oedipus does not fear violence, for he is under the protection of Theseus and of all the Athenians. But Creon maliciously informs the blind, helpless elder that one of his daughters, Ismene, has already been seized. Creon threatens to take also the only support of Oedipus, his self-sacrificing daughter, Antigone. At once, Creon carries out his threat. He orders Antigone to be seized. In vain she calls the Athenians to her aid. In vain she stretches out her hands to her father. She is led away. Now Oedipus is helpless. They have taken from him those eyes that watched over him. He calls the Eumenides to witness. He curses Creon and wishes him to suffer the same fate that he himself has suffered, wishes him too to lose his children. Creon, having once resorted to violence, resolves to act by violence further. He seizes Oedipus and means to lead him away. The citizens of Colonus intercede for Oedipus, but they are few, and it is not in their power to contend with Creon's detachment. Loudly the men of Colonus call for help. At their cry, Theseus hastens with his retinue. Theseus is outraged by Creon's violence. How has he dared to seize Oedipus and his daughters here by the grove of the Eumenides? Does he think that there are few men in Athens? Does he hold Theseus as nothing if he dares by force to carry off those who stand under the protection of Athens? Have they taught him in Thebes to act so unlawfully? No. Theseus knows that in Thebes they will not endure lawlessness. Creon himself disgraces his city and his homeland. Though in years he is an old man, he acts like a mad youth. Theseus demands that the daughters of Oedipus be restored at once. Creon tries to justify his deed before Theseus by saying that he was sure Athens would not give shelter to a father-slayer and to one who had married his own mother. Yet Theseus stands firm in his decision. He demands that Creon restore to Oedipus his daughters, and says that he will not leave until the daughters are again with Oedipus. Creon submits to the demand of Theseus, and soon the elder Oedipus was already embracing his daughters and thanking the magnanimous king of Athens, calling down upon him the blessing of the gods. Theseus says to Oedipus, "Hear me, Oedipus. Here, by the altar of Poseidon, where I was offering sacrifice before the coming of Creon, sits a youth. He wishes to speak with you." "But who is this youth?" asks Oedipus. "I do not know. The youth has come from Argos." "Consider whether you have anyone near to you in Argos," answers Theseus. Hearing this, Oedipus cried out, "Oh, do not ask, Theseus, that I speak with this youth. From your words I have understood that it is my hated son Polynices. His words will bring me only suffering." "But he has come as a suppliant," says Theseus. "You cannot refuse him without angering the gods." Hearing that Polynices is here, Antigone also begs her father to hear him, though he is grievously offended against his father. Oedipus agrees to hear his son, and Theseus goes to fetch him. Polynices comes. Tears are in his eyes. He weeps, seeing his father, blind, in the garments of a beggar, with gray hair streaming in the wind, with the marks of constant hunger and hardship on his face. Only now has Polynices understood how cruelly he has dealt with his own father. Stretching out his hands to his father, he says, Father, speak to me but one word. Do not turn from me. Answer me. Do not leave me without an answer. Sisters, at least you persuade our father not to send me from him without saying a single word to me." Antigone asks her brother to tell their father why he has come. She is sure that Oedipus will not leave his son without an answer. Polynices tells how he was driven from Thebes by his younger brother, how he went to Argos, married there the daughter of Adrastus, and found help for himself to take from his brother the power that belongs to him by right as the elder. "O father," so Polynices continued, "we all who go against Thebes adjure you by your life, by your children, to go with us. We pray you, forget your anger and help us to avenge ourselves on Eteocles, who drove me out and took my homeland from me. For if the oracles speak truth, victory will attend those with whom you shall be. Oh, hear me favorably. By the gods I adjure you, go with me. I will restore you to your native home, and here, in a foreign land, you are a beggar, as much a beggar as I." Oedipus does not listen to his son. Entreaties do not move him. He is needed now by his son Polynices in order to seize Thebes. And earlier, was it not he who drove him from Thebes? Was it not he who made him a wanderer? Was it not thanks to him that Oedipus wears these rags? Both sons forgot their duty to their father. Only the daughters remained faithful to him and always cared for him and honored him. "No, I will not help you cast Thebes into the dust. Before you take Thebes, you yourself shall fall drenched in blood, and with you shall fall also your brother Eteocles," cries Oedipus. "Again I call down a curse upon your heads, that you may remember how a native father must be honored. Flee from here, rejected, having no father any longer. Carry with you my curses. Die then in single combat with your brother. Slay him who drove you out. I call the Eumenides and the god Ares, who stirred up between you this fratricidal strife, that they may punish you. Go then and announce to all your companions what gifts Oedipus has divided equally between his sons." "Oh, woe is me! Oh, I am unhappy," cries Polynices. "Can I transmit my father's answer to my companions? No, in silence must I go to meet my fate." Polynices went away, having failed to win forgiveness and protection from his father. He went away without heeding Antigone's entreaties to return to Argos and not begin a war that threatened destruction to him, to his brother, and to Thebes. Near already was the last hour of Oedipus. Across the clear sky rolled a peal of thunder, and lightning flashed. All who were by the grove of the Eumenides stood struck by this dread sign of Zeus. Here is another stroke of thunder. Again bright lightning flares with fire. All shuddered with fear. Oedipus called his daughters to him and said to them, "O children, call Theseus more quickly. These thunders of Zeus foretell to me that soon I shall descend into the realm of gloomy Hades. Do not delay. Send more quickly for Theseus. Near is my end." No sooner had Oedipus spoken this than, as if confirming his words, peals of thunder sounded again. Hastily Theseus came to the grove of the Eumenides. Hearing his voice, Oedipus said, "Ruler of Athens, my end has come. The thunders and lightnings of Zeus foretell my death, and I wish to die, having fulfilled what I promised you. I myself will lead you to the place where I shall die, but you must reveal to no one where my tomb is. It will protect your city better than a multitude of shields and spears. You yourself will hear what I cannot say here. Keep this secret, and at your own death reveal it to your eldest son, and let him transmit it to his heir. Let us go then, Theseus. Let us go, children. Now I, the blind man, will be your guide, and Hermes and Persephone will lead me." Theseus, Antigone, and Ismene followed Oedipus, and he led them as if he could see. He came to the place where there was a descent into the realm of the shades of the dead, full of darkness, and sat there upon a stone. Prepared for death, Oedipus embraced his daughters and said to them, "Children, from this day you will have no father any longer. Already the god of death, Thanatos, has taken possession of me. No longer will the heavy duty of caring for me lie upon you." With loud weeping, Antigone and Ismene embraced their father. Suddenly from the depths a mysterious voice sounded, more quickly, Oedipus! Why do you delay to go? Too long do you delay." Hearing the mysterious voice, Oedipus called Theseus, placed in his hand the hands of his daughters, and begged Theseus to be their protector. Theseus swore to fulfill the request of Oedipus. Oedipus ordered his daughters to go away. They were not to see what would take place, and were not to hear the secret that Oedipus wished to impart to Theseus. Antigone and Ismene went away. Having gone a little way, they turned to look for the last time upon their father, but he was no longer there. Only Theseus stood alone, covering his eyes with his hands, as if a dreadful vision had appeared to him. Then Antigone and Ismene saw how Theseus knelt and began to pray. So ended the long-suffering life of Oedipus, and no one among mortals knew how he died and where his tomb is. Without a groan, without pain, he passed into the realm of Hades. He passed into it as no one among men passes. 7. Against Thebes. When the blind Oedipus had been driven from Thebes, his sons with Creon divided the power among themselves. Each of them was to rule in turn for a year. Achilles would not share the power with his elder brother Polynices. He drove his brother from seven-gated Thebes and alone seized power over Thebes. Polynices withdrew to Argos, where King Adrastus ruled. King Adrastus was of the race of the Amythian Ides. Once two heroes, the great seer Melampus and Bias, sons of the hero Amythion, married the daughters of King Phrixus. It happened thus. The daughters of Phrixus angered the gods and were punished in that the gods sent madness upon them. In a fit of madness, the daughters of Phrixus imagined that they were cows, and with lowing ran over the surrounding fields and forests. Melampus, who knew the secret of how to heal the daughters of Phrixus, offered to heal them, but for this he demanded that Phrixus give him a third of his dominions. Phrixus would not agree to this. The calamity grew still greater. Other women, too, were infected with madness. Again Phrixus turned to Melampus. Melampus now demanded not 1/3, but 2/3, one for himself and the other for his brother Bias. Phrixus had to agree. Melampus, with a band of youths, set out into the mountains. After a long pursuit, seized all the mad women and the daughters of Phrixus, and healed them. Phrixus gave his daughters in marriage to Melampus and Bias. Melampus had a son Antiphates, Antiphates had Oikles, and Oikles had Amphiaraus. Bias had a son Pelias, and his children were Adrastus and Eriphyle. When the descendants of Melampus and Bias, Adrastus and Amphiaraus, came to manhood, strife broke out between them. Adrastus had to flee to Sicyon to King Polybus. There he married the king's daughter and received power over Sicyon. But a little later, Adrastus returned to his native Argos, was reconciled with Amphiaraus, and gave him his sister Eriphyle in marriage. Adrastus and Amphiaraus swore to one another that Eriphyle should always be the judge in their disputes and that they must obey her decisions without question. Amphiaraus did not think that this decision would be the cause of the destruction of himself and of his race. Late at night, Polynices came to the palace of King Adrastus, hoping to find protection and help with him. At the palace, Polynices met the son of Aeneas, the hero Tydeus, who, having killed in his homeland his uncle and his cousins, had fled also to Argos. Between the two heroes, a most fierce quarrel arose. Untamed Tydeus, who could endure no contradiction from anyone, seized his weapons. Polynices also, covering himself with his shield, drew his sword. The heroes rushed upon one another. Loudly their swords rang upon their bronze-bound shields. Like two raging lions, the heroes fought in the darkness. Adrastus heard the noise of the combat and came out of the palace. How astonished he was when he saw two youths fighting each other with fury. One of them, Polynices, was covered over his armor with a lion's skin. The other, Tydeus, with the skin of a huge boar. Adrastus remembered the prophecy given him by the oracle, that he must give his daughters in marriage to a lion and a boar. Hastily he parted the heroes and led them as guests into his palace. Soon King Adrastus gave his daughters, one Dipyle to Polynices, the other Argia to Tydeus. Having become the sons-in-law of Adrastus, Polynices and Tydeus began to beg him to restore them to power in their homelands. Adrastus agreed to help them. He set only the condition that Amphiaraus also, the mighty warrior and great seer, should take part in the expedition. It was resolved to move first of all against seven-gated Thebes. Amphiaraus refused to take part in this expedition, for he knew that the heroes were undertaking this campaign against the will of the gods. He, the favorite of Zeus and Apollo, did not wish to anger the gods by violating their will. However much Tydeus urged Amphiaraus, he stood firm in his decision. Untamed wrath blazed up in Tydeus. The heroes would have become enemies forever if Adrastus had not reconciled them. In order nevertheless to force Amphiaraus to take part in the expedition, Polynices resolved to resort to cunning. He resolved to win Eriphyle to his side, so that by her decision she might compel Amphiaraus to go against Thebes. Knowing the greed of Eriphyle, Polynices promised to give her the precious necklace of Harmonia, wife of the first king of Thebes, Cadmus. Eriphyle was tempted by the precious gift and decided that her husband must take part in the expedition. Amphiaraus could not refuse, for he himself had once sworn that he would obey all the decisions of Eriphyle. Thus Eriphyle sent her husband to certain death, tempted by the precious necklace. She did not know that great woes come with the necklace to him who possesses it. Many heroes agreed to take part in this expedition. In it took part the mighty descendants of Proetus, Capaneus, strong as a god, and Eteoclus, the son of the famous Arcadian huntress Atalanta, the young and fair Parthenopaeus, the glorious Hippomedon, and many other heroes. Polynices turned also to Mycenae for help. Already the ruler of Mycenae had agreed to take part in the expedition, but the great thunderer Zeus held him back by his dread signs. Still, a great army was gathered. 7 leaders led the army against Thebes, and at the head of all stood Adrastus. To destruction the heroes went. They did not listen to the admonitions of the seer Amphiaraus, who begged them not to begin this expedition. They all burned with but one desire, to fight beneath the walls of Thebes. The army set out upon the campaign. Amphiaraus too took leave of his family. He embraced his daughters, embraced his sons, the still youthful Alcmaeon and little Amphilochus, who was yet in the arms of his nurse. Before his departure, Amphiaraus adjured his son Alcmaeon to avenge his mother, who had sent his father to destruction. Full of sorrow, Amphiaraus mounted his chariot. He knew that he was seeing his children for the last time. Standing upon the chariot, Amphiaraus, turning to his wife Eriphyle, threatened her with his naked sword and cursed her for having condemned him to death. Safely the army reached Nemea. There the warriors, tormented by thirst, began to seek water. Nowhere could they find a single spring, for the nymphs had filled them up at the command of Zeus, who was angry with the heroes for having undertaken a campaign against his will. At last they met the former queen of Lemnos, Hypsipyle, with the little son of the king of Nemea, Lycurgus Opheltes, in her arms. The women of Lemnos had sold Hypsipyle into slavery because she had saved her father Thoas when they slew all the men among themselves. Now the queen of Lemnos was a slave of Lycurgus and nursed his son. Hypsipyle set little Opheltes down upon the grass and went to show the warriors a spring hidden in the forest. No sooner had Hypsipyle and the warriors gone from Opheltes than a huge snake crawled from the bushes and coiled its rings about the child. At his cry the warriors and Hypsipyle ran up. Lycurgus too hastened with his wife Eurydice, but the snake had already strangled Opheltes. With naked sword Lycurgus rushed at Hypsipyle. He would have killed her, but Tydeus protected her. He was ready to enter into combat with Lycurgus, but Adrastus and Amphiaraus restrained him. They did not allow blood to be shed. The heroes buried Opheltes, and at his funeral held martial games that laid the foundation of the Nemean Games. Amphiaraus understood that the death of Opheltes was a dread omen for the whole army, that this death foretold destruction to all the heroes. Amphiaraus named Opheltes Archemores, he who leads to death, and began to counsel all the heroes to abandon the campaign against Thebes. But as before, they did not listen. Stubbornly, they went to meet their destruction. Passing through the gorges of wooded Cithaeron, the army came to the banks of the Olympus, to the walls of seven-gated Thebes. The leaders did not at once begin the siege. They resolved to send Tydeus to Thebes to negotiate with the besieged. Coming to Thebes, Tydeus found the noblest Thebans at a feast with Eteocles. The Thebans would not listen to Tydeus. Laughing, they invited him to take part in the feast. Tydeus grew angry, and though he was alone in the circle of enemies, he challenged them to single combat and conquered them all one after another, for Athena Pallas helped her favorite. Wrath seized the Thebans. They resolved to destroy the great hero. They sent out 50 youths under the leadership of Maon and Lycophon to fall upon Tydeus from ambush when he should be returning to the camp of the besiegers. Even then Tydeus did not perish. He slew all the youths. Only Maon he released at the command of the gods, that Maon might report to the Thebans the exploit of Tydeus. After this, the enmity between the heroes who had come from Argos and the Thebans burned still more fiercely. All 7 leaders offered sacrifices to the god Ares, to all the gods of battle, and to the god Thanatos. Moistening their hands in the sacrificial blood, they swore either to destroy the walls of Thebes or, falling in battle, to give the Theban earth to drink of their blood. The Argive army prepared for the assault. Adrastus distributed the troops. Each of the 7 leaders was to storm one of the 7 gates. Against the Proetid gates stood with his detachment mighty Tydeus, thirsting for blood like a fierce dragon. 3 crests waved upon his helmet. On his shield was depicted the night sky covered with stars, and in the middle the eye of night, the full moon. Against the Electran gates, Capaneus, huge as a giant, placed his detachment. He threatened the Thebans that he would take the city even if the gods opposed it. He said that even the all-crushing wrath of the thunderer Zeus would not stop him. On Capaneus's shield was depicted a naked hero with a torch in his hands. Eteocles, descendant of Proetus, stood with his detachment against the Neistan gates, and on his shield too was an emblem, a man climbing a ladder upon the tower of a besieged city, and below was written, "The god Ares himself shall not cast me down." Against the gates of Athena stood Hippomedon. On his shield, gleaming like the sun, was depicted Typhon belching flame. With fury rang the war cry of Hippomedon. The glance of his eyes threatened death to every man. Young and fair Parthenopaeus led his detachment against the Borean gates. On his shield was depicted the Sphinx, with a dying Theban in her claws. The seer Amphiaraus besieged the Homoloid gates. He was angry with Tydeus, the instigator of the war. He reviled him as a murderer, a destroyer of cities, a messenger of rage, a servant of slaughter, a counselor of every evil. He hated this expedition. He reproached Polynices for having brought an army of foreigners to destroy Thebes, dear to him. Amphiaraus knew that descendants would curse the participants in this expedition. Amphiaraus knew also that he himself would fall in battle, and that the earth of Thebes would swallow his body. On the shield of Amphiaraus there was no emblem. Already his very appearance was more impressive than any emblem. The last, the 7th gates, Polynices besieged. On his shield was depicted a goddess leading an armed hero, and the inscription on the shield read, "I will lead this man back as victor into his city and into the house of his fathers." All was ready for the assault upon the unconquerable walls of Thebes. The Thebans too prepared for battle. Eteocles placed at each gate a detachment of warriors headed by a famous hero. He himself took upon himself the defense of those gates, against which was his brother Polynices. Against Tydeus went out the mighty son of Astacus, Melanippus, a descendant of one of the warriors who had grown from the teeth of the serpent slain by Cadmus. Against Capaneus, Eteocles sent Polyphontes, whom Artemis herself protected. The son of Creon, Megareus, stood with a detachment at the gates which Eteocles, the Proetid, was to attack. the son of Enops, Hyperbius, was sent against Hippomedon, against Parthenopaeus, the hero actor, and against Amphiaraus, Lasthenes, a youth in strength and an elder in mind. Among the Theban heroes was also the mighty son of Poseidon, invincible Periclymenus. Before beginning the battle, Eteocles inquired of the seer Tiresias concerning the outcome of the fight. Tiresias promised victory only if there should be sacrificed to Ares, who still was angry for Cadmus's slaying of the serpent sacred to him, the son of Creon, Menecius. The youth Menecius, learning of this prophecy, mounted the wall of Thebes and, standing opposite the cave where once the serpent sacred to Ares had lived, pierced his own breast with his sword. So died the son of Creon. Voluntarily he offered himself as a sacrifice in order to save his native Thebes. All promised victory to the Thebans. Angry Ares was propitiated. The gods were on the side of the Thebans, who observed the will and the signs of the gods. But victory did not come to the Thebans at once. When, coming out from under the protection of the walls, they entered into battle with the Argive army by the sanctuary of Apollo, they had to fall back under the onslaught of the enemy and again take refuge behind the walls. The Argives rushed to pursue the retreating Thebans and began to storm the walls. Haughty Capaneus, proud of his superhuman strength, set a ladder against the wall and was already about to burst into the city, but Zeus would not endure that anyone against his will should enter Thebes. He cast his flashing lightning at Capaneus when he already stood upon the wall. Zeus struck Capaneus dead. He was entirely seized by fire, and his smoking body fell from the wall to the feet of the Argives who stood below. Young Parthenopaeus also fell while besieging Thebes. Mighty Periclymenus hurled down from the wall upon his head a huge stone the size of a rock. This stone crushed the head of Parthenopaeus. He fell dead upon the earth. The Argives drew back from the walls. They were convinced that they could not take Thebes by storm. Now the Thebans could rejoice. The walls of Thebes stood unshaken. Then the enemies resolved that the brothers Polynices and Eteocles should decide by single combat to which of them power over Thebes should belong. The sons of Oedipus prepared for the duel. From the gates of Thebes came Eteocles, gleaming in his armor. To meet him from the camp of the Argives came Polynices. Now the fratricidal combat was to begin. Hatred burned in the brothers toward one another. One of them must inevitably fall. But the great, inexorable goddesses of fate, the Moirai, promised otherwise. The avenging Eumenides had not forgotten the curses of Oedipus. They had not forgotten also the crime of Laius and the curse of Pelops. Like two furious lions that fight over prey, so the brothers clashed in cruel combat. Covered by their shields, they fight, watching with eyes full of hatred the movements of one another. Here Eteocles stepped back. At once Polynices cast his spear at his brother and wounded him in the thigh. Blood flowed from the wound, but at the blow Polynices had left his shoulder open, and at once Eteocles struck him with his spear in the shoulder. The spear bent, striking the armor of Polynices, and its shaft broke. Eteocles was left with only his sword. Quickly he bent down, raised a huge stone, and cast it at his brother. The stone struck the spear of Polynices and broke it. Now both brothers were left only with their swords. Closing their shields, the brothers fight. Both are wounded. Blood has stained their armor. Quickly Eteocles took a step back. Polynices did not expect this, raised his shield, and in that moment his brother drove his sword into his belly. Polynices fell upon the earth. Blood poured in a stream from the dreadful wound. His eyes were clouded with the darkness of death. Eteocles exulted in victory. He ran to the brother he had slain and meant to strip him of his armor. Polynices gathered his last strength, raised himself, and struck his brother with his sword in the breast. With that blow his soul flew away into the gloomy realm of Hades. Like a felled oak, Eteocles crashed dead upon the body of his brother, and their blood mingled, staining the earth all around. With horror, the Thebans and the Argives looked upon the dreadful outcome of the brothers' duel. Not long did the truce continue between the besieged and the besiegers. Again, a bloody battle flared up between them. In this battle, the gods favored the Thebans. Hippaecidon and Eteocles the Proetid fell. Invincible Tydeus was mortally wounded by mighty Melanippus. Though mortally wounded, Tydeus still found in himself the strength to avenge Melanippus and to strike him down with his spear. Seeing, dying, Tydeus drenched in blood, Athena Pallas begged Zeus to allow her to save her favorite and even to grant him immortality. Athena hastened to Tydeus. But at that moment, Amphiaraus cut off the head of Melanippus and cast it to dying Tydeus. In mad fury, Tydeus seized it, smashed the skull, and like a wild beast began to drink the brain of his enemy. Athena shuddered, seeing the fury and bloodthirstiness of Tydeus. She left him, and dying Tydeus had time only to whisper after Athena his last prayer, to grant to his son Diomedes that immortality which he himself had not received. The Thebans conquered the Argives. All their army perished beneath Thebes. Amphiaraus too perished. In flight he sought to save himself upon his chariot, driven by Baton. Mighty Periclymenus pursued him. Already Periclymenus was overtaking the great seer. Already he had raised his spear to strike him, when suddenly the lightning of Zeus flashed and thunder rolled. The earth parted and swallowed Amphiaraus with his war chariot. Of all the heroes, only Adrastus was saved. He fled upon his horse Arion, swift as the wind, and took refuge in Athens, whence he returned to Argos. The Thebans rejoiced. Thebes was saved. They gave solemn burial to their fallen heroes, but the heroes and all the warriors who had come from Argos with Polynices they left without burial. Unburied upon the field of battle lay also Polynices, who had raised his hand against his own homeland. The wives and mothers of the heroes of Argos learned that they had been left unburied. Full of sorrow, they came with Adrastus to Attica to beg King Theseus to help their grief and to compel the Thebans to give up to them the bodies of the slain. At Eleusis, by the temple of Demeter, they met the mother of Theseus and begged her to entreat her son to demand the surrender of the bodies of the Argive warriors. Long Theseus hesitated. At last he resolved to help the Argive women and Adrastus. Just at that time a herald came from the king of Thebes, Creon. He demanded of Theseus that he give no help to the women of Argos, and that he drive Adrastus from Attica. Theseus grew angry. How dared Creon demand submission of him? Was he not master of his own decisions? Theseus set out with an army against Thebes, conquered the Thebans, and forced them to give up the bodies of all the fallen warriors. At Eleutheræ 7 pyres were built, and upon them the bodies of the warriors were burned. The bodies of the leaders were carried to Eleusis and burned there, and their mothers and wives bore their ashes home to Argos. Only the ashes of Capaneus, slain by the lightning of Zeus, remained at Eleusis. Sacred was the body of Capaneus, for he had been slain by the thunderer himself. The Athenians built a huge pyre and laid upon it the body of Capaneus. When the fire was already beginning to blaze and the tongues of flame already touched the body of the hero, there came to Eleusis the wife of Capaneus, the fair daughter of Iphitus, Evadne. She could not endure the death of her beloved husband. Clothed in splendid funeral garments, she mounted a rock that hung over the very pyre and cast herself from there into the flame. So perished Evadne, and her shade descended together with the shade of her husband into the gloomy realm of Hades. Antigone. After the victory over the Argives, the Thebans arranged a splendid funeral for Eteocles and for all the fallen warriors. But Creon and the Thebans resolved to deprive Polynices of burial as one who had led a foreign army against Thebes. His body lay by the city walls in the field, left to be torn by beasts of prey and birds. The soul of Polynices was condemned to eternal wandering. It could not find rest in the realm of the souls of the dead. The noble daughter of Oedipus, Antigone, ready for every self-sacrifice, suffered, seeing the dishonor to which her brother was condemned. In spite of everything, she resolved herself to commit the body of Polynices to the earth. The death with which Creon threatened anyone who should dare to bury Polynices, performing all the funeral rites, did not frighten her. Antigone called her sister Ismene to go with her also, but the timid sister would not resolve to help her sister, fearing the wrath of Creon. She even tried to persuade Antigone not to go against the will of the king of Thebes. She reminded her of the fate that had overtaken their mother and brothers. Did Antigone wish to destroy herself, and her as well? Antigone would not listen to Ismene. She was ready alone to fulfill her duty to her brother, ready to endure all without complaint, if only Polynices should not remain unburied. And Antigone fulfilled her resolve. Soon Creon learned that his command had been broken. One of the guards told him that someone had come secretly to the body of Polynices, and, covering it with earth from above, had performed the funeral rite. Terrible wrath seized Creon. He threatened the guard with dreadful tortures if he and his comrades did not find the one who had performed the funeral rite over the body of Polynices. He swore by Zeus himself to carry out his threat. The guard went back to where the body of Polynices lay. The guards cast the earth from the body and sat not far off upon a hill, so that the stench of the decaying corpse should not reach them. Suddenly at midday a storm arose. A whirlwind spun clouds of dust over the whole field, and when the storm had rushed past, the guard saw a maiden bent over the body, who was mourning Polynices, and her sorrowful voice sounded like the sorrowful cry of a bird that has seen that some evil hand has stolen her nestlings. The maiden was already performing libations in honor of the underworld gods when the guards seized her and led her to Creon. This maiden was Antigone. With angry words, Creon met Antigone and demanded of her a confession of the crime. Antigone did not even think of denying her guilt. She had broken the command of Creon, but she had fulfilled the law and the will of the gods. Antigone had fulfilled her duty to her brother by committing his body to the earth. Death does not frighten her. She longs for death, for her life is full only of sorrow. In terrible wrath, Creon threatens to put to death not only Antigone, but also Ismene, who, he is sure, was Antigone's helper. Hearing that Creon means to put Ismene also to death, Antigone shuddered with horror. Must she be the cause of her sister's destruction? Servants went for Ismene. Here she appeared on the threshold of the palace. Tears of sorrow for her sister roll from the eyes of Ismene. To Creon's question, always timid Ismene, learning that death threatens her sister, found in herself the courage to share Antigone's fate. Firmly she answers Creon that she too took part in performing the funeral rites over the body of Polynices. Antigone does not wish that Ismene, innocent of anything, should suffer with her. In vain Ismene begs her, "O sister, do not reject me. Do not say that I am unworthy to die with you. Has life any meaning for me without you? Do not insult me." But Antigone answers her sister, "No, you must not die with me. You must not call your own the deed that you did not commit. One death, mine alone, will be enough. You chose life, and I chose death." Ismene begs Creon to spare Antigone. She begs him to think that he is condemning to death the bride of his son. But the entreaties of Ismene do not move Creon. He answers that he will not allow his son Haman to take a criminal as his wife. No, Antigone must die. Death will separate her from Haman. Creon orders his servants to lead Antigone and Ismene into the palace and there to guard them, so that they may not attempt to escape by flight. The servants led away the daughters of Oedipus. The citizens stood silent. They sympathized with Antigone. They understood that she had performed a noble deed. Right was Antigone when she said to Creon that the people would not have accused her for the burial of Polynices if fear of power-loving Creon had not sealed their lips. The son of Creon, young Haman, learning what fate threatens his bride, comes to his father and begs him to spare Antigone. Haman knows that all the people pity innocent Antigone, that they murmur because death threatens her for a pious deed. Haman begs his father not to persist and to acknowledge his error. "All in Thebes hold Antigone innocent," Haman boldly says to Creon. "Father, I see that you are inclined to injustice. You yourself have broken the law of the gods." More and more Creon burns with wrath. He thinks that only love for Antigone makes Haman defend her so. In anger he cries at his son, "Oh, you think like a base slave of women." "No," answers Haman, "but you will never see me sympathize with an evil deed. It was for you that I was speaking." But Creon no longer hears the words of Haman. He says that he has firmly resolved to put Antigone to death. Hearing such a decision of his father, Haman says, "If she dies, she will drag another death after her." But Creon no longer knows any limit to his wrath. He orders the warriors to bring Antigone and to kill her here, before the eyes of Haman. "No, she shall not die before my eyes," cries Haman. "Never shall you see me again, father. You may rave alone among your flattering friends." With these words, Haman went away. In vain, the citizens warned Creon that only disaster was promised by the wrath in which Haman had left him. Creon is inflexible. Already they are leading Antigone to the dreadful execution. Creon has resolved to bury her alive in the tomb of the Labdacids. Antigone goes her last road. She goes to the banks of the Acheron. Alive, she will be walled up in the tomb. She will be not among the living, but among the dead. She will belong neither to life nor to death. Friends do not accompany her. Unmourned, they lead her to death. No more will she see the clear light. No sooner had they led Antigone away than, guided by a boy, the blind seer Tiresias comes to Creon. Ill-omened signs were given him by the gods during the sacrifices. The gods are angry that the body of the slain man is not buried, that birds and dogs everywhere carry about pieces of the decaying corpse. Creon, in his mad obstinacy, will not listen even to Tiresias, who advises him to commit the body of Polynices to the earth. He says that even if the eagle of Zeus himself should carry a piece of the body to the very throne of the Thunderer, still the body of Polynices would remain unburied. Creon accuses Tiresias of being bribed, of giving him counsel out of greed. Angry Tiresias sternly says to Creon that he alone is to blame for everything. He has insulted the gods by shutting Antigone alive in the tomb, has dishonored the body of Polynices, has broken the laws of the gods. For this the gods will punish him. The whole house of Creon will be plunged into sorrow. Punishment will overtake him who is dearest of all to Creon. The Erinyes, who know no mercy, will avenge themselves on Creon. Nothing will save him from dreadful vengeance. The words of prophetic Tiresias frightened Creon. He revoked his order not to give burial to the body of Polynices. Creon himself hastens into the field and performs the funeral rites, and prays Hades and Hecate not to be angry with him and with Thebes. Having performed the burial, Creon goes with his retinue to the tomb of the Labdacids to bring Antigone out from there. Too late! Having twisted a noose from her garments, Antigone has hanged herself. Creon finds in the tomb Haman, weeping over the body of his bride. In vain, Creon begs his son to come out of the tomb. Before his father's eyes, Haman pierces his own breast with his sword. Dead he falls upon the body of his bride. In despair is Creon. He has lost his last son. Bitterly he weeps over his body. Meanwhile, a messenger brought also to Creon's wife Eurydice the news of the death of Haman. In silence Eurydice heard him and went into the inner chambers of the palace. There she killed herself, piercing her breast with a sword as Haman had done. No sooner had Eurydice put an end to herself than Creon comes to the palace. In his arms is the body of his son. Here, by the palace, a new dreadful grief awaits him. He learns of the death of his wife. Broken is the proud, power-loving spirit of Creon. In despair he calls upon death, that at least it may end his sufferings. All whom he loved Creon has lost. The campaign of the Epigoni. Epigoni in Greek means descendants. 10 years had passed since the campaign of the Seven against Thebes. In that time, the sons of the heroes who had fallen beneath Thebes had come to manhood. They resolved to avenge themselves on the Thebans for the defeat of their fathers and undertook a new campaign. In this campaign took part Achilles, son of Adrastus, Alcmaeon, son of Amphiaraus, Diomedes, son of Tydeus, Thersander, son of Polynices, Promachus, son of Parthenopaeus, Sthenelus, son of Capaneus, Polydorus, son of Hippomedon, and Euryalus, son of Mecisteus. Under different conditions was this campaign undertaken. The gods favored the Epigoni, so were named the leaders who undertook the new campaign against Thebes. The Delphic oracle prophesied victory to the Epigoni if Alcmene, son of Amphiaraus, should take part in this campaign. Thersander, son of Polynices, offered to persuade Alcmaeon not to refuse to take part in the campaign. Long Alcmaeon hesitated. He would not resolve to go against Thebes before he had fulfilled the last will of his father and avenged his mother for having sent her husband to certain death. Like his father Polynices, Thersander resolved to win the aid of Eriphyle, mother of Alcmaeon. He bribed her by giving her the precious garment of the wife of Cadmus, Harmonia, which Athena Pallas herself had woven for her. Eriphyle was tempted by the garment as once she had been tempted by the necklace of Harmonia, and insisted that Alcmaeon and his brother Amphilochus take part in the campaign. The army of the Epigoni set out from Argos. Small was this army, but victory was to attend it. As leader of the army, Diomedes, son of Tydeus, was chosen, equal to his father in strength and courage. Joyfully the heroes went on the campaign, burning with the desire to avenge their fathers. At Potneae by Thebes, they inquired of the oracle of Amphiaraus concerning the outcome of the campaign. The oracle answered them that he saw Alcmaeon, heir of the glory of Amphiaraus, entering with victory into the gates of Thebes. The Epigoni would conquer. Only Achilles, son of Adrastus, who had been saved during the first campaign, must fall. At last the army of the Epigoni reached seven-gated Thebes. Having laid waste all the surrounding country, the Epigoni began the siege. The Thebans came out into the field under the leadership of their king Laodamas, the furious son of Eteocles, to drive the besiegers from the walls. A bloody battle was joined. In this battle Achilles fell, struck by the spear of Laodamas, but Laodamas also was killed by Alcmaeon. The Thebans were defeated and took refuge behind the unconquerable walls of Thebes. The defeated Thebans began negotiations with the besiegers and themselves by night, on the advice of Tiresias, secretly from the besiegers emigrated from Thebes with all their wives and children. They moved north into Thessaly. On the way there, by the spring of the nymph Tilphusa, prophetic Tiresias died, who had so long helped the Thebans and more than once saved them from destruction. After a long journey, the Thebans reached Hestiaudus in Thessaly and settled there. Thebes, taken by the Epigoni, was destroyed. The rich booty that fell to them the Epigoni divided among themselves. The best part of the booty, and among it the daughter of Tiresias, the prophetess Manto, they brought as a gift to the Delphic oracle. Happily the Epigoni returned to their homeland. Thersander, son of Polynices, began to rule in Thebes, having restored them. Alcmaeon. Returning from the campaign against Thebes, Alcmaeon fulfilled the will of his father Amphiaraus and avenged his mother for the destruction of his father. With his own hand Alcmaeon slew his mother. Dying, the mother cursed her son the murderer and cursed the land that should give him shelter. The avenging goddesses, the Erinyes, were angry with Alcmaeon and pursued him everywhere, wherever he tried to hide. Long the unhappy Alcmaeon wandered, everywhere seeking shelter and purification from the pollution of shed blood. At last he came to the city of Sophis in Arcadia. There King Phegeus purified him from the pollution of the murder. Alcmaeon married the daughter of Phegeus Arsinoe and thought to live calmly in Sophis. But fate did not promise him this. His mother's curse pursued him. Terrible famine and pestilence spread in Sophis. Everywhere death reigned. Alcmaeon turned to the Delphic oracle, and the prophetess, the Pythia, answered him that he must leave Sophis and go to the river god Achilles. There only would he be purified from the murder of his mother and find rest in a land that did not yet exist when his mother cursed him. Leaving the house of Phrixus, his wife Arsinoe, and his son Clytius, Alcmaeon set out for Achilles. On the way he visited Oeneus in Calydon, who received him hospitably. Alcmaeon was also among the Thesprotians, but they drove him from their land, fearing the wrath of the gods. At last, Alcmaeon came to the descendants of Achilles. There the river god Achilles purified him from the pollution of his mother's shed blood and gave him his daughter Callirrhoe in marriage. Alcmaeon settled at the mouths of the river Achilles upon an island formed of sand and silt that had been washed down. This was the land that did not yet exist when his mother cursed Alcmaeon. Here too fate pursued Alcmaeon. Callirrhoe learned of the precious necklace and of the garment woven by Athena Pallas herself, which Polynices and his son Thersander had given to Eriphyle, and demanded that her husband bring these treasures to her. Callirrhoe did not know that destruction came with these treasures to him who possessed them. Alcmaeon set out for Sophis and demanded of Phrixus that he give him the necklace and the garment. Alcmaeon told Phrixus that he wished to dedicate these treasures to the Delphic oracle in order to obtain forgiveness from the far-shooting god. Phrixus gave Alcmaeon the treasures, believing his words. But a slave of Alcmaeon told Phrixus, for whom both the necklace and the garments were intended. Phrixus grew angry, called his sons Pronus and Agenor, and ordered them to fall upon Alcmaeon from ambush when he should be returning to the mouths of the Achilles. They fulfilled their father's command and killed Alcmaeon. Arsinoe, the first wife of Alcmaeon, learned of the destruction of her husband. She still loved him. In her grief she cursed her brothers. The brothers, however, took her to King Agapenor in Arcadia, and, accusing her of having killed Alcmaeon, put her to death. Callirrhoe also learned of the death of Alcmaeon. She resolved to avenge herself on the sons of Phrixus, and on him himself for the murder of her husband. But who could be the avenger? The sons of Callirrhoe, Acarnan and Amphitryon, were still infants and lay in the cradle. Callirrhoe prayed to Zeus that he make her sons at once mighty youths. Zeus heeded the prayers of Callirrhoe. In a single night her sons grew up and came to manhood. They set out for Tegea to King Agapenor, and there killed the sons of Phrixus. Then in Sophis they killed Phrixus himself also. Thus upon Phrixus and his whole family destruction was brought by the gifts that Eriphyle had once received from Polynices and Thersander. Acarnan and Amphitryon took the precious necklace and the garment woven by Athena and, with their mother's consent, dedicated them to Delphic Apollo. Acarnan and Amphitryon did not remain to live in their homeland. They emigrated to the land that was named Acarnania after Acarnan, and founded there a new kingdom.